moment and a movement and changing the conversation. We have police officers who worked all night last night and the night before, who are away from their families, protecting people and businesses they don't know the names of. They put their lives on the line. Some of them have been injured. This isn't new to them, though. Our guardians put themselves out there bravely every single day to save a woman trapped in domestic violence, a teenager who's been trafficked into sex trade, somebody who's been a victim of sexual violence in our city, processing, being the detectives, making sure that justice is served in our city every single day. They mentor young people. They reflect the demographics of our city. And no, none of us are perfect, we're human beings. But they are trained and continuously trained to make sure that we have a model that is about de-escalating, about looking at our own bias, about partnerships for peace with people that didn't exist in this city decades ago. We need to contain that fact. But in the same city, we need to contain another fact that I don't believe is a contradiction. We have young people in our city who feel that they don't get a fair start in life, that the system is racist and rigged against them, that whether it's their schools, whether it's their family income, whether it's their health, that they start many yards behind the starting line, and that racism and rigged feeling infects also our criminal justice system in its culture and its practice. But for a moment, even those two groups on both sides of the line found common ground. It looks like this. Out there right now, we've got everyone from everyday citizens who are protesting to business owners to good cops and firefighters upset and grieving about the injustice we all saw as Americans first. We saw it in Minneapolis, and we've seen it too often. This is a moment to find and to hold that common ground, and I am committed to doing that. But against that shared pain, and behind badges, in our homes and in our streets, we all clearly saw something that had nothing to do with justice. We saw people in our city smashing windows, stealing, and beating. We are bigger than that, and I know we are better than that. The us peacefully speaking out sometimes doesn't have as loud a voice as the images that make the news. A small number of people who seek to exploit our pain in order to commit crime. And as I see these criminal acts take hold and take attention away from the real challenge behind us, I think about the suffering already in our city, the businesses that we're hoping to reopen that have been so badly beaten down by COVID-19, businesses that had a fighting chance and could have welcomed customers back this weekend but are now closed, damaged, and looted. But just as we have during this COVID-19 crisis, we will support those small businesses. My promise to them is that you are the bedrock of our economy, and I'm committed to cleaning up our streets as we've been doing each day, to giving assistance to the small businesses who feel as shattered as their window fronts, to the employees who need a paycheck and now wonder if that is gone, and those who need to lead our recovery economically from this pandemic. It breaks my heart, too, to think about the Angelenos protesting in peace and fighting for justice, how this violence and looting clouds that picture. Those who celebrate the pictures are the ones who seek to divide us, to make sure we can't find common ground. I think about parents in different neighborhoods worried about whether their children can play outside or whether they can take a walk around the block. And it is my core responsibility to make sure I do everything in my power to keep our streets clean and just, to make sure that we have our communities safe and fair. It's not an either-or. And violence is never the answer to violence, even if it's thousands of miles away. If we were watching closely yesterday, we saw that Angeleno spirit in action in Pan Pacific Park, people demonstrating with nonviolence and strength. We saw images of officers on the line exercising restraint we expect of them. But we also saw people burning vehicles, jumping on buses. We saw tactics that all of us need to make sure restore the peace and find the common ground. As I've said, we know that there are those among the peaceful demonstrators who are not interested in peace. They're interested in chaos, not calm, destruction, not justice. And we know that there are always, in any system, accountability that whether you're an officer with a badge or an everyday citizen, that you need to be held accountable to. And it's my promise that that will always be our city. So we have to tap now into every resource that is available to protect our city. That is the job at hand today. And I want to give you a few updates on some of our steps and decisions in the past 24 hours to do just that. When times demand it, strong steps are required to bring peace back to our city, which is why I enacted, as heavy a decision as it was, a citywide curfew. I gained some strength from mayors across the city who I talked to, from Atlanta to Seattle, from Denver to Cincinnati, in Louisville, and of course Minneapolis, who said, when the innocent start to be the victims, when lives begin to be lost, our first responsibility always is, so that we can find progress and justice, to restore calm and peace to our streets. The goal here is to keep all Angelenos safe, and please help do that. We all have to own that ourselves, to give law enforcement and firefighters the space they need to keep the peace. And so we will keep this curfew in place this evening, the same hours from 8 p.m. and lasting through 5:30, covering every part of Los Angeles. But on top of that, wherever emergencies arise, we ask our partners across the state for assistance. We provide aid to each other, just as we send firefighters for fires over our borders. Those same cities and places send us help, including from the state. And in that spirit, we received and thank the additional support that came from law enforcement agencies elsewhere in the state: Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, Ventura, and Kings counties. And in the early evening last night, I spoke with Governor Gavin Newsom to provide him with an update on what was happening here in Los Angeles. I described the situation. I explained how it had become clear that a small group had turned a nonviolent gathering into acts of violence and criminal acts against our local businesses. He offered to declare a state of emergency and send in and supplement National Guardsmen and women, everyday citizens who put on a uniform that could come here to help us. And I said yes. We've declared states of emergency for fires and earthquakes. We're in one now for COVID-19. My heart breaks that we had to declare one because some people, some of them from outside of our communities, started fires and threw rocks and other dangerous items. People who drove from across town in caravans, in cars to jump out, to loot, get back in the car, and do it again. That's the worst of us, and that's clearly an emergency. After this declaration, my office coordinated with the state's Office of Emergency Services on our deployment of our 500 National Guardsmen and women, and another 500 that have headed here, I know, to back up the Sheriff's Department. All of these steps are not to instill fear. They're not to exact punishment on anyone. The chief can speak more to the role that they will play. They will not be deployed in South Bureau. They will be in places where we are sensitive to what the community feel was from 1992. And they will do their job to protect those places that still aren't secured because of the looting that has existed here downtown and elsewhere in our city. And I also want to be very, very clear that ICE is no part of this. There's rumors out there. They are not part of these efforts. This is not some excuse to conduct immigration raids. These are folks that are under the command of our Governor Gavin Newsom, not our U.S. military. These actions are intended to protect our neighbors, our local businesses, our houses of worship, our streets, our neighborhoods, to help back up our peace officers and to help them deal with the immediate issues at hand and to try to respond to calls and perform their normal duties, because crime doesn't stop just because this is going on. In a similar vein, I recognize that there was some concern about why the COVID-19 sites were closed at about 3 p.m., 2 hours earlier than they usually do yesterday. Sunday's always our day off. There would have not been any tests today, no matter what. But that wasn't a decision where we just closed them from the government. And some have even said to punish people. Hardly. These are volunteers, and volunteers themselves said that they didn't feel safe and they wanted to leave, and that made that we had to shut them down a couple of hours early. As you know, Los Angeles was the first major city to not only give free testing, but free testing to everyone in every community, whether they had symptoms or not. And our testing operation is very heroically led by our fire chief, Ralph Terrazas, whose men and women have just done an extraordinary job side by side with those women. Because the volunteers who staff these centers still do not feel safe coming back to them, some of them will remain closed tomorrow. But I will have my staff and my team, together with our fire department, make sure that we keep our largest one open at Dodger Stadium. Our mega testing site with the capacity to do 6,000 tests will be open tomorrow.
Getting trampled by a bike from APD
in Los Angeles, which is critically important, at the Kedron Community Health Center. And everyone with an appointment for tomorrow can still be accommodated right now. New appointments may be pushed to Tuesday or Wednesday, but keep testing yourself. And as I've always said each night, you know probably the website as well as me. It's coronavirus.lacity.org/testing to schedule. And I encourage all residents to get tested. I've talked about how COVID-19 feeds off of the racism that we see. I'm proud that since we saw the numbers of how African Americans in Los Angeles were disproportionately dying above the numbers in the population, we've cut that disparity in half, and we're not going to rest until we cut it in half again. At the request of LAPD, we also had to make a tough choice yesterday to shut down service on our Dash buses and to deploy Los Angeles Department of Transportation teams to the Fairfax district to impound burned out cars and help with immediate response. Dash service has been restored downtown, and all Dash routes will be restored in the next hour. So if you need those buses, they are here to serve you. And in consultation with Metro Board Chair Mayor James Butts from the mayor of Inglewood and my friend, Metro suspended all transit service at 8 p.m. last night. It was not an easy decision given the challenge of balancing safety and maintaining that lifeline for so many people. Metro suspended its service out of utmost concern for the public and its employees and the damage that they saw to their bus yesterday. And I joined Metro in apologizing to riders who were stranded last night. Metro will reimburse people for verified trip costs. You can call 323-GO-METRO or email customerrelations@metro.net for more information. And I want to note that regular Sunday service resumed this morning at 5:30. Metrolink and Amtrak services to Union Station continued throughout the night. And finally, in response to events on Friday and last night, our street services and sanitation crews have been deployed with preparation and cleanup related to these protests, to clean up our city, to make sure that we can restore this city of angels. So far, over the last 3 days, more than 300 members of the city workforce have spread out primarily downtown and mid-city to clear debris, to clean up from fires, remove bulky items from our roads and sidewalks. We've mobilized street sweepers, sanitation trucks, graffiti abatement teams, and our departments will never stop working for you, even in the toughest of times. No matter what happens, core city services continue. Your right to protest is a sacred American right. Our humanity demands that we protect the space to feel tomorrow, the next day, the day after that. And our spirit will need even more space for it to heal our hearts and our streets. Today is a new day, and we're looking at it through the eyes, I hope, of young people. They saw parts of their city on fire. They heard the helicopters and sirens outside their bedroom windows. Some of them were on the front lines of the demonstration crying out for justice. Others were probably just at home crying and scared. That healing that we can find, that common ground that we can model, the security that we must maintain for them is how they will walk into their future, in peace and with love, and with the strength to build the bridges that our country needs them to construct. These bridges torn down by discrimination, or maybe never built because of the evils that have been with us since this country's founding. Because of them, hate and violence have no place in our destiny, no place in our future, and we will not stand for either of them here in Los Angeles. Because of their passion and their persistence, we can learn the lessons of our own city's history and lead in this ongoing struggle. I hope maybe later today and in coming days to talk about how we can take those next steps forward. That gets lost in the fog of these moments, and new generations that haven't recognized what activists have achieved in changing the way we look at public safety, the investments we make in higher wages and more housing, the way we take human services as importantly as we take public safety, and how we can continue to make those investments together and listen to the demands when people say it's not just about a criminal justice system, it's about equality in this country and how we find it together. We can do this only when we reclaim the safety and peace of our streets. That is job one, so that we can get back to the more important job of building a free, fair, safe, and just city and country for all of us. Strength and love, Los Angeles. And with that, let me turn it over to our Chief of Police, Mike Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And good afternoon, Los Angeles. I want to give a brief situation description of yesterday and then talk about today and the path forward. Yesterday began, and I put some publications out as as an opportunity for a new day. It followed a night of violence in which we saw destruction in the downtown business core. We saw rocks and bottles and officers injured. We saw valiantry, and we saw destruction. We saw a community that had already been impacted and devastated by the impacts of this coronavirus, this pandemic, that were hit again, now with the matters of not just demonstrations that escalated into civil disobedience, but that escalated into violence. But yesterday was an opportunity for us to restart. And we saw protest activities that we were supportive of, that we would facilitate. Two primary ones, both in the East LA portion of the Hollenbeck area, as well as at Pan Pacific Park. And as those protests went on and our officers maintained an awareness and a facilitation of those, unfortunately we saw those escalate into violence. The one I'm happy to say, the one in East LA, in the Hollenbeck area, was facilitated without any acts of vandalism or violence. But Pan Pacific Park, the aftermath of that was quite different. As the crowds left that location and moved across the area and eventually to Fairfax and Beverly, and the groups that were there, many of them participants earlier in a very peaceful and well-organized demonstration and expression, it escalated into violence. Not just the capture or surrounding of an MTA bus, to climbing on top of that, endangering both those individuals as well as the immediate public. But that turned into a firestorm of that bus and its destruction. As officers responded to attempt to regain control and protect those people that were inside and at risk, we saw further acts of violence against officers with rocks and bottles and other projectiles. We saw vehicles that were then burned and destroyed as officers responded and further contained additional resources and to disperse those groups. We also saw acts of officers interacting with those communities that gave me concern. And as I was personally on scene and responded there and to gather what was occurring, we made every effort to continue to de-escalate the situation. And I want to take a moment and say that when I stood on Beverly Boulevard, west of Fairfax, hours after the initial destruction, I saw opportunities within the protesters that were willing and able to have a conversation. That moment, while it was followed by hours after of continued expressions of violence and loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars in property damage and devastation to business owners and lives that will last potentially for generations. But that moment and moments that we saw over the course of last night, there were opportunities between police and protesters, people who were not involved in the violence, but were caught up in that moment, for us to de-escalate and to find an ability to hear each other for a moment. And that's what encourages me today. That organization last night, this department, Chief Terrazas, his men and women of the fire department, we resorted to tactics and strategies and resources to restore order and to maintain it. The fires that occurred, the violence that occurred, the looting that occurred, had the potential of continuing to escalate into today, into the midst of which we have seen in our past. But those controls and those efforts and that valor and the energy of our people as first responders and first protectors made that difference. And to the men and women in public safety, as Chief of Police of Los Angeles Police Department, and I know on behalf of this mayor and all of the government of Los Angeles, we are grateful. What you do each day is this was the element of your heart, a demonstration of your values. And despite the injuries, despite the attacks, and at times vile and obscene remarks, terrible things said, and then augmented by acts of violence, you held your ground of your character. Wasn't perfect, our actions will never be, but our commitment to this community is to do our very best. And I am proud of the work that I've seen. Over the course of the night, we were able to disperse a lot of individuals that were bent on further destruction. At that same time, as the organization has been responding to this emergency in these circumstances, we also worked with Mayor Garcetti and his team to work with the state to take further measures to ensure that we would not be satisfied with this continued escalation of this civil unrest. What we saw Wednesday night increased on Thursday. And as I said yesterday, it increased on Friday, and we looked forward to Saturday being a different day, but instead of that, we saw it exponentially increase. We saw no fires on Wednesday. We saw little property damage on Thursday, a little more increase. By Friday, both those circumstances changed. We began to see our first fires, and we certainly saw a tremendous amount of property damage and then looting. And then yesterday, exponentially, it increased yet again. And that's where I'm proud of the mayor's efforts in the state of California, our local law enforcement partners, Sheriff Villanueva, our fellow law enforcement, that we worked with strategies that we know are harsh and are strong, but are necessary to our primary mission, which is the safety of Los Angeles. And that was to restore order, to do so constitutionally, to do so according to the law, and do so in respect of everyone and their rights, and to do so in a manner that is just. As we did that, we began planning and added, I supported the efforts of an establishment of curfew, so that actions of people who were bent on lawlessness could be better identified and understood, and our officers, our finite resources, could focus on that. That effort last night versus the night before allowed us to make just under 400 arrests, many of which were involved in efforts of looting businesses that were left vulnerable by the damage that they had incurred. We saw efforts on Friday night of looting that were primarily individuals on foot. On Saturday night, that transitioned to vehicles, caravans, individuals that were moving from location to location in an effort to loot those businesses. The curfew allowed us and gave us an additional authority to stop those, investigate, and hold those individuals accountable. And that, I believe, was helpful, made a powerful difference in curtailing further acts of looting and loss to these businesses. Secondly, recognizing the finite number of the Los Angeles Police Department and its membership of some 13,000 in a city of 4 million, we mobilized our entire organization in a matter that has not happened in more than 30 years. but this morning allows me to more than double my workforce. Our ability of men and women, sworn members of the organization, to be seen. And to Los Angeles, I will tell you that our efforts are to be seen and to hear you, to see you, and to engage with you. Not in an enforcement posture, but to reassure you that we have better days ahead and that we will maintain order. The last matter was the issue of the calling of the National Guard. It is within the public safety framework, whether it be a fire, flood, or other natural disaster, man-made or otherwise, to rely upon the State National Guard as a resource for public safety. It is a heavy decision because we recognize the symbolism or the idea of a military uniform. But as the mayor indicated, these are men and women that live in our communities. They're accountants, they're bookkeepers, they're bankers, they're construction people, and they're Angelenos. And today, their resources will come and are already in Los Angeles, and their assignment will allow our officers to engage in Los Angeles, engage in our public safety efforts, and free us from the responsibilities of holding on and ensuring the safety of businesses that have been broken into and are damaged and vulnerable. Last night, they arrived within hours of the request, extraordinary response, and interrupted individuals who were bent on further victimizing businesses that had been damaged and looted. That interruption has set a tone that will help us move forward in restoring peace and and recovering from this terrible spasm of violence. Today, this morning, we wake up with an added workforce of men and women who will be out in the streets working foot beats, talking with businesses, visiting houses of worship, engaging Los Angeles to reassure, to hear and listen to your concerns, and to be committed in a partnership as we work our way out of this disaster. The National Guard, I've met with their leadership. We'll continue with them to monitor them. We'll be stationed on foot at locations. They will not be patrolling the streets of Los Angeles. They'll not be in sectors in the sense of moving along blocks. They'll be at individual businesses to safeguard those businesses. They'll be in communications with us and us with them, and they'll be here as long as are needed to ensure that those locations are safe and to allow the department to work on other pressing emergencies for public safety. It's my hope and prayer that their tenure here is short, as is theirs. The curfew, as the mayor indicated, will continue tonight. We have protests scheduled for today. It is my every hope and belief that we can facilitate and ensure that those protests occurred, regardless of their size, whether it's 100 people or 100,000. I have stood in this city and see 500,000 people in a demonstration on a weekend day with less than 100 officers, without any property damage, without any violence. People have asked me about controlling this and bringing additional officers to do that. The control of this is a part of what we have the capability of doing, but it is not the entire mechanism. In fact, it's very little of it. The primary matter of control is upon those in the protesters. And I leave and close my remarks by asking, a new day is Sunday, a new opportunity for, as people who have such anger and resentment and pent-up frustration with a system that I know and will acknowledge is not perfect, that has weighed heavily on communities of color, unjustly, systematically racist. As their efforts to change that system, which as a law enforcement professional, as an American Angeleno, as a father, I'm committed to, as well as my men and women of this organization. We join on that common ground, but let's do so with peace. Let's do so with expressions that are guaranteed that we will protect. And let's do so in a manner that does not jeopardize the lives and safety of everyone in and amongst us. Thank you.
Thank you for those great tries. Chief Terrazas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I am tremendously proud of our firefighters and their ability to handle any crisis, whether it be the protests of the past few nights, the COVID pandemic, the dangerous fire that we fought in Skid Row a few weeks ago, or our annual brush fire threat. Whatever the reason, our firefighters will answer the bell to fulfill our mission to protect lives and property. Mayor, thank you for your leadership through these challenging times. Chief Moore, thank you for the firefighter protection that you have provided in the past and will continue to provide so that our firefighters can continue to do their jobs. And thank you to the vast majority of the public who are peacefully protesting social injustice. To those people destroying our city and blocking our firefighters so they can't answer calls for help, we have no tolerance for that type of behavior. It is wrong. Imagine you have a loved one who has suffered a heart attack or whose business was set on fire, and we can't get there in a timely fashion because you blocked us. These are consequences of your poor behavior. I ask you to be better. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Terrazas, and thank you as well to Chief Moore. I'll now take some questions, and then I'll give remarks in Spanish as well.
Mayor, at 3:30 yesterday, you said you didn't see the need for the National Guard, and by 7:30, you'd made the request. Can you talk about what specifically happened to cause you to change your approach?
I think it was clear to folks it escalated. I listened to what the requests are from our police officers, our chief. At 3:30, there was not seen a need for that. Things escalated as we saw. It got exacerbated. I had talked to the governor early in the morning, and I do believe that the short time period was because he offered and let us know that they could be on standby. So the mobilization was very quick, as was said. Initially, it was going to be about 7 or 8 hours, and it was there within about 4 or 5. But it was quite frankly just the escalation that we saw.
Did Chief Moore tell you that he didn't have enough officers?
At no point did he say that, no. We all would like to have, of course, we've said this many times in the city, compared to other major cities and the amount of land that we have a much lower percentage of officers. I know that there's some who call for defunding or having fewer police officers. I've always seen in departments, the more that they're underfunded, the worse things can happen. But no, we have been strong about making sure that we keep the police department strong with enough officers. And I listened every single moment to our chief and to the department and its needs, and no, that was not said.
Can you describe the conversation you had with the governor?
I've had a few conversations with the governor. The conversation I had with the governor, the last one was, we're ready. Can you send National Guard? And he said yes. And that he would declare a state of emergency at the California state level, which is what is required.
Why did, you mentioned volunteers not wanting to staff the testing centers. Mm-hmm. Was that the sole reason? And can you describe how the fire department and your staff are going to replace them at the...
So 100% that was the reason. I want to be clear. This was at 3 o'clock and they usually close at 5, so we just missed 2 hours of testing. But it was evidence. These volunteers were the sole reason. It wasn't a decision from City Hall. It had nothing to do with our resources, and we couldn't, keep those going for 2 more hours. Sunday's always a day off, and we will have some because I believe we have to continue testing tomorrow. So we're working out the details, finding the bodies right now, the people, making sure they're trained. And our fire department has been assisting at all of these. But know that when this kind of behavior continues, when this violence continues, pulling firefighters away from what happens in the city, and we pray that we won't see more fires set, we won't have to see the sorts of medical responses that we had last night, that taxes their ability to be able to help us with things like testing. But we are a strong city, we have a great fire department, and they will step up as well as staff from my team as well to make sure we continue that testing. It is critical in our fight against COVID-19. We have worked too hard to go backwards. And it's important for the very same things that people are on the streets protesting for, that we have justice for all communities. I'm proud that Los Angeles gives these tests free. We do them with or without symptoms. We have more African Americans, for instance, working in frontline jobs, and they need those tests for work even when they don't have symptoms. And that's part of the reason I believe we've brought those statistics down from where it was just about a month and a half ago, disproportionately killing people from our African American community and Native Hawaiian communities too.
Is the deployment of the National Guard open-ended? I know the chief spoke a bit about them being here as long as they are needed to protect the specific businesses that they're going to be stationed at, but does that mean that their deployment here is open-ended?
So I share the exact same words of our chief. We hope and pray that they won't be needed for very long, but ask me, each day. If we keep the peace tonight, if we're able to, I hope and they hope that it's a very short visit and that it's essentially their work to help secure those businesses that have been broken into in downtown Long Fairfax, that they will have helped us all save their own communities, protect our own communities, and give our neighbors a sense of reassurance.
Is that how businesses that they will be stationed at are being selected, the ones that have been broken into and vandalized already?
Yes, and in those areas. I don't know if the chief, anything else you want to add? Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. In terms of moving forward, have you and your office had conversations with leaders and activists about addressing concerns with
Absolutely.
LA policing?
Absolutely, and those aren't new conversations either. Whether it's the forums the chief has directly with African American community, with other communities of color, our LGBTQ community, there's constant dialogue, I know, between the department and those communities. I too have that, whether it's the faith community, whether it's with activists and others, and invite folks also to start those conversations around Los Angeles. I spoke last night with the community leaders, many of them, who, for instance, have called for things like establishing a Human and Civil Rights Commission in the city of Los Angeles. Thanks to their advocacy and the work of council members like Gil Cedillo and Marquise Harris-Dawson, we are establishing that commission before last night, by the way. It's been the plans for a number of months. An Office of Racial Equity in that, so that we don't just have to give word to this, but we can actually see and measure where discrimination lives in our city. Those health indicators, the way that black women are more likely to die in childbirth, and ways that we can help all levels of government do something about it. It's not always in the city's power, but where it is, we will take those steps together. I alluded to this, and in the coming days, and maybe even some as early as today, I want to continue looking at those steps, whether it's peace centers in our community, whether it's looking at trauma-informed care, or the way we have built our gang reduction youth development programs, which are a national model. We hire folks who have been in the criminal justice system, who themselves have felt the sting of the criminal justice system, who now engage directly as the liaisons, telling the police department where they may be coming up short, creating bridges between young people in communities of color and the police department. And where we see things that are not working or that seem to discriminate, we've been taking those actions, whether it was stops in the South Bureau, which we did. I want folks to know that this is not something where Los Angeles has to be awakened. Long before I was mayor and long after I'm mayor, this is part of our culture. That said, I hope all of us take this moment not to just listen to the words of our leaders. Some aren't saying anything, and that is a yawning absence. But those who are saying good things, we have to back those up with actual actions. Are you raising a minimum wage? Are you making community college free? Are you hiring people coming out of the criminal justice system and advocating to do things like we have done, to ban the box, to hire people who have been criminally justice involved? Are you looking at the disproportionate impact of homelessness on black people, putting a report out there and then putting millions of dollars into solving that specifically as we have moved forward? Thank you to LASA and the first commission in the country and looking at the impact of homelessness on black Angelenos. These are the things that have to be part of the texture of every single day. And for a lot of people who are outraged about Minneapolis, I invite you to be a part of these ongoing things, not to paint a caricature of a department or a city, but to look deep in the progress we've made while also demanding more moving forward. Because Los Angeles has incredible successes, and like any city in America, we still have a long way to go. But those commitments, especially now, must be accelerated. We can't do that while there's burning in the street. So let's bring that peace back and simultaneously talk about the progress forward.
Do you expect, or are you planning for a spike in cases in coronavirus in 2 weeks? Do you expect to roll back any of the recent reopenings?
I certainly hope not. I don't expect it. I hope that even these gatherings don't become places, and I would ask anybody peacefully protesting, maintain safe physical distance. That is something that is required. It's under state law, not local law, for any protests. And it's also just good health advice. Don't let the folks who are most outraged about what happened and all of us should be equally outraged. But folks that are out there on the streets shouldn't be the victims of this virus because we're not practicing safe social distancing.
There's been a lot of conversation about the tactics used by police. There were projectiles used. People were shot with projectiles. There were clashes with skirmish lines. What's your review of policing used yesterday? I know the chief mentioned that there were some strong tactics used.
I'm going to be looking at all those. I asked the chief to detail those to me. I'd like him to actually say some more about what the tactics are, because, look, in lawless situations, there's no easy ways to bring law and order back. But there have to be constitutional ways, and there have to be safe ways to do that, where we don't have loss of life simply because of the chaos around. It's a very difficult balance, but it's one that we have, unfortunately, too much experience and have learned, fortunately, good lessons about. I think the chief said it himself. We got out there, and when we were here and we were going to do a press conference together yesterday, I agreed with him, get out there and make sure you see changes on the lines, because people can't just push back or swing clubs and hope that there's going to be movement to secure cars that are on fire. At the same time, people who are protesting when there's a car on fire should not be staying there and not getting out of the way. There are better ways to do that. I saw those tactics absolutely improve, and the remarkable restraint, and I do also want to say for the officers that were out there on the line. And you can always find something where the video of one bad thing or something goes wrong, and we all have to live with accountability of that, and I expect there to be. But the 99.99% of the good restraint that is done by officers who want to keep the peace never leads the news, never makes the headlines. But I want to praise it, thank those officers, and ask them to continue to do that. But I'll let the chief talk a little bit more about tactics.
So regarding the tactics that were used yesterday, and there was used the day before, and that we'll use today and going forward, it's proportionality. Our efforts to de-escalate, our efforts is to facilitate. Our efforts also are to protect the safety of our people, as well as the safety of the protesters, those that are present in any demonstration or gathering. What you saw yesterday and what I've seen, what I saw personally on scene, was that process work, that our training and our tools and our tactics and our restraint was above I think, certainly well above many's expectations. Many in our community, I've heard, why aren't you using tear gas? Why aren't you being more forceful? Why aren't you using more force? These are individuals that should be arrested immediately. And our point of this is that we want to facilitate wherever possible, and we recognize that the demonstrators are not, or the protesters are not of all one identity. What I saw yesterday, for instance, was many individuals that were there with their grievance and their belief and their right to protest and remain. And as Mayor indicated, their belief, right to protest and remain, despite the fact that behind them were fires, behind them was ongoing dangers to public safety, and they refused, in order of an unlawful assembly, to move. And within the crowd, within the group, within this mass, individuals who took projectiles, bottles, rocks, containers, throwing them, sometimes hitting the protesters, other times striking officers, and creating a circumstance of injuries. I have an officer that is presently in the hospital with a fractured skull. He had surgery last night. I'm hopeful that I believe he will survive, but there was no guarantee when that brick struck him. That was from a group of protesters, many of which believe they were there rightfully, lawfully, and had every authority to remain despite those ongoing assaults. That is one aspect I need the leadership of every advocacy group for every social justice reform to inform, educate, inspire, and insist that when we have an unlawful assembly because of dangers, imminent dangers to people who are present, not just property damage, but the lives and safety of the participants themselves, that the state of this democracy has afforded law enforcement the authority to close that area. There are many that look at that and say, and I heard it yesterday personally, I'm not going to leave. I don't care what you do. I'm not going to leave. In the midst of that, we have missiles coming in, striking officers, injuring people within the crowd. I saw a man on Fairfax, north of 3rd, bloodied because of that type of assault. It's impossible for us to identify who's responsible because we've got a mass of 1,000 people in front of us. So people will question our tactics, they'll question our rights, and we understand that. That's what we should do. We should allow, to the point, though, of a limit. And when law enforcement, just as if this was a fire or a flood, determines the situation is unsafe, endangers the lives of people who may have absolutely no idea that they're about to die, that we have the authority and the responsibility to close that area, and the participant, the person in that group, has a responsibility to leave. And law enforcement has a responsibility when that does not happen to take action to restore order. And that's what we're trying to do in a manner that is as peaceful and as in manner of reverence for life and a manner of de-escalation as possible. But I will tell you, over the last 4 days, that has been a substantial and one of these lifetime challenges of an episode of how do we do this? And I'm proud of the work that we're going through this. Now, I will say, and I absolutely admit, as the mayor indicated, there are instances I personally witnessed. I wasn't satisfied with our response. I thought there was efforts that we could intercede. Sometimes that meant me stepping in front of a skirmish line myself and having conversations to de-escalate both our officers as well as the protesters. Many times, in fact, in nearly every instance, the protesters actually were without the authority. The protesters actually were wrong. But it was like, let me step in here and let us take and show the higher road of opportunity. That's what we're doing in the police department today versus the police department 20, 30, 40 years ago. We're not going to just put force because we have the authority. That's what we stopped, and we have continued to stop because of strong leadership and because of the desire to maintain the public's trust. But there is a member, and a significant member of the public, who look at this narrative from a prior generation, and they believe that our force should be more like what you see in other parts of this country, where you see tear gas and you see police tactics that are extremely strong. So we have individual failures? Yes. And I'll investigate each instance. And I'll hold accountable those that violate that trust and my expectation. But let's not have that, while it taints our efforts, it does not define us. Because today, to anyone who believes their rights were abused, I handed out my personal card, business card, to individuals who said, your actions are wrong. Here's my business card. We will take your complaint. I've mobilized our internal affairs. They're 24 hours a day. We will investigate any complaint of misconduct, any complaint of excessive force, any complaint of unlawful arrests. I directed some of those unlawful arrests. If you believe the chief of police arrested you, there's a young woman who was looting a 7-Eleven store along with others. And she was placed under arrest because I was the one that told her to get on the ground. She was under arrest as others were fleeing that store. If she believes that that arrest was unlawful, that I abused my authority, the Board of Police Commissioners will hold me accountable. I welcome that. I welcome that. But let's be clear. We need to change, if we're going to be successful in this dialogue, we need to change from within the stakeholders, that people who are coming to protest need to know that when we say this is an unlawful assembly and it is closed and they are to leave and here's the direction you're to travel and here's the time in which you have to comply, it doesn't matter whether they had any role in that at all. They are obligated by law to do so. And I'm obligated as responsibility to justice and the social control to then restore order. And that means that they sit down and we will arrest them. And they are completing a civil disobedience. And I wish for us to go forward with that exercise. That's how we generally do it.
there's a lot of discussion about whether the tactics were appropriate or heavy-handed or didn't go far enough, but what were your tactics? There have been some criticism that the officers kettled a bunch of protesters right in a district that was a mall and was ripe for looting. What were the actual tactics being used to interact with the large crowds yesterday?
Okay, so I missed a word you said, something about a mall and something else?
So the police department was moving tactically across the city to contain and do what you guys do with large crowds of protesters, right?
Not to contain large crowds. So let me explain the tactics on large crowds.
Okay.
The tactics is to understand the freedom of expression, First Amendment right, and to facilitate that. In the city of Los Angeles, despite the fact that you may require a permit in which to have a demonstration, public demonstration, we generally don't require that. In fact, we typically in public areas we facilitate. What the tactics mean on that is we meet with the organizer, we ask to understand what's your nature, your intent, what are you trying to accomplish, how can we help facilitate that. Now they may decide that, well, we intend to take Beverly and Fairfax and we intend to sit in the middle of the intersection and we intend to stay there for the next 3 days. And we're going to have a conversation and say, I'm sorry, you can't do that. Your rights of demonstration, while you may believe that the injustices that whatever your grievance is, that is what you should be afforded, we'll give you a reasonable period. And we will impose upon the community and the surrounding community to allow you to express and you to be heard and you to be seen. But we're going to need to move beyond that. Then, and let me finish, because this is not a simple matter. Then the organizer may say, okay, give us 10, 15 minutes, and we'll facilitate that. We'll communicate to the surrounders, this is what we're doing. There may be other protesters and organizers say, we're not going to. Okay, well then we're going to have to proceed to making an arrest for you blocking the roadway. Please, if you would, let's facilitate that. Let's sit down. Does everyone want to be arrested, or is just a certain portion? And we'll facilitate that. And then we'll go in and we'll make those arrests, and that'll be that. That's typically how it works in Los Angeles, and I'm very proud of our ability to exercise that. Vast majority of the time, we never result in civil disobedience. We just facilitate. What you're seeing the last 4 or 5 days moves beyond that. They're unwilling to sit. They're unwilling to stand and even be arrested. Instead, they began aggressively throwing items, attacking officers, physically assaulting. In those instances, we will declare an unlawful assembly, and we'll order the dispersal. We'll attempt to identify those within the group and arrest them, to remove them. And if possible, if it's early enough on, we'll allow that group to continue to demonstrate just by simply removing those few individuals who are not representative. What we've gone into is a situation, though, that there's significant numbers of people in there that are facilitating those active assaults. Then that unlawful assembly doesn't get unwound. And that's what you see. The tactics then is to disperse that group. We do, at a certain point in time, in the last 4 days, 3 days, seen crowds of such that simply move and then restart assaults. And then in the last 2 days, start fires and begin looting. That's where you see blocking maneuvers, where we are now going to arrest a group. We're not going to chase a group of unlawful individuals mixed with others who just want to watch or participate and express themselves. We're going to instead exercise our authority for a failure to disperse. And that's the tactics that you see.
Okay, one more, please. You talk about a lot about dialogue with protesters, how things are going to work. You know as well as I do that a lot of the actions in the last couple of days have been on the fly. Protesters are moving in large groups, and the police are responding to their movements. There has to be some sort of strategy that you're utilizing to decide how you're going to maneuver around those groups, in which ways, on which streets, and in which directions, so that you can control the situation. So I'm trying to understand which tactics you use to do that.
This is probably a conversation. I'm not going to be able to satisfy your crowd control, crowd management strategies of civil protests in a back and forth in a conference such as this. If I would ask, I'm happy for us or people within my staff for us to sit down and talk about this. This is not a subject matter that takes well to snippets and so forth. And for instance, I don't know what you know and you don't know what I know. So let's not make assumptions, and let's have a conversation, sit down and go through the dialogue. My effort is, the underlying premise of this is to facilitate, to respect, and to work cooperatively for the expression. And when that doesn't work, to use proportional tactics in order to restore order. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you both for the questions as well as for the answers, Chief Moore. The one thing that I would say is these are immensely difficult, stressful situations that demand, especially when there is no central organizer of protests, that we try to dialogue with as many people. I saw officers who were talking to folks willing to talk, and I hope that we will all open up our hearts to be able to talk to one another. I saw the Chief of Police do that, and he mentioned that as well. At the same time, when folks are taking things at them, it is very difficult when cars are burning that have bullets in them that could explode. This is a moment in which we have to have peace and we have to listen to orders to disperse. When that is done, I know that we can continue to have those safe and secure places to have our outrage, reach out and touch those who need to hear it. The last thing I'm going to say before I go to Spanish is just how much all of us in Los Angeles have a role in this today. We felt powerless many times with COVID-19, and we are not powerless. We have the power to change this country, to define it. We have the power to remake our city every single generation. And to the young people in particular, we hear you. We share the pain. We're committed to making sure that change isn't just a slogan, but the things that I said, and I said probably 11 or 12 of them, I'd written a bunch down of the things we've done, whether it's expanding our youth development programs by 50% in the last 7 years, whether it's making sure every child has a library card and we expand library hours, that the narrative that somehow the city is only about policing, as brave as our peace officers are, as many times as I've seen them put love and life on the line, that we all have to be held to standards, that we should all become better, but know that this is a reflection of the work that people have done collectively in this city to build a city of peace. But we have to restore a city of peace. And please help us do that tonight and in the coming nights so that we can get back to the work that we need of racial justice, of economic recovery, and saving lives from the pandemic in front of us. En español, yo quiero decir también unas palabras. Muy buenas tardes,
You've been
Los
listening
Ángeles.
to LA Mayor Eric Garcetti and Police Chief Michael Moore, as well as Fire Chief Ralph Terrazas, hold a very somber press conference talking about all of the things that happened overnight. In the last 48 hours in our city, there have been over 900 arrests. 5 police officers were injured last night, one of them with a fractured skull. And we have been monitoring this protest here in Santa Monica as well.
Yeah, Veronica, they have a great deal of hope that today can be a peaceful one, granted one of demonstration, but a peaceful one. As we have been watching this crowd in Santa Monica, they have been on the move all over the place, and now they have stopped at an intersection. Police are nearby, and the 2 lines are getting closer and closer. So let's go to Scott Reif, Air 7 HD, who has been watching their movement. Scott?
Yeah, David, and this is unfolding a little different than what we saw yesterday when the crowd was much, much larger at Pan Pacific Park. We have several hundred people here, but what we see is Santa Monica police officers on Montana setting up a skirmish line and not allowing the crowd to head that direction. Now, I want to make an important point. Yesterday, the LAPD was not present at all when that march started, coming away from the park down 3rd Street. They only responded when the looting started and they had an emergency call to that Metro bus. At that point, we saw the police move in, but before that, there were no police officers that we could find. Today, it's a little different. We have more and more people gathering. It's in the hundreds, and now we have a skirmish line set up already by police saying we're not going to let you down this direction. Now, exactly why, I'm not sure. If you go a little further to the east, the way they're traveling, you're going to go into the neighborhoods of Santa Monica. And maybe they felt that they just could not allow the crowd, after what they've seen over the last couple of days, to head into some of those homes, to the apartments, to things of that nature. I'm not certain, but I can tell you it's different than what we saw yesterday, because yesterday there was no police response at all until the 3rd grouping that came away from Pan Pacific Park really started to cause some damage. And that's when the police moved in, and immediately after the police moved in, we had problems and we really had escalation. Veronica, you remember the crowd was very difficult to contain. So we're back at that issue right now on whether you just let the crowd go wherever they want, or you're going to set up a line, and then once that happens, boy, the tensions rise, and as we saw yesterday, anything can happen.
Yeah, you were close up there on the line. There's actually a line of protesters, and we were hearing from protesters yesterday that there were quote unquote white angels, so white people who are basically putting themselves in between police and other protesters, people of color. That is what protesters told us yesterday. And you can see a line of white people making that line again in between the police and the protesters. I think that's very interesting that that's been happening all over Los Angeles over the last 24 hours or so.
Yeah, it appears that very well could be the case right now, where you're seeing those people holding hands in front of the crowd, if you will, and the police. Those are Santa Monica police officers. We're in Santa Monica, that's Montana, just a little bit east of Ocean. The crowd did go peacefully and march southbound towards the pier. There were a line of officers at the pier. They were not going to allow the crowd onto the pier, and that makes sense to me. You wouldn't want a large number pushing down towards the end of the pier for their own safety, really. And they have shut down the pier. There are people at the beach, but the parking lots are still shut down. And if we pull out of this shot just a little bit, you know, tensions really get hot when the crowd can't go where they want to, and we're seeing that a little bit. But as far as the size of the crowd, it's fractional compared to what we saw yesterday. They had a large grouping right here at Ocean and Montana a moment ago where everyone took a knee. It looks like they had a moment of silence for George Floyd. It's been peaceful up to this point. It looks like these people are here just to protest. It doesn't look like we have anything but a peaceful gathering at this point. Let's go back to where the police line is, if you would, Tad. That's always the concern, though, and that's always the battleground. That's where things really start to explode if they're going to, and that's where the police set up a line and say, hey, we're not going to let you head this direction. I'm not certain why they did that, but at this point, Santa Monica police officers have decided to shut down Montana and not allow the crowd to go east. We'll pull out of the shot a little bit and let you see where they would be headed. Then let them go up and down Ocean. That wasn't a problem. Traffic's really not much of an issue. But you see you end into residential areas, apartments, homes, and I'm thinking, certainly we haven't talked to the police about this, but I'm thinking they just don't believe the crowd should really head into some of those residential areas. Hopefully it'll be peaceful, but after what we've seen over the last couple of days, they have to be at least prepared, and I think they want to keep the crowd out of the residential area that is close by.
Yeah, and the crowd seems to be moving in different directions. There is that faction that wants to be face-to-face with the police, yes. And then there's that faction right there that seems to be going back down that street. Now, during the mayor's speech, Scott, I was watching your shot. We saw the group basically go to one particular intersection. They all took a knee. There were some words, some praying. Then they went back in the other direction. They took a knee into this intersection right here, and then the police line was set up a block away. And that seemed like a magnet to attract some of the protesters, and now we're starting to see this standoff begin to develop. It is interesting that there is that thin line of protesters who have their backs to the police, holding hands, basically making the physical statement that this is as far as we would like to go, when we would like our protesters to go. Let's make the stand here and not let this thing escalate. But it'll be interesting as we watch this development on how long this thin line can last and what protesters decide to show up and what they decide to do at this police line.
And it's interesting, David, because it's a little different as far as what happened yesterday and this police line is concerned. As I mentioned, if you pull out of the shot a little bit, we'll show you another portion of the protesters going down Ocean. Now, that's Montana right there that is closed by officers. And you can see a lot of protesters going back down Ocean, and they're peacefully heading another direction, away from the officers who set up that line. I want to come back to that group next to the skirmish line of Santa Monica police officers, and it's exactly what we saw yesterday, except for the only reason the LAPD responded wasn't to stop the crowd from going in any direction. It was because the vandalism had already started. It was because something happened on that Metro bus and some calls came in, and we could tell LAPD moved in, and then LAPD got surrounded, and it was one of the first times I've seen, I think ever, even in 1992, I never saw the police retreat quickly to try and get away from the crowd. There was a lot of concern. At this point, though, they've decided to shut down the street and not allow the crowd to continue, I believe, based on something else, not a response to vandalism, because we haven't seen that, or not a response to someone's health or injury. We haven't seen that. So it's a little different compared to what we saw yesterday, but I can also tell you there was a split of groups yesterday as well. One group saying, hey, we're just going to go away from the officers, we're going to protest, we're going to head down 3rd towards La Cienega, and that's what they did. Then there was another group that stayed behind to confront the police, and then that's what exploded, and that's what we certainly hope we don't see here today.
Yeah, and we hope that it'll be different because the National Guard is here. And so all of these police departments, they have reinforcements. And I imagine today their tactics will be very different because, as you said, Scott, we saw many scenarios in which the LAPD got surrounded, overwhelmed, and they had to just book it out of there. We saw that in the Fairfax district. That's how so many of those cars got smashed up and they just had to take off.
Yeah. Yeah, the National Guard, I haven't seen them out, David. I know that they're available, and as I mentioned, they were staged at the convention center in downtown LA. There is no traffic on the Santa Monica Freeway today, so they could be, maneuvered in here very quickly. But we do not see their presence as of yet.
Right, and we did get a little glimmer of the tactics that we might see later on if things start getting a little heated from Chief Moore. And it seemed like in his press conference, and Veronica, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like he wants to keep the PD with the crowds and with the protesters. He wants to stage the National Guard statically in front of places that might need the extra protection, but not necessarily have to deal with the movement of the protesters. And of course, the PD is much more trained to deal with these kinds of situations, whereas the National Guard might be better suited to basically sit statically and just protect. Now, that's just a theory. We haven't seen them put out within the community just yet, outside of a few Humvees that we did see in the Fairfax district this morning, just having a little bit of presence, but really tactically not doing a whole lot. But we know that their presence is there and they are available as the police chief and the mayor might need. And they said, keep in mind, the National Guard, while they are here and they're part of the state's National Guard, they aren't under the military service right now. They're under the service of the governor. And so we can use them as we please and as we need, and hopefully do it in a way that is tactically sound but doesn't incite the crowd. But this is a situation that the likes of which we haven't seen in decades. And so what happens later on and how they decide to use it could be as fluid as the crowd's movements are. So it'll be interesting for all of us to see.
Yeah, David, I think you're absolutely right when it comes to the National Guard. I think they're going to set them up, and they're so ominous that I think they're going to use them as a deterrent more than anything else, to shut down certain streets, to make sure the crowd, if it does get unruly, doesn't head into areas where they don't want the crowd. They're going to be much better at that, closing off an area, than the police would with a skirmish line like you see right here. But certainly this is the point right here, the tension point, if you will, similar to what we saw yesterday, where it really exploded when there was a portion of the crowd that did confront the police, and that's what we're hoping it does not escalate. But there's no presence yet of the National Guard in this area, and compared to what we saw yesterday, you know, as time goes by, and one of the big difference between now and 1992, because for 4 days I covered all the riots after the Rodney King verdict, now it seems with social media, once something like this gets out, everyone comes to this one spot. You know, originally yesterday at noon, there were several different protests scheduled throughout the city. We flew over all of them, and it turned out that everybody went to the largest one, and that was the one at Pan Pacific Park, and then it just erupted in size from there. It really was incredible how quickly it went from thousands to what I estimate to be well over 10,000. So social media plays a big part in people seeing this and knowing where to come. This is definitely the boiling point right here, whether or not the crowd is going to stay peaceful and not try and push forward, and then put the police in a position where, well, what do we do? Do we just back off and let them go, or do we stand our ground? So we hope this just disseminates and it slowly just blows over, if you will, and the crowd moves on.
Yeah, I think you guys both hit the nail on the head as far as the police chief. He really wants to set the tone that he himself understands the frustration, and he had to de-escalate some of his own officers yesterday. Chief Moore says he handed out his personal business cards to anyone that felt like their rights were abused. And in fact, he is mobilizing his internal affairs unit to 24 hours a day to review any reported incidents in which people felt like their rights were abused. It was really interesting to hear him say that he did see incidents involving police officers, his own officers, that he felt like were not warranted and were not just. That being said, he said the majority of his officers conducted themselves with restraint.
And he talked about his optimism as well, saying that there were many opportunities to actually communicate with protesters, peacefully communicate with them and try to get on the same page on what the goals are here. And then he mentioned then there are the minority, and those are the bad detractors of the situation who want to use this as an opportunity to loot and damage things. But I did find it interesting, and he kind of closed with that statement today where he said, this is Sunday, a new opportunity for those who have such anger and resentment and pent-up frustration over the flawed system. And he agreed it is a flawed system, and he is committed to changing that system. But until then, if they are to protest, he hopes that they can do so peacefully in a manner that does not jeopardize the lives and the safety of the community. Because if you want to analyze yesterday, if anything, we did see that protest peaceful early on, and then by the evening when we're seeing looting and the destruction of small businesses, and these are families, each one of these businesses are families who've worked their lifetime, and that's a generational thing where they've worked so many years to provide for their family, and they're losing everything in one night. He's still charged with the safety of that community and the people who own those businesses. His responsibility is to prevent that from happening. He has to make some moves now to make sure that this does not happen again, what we saw last night. That's a lot of pressure for the police chief and the mayor, and they might have to be more heavy-handed tonight.
You know, when we were watching last night, there were some businesses that were lit ablaze, and there were police officers just having to go right by it because there were too many other incidents. Firefighters, Chief Ralph Terrazas was saying that people blocked firefighters from responding to incidents.
Yeah.
They couldn't get to those businesses to put out those fires.
That seemed to be his most important point. And during our coverage, if you watched last night, we showed buildings on fire, and there were no firefighters there, and it's not their fault.
Right.
I'm sure that has something to do with the fact that the fire department could not get there because they were being blocked in. And he also used the example of somebody who is desperate for medical help. They need to get to the hospital, but they're being blocked from getting that person to the hospital.
Exactly. Imagine your own family member, something completely not related to the protest, and then on top of that, let us not forget, we are still in the middle of a pandemic. Mm-hmm. And so there are people who are sick with COVID-19.
And with that said, as you look at this crowd and many other crowds from last Wednesday on, where people are jammed up against each other, you're seeing masks occasionally, but if somebody in that crowd has this virus, then how is that person going to keep it from getting to everybody else?
Absolutely. And it sounds like we have Congresswoman Karen Bass here joining us on Skype. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us. We have to ask
Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. You know, waking up today, seeing the city, what are your thoughts this afternoon?
Well, I was out last night, and I was certainly saddened to see the damage that took place around the city, but on the other hand, heartened to see the level of activism and involvement, and understand that, you know, this has just been going on for so long. When will it stop? People have to have an outlet and the ability to protest, but the protests have got to be peaceful, because when the destruction takes place, it takes away from the vital issue of policing in America, and that's what needs to fundamentally change.
What concerns you the most? I know you are a lawmaker, a legislator, but and law enforcement is not your expertise. But when you see people start destroying property, what do you think at that point? What is your hope to happen at that moment?
Well, at that moment, what I think is that it's taking us away from the vital issue. And I don't think that anything should distract us away from what we all saw and has been repeated in the press over and over, which was essentially the public execution of a man. And when you know that the police officer is not arrested right away and the 3 other individuals that helped facilitate the crime are still out free, it just creates a rage inside of you. And believe me, I understand that rage. And so when I see the violence, I feel like it takes you away from the issue. And then those forces that don't want to see change happen, then all they do is focus on the violence. And so that's the frustration that I feel when I see this happen.
Congresswoman, the mayor today said we have young people in our city who feel they don't get a fair start in life, whether it's their schools, family income, health. They start many yards behind. You said you were out last night. What were you hearing from people and why they were out there?
Well, again, I was hearing the anger, the rage, the despair, and these are from young people who are involved in this issue or who are outraged in Los Angeles. It's still not enough, but the people that were out, were marching in solidarity out of just bent up frustration of seeing this over and over and over again. I remember back in when 9/11 happened and we got the video from Rodney King. For people like me that had been working against police abuse for so many years, we thought we had finally arrived. That was it. Everybody was going to understand, and they were going to be able to believe us because they saw it on camera. Now this generation grows up watching abuse happen on camera all the time and never seeing a result. Very rarely seeing a conviction. Now at least the police officers were fired, but how could you just commit murder in public view and not being arrested right there on the spot? That's the demoralization that people feel. How do you bring about change? When can elected officials pass the type of legislation that is needed to actually end this type of policing, where when police come into some communities, they view it as a war zone. When they go to other communities, they're there to protect and to serve. That's not the way it should be, but that is the reality for far too many people.
Am I on? You can hear me. Yeah, you've been so connected to your Southern California community. Even before you were in politics, as you mentioned, LA has been a real offender in these kinds of situations, so you've seen it firsthand. So going forward now, how do we fix the problem? What are your suggestions on how to stop this systemic issue that seems to make the entire country now rise up every few years?
Well, we definitely need a comprehensive response, but let's just talk about one issue, and that is policing. And so when it comes to police and they are involved in a shooting, essentially the standard is a police officer can say, well, I was in fear of my life. That's one of the reasons why convictions never happen. Police unions around the country have been brilliant in passing state legislation that essentially does not allow anyone on any level of government to hold individual officers accountable, or even police departments. And so the state level law needs to change, as well as the federal law. In my other hat as chairing the Congressional Black Caucus, we're going to roll out a series of legislative responses in the next couple of days. And the other hat I wear is that I chair the committee in Congress that governs policing. And so we are going to be having a series of briefings and hearings. I know we're going to be taking up specific legislation at the end of July, but at some point in time, we have got to say this has to end. Now, one of the problems that elected is that they are very reluctant to touch anything that has to do with police power for a couple of reasons. One, the power and influence of the union. And two, they're concerned about being challenged on being soft on crime. I want to say that needs to stop, and that elected officials like myself, my colleagues, we have got to stand strong and pass the type of legislation that is needed, even if that means going against police unions or other conservative efforts that attack elected officials the minute they try to institute or even call for any level of reform.
Congresswoman, as you work to pass legislation that would create reform, have you had conversations with your colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and what are they saying? Do you feel like this is a point now where both Republicans and Democrats can work together to create change because of how divided our country is right now?
Well, I often, of course, talk to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, my Republican colleagues, and many of them know what needs to be done, but they are terrified of standing up and taking an action. One, they're terrified that they might be tweeted by the president, but they're also concerned about the backlash from conservative organizations that will say they're tough on crime. Now, some of my Democratic colleagues face that too, but the attacks on the Republicans by Republicans, I think, is far more severe.
Congresswoman, for those who are still angry, they're enraged, they want to get out there, they want to be heard, yet this city in particular, we're dealing with a curfew. So many business owners are living in fear for what's going to happen tonight. So what is your message for those who are still angry and still need to be heard? What do you tell them to do tonight?
Oh, my message to them is they need to join in the protests. I encourage my staff to participate in the protests, but you also need to comply with the law. And so if there is a curfew, you protest until the curfew. If there is a protest, you protest peacefully. I think it's very important to do. I told my staff to go out and join in Los Angeles, and I told them to do that in Washington, D.C. But they absolutely understand that I am saying to do that in a peaceful and lawful manner.
Yeah, just as we continue to talk about this, and I think about the scope of the destruction in so many cities across the country, how do we move forward from this, in your opinion, Congresswoman?
Well, we have to move forward showing the leadership, and obviously in my role, I am focusing on the House and the Senate. Just finished doing a call about an hour ago with the major civil rights organizations, and we're planning joint activities together. Within Congress, we have what we call the Tri-Caucus, which is the Black Caucus, the Latinx Caucus, the API Caucus. We're all coming together in solidarity. I was talking to some of my colleagues in the Democratic Caucus who are a little more moderate, and we're having efforts together with them. And so, you have to seize these moments when they happen. The sad thing is that they always seem to continue. I mean, in the last couple of months, we've seen 3 people gunned down, 2 by the police and the other by a rogue former police officer. But it makes you feel like that there's open season on Black folks, because it's not just about the police killings, but now African Americans all around the country are being stopped by police because they're not wearing masks or they're not practicing social distancing. Now, how do you contrast that with the beach party or the pool party that all of us saw? How do you contrast that with armed thugs, to use the president's words, who descended upon the State House in Michigan, armed from head to toe, shouting without any facial covering to the police that protected the Capitol? When you have such extreme contradictions like that, especially when you're talking to young people, how can I tell them that they need to behave when they see other people being allowed to act however they choose? In New York, there was an example of the police in one community handing out masks to people so that they could comply. They were white, they were sunbathing in a park. A few blocks away, they were issuing citations to young African Americans, Latinos, for not having their mask. It's that type of dual reality that we have always experienced in our country that a lot of people are just fed up with. Because what can bring about change? Now, I most certainly do not believe that burning up buildings and vandalizing places bring about change. And I just hope that all those thousands of young people, and they're primarily young, that are out protesting, while they're protesting, let me know that you're registered to vote, that you're active politically, and that you fight for the type of change that needs to happen inside of the system, but that you organize outside, because pressuring the system from outside is a key way that our democracy needs to work.
Right. And since we're having this honest conversation, and you know Southern California so well, I want to ask you, Rodney King exposed a terrible problem within Southern California and the LAPD. What is your estimation on how things have gotten better, and if they've gotten better, What is the circumstances, in your opinion, for policing in Southern California?
Well, I'm certainly hopeful. I know this is very hard for some of my younger constituents to hear, but compared to the police department that we had in the 1990s, things have improved. We had a rogue police chief. The police chief at the time at a press conference said that the veins of African Americans didn't open up in the same way the veins of quote unquote normal people do. And that was the reason why African Americans were dying from chokeholds. And so from a leader like that to where we are now, there has been progress. But some of the progress that needs to happen is fundamental. And that is looking at policing differently in our country. And we have to stop the warrior mentality of police officers when they go to the inner city. And I've had police officers tell me that some rookie officers love to go to South LA so they can kick butt. Is that the mentality you would take to Westwood, to Beverly Hills, to Hollywood? You're not going to come in like that. But that is the mentality that goes into how some people come into our communities. They view us as people who are criminals until proven otherwise. And that is the way they treat people. And folks understand that. You know, I can be with friends on another side of town and watch their interactions with the police and then observe the interactions on the other side of town in South LA. And it's a completely different mindset. And that's what it is that we have to fundamentally address. What is the type of policing that we need in the 21st century? How do we change things? Do we just continue the same mentality from the 30s, the 40s, and the 50s? Or do we say it's a new day and we need to look at things differently? I will tell you that when President Obama was in, he did the 21st Century Policing Commission, and a lot of recommendations came up then, but now we have a new administration who threw that away. And so we have to go back and look at some of those recommendations. A lot of people participated in that. Grassroots activists, civil rights activists, police officers. It was a collaborative effort, and they came up with very good recommendations. And as a matter of fact, the call I was on with the civil rights leaders earlier, we were referencing back that document. And we are going to introduce legislation calling for addressing several of the recommendations that were listed in the report.
Congresswoman, you mentioned the new administration, and speaking of, President Trump about 18 minutes ago tweeted, "Get tough Democrat mayors and governors. These people are anarchists. Call in our National Guard now. The world is watching and laughing at you and Sleepy Joe. Is this what America wants? No."
You know, what America wants is a commander-in-chief. What America wants is a leader of this country who's going to bring us together. What America wants is not a president that would be okay with over 100,000 of his people who have died in the last 3 months and wants to be congratulated that it wasn't 500,000. America needs a new president, and we are about 150 days away from that decision. And so it's my hope very much that the young people who feel so disillusioned and so disconnected do not write off this election and understand that if we are ever going to fundamentally change things, we have to change things at the top. We need an actual commander-in-chief.
Congresswoman, progress is so difficult these days. I'm sure that, in fact, I'm not going to speak for you, so I'll just pose it as a question. When you were working on these police brutality issues during the Rodney King era, did you ever think that 30 years from then we'd still be wrestling with this issue in such a difficult way?
I mean, no, I didn't. I thought we would have accomplished it. I thought we would have accomplished it on some basic level. And again, I say like I did a few minutes ago, when Rodney King was beat within an inch of his life on tape, we really thought it was over. We really thought the problem had been solved, that now the world could see. Because prior to that, when the police would beat someone up or when the police would shoot someone and kill someone, it was always the same reason. You were either charged with assault against a police officer, or the police officer would say, well, I was I was fearful of my life. And that the person was trying to attack me, and there was never anything that we could do. And so I was very hopeful that had changed. Obviously, it hasn't. We've seen hundreds of videos now of police either abusing people. As a matter of fact, there were recordings from last night around the country where the police, I'm sure that the police officer looked dead ahead at a member of the press and fired pepper bullets at them. We saw the arrest of the CNN reporter, the black CNN reporter. The white CNN reporter was told to just move aside. So this stuff happens in full view of the world. The reporter is on camera reporting and being arrested at the same time.
Absolutely. It's almost as if maybe people who are watching are just so used to seeing all of this play out that it's just become somewhat of second nature, and that's what the problem is, that we have to stop making this okay.
Well, and when you hear young people cry Black Lives Matter, that's the whole point of that cry, because why on earth would they think that Black lives did matter? It didn't matter when we watched a public execution in full view and they were going to debate whether or not he actually killed the person. You see his life lost right before your very eyes. That man did not die at the hospital. He died right there on the street and was treated like an animal.
So how do you compare the two then, or do you compare the two? The moment you saw the Rodney King video compared to the moment you saw George Floyd's video, were your thoughts the same, or were they different because you're wiser and you're older now and you've seen this before?
Well, I'm not that cynical. And so when I saw the video, and I can't even watch it anymore, but when I saw that video, I thought for sure that those officers would be arrested. Of course, most of us didn't realize for a couple of days that there were two officers also holding him down because they weren't within the camera view. But you know good and well that any type of crime like that, where you have other people participating, everyone is arrested. How could you not arrest that officer right away? I truly believe that if they had done the right thing in Minneapolis, and if they had arrested all four of those officers, I don't think you would have seen the violence, because that's what people were calling for.
I was speaking with a professor yesterday from CSU San Bernardino, the Center of Hate and Extremism, and he did say that maybe these protests wouldn't go as long because that one officer who did kneel on George Floyd's neck was arrested, albeit for third-degree murder. And, some people were calling for first-degree murder, outright murder. But do you think that helps at all in this situation?
No, I think they were too late. I think that had they arrested all four of them in the beginning, that people would have had some level of hope. The fact that they arrested him for third-degree murder and then still haven't arrested the other men. And then there's also the issue of the autopsy. And this happens all the time. So now the family has to pay for an independent autopsy. How on earth are you going to say that he didn't die from strangulation? So some people are saying that maybe he had some underlying health issues, which I think is a buzzword now, because that's the same reason that's used for the extreme disproportionate death rate in COVID. Well, he had some underlying issue. I don't care if he had a heart attack. You cannot tell me that having a knee on your neck for almost 9 minutes was not a contributing factor. I believe the reason why he was killed was because he was essentially choked to death by having that, or strangled by having that knee on his neck. But even if it was some other condition, you cannot tell me it wasn't a contributing factor. And any other person that contributed to the death of somebody in the commission of a crime, is charged with murder. Why is it so difficult to charge a police officer? That's the type of fundamental policy that we have to get at legislatively. And I would argue that one of the reasons why police officers are not charged is because, number one, who's going to charge them? The DA that works very closely with the police department? What are they going to be charged for when a police officer just has to say that somebody was resisting arrest? You can see on video the man was compliant. Why did they choose to redact the video that they released? The video that people took, you could see he wasn't resisting. The video that the police released, they redacted it. Well, if they have nothing to hide, why did they redact it? So it's that kind of thing that happens over and over and over again that destroys the confidence of people in law enforcement and in elected officials, frankly.
Congresswoman, we only have a couple of minutes left, and I want to first of all thank you for the time that you've given us. It's been eye-opening, and it's been very informative for everybody here, and these things must be said. But as we go into one final question, and again, we only have a minute or so, but what is your fear going forward? Because the flashpoint after Rodney King was the trial. Could there be a trial that doesn't go the way that many people hope it goes when it comes to this case? And are we going to see this all over again?
Well, first of all, who knows how long the trial is going to take? When you ask me, what do I fear? I fear the man in the Oval Office continuing to fan the flames and stoke this by his irresponsible tweets. And now he's going to attack Antifa as a terrorist organization, but yet the thugs that descended upon the State House in Michigan, you don't call them terrorists? You don't say that's a terrorist threat? The Boogaloo Boys or the other right-wing organizations that have flourished during the time of his presidency, you don't say anything about that. So when you ask me what my fears are of the person in the Oval Office. My hope is that we have 158 more days, and I'm hoping that we make it.
Congresswoman Karen Bass, we appreciate your time and your thoughts and really opening up to us and our viewers this afternoon. We hope to check in with you and, maybe on a better night, on a better tone. Thank you so much.
I would appreciate that. You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, as you're looking right now at live pictures, and this is in Huntington Beach. So we've been monitoring a protest that has been peaceful in Santa Monica, this one here in Huntington Beach. But I am seeing some chatter on social media and, possible flare-ups here and there. But for the most part, everything that we have been watching from the air has been entirely peaceful. If they are going to be blocking traffic, they're kneeling and they are chanting, kind of like what you're seeing now, David. But again, it's early.
Live pictures, so we're just trying to gather the information on what exactly is happening here. But it's a very different situation here in Huntington Beach than the way they're handling it in Santa Monica. The crowd in Santa Monica is larger. There's a police line there, but the crowd is free to move. This is interesting how aggressive, well, I don't know if aggressive is the proper word here, but how close the police department is set up to this crowd and basically keeping them pinned in and keeping them from moving. Perhaps they've decided to do a more aggressive tactic to keep the crowd in one specific area. They don't want them to move. They're not moving in on the crowd, but as you can see there on to your left and in the front of your screen and over there, they're keeping the crowd in one specific area and not allowing them to keep moving. A little bit different tactic than what we are seeing in Santa Monica.
Absolutely. And David, I am seeing a couple of people tweeting that there's looting in Santa Monica that has commenced.
Okay.
So we're going to have to monitor that situation, which is really unfortunate because it started out so peaceful, but we still have to confirm that, of course.
And that's very concerning because it's only 1:45 in the afternoon. Usually we have been seeing, the personality-wise, these crowds being largely peaceful, being patient, just they want to get their message out there. And then as the evening goes on, it seemingly gets more and more violent. Okay, so I understand that we have our security expert, Hal Kempfer, on the phone with us. Hal, I'm sorry, on Skype. There you go. Hal, I'm so glad you're joining us today. We have a lot of questions for you. First of all, a quick reaction. I don't know if you're seeing the images over there that we're looking at right now, but in Huntington Beach, we see a fairly large police presence keeping a crowd pinned in. And then we're also, just moments ago, we were watching a crowd on the move in Santa Monica. Two different police tactics. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, David, from what it looks like, they're basically trying to contain the crowd. They're trying to basically steer their movement into certain directions, protecting certain things. I think earlier you were talking about protecting residential areas. That's a critical part of it. Also, you can be sure that every police department in Southern California, and certainly the National Guard, were studying intensively what happened yesterday and the day before. And they're looking at how the crowd is moving, how any potential vandals or looters, how they're, tracking different stores and stuff. And what they're doing is trying to put together a package of deterrence, keep the protest peaceful, and then try to find a way to avoid those things where opportunistic criminals would see something where they could go in and do something quickly. These are all the tactics that are employed to control this, and that's kind of what I see.
Definitely. It's the scene here at Huntington Beach, very different than what we're hearing in Santa Monica right now. We are refueling our helicopter, and we'll get back there as soon as we can. But, the way that these incidents devolve so quickly, it gets so dangerous, and it just takes one person to spark something. From what you saw yesterday, do you feel like this crowd, all of these crowds were for the most part peaceful and there were just some instigators? What are your thoughts on that and how police approach these different crowds and scenarios?
Veronica, what I saw yesterday was they started out as peaceful protests, and even while there were cases of vandalism and looting that were occurring, for large part, the protesters out there were trying to basically make a statement. They were there for a completely different reason. However, when you have a situation where basically civil authority degrades, where the police department is physically unable to maintain, command and control or impose law and order in certain areas, and you have a crowd situation where it's easy to blend in and be rather unidentifiable, it's not uncommon that you see, these sorts of criminal activities. Again, this happens all the time with large kind of undisciplined protests, if you will, where you just see a lot of people on the streets and opportunities avail themselves. Also, there's a lot of anger and frustration out there, and I think some of this is just broadly directed, if you will, and I think that probably spurs some of the criminal activity as well.
Hal, now that we have you, I wanted to ask you if you know what the difference might be between seeing the National Guard enacted and put out there in our community as opposed to the police department. What are some differences that we can expect?
Well, David, part of it's a degree of training. The police department, they do this as a part of their normal course of training all the time. If you look at the day in and day out of what police officers do, and with that I mean not just police but all law enforcement, certainly at the local level, that they work crowds, they work major events, fairs, concerts, you name it, where they have to do crowd control. So that's just a normal thing of what they do. On the federal side, Secret Service does this a lot because of their unique status in federal law enforcement. Now the National Guard, they get some training in this. It's what we call civil disturbance training. It's in a broader category of civil support, and I think you may recall that one of my jobs was I was the lead for the Marine Corps in Southern California for what's called Defense Support of Civil Authorities. In other words, if Marines were called into Southern California, I was the point man that would coordinate with with FEMA or with the state in terms of how we do that. And I used to train the National Guard on how to do this stuff. So they get some training, but there's a limited amount of training time available, and they have a lot of different missions. You got to remember, even in the civil support spectrum, you've got wildfires, you've got earthquakes, you've got obviously now pandemic. There's a lot of different things with a lot of special skills, special operations and tactics, if you will, that they have to employ. So they only have so much time. What they probably were doing, I would guess, when they got notification, and probably even before that, was they were reviewing the procedures, if you will, the tactics and procedures of what they do in a civil disturbance situation. Now, some of that is typical sort of rioting type stuff where you actually are right there and the crowd's coming at you. That's normally what we think of as civil disturbance. Some of the missions I'm hearing, it's what I'm seeing right now, looks like they're doing security missions where they're augmenting, sworn law enforcement and basically doing what's essentially an economy of force operation so that LAPD officers or other sworn police officers don't have to guard a store or guard a storefront area directly. They can put National Guard personnel there who are there under the tactical command of their military command, but in coordination in support of law enforcement. And that makes a much easier sort of thing, particularly if there's any enforcement action. Basically, they deter. Look, if you drive up to a strip mall and you see a couple of armored Humvees with National Guard troops surrounding the strip mall, that's what you call deterrence, all right? No one's probably going to go in there and do anything. But in case somebody does do something, you have law enforcement right there that can do an enforcement action and take them into custody. And it makes it a lot easier later on if there's any prosecution or something like that.
Definitely. I just want to let people know that there's been a police alert issued in the Santa Monica area. In the downtown and Civic Center area, we are hearing that there are people who have looted the 3rd Street Promenade. But Hal, getting back to these officers, yesterday, Police Chief Michael Moore, I believe, he said that nobody gets a day off. They called all officers in unless they have any kind of extenuating circumstances. On top of all of this stress, both physical and mental, I can't imagine that that is going to help these officers get through this time because, you know, of course, we have to think about the people who are protecting the communities that they serve, as well as these protesters who are there to peacefully protest and express their First Amendment rights.
Well, there's a lot of things that are going through the officers' minds. Now, first off, you have to remember, this is something police officers do as a course of what of how they work. They will have prepared their families. They will have done things set aside because they know they can be called in for 24, 48, 72 hours. It doesn't have to be a civil disturbance or violent protest. It could be an earthquake. If there's an earthquake, they get called in and they have to, and it's tough because they have to, make sure that their families are safe at home. At the same time, they have a public safety responsibility. This is something that is directly addressed in all preparations and all training, if you will, but also just as a course of action to make sure that they know what to do if they get called in. They also have places set aside where they can, basically do sleep rotations. They have to get some matter of rest, and that's a big thing. LAPD and a lot of the departments in Southern California are large enough where they really have worked, they've got these things basically worked out very well, that they know how to do rotating rest and sleep as they're doing ongoing operations to maximize the presence, but also make sure that you don't have officers out there so exhausted that they can't do their jobs. And they will be on call, basically. Now, those who are resting, they rest lightly, if you will, because if something does happen, they are there ready to go. They can literally, like a fire, kind of like firemen do all the time, they can literally, jump to and respond to whatever needs to be done. But this is all figured out. Food is figured out. Everything to make sure that the officers are being taken care of and that they're rest and that they're ready to go when they're employed throughout the field.
All right, Hal, stand by for 1 second. I want to give our viewers a little bit of an update. You're watching some live pictures from Huntington Beach right now where an unlawful assembly has been declared. Police, with a rather large presence out there, have told the crowd to disperse. Largely, the crowd has dispersed. There are some stragglers like it's been common to see the last couple of days, but you'll notice physically there's a big difference between just a few minutes ago when the crowd was much larger. Now people have largely left because of this unlawful assembly being declared, but there are some stragglers still staying put and demonstrating. So we're watching that situation closely, as well as keeping an eye on Santa Monica as well, which seems to be starting to blow up just a bit. We're going to bring you a live picture from there in just a second. Hal, as we go into the evening tonight, we have the National Guard and access to them, as well as the LAPD in full force for the first time in 30 years. What are your thoughts as we go into tonight and all the fear, especially from small business owners wondering if they're going to lose everything? What are your thoughts as we go into what could be another violent night here in LA?
Are that they've been doing a lot of tactical planning throughout the day and larger operational planning. There's a lot of things that have to happen, and it's very intelligence driven, if you will, that have to be prepared for the next phase, if you will. One thing you learn with these types of extended protests, and I hate to use the term protest because protesting is the legal part of it. With the violent protests or with the unlawful assemblies, is that there are those out there who are actually communicating all the time. There is absolutely no doubt that in social media platforms and other online activity, that there is coordination going on between various individuals and groups, and that they are trying to exploit this for their own purposes. We've seen this in the past with a variety of different protests, and this was something that really started to kind of burble up, if you will, in the late 90s, when you could actually do, little texting on your pagers. That takes you back a long ways. But with social media, they can basically coordinate actions that you're seeing in Huntington Beach with actions that may be taking in Santa Monica, with actions that may be taking place in Milwaukee or elsewhere throughout the country. That's not the group as a whole, but that's a few people in the group. And so they're also adaptive. They're learning. They're looking at the tactics being employed. They're comparing and contrasting. They're trying to figure out their counter tactics. Obviously, law enforcement and the National Guard are also trying to get ahead of whatever they're doing, not just what they've seen, but what they anticipate could be done. It's a lot of work. I've done this many times. It's a lot of work trying to stay on top of what the protesters are doing. If you remember way back when with the Democratic National Convention, when I was in uniform, I was actually part of a larger group, multi-agency civil military response, we had to deal with a lot of protesters at that time. And with the terrorism early warning group, we were constantly trying to figure out what would be the next evolution, what would be the next stage, what would be the next thing that we should see. And we were fairly successful in anticipating what they would do and then positioning our forces and positioning our response in such a way that we could basically defeat or diffuse whatever it is that was going on. So that's what I'm anticipating is happening right now.
All right, Hal, stand by, Hal, because we are starting to get some images from both of our protests right now, both of them in beach communities. This is Huntington Beach, and there has been declared an unlawful assembly. The crowd did disperse to some degree, but not entirely, as you can see. You also see a large police presence right there in the middle of Huntington Beach as they are watching closely. We're waiting to see what police are going to do in this circumstance, because the crowd, to some degree, is not leaving, even though they have declared an unlawful assembly. Now, on the left-hand side is Santa Monica, and Veronica, there's a lot going on there.
There is a lot going on. We're still trying to identify where these reports of looting are coming from. We understand that the Third Promenade barricades were pushed down. It looks like there are police officers. Some created like a line there with police tape. That's just one officer guarding. Many boarded up businesses. In fact, you can see the Lululemon there on the corner that's completely boarded up. So some businesses obviously anticipating that things could get out of hand today, but it looks like we're going over that mall there. And I don't see any movement or activity from this vantage point, David.
We have some breaking information here from the Santa Monica Police Department asking people to not come towards their downtown center in Santa Monica. So clearly the police are there in force. There's something going on. We're trying to find it. Yes, some reports of looting going beyond the barricades. Again, what you're seeing is on the left-hand side, that's Santa Monica, and we're trying to find potentially where the conflict is. We have been following a fairly large crowd that was doing some protesting, but they were peaceful, but now it might have splintered off. To the right, Huntington Beach there, and you can see tactically they're getting in place to figure out what to do with a crowd that has been declared an unlawful assembly. So two hot spots going on right now in our beach communities of Southern California, one in Los Angeles, one in Orange County, and both of them could flare up. And Scott Rife over Santa Monica right now in Air 7 HD. Scott?
Yeah, David, we just came back from getting fuel, and the protesters that we had right up against that skirmish line with Santa Monica PD officers at Montana, that has dissipated, but we do have now groups here at the mall off of 2nd Street. Moments ago, we saw some looters come out of the mall with merchandise running down the street. I want to open up a little bit and just give you some idea. Now, there's the promenade, and you're going to see 3rd Street right down that area on the top of your screen. And Santa Monica PD has shut that down for the most part, trying to keep the crowd from going into those areas and to do any more looting. Now, we didn't see a lot of it, but we do see a lot of scrambling by the Santa Monica police officers in this area, but yet no sign of the National Guard. Now, if we come out of this shot and we pan to the left, we're going to show you Ocean, and that's certainly where the largest group of protesters are. We'll tilt up a little bit, and you see on Ocean Avenue, headed back towards Wilshire Boulevard and then Montana, where we had that group before. So we sort of have something similar to what we saw yesterday, a group of protesters going up and down Ocean Avenue here in Santa Monica, and then some splinter groups that are breaking off, going to the 3rd Street, going to the promenade, and it appears those individuals are the ones right now that are trying to vandalize some of the stores. Now, Santa Monica PD was insistent when they set up that skirmish line that they were not going to allow the crowd to go into the residential areas. They haven't held a line nearly as hard as that when it comes to protecting some of the stores. So I think they felt that the residence was an area they could not allow the crowd to really get into. Once again, the majority of the crowd is here on Ocean. But as we come back towards us once again, Tad, and we come down towards Santa Monica Boulevard and then 3rd Street, if you've been down here, 3rd Street is pretty remarkable. It's a great place. But right there on the right side of your screen, a little bit further to the right, if you would, actually right there in the center of your screen, that's 3rd Street and Santa Monica Boulevard. And you see some people walking through this area, but the 3rd Street itself has been shut down. So things have sort of evolved here in a similar way to what we saw yesterday. Certainly not nearly the size of the crowd that we saw yesterday, but as far as little groups splintering off into different areas, causing some problems, that's what we are starting to see.
And we've been talking about this, Scott, about the fact that, you know, we know that there are peaceful protesters out there, and they are kind of a cloak or a shield to some bad actors who are coming in here with absolutely no intention of taking part in the protest. And I think it's very evident here in looking at Santa Monica, with that big group still together, and then just the few that maybe have gone into the mall area, the 3rd Street Promenade, and broken off in that direction. But, you know, it really seems, in my perspective, it seems a little different today in the sense that it seems like police are able to get more control quickly. Scott, what are your thoughts?
I think that is the case. First of all, right now they're dealing with a crowd that is, you know, 1/10 or less the size. So that certainly helps out as far as trying to contain it. Also, it appears to me something they're doing here. I want to show you a spot. Open up out of this shot. There's Ocean. I want to go back to the promenade, if you would. And it appears to me that the Santa Monica police now are actually trying to stop people. Keep coming down to the right, if you would, from coming into this area. If you keep coming to the right, I believe, at this intersection right in here, you're going to see the police presence, and they've shut down Colorado. So it appears that what they may be doing at this point in time, as this crowd did start to get a little bit violent and was vandalizing some stores, it appears they're trying to stop the flow of people into this area, and that may be a strategy to keep the size of this crowd down to something they can at least try to contain in some way. But you're absolutely right. Besides those few that are causing problems, we've seen, for the most part, just a peaceful march. The largest crowd still on Ocean. They've been going north and south on Ocean, marching, protesting peacefully. You see that group there. But, you know, we were with this together, Veronica. We were doing this, and boy, it's certainly a very small crowd compared to what we saw yesterday at the same time in the afternoon on 3rd Street there in the Fairfax district.
Well, the bears repeating. Santa Monica police put out a notice for everybody to stay away from downtown center of Santa Monica, and that basically explains the roadblock there. They don't want more people to get into this area, especially if they start losing control, at least, or having their control threatened, especially if something's going on within the 3rd Street Promenade. So they're stopping people from coming in, but they're not necessarily stopping protesters from protesting. That's what you see there, largely peaceful, but it's just a block or two away where we're getting reports that something has occurred in the 3rd Street Promenade. And this bears reiterating, and that is, we don't know if what is happening in 3rd Street that could be considered violent or looting, we don't know if that's part of this protest or it's simply people who are taking advantage of the fact that the police have their attention taken away entirely because of this crowd, and maybe they're trying to use this for their own personal gain. So we're continuing to watch this situation right now and see exactly what is happening. That being one front, Huntington Beach being another front, and police tactically are on the move there as well. So we're going to continue to watch both these situations, but keep in mind the mayor and the police chief there in the press conference did confirm that a number of protests will be taking place throughout Southern California. So this is the beginning of what could be a very busy day again in Southern California. The question is, will it become violent like last night? Will we see the destruction and the looting like last night? Or will the mere fact that the National Guard is now present and they have had 24 extra hours to figure out tactics on this situation, will tonight be different? Scott, continuing to watch the situation over in Santa Monica. Have you seen anything new, Scott?
Well, we've seen groups like this that just came running out of the mall. I'm not certain what's in the backpacks, if they were able to get inside the mall itself and vandalize them, but they were running a moment ago. We're seeing the police, Santa Monica police, scramble to shut down a lot of these streets. You see a lot of traffic. You don't see a lot of officers, so there's still a lot of concern that there's enough people in here right now and not enough officers to really contain things if they start to really get out of control like we saw yesterday. But one advantage they have in Santa Monica compared to what we saw yesterday in the Fairfax district, because you got the Pacific Ocean and you really only have a couple of ways into this downtown Santa Monica area, they do have more of an ability to contain or shut down an area than you would, say, in the Mid-City, Fairfax area, where people could come in from all directions. They can sort of close off some of these streets and stop the influx of people into this area now that they're concerned that more vandalism may occur. Now, we're not seeing a lot of it. We're not seeing a lot of vandals right now. We're not seeing the type of things we saw yesterday at this time of the afternoon where every building almost was vandalized, spray cans, there was graffiti written everywhere. We don't see that. It's rather calm in comparison to what we saw yesterday afternoon at this time, but there's still a lot of concern. Fortunately, if we go up to Ocean, maybe we can find that crowd once again that is marching. What we don't see, and what really incited everything yesterday, and we saw that a little bit on Montana, what we don't see is the skirmish line and, you know, all those folks trying to push the police back. That's really what started to make things explode, I think, yesterday. And we're not seeing that here. We're just seeing the Santa Monica Police Department trying to get a handle on this and trying to control those little splinter groups that are out trying to vandalize some of these stores here.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because Chief Michael Moore today during the press conference, he said that they resorted to tactics to restore and maintain order. And today, they don't want to have to do that. They want to be able to go out with the protesters, make progress. He said that there were opportunities yesterday between police and protesters to have conversations before the fires, the violence, and the looting took over the conversation, of course. He also says that, you know, there were a lot of police officers in his own department that he had to step in and get in between and de-escalate the situations. And he says that if anybody feels like their rights were abused yesterday, he wants to hear the complaints, and he wants the Internal Affairs Department in his department to investigate these incidents. So it seems like Michael Moore is going to be taking a rather different approach. Instead of trying to restore and maintain order, today is more about being with the protesters, letting them share their voices, and making progress.
Mm-hmm. And he was said in making that point during the press conference, saying that he understands people are angry over a flawed system, and he agrees the system is flawed. But many factions are working to wait. Okay, let's go back to Scott.
Okay.
Scott, people running, let's see what that's about.
This is what we're seeing happen here, David. There is a group of individuals, they've already ran into a van store, we understand, vandalized it, took a bunch of shoes. They're running from spot to spot, a lot of them with backpacks on. It looks like they plan to come here and cause problems, to try and vandalize, to try and get some goods. And as you look at a shot like this, you just don't see much presence by the police department. I don't think they have enough officers to respond to every group that starts to run. You'll see they start to run for a moment. They'll go into a store, they'll go into an area, and then they'll come back out. I don't know if that's a shoebox or two.
Two shoe
Yeah,
boxes.
that individual has. Go back, if you would, to 4th and Broadway. It seems there are several splinter groups like that. Moments ago, we had several individuals run in there. Tilt up, if you would, go up 4th Street. That's 4th Street right there. They were running a moment ago, and there you see them running again. Whether they're going inside the actual mall there, grabbing goods, and then running away is hard to tell, but it appears that's the case. And as you can tell, it's getting really chaotic here. And now is that decision point as far as what the Santa Monica Police decides to do. Do they continue to allow this to happen, or do they make this an unlawful assembly and try and move everybody out? And then that's sort of where everything really started to go badly, if you will, yesterday when the police decided to come in and move people out. So it's a tough decision to make, but how much looting will you allow before you make that decision?
And it's hard to tell the difference at times between the, the looters, the protesters, and then just maybe tourists, residents who live in that area. You see a lot of cars driving around. People are actually just trying to go about their day and getting
or young people who just want to be in the middle of the fray and watch what's going on. Some of those guys that were running had nothing in their hands. They were simply running. Maybe they're with the groups. Maybe they just want to witness what's happening. Maybe they just want to feel the energy. Who knows? But something is certainly going on in Santa Monica. And this was our concern, and we talked about this a bit last night. When some of the looting was taking place, and there was these distractions in the Fairfax area, there was looting going on in downtown LA. And those looters that were eventually arrested were showing up in expensive cars that were loaded down. They were going in from shop to shop, stealing whatever contents they could get and putting them in their very nice cars and moving on.
Oh, look at this.
More people running here. Let's check out what's going on. Some of them with backpacks, some of them with nothing in their hands, some of them with something in their hands, some of them with gloves on. All right, so we'll continue to watch that situation. And this is part of the confusion of what's happening with these protests. There is a large intention of being heard and simply protesting, and then there are these smaller intentions of people just trying to take advantage of the situation and find something.
Very small minority of people who are doing this.
Yeah.
So that we want to make clear that there are so many people who have been protesting peacefully. And on top of that, there are so many others who are staying at home and watching this, not going outside, feeling the passion, but not engaging in violence, in looting. So we need to make that clear.
Yeah, we don't know. We just don't know. And this is part of the complexities of these kinds of protests and these moments in history where people are angry and they're rising up. But there are always different objectives when you get a lot of people together, and some people have one point and other people have another point. And that's part of the complexity of being in law enforcement and trying to figure out what is what and who poses a threat and who has the right to be there.
Definitely. And we've seen it as well. You were talking about how cars were coming in, expensive cars, prepared, ready to go. We saw that yesterday in the Fairfax district, truck without any license plates. It looks like truck without license plate, ready to go to take an ATM. They put it in the truck and they took off. So that was obviously coordinated. And we see here officers setting up a barricade. They are trying to control the crowd there. You see a fence line. I'm not sure if that was there before or if that was put there for this protest. And then you see officers kind of going through the crowd here. But for the most part, it seems fairly peaceful.
This part of the crowd, in my opinion only, seems like they're the ones who are whose objective is just to protest.
Yes.
They have their signs, they want to be heard, but now that the police are showing up, let's see how the personality might change on what's happening out here. It looks like they're trying to keep them off the pier. Is this the pier? Let's go to Scott Reif right now.
Yeah, David, that's absolutely what they responded to, and I mentioned that earlier. There was a much larger crowd here an hour ago. but they wanted to make certain they did not get on the access way to the pier. And you can understand that. You don't want a large group of people going down the pier and then having to try and stop them from causing problems or hurting even themselves if you had too many people all at once. So you're absolutely right about the different groups. Now, I want to pull out of this shot just a little bit. This is Ocean in Colorado. That's the entrance to the pier. If we go left down Ocean just a little bit for a moment, you're going to see another group, and that's the group that has been marching back and forth. So if you're coming out to march in this area, coming out to protest, there's the group there. It's thinned out quite a bit. You know, you have an option, and one is to continue down Ocean. The other one is to come back towards the entrance of the pier. It's to confront the police. If you decide, let's go back to the pier if you would for me, Tad. If you decide that you're upset that the pier is shut down, then you can try and force your way onto the pier, and then that is going to cause problems. So now you have this incident once again where the police are setting up a skirmish line. They're not going to allow you onto that just for everyone's safety, I believe. And at that point, you hope things don't boil over. You hope it doesn't get violent because it puts everybody in a tough position. But they have made a stand here. They're not going to allow this crowd onto the pier.
Now, we want to bring in Hal Kempfer. He's our law enforcement and security expert. Hal, can you tell us what the tactics are right now? I thought I saw a National Guardsman, but maybe I'm wrong. Somebody there in the green, dressed all in green. Is that? That may be a SWAT officer. Oh, are those SWAT? Okay. Yeah, that might be LAPD, but let's let Hal talk. Yeah.
Yeah, Veronica, David, I think you're right. Everything I've seen, those uniforms look like SWAT uniforms. Those are the standard green. They're not camouflage. They're just standard green uniforms. So you see those with various SWAT, not just SWAT, but some also special units throughout Southern California and literally throughout the country. They're there, although what you may end up seeing, and I wouldn't be surprised, before they will employ any forces, any National Guard troops, normally you'll send out a liaison element of some sort to work with the forces there. They will figure out what those troops are going to do, employed on the ground, basically provide some current intelligence, if you will, to whoever might be coming in. And also they'll be looking at different routes. Obviously, they want to make sure when they bring in National Guard troops that they bring them in the most safe route so they don't end up in any incidents or events along the way. And also, I got to tell you, certainly after yesterday, seeing what happened downtown in the Fairfax area, they're going to be looking at where they put their vehicles. In fact, that's one thing I've noticed throughout today is all the different law enforcement agencies, Huntington Beach, Santa Monica, they're putting a lot of security around their vehicles. They don't want to see what happened yesterday, obviously, where a bunch of police cruisers were vandalized and torched. So they're being careful about where they park them, where they place them. Now, one of the things I'd like to bring out is that the National Guard troops preferably are used in a support role for law enforcement. Normally, you don't. If you want to, what you would like to do is avoid those troops being in direct confrontation with the public. Again, they don't have as much training. They also don't have all the tools that a law enforcement officer has, all the less than lethal tools that they would normally carry on their belt that law enforcement has. And they want to avoid something. I will say in any of this training, we always are reminded of the tragic events of Kent State. Now, this was back in the late 60s, early 70s timeframe, but that's what we're trying to avoid.
Yeah, and just a reminder, Kent State, where they opened up with live fire, and it's been a while since I read about it, but I think there were 2 people killed and a number of people hit. And it was a really dark point during the Vietnam War era and the protests going on. And it really created a lot of disdain for the war itself. And the protest, or that particular protest, was handled in a horrible way. And it's become infamous. And that involved National Guard troops. Hal, I wanted to ask you, it's nuanced, but what are your thoughts when we see people running in small groups who clearly seem to be wanting to steal from stores? Their intention is not to protest. Yet it's hard to distinguish between these various groups. What are your thoughts on that? How do you enforce those situations properly?
Well, David, first off, they're using the protest groups to camouflage what they're doing. They see an opportunity. For example, right here, I see somebody changing his shirt on camera, and that's a tactic. If you're out stealing or you're out doing something, you quickly duck in someplace where you think it's out of normal view, and you would change your appearance. You might change your hat, you might change your shirt, you might do a number of other things to hide whatever you're doing. And I'm not saying he's doing that, but I'd say that does happen, that we see things like that. But when you see people running in a situation like this, that immediately catches your eye. Of course, movement catches your eye, period. If you see somebody running with 3 or 4 boxes of shoes in a situation like this, that would definitely catch my eye. A little unusual. But what we're seeing here is opportunistic criminal activity, trying to blend in with the protesters, the same thing we've seen the last couple of days. What law enforcement is trying to do is figure out how can they employ their forces most effectively to deal with this.
How quickly?
Security.
I just want to point out that door is shattered where that bike is sitting, so that door has been shattered. Okay, go ahead. I just wanted to, as our viewers are watching, there's a reason why we're focusing on this one particular spot. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, I was going to say, what they're trying to do right now is figure out how they can employ forces. What they'd like to do is employ law enforcement, sworn law enforcement, to actually go out there and do the enforcement part, where they deal with the public, where they have to possibly take people to custody, and then employ the National Guard troops in more of a security role. Again, putting them back far enough that hopefully they won't have direct contact with the public. But at the same time, when you see troops out there in uniform with their helmets, their flak jackets, with their weapons, it makes a very strong statement that law and order is being imposed, if you will. And they're under state status, which allows them to do a number of things in terms of law enforcement that they could not do if they were federalized.
Hal, we're going to switch back to Air7 HD and Scott Reif. We're going to come back to you, of course, but Scott, you've been watching. We were just looking at an REI that was badly damaged, and now it looks like there is not a confrontation, but definitely some sort of gathering here with all of these protesters. What are you seeing from up above?
Well, what we're seeing is a lot more police activity than what we saw earlier. And this is, once again, right at the entrance to the pier on Ocean, right really in the heart of downtown Santa Monica. I won't show you in the shot, but they've shut down the Santa Monica Freeway westbound. If you're traveling towards Santa Monica, you're going to be stranded on the freeway. So whatever you do, don't do that. Once you get past a certain off-ramp, you won't be able to turn around. But you can see now that more officers have been deployed, and they've shut down Ocean. And I think this is really a response to all those splinter groups that have busted off from the group that was peaceful and is starting to doing the looting. We saw that at the REI with the window shattered, with that individual changing clothes, maybe because he knew he was involved in a crime. It's hard to say. But we also saw some fireworks going off in the intersection by the REI at 4th and Santa Monica Boulevard. And now what we have is a crowd kneeling here, as you can tell. And more than likely, officers are telling them they have to dissipate, that they have to leave. And at this point, it appears that they're probably not following their orders. They have made sure that they're not going to let the crowd onto Access Road or the Access Road that goes to the Santa Monica Pier. And right now, this seems to be the point where they've decided to hold their own. The police have, with the skirmish line right on Ocean. And at this point, they may be comfortable just allowing them to protest at this point, at this area peacefully. But certainly they're bringing in more and more units every moment we look. Those look like SCB, maybe Special Enforcement Bureau from the Sheriff's Department, or Santa Monica has their own SWAT team members right there. I don't believe they're National Guard. I haven't seen any National Guard trucks pull in yet. I haven't seen their presence here yet. But things certainly have gotten much more complicated as soon as the looting started, and it really has changed the demeanor of the police and what they're allowing the crowd to do.
Yeah, that's a dynamically different feel, that shot right there, than it was when we first hit the air, when this protest was on the move and people were simply kneeling and praying. So it has changed here in Santa Monica, and again, city officials are asking people to stay away from downtown Santa Monica. They have been shut out. There again, that's the earlier video And then this is live right now. There's a curfew in place now in the city of Santa Monica, 4 p.m., a very early curfew, 4 p.m., very similar to what we are hearing about in Beverly Hills as well. A 1 p.m. curfew for businesses in Beverly Hills, 4 p.m. citywide. They want people off the streets, and they want them off the streets in Santa Monica as of 4 p.m. as well. And as we've been pointing out throughout the day, and we heard in the press conference, when that curfew hits, and Congresswoman Bass said this as well, protest up until your curfew. And when your curfew hits, go home. And the people that are left are the ones that may be bent on breaking the law. She understands the need to protest and supports the need to protest, but there's a line there between protesting and breaking the law, and you want to be on one side of that.
Absolutely. And I mean, just in theory, because there is an unlawful assembly declared in Santa Monica, they are technically breaking the law right now. You're ordered to leave once an unlawful assembly is declared. And then at 4 p.m., will they go home or will they be rounded up? Possibly just to get arrested to show civil disobedience. That's fine. But beyond that, that's when it gets very messy.
Sometimes a badge of honor to be a protester and arrested for protesting. That's one thing. To damage and loot is another. And I think we should always point out there's a distinguishment between a protester and somebody who is bent on doing criminal activity. As Hal said, these are cells of opportunistic criminals who are up to no good, but using a protest basically as a disguise. And we want to make it clear that the looters are not the protesters.
David, I do want to apologize. I got my beaches mixed up. So Huntington Beach,
right.
There is the unlawful assembly declared. Not quite yet in Santa Monica, so we'll see if that happens. But yeah, just getting my beaches mixed up as there's
easy to do,
so
but it's not out of the question that we get a similar order in Santa Monica. Let's go back to Scott Arrive as he's watching this line seem to get further and further tense. Scott?
Yeah, David, and it wouldn't surprise me if they issue that order that everybody has to leave here in Santa Monica. I want to open up out of this shot and give you an idea of what's happening. Now, that group there is pushed towards that skirmish line with the Santa Monica police officers, but I believe off to the left side of your screen is going to be LAPD officers coming in force. Now, you can only see some of them, but there's probably 25, 30 units rolling in here, and it was hard for me to tell for sure, but I believe the LAPD may be assisting now. I also want to come up out of the shot and show you the Santa Monica Freeway. Well, there you go, more looters running from businesses to businesses, running into homes. You wonder maybe there's a lot of apartments here.
Yeah.
If, they're filling their backpacks up and then they're running back to their apartment or they're running back to a truck. I remember in 92, I saw a truck pull into a Circuit City 4 times and fill up the back with electronics equipment until the Circuit City in Hollywood was gutted. But I wanted to show you also, you can see there are more and more people on some of these intersections around the 3rd Street Promenade, around 3rd Street itself, where we have all those stores.
Into that car down in the middle there? Do you see, if you zoom in right next to those buses, looks like somebody's getting out of their car or people
to the
are...
right, I think she means on the top of your screen.
Right there,
I think, right, I think we're seeing a lot of that. I think David made a point a moment ago that seemed to me was very obvious, and that is a lot of people are coming down to just experience this and take pictures of it. I saw that yesterday. So many people wanted to take a picture next to a burning patrol car or to get on the roof and to shoot and film what was going on. A lot of these people here are just stopped and they're getting out of their vehicle. A lot of folks running around in and out of businesses as we have shown you. And boy, you just hate to see that. There's really no control right now as far as those groups are concerned. I want to open up out of the shot a moment and show you, just don't come to Santa Monica. There's really no easy way in. If we tilt up a little bit, you're going to see the Santa Monica Freeway is jammed up there on the top left portion of your screen. You can stop right there on the top. You can see it there. It's stopped right behind those buildings. So they've closed it. Let's come back down now to where we were. And let's take a look again, because I haven't been able to see this out my window, at that group next to the police officers on Ocean off to the right side of our screen, because it appeared that they had been moving forward closer and closer to the officers who formed that line. And you can see right now everything is peaceful here, But they have a choice. They could turn around and they could go back south on Ocean if they wanted to march. But right now it looks like there's a bit of a standoff, and this is where we really start to worry that things could go bad. That's what we saw yesterday, these standoffs. And not only that, we saw a lot of instances where the crowd went around and got behind the police officers. And boy, that really caused problems, I think, for the LAPD to try and solve.
Well, when you're surrounded by all sides, I think anybody would feel that kind of anxiety, and it's certainly the case in this situation. So these lines and this barrier that they create between them is so critical. And you know, we did see yesterday a lot of times when there were just maybe 3 or 4 officers who just happened to be.
Okay.
Let's line up against once again with Santa Monica Boulevard and 3rd.
So on
there appears to be quite activity down there where we showed you moments ago where the people are all running around. And we see a lot more officers lining up. This is where all the LAPD came in. I think it's going to be right there. That's the row of police cars that are coming down Santa Monica Boulevard down towards Ocean. That's where some of them moved in. And it appears that they're really trying to form a containment almost, if you will, of this area where we see all the looters running in and out of the mall, breaking the windows, going into some of the shops, grabbing merchandise. So we are seeing more police activity here as things start to evolve. We haven't seen any confrontation between the police and the protesters yet. So certainly that is good compared to what we saw yesterday.
It looks like they keep running into the Vans store. I think they hit this earlier. There were some groups that hit this earlier, but that's where a lot of the running is coming from. And it looks like, Scott and David, that there's no officers in this area here where a lot of the looting appears to be taking place.
And perhaps that's why the LAPD is coming in to start eventually shutting this down. But there is a person who has 3, 4, he's got bags, 3 or 4 shoe boxes. He has his hood up, the hoodie down. Look, this is quickly
running from the police,
falling out of control. Perhaps the police are coming.
It looks to me like, I'm not certain what they're running from. It's sort of difficult down in this area with all the buildings blocking the streets. But if we continue this way with a helicopter and then we come to the right a little bit, I think you're going to see the presence of police coming down that street. And we are going to see more of that, and this is the reason. They're really going to have to shut this area down. You can see all the vehicles that are trapped there. A lot of folks getting out of their car. Look at that. They're vandalizing. They're grabbing something. They're hopping back in the vehicle. But open up a little bit. There's nowhere to go. It's almost like a New York street that you're looking at right there on Santa Monica Boulevard, and I believe that's 4th Street. So it's really turning out to be not only chaotic, but opportunistic is really the word, and here comes more officers to try and get a bit of a handle on this. I don't think they have much of a choice but to move into some of these areas and to stop these individuals from vandalizing and stealing the merchandise and, you know, possibly even worse, starting things on fire like we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
This is exactly what the police chief was talking about today, and that is, this is where you draw the line. This is where he has to start protecting property and put people's lives and livelihoods and keep people safe. And this is when you have to start moving in and use more demonstrative tactics to put it into it.
I mean, look at these cars. They, you know, are they
they're trapped
people who, look at that, they're just shoving so much merchandise.
As much as they can get in them.
Exactly.
Drive away.
But also they could hide the merchandise as opposed to being on a sidewalk and running with your hands full. They could hide it in a vehicle.
I mean, just boxes
and then integrate into traffic and try to get out of the area. There's a very clear sign. No license plate. I think,
no,
is that a dealer's plate?
It appears to be a plate.
It's just a little hard to read. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's definitely there.
It's not a dealer plate? Oh, maybe it is a license plate. Okay, well, we got a shot.
There's one person there to the left who covered the license plate, if you see that. They're obviously here for one reason and one reason only. They put a sheet over the license plate.
Look at that.
And that is to try and grab merchandise. So, you know, social media puts out a lot, and anyone who wants to be opportunistic, as our other speaker said, this is certainly crimes of opportunity. They're seeing, hey, let's run down to Santa Monica and see what we can get away with. It's not going to last much longer. I'm pretty sure about that because it looks like police are really starting to mobilize. But it's just sad to watch these individuals go in, grab merchandise,
Exactly.
fill up their car, try and get away, and then try and go get more and fill up more into the car until the car is stuffed. And
they're working
then someone
together.
else comes.
They're in coordination, working together, multiple vehicles, multiple people, and they're even sharing information on what to do and where to go.
And this is completely separate from the protest.
This is not part of the protest.
Not
These are
at all.
not protesters. These are people taking advantage, and as Hal said, opportunistic criminals using the protest for their own gain. It's camouflage. The protest is their camouflage so they can move in and steal.
And I'm looking out the window. You won't see it in our shot. We want to keep showing you this, but boy, the Santa Monica Freeway is a freeway to avoid. It's shut down in two different areas westbound. Of course, eastbound, they're not concerned about that. I don't see the National Guard moving in yet. I don't see any of those vehicles, but it wouldn't surprise me if we would sometime soon if this continues to escalate. LAPD has a helicopter overhead, and it looks to me like LAPD officers are the ones that are responding at this point. And
That's
assisting,
a lot of people
but
coming
boy,
out of that.
every place you look, we'll try and move around and see where they're coming from, but every place you look now, every corner here in Santa Monica, you
Hoodie
see
up.
somebody running.
You can't
with
recognize them.
Yeah.
Their hoods are up, masks on, multiple boxes in their hands.
Yeah, the van store really got
They got hit hard.
Yeah. I mean,
This is part of the tragedy of the protests that are going on, and it really puts a bad light on protesters, even though these are not protesters.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't help the real cause of what they're trying to draw attention to. That is absolutely the case. Hopefully that curfew that's going into effect early, that will have some effect. Hopefully that will keep some individuals that just come down to get a shot of what's going on. That'll persuade them not to try and do that. But we certainly still have a lot of activity on some of these street corners with these vehicles running in and out with individuals who are here for one reason and one reason only, and that's to steal and vandalize.
Can we bring Hal Kempfer into the conversation? He's been watching this along with us. He's our security expert. Hal, what are your thoughts on what we're witnessing?
Well, David, looking at what's going on, some of the things that you see criminals will do, and also anarchists by a variety of different names, use a variety of tactics. Sometimes they'll use little splinter groups, and some of the running is they're actually moving up streets very quickly and looking for opportunities, in this case, to do theft. But they'll do that, and then they'll signal back to someone else saying, okay, I don't see any law enforcement, I don't see much security, this street looks good, and then you'll see a larger group move down that street afterwards. If you remember the protest some years back in Anaheim, I happened to be down there actually on the streets for other reasons. I wasn't there as part of a police department or anything, but I was there. I just happened to be down there, and I was basically taking note of the tactics. And this is a classic tactic that literally goes back to the 1980s over in Europe. And you see that employed by criminals. Sometimes they just do it intuitively. They just understand there's an opportunity here. Hey, you guys go down there, tell me what you see, and if it looks safe, let's go down and see if there's any good targets we can hit. One thing I'd like to mention, though, I know a lot, first off, we've been saying for a while, with everybody wearing masks and gloves, that it does present an opportunity if you want to do criminal activity. All right, because everybody's wearing masks and gloves now. The other thing, though, is when you see people running out of these stores, they may think that they are completely shielded and that we're not going to catch them. There's a lot of different ways that they can forensically go through and look at the video to draw out certain little details and stuff. And when they jump into a car, there's a lot of ways that cars can be tracked. I won't get into all the details, but I would say the number of people today that looks like they stole something and then took off, they may have a rude awakening over the next day or so. There's just a lot of ways to track this sort of stuff, a lot of means out there. This is not 1992. There's just a lot of different technology out there that can be employed.
You're absolutely right, starting with just our chopper, as we've been watching, and all the different news stations from up above. In addition to security cameras, I'm already starting to see security footage from inside stores that have been broken into in the Fairfax district overnight. You can absolutely guarantee all of these stores have surveillance, and they'll be able to go through and see exactly who came into the store.
There's a van store. What is fascinating to see, and we believe that that's where a lot of the looting is taking place, but look at the scattered boxes on the ground from right up against this door to the right of that car to that back to the intersection. They're running out with their hands full. They're dropping what they can't carry. Boxes everywhere. Look at this guy.
Wow.
How many boxes does he have?
1, 2,
Look at him.
3, 4 at least.
Beyond that, but scattered shoeboxes everywhere. People running in a frenzy.
1, 2, 3, 4,
and
5.
dropping, and he's on the phone. And he's on the phone.
Wow.
I would almost bet that he did not buy those boxes of shoes. But look, down the street as well. It is an absurdity. And Hal, I hope you're right, but I think in the minds of a lot of these offenders is that there's so much going on right now. There's too many people to go after. They're going to get out and get away with this scot-free.
Well, David, I'm going to tell you right now. You saw he was walking on the street with five boxes of shoes, talking on his cell phone, right?
Yeah.
Right away, I can tell you that there's a way we can go back and find him.
Yeah, that cell phone is going to give a lot of information as well.
Yeah, just the fact that he's on the cell phone at that place and that time gives away a lot of information.
The real question, though, is are there enough resources to actually go through, individually find one person at a time in so many different locations all across our city over hours and hours?
Multiple days.
Yeah.
Multiple days of offenses. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, Veronica, that'll be a tough one. Right now, every officer out there is being employed with dealing with the operation at hand, which is controlling the crowds, controlling the situation from a tactical standpoint. There's really not a lot of extra resources to do investigative activities. I am sure that once the protests, start to filter out, and eventually, they're not going to last forever. At that time, it'll be going back. But of course, the other side too is, as time goes on, it's going to be more and more difficult to make cases because if they do find someone, finding them with the stolen merchandise will be very, very difficult. And so I'm sure any prosecutor out there would tell you that even though we're very sure that person as David, as you just mentioned, that person probably didn't buy those shoes. Making a case when you go in there, 2 or 3 days afterwards, it's going to be more and more difficult because you don't have all the evidence you need in order to put it all together.
Yeah, he may not be wasn't able to search for his size. So that's another point. He could try to bring those back. I don't know. But Veronica, we have an update on the traffic as well.
We do. Every major on-ramp coming into Santa Monica has been shut down. So anyone trying to get in is not going to be able to get in, at least for the foreseeable future.
And that's probably good news when it comes to a law enforcement standpoint. If there are other people who want to take advantage of the situation, they're not going to be able to get in there. However, the damage is largely done with some of those places because a lot of people did get in, and then you saw it with your own eyes on how they were able to take advantage and basically steal what they wanted without getting caught. This is the protest that Scott Rife is over right now. These people are just intent on being seen and being heard. Their goal is not to steal. They're legitimate protesters. And it bears repeating again, the people we saw looting were not the protesters. Want to go back to Scott Rife overhead in Air 7HD. Scott?
Yeah, David, you're absolutely right. These are the protesters. They're trying to draw attention to their purpose here, and they're doing so peacefully. The officers had decided to shut down Ocean and the pier, Ocean Boulevard and the pier, and that's the intersection you see there. And there's a lot more police presence now than we saw earlier. Santa Monica Police decided early on to set up a skirmish line to not allow the crowd into the neighborhoods. They kept them around these stores, and they just don't have the resources at this point to shut down the entire area. 3rd Street itself, if you've been on that 3rd Street to shop in Santa Monica, no looters have been able to get to that. That's one street where they held their ground. But in and around that on 4th and Broadway, as we saw there at the van store, there's just not enough patrol officers to stop that from happening. And since no one's being hurt, I think they're really trying to develop a strategy where if that happens, some vandalization happens, some theft happens, that's one thing. We can live with that. We don't want anybody to get hurt. We want to stop it, of course, and we're going to do that in the best way possible with the resources that we have. But they're not really moving in and trying to force everyone out yet. But we did see when we moved on from that van store, that individual with 4 or 5 boxes get into a vehicle. Then we saw another vehicle with him, pull in right behind him, take some of the boxes, put it in that vehicle, and then somebody get right back out to try and go get more. So there's definitely an effort that's being scheduled between some of these people to try and come here and steal as much as possible. But this situation right here doesn't look too bad. I want to give you a bit of a wide shot and show you the size of the crowd is somewhat small. I think it's in the hundreds right here, but certainly nothing like the size of the crowd that we saw yesterday. And we have not seen any engagement between the crowd and the police. And that's a really good thing, because once that starts, things really seem to take off, and that's what we don't want to see.
And yesterday we also noticed that, the crowd, it was peaceful, it was large, and then even as it got smaller, it grew throughout the evening because other people were coming in to obviously take advantage of the situation possibly. But here in this situation, this crowd is not going to get any bigger because no one's coming in. So this is going to be the police are going to be able to maintain this if it stays this calm and peaceful.
And we're an hour and 12 minutes away from the city curfew being put into place. It's 4 p.m. It's an early curfew there in Santa Monica. And I'm sure a large part of this group will abide by it. I guarantee also that there will be stragglers who want to stay back and try to see if something can be manipulated. But it will be telling in about an hour from now on what's going to happen.
The tensions really rise when the police try and make people move. And if the curfew does hit and they're still here and the police move forward with their line and tell people to leave, that's when you really get those confrontations. And boy, it's such a dicey situation. It takes 1 or 2 bad apples to start throwing things at officers before things escalate, and then you run into real problems, and then that seems to just aggravate the crowd even more. So exponentially, things just get worse and worse and worse in some instances when they try and push people out. So it'll be interesting when that curfew comes. Will they allow these people to stay here, or will they actually push them out of the area? We'll have to see what they decide to do, but that's going to be a tough decision, I think, for officers, because they really don't want this to take off, to become more violent.
It'll also be interesting to see how many people at this protest live in the Santa Monica area and are able to just walk home, go home, and versus how many people came in from other outlying cities. We did see what appeared to be a lot of people who didn't necessarily live in the Fairfax district taking place yesterday. Is this a group of people who live in this neighborhood and are just trying to get their voices heard?
They want to participate. Multiple reasons, but as Hal continues to watch with us, how the freeways have been shut down, not the freeways, but the exit ramps have been shut down. I imagine that's probably a good tactic to keep the crowd smaller and to keep more people from going into this area.
David, there's a lot of different tactics. One is, as you mentioned, keeping the flow out. Basically, they want to contain the situation, limit the number of people there. The other thing they're looking at as well, and you bring up a good point, which is how many of the people on the street are actually Santa Monica residents? How many can actually walk home? That's going to be something they're trying to figure out. But also figure out a way to get people out of there to whatever mode of transportation they use to get in there, to get them safely out of there when 4 o'clock hits and they need to be off the streets. They're working this out. Now, the other thing too is I would say that most police departments that I've worked with that deal with this, they've been scanning the crowd. There are informal connections they're making with people that they clearly see as either formal leaders or informal leaders in the crowd. And those who are there to protest peacefully, they're trying to allow them to do what they're basically there to do, and basically communicate in a way to keep the thing from escalating into something where there is a confrontation. So I would have to imagine that there is some level of communication going on. It may even be they've got to a point where they're talking to somebody on a cell phone that's within the crowd, and basically saying, okay, at 4 o'clock you need to start moving the crowd this way, and working with them to informally kind of guide the crowd to get out of there to avoid a potentially confrontational situation where somebody could be hurt, or you see the sort of things like you saw yesterday where pepper spray was used, and then other means were used to basically deal with a violent crowd.
How we've been, not to interrupt you, excuse us, but there's a row of stores here that looked like to be shoe stores, and we are seeing people just coming out with boxes and boxes, waving other people over. This is a very coordinated effort here, it appears. This is the Adidas store, but about 2 stores down, there's a store with Nike, Converse, Air Jordan symbols up front. You see boxes just littering the area.
And we could show it to you again eventually, but people with enormous amounts of shoe boxes in their hands and then running. Scott Reif witnessed the whole thing. Scott?
Yeah, it looks like they find shoe stores to be most appealing. This is the second or third one, and this is a tennis shoe store. But we've had multiple people just run to this location, jump over vehicles. It's almost like there's a panic to make sure you get into this business that was just broken into before it's gutted, before everything is gone. So they're running in here as quickly as they can. Some of them already have shoes in their hands or boxes in their hands, and they're just trying to get into this particular store because just moments ago it was broken into. I couldn't read what the store is or the name of the store, but there goes somebody with several boxes of shoes. There was one in the backpack. There goes more running out. They've got some shoes out of there. So talking about chaos and then talking about opportunity. They see people running, and it's almost just like it's, contagious. They've got to run after that guy to see why he's running, and then they all flood into the shoe store. I couldn't tell what the name of the shoe store was, but it obviously has Adidas and Nike and all sorts of tennis shoes, and it seems to be that's one of the more popular areas. Now, it could be because if there's a jewelry store, the jewelry store probably has iron gates and they can't really get in. Some of the stores are going to be more secure than others, but you see it changing his gloves, thinking maybe I'm not going to get caught.
I think he's getting a trash bag.
Well, I think he's getting rid of the boxes because it's easier to travel with just the shoes and the bags, and they're putting them into their backpacks, into the trash bags because they can move faster.
Yeah, more capacity. They can get
look, see, they're dropping the boxes.
Okay.
They're taking the backpacks off. They're going to start taking the shoes out of the boxes right here, and they're going to put them.
That means in a way they had to coordinate this thing.
Exactly.
Totally
bring the 55-gallon bags with them, knowing that we were going to try and do this.
Yeah, I just saw that guy with the yellow gloves hand a garbage bag to another person. So this is all very, very coordinated.
Yeah, it's sad to watch this unfold. And, right now what we're looking at is looting and the stores being gutted. They're going to have to put a stop to this, and we can only hope when they do that these people leave peacefully and that no one goes to the extreme that we saw yesterday, and that is starting vehicles on fire. Once we got to this point yesterday, where we saw a lot of this, there was a lot more tagging going on yesterday with spray cans. But once we got to this point, LAPD moved in pretty quick. Then the LA County Sheriff's Department assisted, and they really tried to put a stop to this. Here in Santa Monica, even though they have a lot of resources that I can see standing by, there doesn't seem to be a real effort to move in quickly and get them out of here. Maybe they don't want the confrontation at this point. Maybe they want more resources as far as the police department and the National Guard is concerned before they do that. Right now, there are officers a couple blocks away, but they're not coming down here to try and stop this.
The back of that black car has so much merchandise. You can see it from here. Look at all the boxes.
Yep.
There's that license plate.
And we have a license plate.
Yep.
Might be out of state. I'm not
Florida,
sure that's Florida
license plate.
Hard to tell. Yeah.
I mean.
Interesting.
Wow.
So it's sad to watch this.
Here we go. Transfer of more goods right here. They're putting them. everything in the bags, and they're going up with the bags. I'm curious to see, he's going to go down the alley. Those other people are running down that alley as well. Air Jordan box is there.
And then this guy just sitting on his rooftop.
Yeah, you hate to see somebody speed away because they could certainly hurt someone in a small alleyway like that, and then who knows how they're going to squeeze by that vehicle. But, you know, definitely a coordinated effort to hit these businesses, the shoe stores especially, as quickly as possible.
Whoa,
run in.
that guy.
Look at that. You get a bigger box, you get more shoes.
Wow, he's got like 10 pairs in there.
What do you do? What would happen then, hypothetically, if they run right into a couple of patrol officers on the streets and he's got a box full of boxes? What's going to happen?
At this point, with what I'm seeing right here, I don't think anything will happen. It doesn't appear to me that the police right now are taking the stance we're going to start arresting you people. It just doesn't appear to me. You know,
I think it's just a manpower situation.
Yeah, exactly. It's a numbers situation. But when you start to arrest someone, and if they resist, it takes a lot more than one officer. And there's just not that many officers here to try and control or arrest these individuals. I think they're trying to contain this as much as they can. I'm not too certain they're really trying yet to move in and stop it.
And who's to say these individuals will cooperate if the police say, drop that and come over here? I mean, a chase may ensue. I mean, this is going to be a really tricky situation. And it's everywhere right now. This is all over Santa Monica.
So, Scott, I have a question for you.
Look, he's walking, that guy with boxes in hand is walking right by motorcycle officers.
Yeah, what is he to do? I'm not sure.
Oh, no, I'm right. I'm wrong.
But only a block away, there are patrol units. They're not going to come in here and try and stop this right now.
Yeah.
Scott,
they don't have the resources.
If I understand that the on-ramps are closed, are the off-ramps closed? Can people leave Santa Monica? Like, could any of these people be stopped maybe as they try to exit?
All of the on-ramps remain open, so you can leave. The Santa Monica freeway is not so bad as far as traffic is concerned as I look out there, because what they did was just set up closing down all of the off-ramps. So if you were on the West 10, you can get on that transition onto PCH. Now, PCH South has not been shut down, so if you're coming out of Malibu, you could get into this area. But as far as using the Santa Monica freeway, that is closed down. The off-ramps only now, so they sort of changed that. But we just don't. It's really interesting to watch this unfold with officers so close to these individuals who are vandalizing these stores and not having them take any action whatsoever. And I'm not sure what the strategy is, exactly how they're looking at this, and how long they will allow it to happen. Maybe they're going to say, hey, we'll let this go on until the curfew kicks in, and then we're moving in, and we're going to kick everybody out. It's unclear exactly how they're going to handle this, but they're certainly not stopping the looting. And this goes on from Ocean to the north, from Broadway to the south side, Ocean, probably all the way up to about 6th or 7th Street. And then in between Broadway and, say, California, especially where all these stores are.
Yeah, I hate to point this out, but I think it should be talked about, and that is the fact that these clearly are, a lot of these people have done this before, and they are coordinated and they know what they're doing, and this may be just the beginning of what could be a very busy day for them. There are protests planned throughout Southern California in multiple cities, and they're going to be opportunistic about this. They might drop their goods off wherever they live or they're headquartered, and then be on the lookout for more opportunities throughout the night.
You would hate to say that there might be a learning curve to what happened yesterday with the people who want to come and rob and loot, but it could be in as much as that what we saw yesterday, they felt once this got on social media, Santa Monica was the place to be, and we can get away with a lot there, and the way we do it is to drive there and get out, steal stuff, put it in the car, and then have a friend come and we'll fill up their car as well. It really is what it looks like, a coordinated effort by those few who are using this opportunity to steal and to loot and to cause problems, instead of really those who are here, the majority of those who are here, to really make their point and to show about civil unrest.
You'll notice, though, that the majority of the looting that we are watching right now has to do with shoes, and particular sneakers. And then Hal just piped in, and I agree with him, because I've kind of, many of us who have been around the younger community know the value of sneakers. And Hal says shoes are like cash, easily bought, sold with well-established values. It's almost like a barter economy, except moving them into cash is very easy, no fence needed. In other words, shoes are so highly regarded, sneakers are so highly regarded in multiple communities, especially with young people, that it's easy to move them, and it's easy to get a big price for them. So this is worth it for you to go out of your way and loot a sneaker store, because you know it's cash in hand eventually.
I think it's really important for people at home to know that although we are focusing in on this group of looters here in Santa Monica, and we've seen a lot of it, and these poor business owners are getting hit really hard, this is a very small group of people compared to the peaceful protesters that are in Santa Monica. This bigger picture here, we need you to understand that this is these people are separate. They have nothing to do with the protest. They are here to take advantage of chaos and this situation.
But the reason why our cameras are over it is because it's an extremely important part of the story, because people are losing their livelihoods. Here we are on the tail end, not even tail end. We're in the middle of a coronavirus emergency where a lot of these stores and shops, especially the smaller mom and pop shops, we haven't necessarily seen that today, but we certainly saw it last night, where they have been sitting back and they're desperate to reopen. This weekend, they were able to reopen and start selling their merchandise, and what happens? They got looted. And so they're losing a lifetime of hard work to criminals, and criminals who are hiding within this protest. It's a very much an extremely part of the story that is going on here, and there's a big story, and that is the message that the protesters want out there, which we understand, and in many ways affirm that the system needs to be fixed. But there's the lesser story, but still vitally important, and that is the fact that people are losing their properties and their livelihoods in a desperate time, and these heartless criminals are going in there and using this tragic and sad opportunity to do it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, we just need to call it like it is. These are protesters that you're seeing here. The people who are looting the stores, they are criminals, and they are taking advantage here.
They are.
And you see here also this line that is formed. This hasn't really changed for the last half an hour or so. This situation with this huge space in between the officers and the protesters who are kneeling, this has remained static and very peaceful.
This is their goal. These are the peaceful protesters that understand that there are cameras on them and there's attention placed on them. If they sit in the street at the police line, they could hold their sign up and they could send their message. And they're doing just that. They are exhibiting their rights as an American to say this system is broken, we need to fix it. And that's not where the problem is right now, even though we have to watch it closely because we don't know how this is going to transpire as we go into the curfew. The looting, though, another story, part of this bigger story, but it is a heartbreaking problem as well.
It is, absolutely. Let's bring in Pastor Julian Lowe from Oasis LA. Thank you so much for joining us, Pastor. We appreciate your time here. On this Sunday, as you watch all of this unfold and as we try to recover from the last 48 hours, what's on your heart and mind today?
I'm heartbroken. I'm devastated. I spent a lot of time crying simply because peaceful protests are being ruined by a very small group of people. And then we're all being grouped together, looters and people spraying buildings and people who really just want change are being lumped in one big category. And now there are people who really want justice and really want to protest that won't go out because they don't want to be associated with looters and violence, and they don't, want to be tear gassed. And so then now this is causing peaceful protesters who have a mission and a heart to stay home, while our streets are running rampant with a small group of people, really dampening and damaging the message of racial injustice in our country, and I'm saddened by it.
Yeah, it's so well put. These looters have made the whole situation extremely dangerous. So protesters who wish to be heard now are getting stifled. First of all, it is taking away from their message. But secondly, as you pointed out, a number of people are probably staying home because it's just too dangerous. They want to safely be able to say that we need to fix this problem, but now they're not able to say that.
Yeah, and it also sends a message, and obviously, our news stations have to report fires and looting. They need to let our communities know what's going on, but in some ways, those looters win, and they make that seem that is actually what protesting is. And here's the thing, even quite honestly, I think that maybe sometimes I'm not aggressive enough for people in my language or my speech and what I say. But I genuinely believe peaceful protesting with love and faith in our hearts is powerful and brought change. And Martin Luther King at times wasn't militant enough for people either. And so my concern is that we think that this is the only way that brings change. And by the way, there are plenty of Black and African American people that work at these places that you are burning down. And not only they're just getting back to work from COVID-19, and now you have an African American, the person that you say you're fighting for, that may show up to work and there not be a place to work because it's been vandalized or closed down due to this types of violence. And it has brought me to tears, and I'm devastated.
Pastor, you mentioned Martin Luther King Jr., very timely. In a speech in 1967, he said, "As long as America postpones justice, we stand in the position of having these recurrences of violence and riots over and over again." Here we are, 2020. And here we are, Martin Luther King Jr. predicting what would have happened. What, in your opinion, needs to change so that we don't keep seeing these types of just violence hit our communities?
I would say, I will give you this picture. If Black people could whisper and people would listen, I believe we wouldn't be here. But the reality is unfortunately to the looter and the violent protester, I would like to think that they're doing that not from this place of being a criminal, but from this place of being hurt. But the reality is that we need to start listening to whispers so shouting and brick throwing doesn't take place, because I believe Martin Luther King was correct in the stance that if we don't listen to the whispers of the people when they're tapping you on the shoulder and saying, hey, we feel hurt, we feel injustice, then we end up here. And I think that in the same way that this is still my country, even if, there are some things that hurt me about it, we have to take responsibility with this part of our country. And I really believe if we come together and we start having more conversations, and thank you to ABC News for reaching out to voices of peace and giving them platforms. I think if we continue to do that, we will really see change. This is not a Black issue. This is not a white issue. This is an American issue. And if we can stand together as Americans and do what we can to come together and bring hope and love and deal with this, I think we will see some change.
Pastor, thank you so much for your words of wisdom, and you speak the truth, and we agree with you. I hope we can talk to you again soon as this story continues to progress, but we really appreciate your input at the time we need it the most. All right, we want to move on to bring you a live picture from downtown Los Angeles, where you see some mobilization of the National Guard. That's happening right there. This is near Staples Center. I think we have Chris Christie in Air 7 HD with who is overhead. Chris, can you hear us? All right, we may not.
Okay.
We may not, but we want to bring these important pictures to you. So we understand the National Guard is basically staging downtown. They are prepared to go where the LAPD and the city needs them to go. We saw minimal presence in the Fairfax district the morning after. They were there. They went through. Some National Guard members were there. I don't know if they're continuing to stage in that area, But we heard the mayor and the police chief talk about how they're going to coordinate with the National Guard. But basically, they're going to be in this area in downtown Los Angeles and eventually go out somewhere into the city to help protect it.
Yeah, and it says Long Beach there at the top of your screen. It's downtown Los Angeles in the convention center, so we'll be sure to fix that just for clarification purposes. But yeah, it looks like they have those shields ready to go. We really hope that it doesn't come to a point where the National Guard is facing off with protesters, and I think that's how the city sees it as well. Mayor Eric Garcetti earlier saying that the National Guard is here at the discretion of the governor, not the military. They plan to try and do everything as peaceful as possible.
This is concerning as well. This is back in Santa Monica where the fire department has arrived, and clearly they're setting up their hoses. Something is going on, so let's go back to Scott Reifener, 7HT.
David, we're on Santa Monica Boulevard, not far from 3rd Street. Now, we do not see any smoke. We thought initially the fire crews coming in may be responding to some sort of emergency aid, but they are hooking up their lines to a hydrant, and we could have a fire inside one of these buildings.
Oh, these guys are really moving there.
We're just not seeing it yet. It was interesting because we open up a little bit out of this shot. We'll see if we see any smoke, but they are charging the lines. They're filling them with water, and when the fire department moved in, the Santa Monica police had to move in as well, and that really gave us a look at what they're going to do, if anything, to the looters. And it appears even when there are a dozen or so officers next to individuals that are running away with goods that they've stolen, the police are doing nothing about it at this point in time. But if we tilt up a little bit, you know, you're always concerned anytime you see a hose line that is charged from the fire department. They're not going to do that unless they believe there's a fire or some possibility of a fire. So we're right on Santa Monica Boulevard, not far from 3rd Street. We hope that's not the case. We don't see any smoke, but you can tell they have responded, and time will tell whether or not something is actually burning inside the store.
It looks like they broke open that window right there and are getting access to something. There's something going on right into that entrance of that building. And just as a reminder, that is the building we saw a great deal of looting, and that's the one with the multiple logos on the very top. So they're selling all sorts of different sports sneakers there, and we saw a number of people running out of there. They're not necessarily, you know, physically showing a great deal of emergency, but something's happening in there.
Yeah, and what's really concerning is, you know, if you look above that shoe store and just a little bit to the south towards us, you know, those are apartments there, so those are living quarters. And if a fire would break out, you know, compared to what we saw yesterday, it was fairly easy to contain the fires that broke out in some of those structures that have big, thick walls in between the businesses. Boy, if a fire breaks out here, it turns out to be in a situation where, you know, there's a difficulty getting fire crews in and around. Access is difficult, you can tell. And, of course, you have these big buildings. You have residences on top. We don't see any smoke, fortunately, and we don't see a demeanor from the fire department like they're really concerned about a fire. But they did charge the lines. They did go inside one of the businesses, so we might have had a small fire that they put out. Let's certainly hope that's not more of what we're going to see, because if we do, that is really going to be a problem in this area.
This comes in the backdrop of the pandemic. The LA County Public Department of Health announcing today 1,400 new cases of coronavirus and 25 new deaths.
And it begs the question then, do we see a spike in a week or two because of the protests that are going on and all these people being put together? In some cases, you see a few dozen. In other cases, you see a few thousand people all stuck together, some wearing masks, many not wearing masks, but definitely squeezed into one another and no physical spacing whatsoever. So that question is out there as well on how the pandemic will play some role in these demonstrations.
I mean, according to all of the scientists and all of the public health directors, we absolutely should see a spike according to science. I mean, it's just a matter of time. All of these people were jammed in together. When I was at the protest on Friday night, everyone's yelling in each other's faces. Protesters yelling at police officers yelling at protesters, people yelling at each other. And that's, you know, when that happens, droplets, they fly, and that's what we've been told to put our masks on for. But when other people aren't wearing masks, that's how you can get infected.
Which is the most, the worst way to get infected, or that's the way it's the most proficient, is in people's droplets. But as we continue to watch this situation here in Santa Monica, there's a police line here. Are there multiple police lines now, Scott?
No, David, really only this one, and this is on Ocean right next to the pier. That's where they've decided, hey, we're going to shut this down. They certainly are going to allow the crowd onto the pier. And the crowd has dissipated a bit right there at Colorado and Ocean in basically downtown Santa Monica. What's a little concerning is, though, you see the line of officers, and then you see a group of protesters behind them as well. And it's something they really try to avoid as far as the police department is concerned. Right now, though, everybody seems pretty peaceful. They're sitting down. No one is trying to move the police back. No one is engaging the police. And that's really, when we start to see that, we really start to get concerned. So something is going on. They've all stood up. Yeah, someone is sort of directing this. And you can see officers, they don't want them, as we open up here, they don't want them to continue, which would be south on Ocean, because they're sort of cornered now. If you open up a little bit and tilt up, you'll see there's a crowd on both sides of the officers. And boy, there's some tear gas. So the officers must have put out and telling the crowd, you have to leave.
You have to leave.
You have to leave the area. And the tear gas now has been deployed.
Ooh.
And we've seen that a lot, where somebody will try and pick up the can and throw it at officers, throw it back at them. But that will be a deterrent. We saw what happened to Carlos, and you get that in your eyes, you're certainly going to move out.
Well, it's a very loud statement from law enforcement, and it's a good litmus test to see who's willing to just be there to peacefully protest as opposed to those who want to do more than that. The peaceful protesters will leave. It is an aggressive move, Scott. They have another 40 minutes until their curfew, but at least looks like they're not going to deal with any more, and they're done with this.
They're marching
forward. They must have formally made this demonstration unlawful because they are moving the line forward, trying to get people to leave. It may be, though, that they just want to control this intersection, because it's a pretty major intersection if you're trying to control people from getting into the stores that we just showed you. If you can control Ocean in Colorado, then you can control pretty much, you see the Santa Monica Freeway transition goes right underneath Ocean there. You can sort of control them coming back towards the promenade. So it could be that they feel strategically they want to control that intersection. I'm just speculating, obviously. But the crowd is dissipating. Open up and come towards us a little bit, Tad, and we'll see there was another group on the bottom of your screen, and it looks like it's not that large. They're not approaching the officers, but at least at that intersection, right there in front of the pier, they decided to deploy tear gas, and that seems to have worked. And I think that may have been in an effort to really try to shut down access to the Santa Monica area, even though it's a little early, as you mentioned, 45 or a little over 40 or less than 45 minutes from the actual curfew, I believe.
Great news. And yes, absolutely. When it looks like we actually have Leanne Suter on the ground now in Santa Monica, we'd love to hear her perspective. Leanne, what are you seeing?
I'm just talking to one of the protesters here. Jay had been down there by the pier when they deployed that tear gas. Tell me what happened, Jay.
Basically, everybody was very peaceful. They were chanting, and everyone was holding their signs. The police gave an order. They said it was a 4 o'clock curfew, but that didn't hold the case. They all lined up, and they just all of a sudden lined up beside us. Everyone started moving south, and then they started doing things the wrong way and shooting tear gas. And now it's just chaos and mayhem, and they created more people to start to be agitated. Now they're just creating more of a problem.
And I heard several people walking by. They said this really was peaceful. You guys really weren't doing
100% peaceful. There's nobody doing anything. Now, they had done stuff on the 3rd Street Promenade, the van storms up, but that was all diffused. Everybody that was over there near the pier was very quiet and calm. They were just chanting. So, again, this is a thing that you can go to social media, take a look and see that they're not doing the right thing again.
What do you say, though, about the protesters that did come in to loot? We've been seeing a lot of that, the looting going on. What do you say to those protesters?
They're just opportunists. They're just doing the totally wrong thing to do. They're preying on somebody else's situation and just making it worse for everybody and everything.
Got it. And how bad did it really affect the crowd? Did it appear? I saw you were coughing quite a bit. It really got a pretty good mouthful, faceful.
I was a block away, and it just the wind just took it all in there, and everybody dispersed immediately. I mean, they were just running like crazy. But they tried to surround everybody. That was the thing.
Got it. Thank you so much for your time, Jay. I appreciate it. Now, are you headed out? Are you done for the day? That 4 o'clock curfew, what are you going to do?
I'm going to be out, because that's what I believe. I think you're going to be out, too.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. We did see a huge contingency of Santa Monica PD going down 2nd Street here just a couple of minutes ago, headed that way towards the pier. We are here on 2nd Street between Broadway and Colorado. You can see, let me show you across the street here what we can see. You can see all the sheriff's department are now surrounding Santa Monica Place. That is one of the locations that looters were able to break into and targeted several stores inside there. You can now see police surrounding the entrances, at least the entrance on this side, and I believe on the other side along Broadway as well. But a lot of folks still out in this area as the protest and the looters continue to run through Santa Monica here. We're going to continue walking through the area here. We'll head down towards the pier, see what we can find, but that's the latest here in Santa Monica. I'll send you back to you guys in studio.
It is interesting. Santa Monica PD is there, LAPD, as well as Sheriff's Department. It's a multi-agency enforcement going on in Santa Monica. Leanne, thank you for that report. And Leanne was out in the middle of it all night last night, Veronica, and she's back for more. It's tricky in these situations because it's unpredictable, and already we've seen tear gas at 3:22 in the afternoon in Santa Monica. Clearly, they've had enough in Santa Monica in this particular area. Maybe Scott is right. Maybe they think they need to really protect that area with the pier, and they want to get people out of that particular area because they're not using the tear gas on this gathering right now. So this is going on in Santa Monica, but also preparations and other things going on in Beverly Hills, where a curfew is in place as of 4 o'clock this afternoon, just like in Santa Monica. Amy.
Well, that's right, David. In fact, the curfew here in the business district of Beverly Hills is in effect right now. That went into effect at 1 o'clock. Now, I'm here on Wilshire Boulevard at Rodeo, and I want to show you, first of all, I'm standing next to the Beverly Wilshire Hotel, which, of course, is well known here. And as you can see, all the windows have been boarded up on this hotel. This city is making a lot of preparations to try and prevent any of the vandalism problems they had last night. And I want to turn you the other way and show you Rodeo Drive. Of course, that is the famous drive where all the high-end designer stores are located. Now, we know that at least one store was broken into and looted last night. Other stores had damage. And as you can see, the street is barricaded. A lot of wood boarding up of windows going on right now. In fact, as we look along Wilshire, we can hear the sound of saws and heavy equipment as businesses board up all their windows in this area. Once again, the city of Beverly Hills trying to prevent any more of the vandalism, looting that happened last night. As you know, thousands of people, at least a couple of thousand people, poured into this area last night. There was, again, some break-ins, some damage, some violence. And so tonight, the city of Beverly Hills says it is trying to prevent a repeat of that kind of vandalism and looting they saw last night. So that curfew is going into effect. It's in effect now, as I said, for the business district. But later this afternoon, in fact, in less than an hour, the entire city will be under curfew. And as you see, businesses are getting ready, trying to protect themselves from any further issues. So again, the 4 p.m. curfew here in Beverly Hills is coming very soon. Hopefully that will help prevent any problems this evening. Reporting live in Beverly Hills, Amy Powell, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Amy, it is an apocalyptic scene out there. It does not look like Beverly Hills, the one that we know and that we see in the movies. Thank you so much for your reporting. We will get back to you. We want to switch back to Leanne Suter, who is in Santa Monica, where police are trying to get everyone to leave. Leanne.
Yeah, we are just approaching Broadway and Ocean. Here's a contingency of LAPD officers that are joining in to help as they try to clear the crowds from here. We'll move in. We can see that this is really where they've gathered, right here on Ocean, right by the pier. Now, they had moved in, as you guys had seen from the helicopter, they had sprayed pepper spray into the crowd there to try to get them to move away from the pier. It appears they're all kind of hanging out right now here on this area between Broadway and Colorado on Ocean, which is right, has that walkway right above PCH there, as you can look out. A pretty good contingency here. As I said, we just watched a group of LAPD officers going in to help out with Santa Monica here. I'm going to see if we can get in closer, but we're going to take our time getting in there because the crowd has been a little uneasy. We're going to see what we can do with this and in terms of what we've seen. Now, we have not personally seen any of the looting happening, but I was watching as workers were just boarding up all the windows around Nordstrom there at Santa Monica Place. They were putting up plywood over all the windows to try to prevent any further damage, I'm assuming. So again, this had started out as a peaceful protest and then took a turn when there were groups of looters that ended up breaking into numerous businesses here. We just spoke to one of the protesters, Jay, you heard just a couple of minutes ago, and he said they were absolutely peaceful in front of the entrance to the pier here on Ocean Avenue. When he said things took a turn, he says he wasn't certain why they fired the pepper spray into the crowd, but he said when that happened, that certainly seemed to agitate everyone and certainly seemed to raise the tensions, making it a bit more tense out here. I can see quite a few people, or some people, sitting in the street there. So they're trying to be as peaceful as they can. Over here, I can't see up close to the police line as to what's happening. I'll see if we can get up there in a minute, but I'm not going to do it while we're on live TV, just because I'm not certain what may happen here. But again, these folks, out here, as their signs say, trying to make their voices heard. They were hoping to have a peaceful protest. Of course, what we're running into is time. So, as the clock ticks down, they've got about half an hour now until that curfew takes effect. So we'll see what police decide to do once the 4 o'clock curfew takes effect. But at this point, this group right here, right now, appears to be peaceful from our vantage point where we're standing here on Ocean. But I have not been able to see what's going on inside, kind of on 3rd Street Promenade, in around the businesses. That's where I'm told the trouble really was with all of the looters. But that's the latest here in Santa Monica. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio. Leanne Suter, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Leanne, reporting live from close to where all the action is. We did, Veronica, see a couple of children in the crowd too, so we got to keep that in mind as this progresses. I'm not sure, I don't want to say too much about it, but I would not bring my child in a situation like this. As much as I would love for her to understand our rights as Americans, these things are fluid and they could rise up and turn violent at a drop of a hat.
David, we saw in Seattle a child get maced. There's video of it that's circulating online, and she is screaming in pain and she is crying as they pour milk on her. I have to agree with you. I mean, children, even if the protest starts out peaceful and the intention is good, you never know what's going to happen.
It's unpredictable. And it's out of your control entirely. And if you find yourself in the middle of that, and if it goes south, then how do you get out of there? And especially with a young child. So that's tricky. Anyway, let's go beyond that. Let's get back to the situation here at this intersection. Scott Reif has been watching it. As much as there's a lot of complaints about the tear gas and the pepper spray, Scott, it looks like they've accomplished their goal in clearing out this particular intersection.
Yeah, whether that was the right or wrong thing to do, it's really difficult to get into that. I can only show you from my perspective what I think they tried to accomplish and what they're trying to accomplish right now. That's a group of LAPD officers that came to assist Santa Monica Police. As we open up and show you the intersection, the crowd was in that area. I'm fairly certain they probably gave them warning and asked them to leave, but we don't know that for sure because I wasn't there. But that's a strategic spot. It's right where the entrance to the pier is. The crowd has gotten much thinner. It's right at the corner of Ocean and Colorado. And I want to show you why it's strategic, because if you tilt up and you look down Colorado, you can tell as you slowly go down, they shut down these streets. There's all the PD cruisers. If they can shut this down, open up and go to your left, if they can shut this area down for more people, there's little splinter groups going into that area, well, then they can stop some of the looting and they can start to move in with more officers, as you can see, and try and get those individuals out. And at some point, they really have to. I mean, as far as the vandalism, the loss of property is concerned, I mean, that's one issue, but we saw the fire department respond possibly to a small fire. Now, that really is another issue because that's going to endanger a lot of people and really cause things to boil out of control, to just boil over. So you have this crowd right here on Ocean that is peaceful. We have heard that the Santa Monica Police, as well as the LAPD, are going to try to get these people to leave. We did have them in the intersection. They had to use tear gas. When they did that, you can see everybody backed up. But it did allow the police strategically to control this intersection. And I think it was really important for them to do that, to stop little groups going down Colorado and getting back into those areas that were being looted.
All right, so there's this situation. So, Scott, just to establish what we're looking at here, there's the intersection they wanted out. There's the crowd to the right of our screen. That's basically the crowd that left that intersection due to the tear gas. But then further down the street, there's another crowd and another police line set up. But both sides, as of right now, as far as you can see, are peaceful.
Yeah, there hasn't been any confrontation that we've seen in between the crowd and the police. We haven't seen what we saw yesterday, like rocks and bottles and canisters being thrown at the officers. Besides that one incident where they put out the tear gas and they opened up the intersection we just talked about, there's been interaction between the police and the protesters, but it's been peaceful. And you can tell that shot right there. Most people are kneeling. They don't appear to be agitated. And it looks like some of the looting has died down a little bit. And I believe that is because we're seeing more and more police presence. We're seeing the fire department move in behind them, a lot of LAPD cruisers. And I think that is just establishing a deterrent from those who are looking at the opportunity to steal. And so slowly but surely, the police are taking the moves and the actions they need to try and secure this area.
All right, Scott, we have a quick programming note to pass along to our viewers. For anybody tuning in right now at 3:30 to see Eyewitness Newsmakers with our Adrian Alpert, that program, which is all about the impact of coronavirus is having on California's public colleges and universities, well, that's going to air next Sunday now at 3:30 p.m. Today's Newsmakers will not air again until next Sunday at 3:30. So we hope you join us then. And meanwhile, let's turn to Leanne Suter, who is on the ground in Santa Monica. Leanne, what's going on right now?
Yeah, Veronica, we are able to get behind the police line here. Let me show you what's happening right now. You can take a look over here in the middle of the crowd. We have members of the SWAT team from Santa Monica PD. They're negotiating, talking with some of the organizers here of this protest. Now, this has been declared an unlawful assembly. They have given the crowd a 5-minute notice. Already told them that if they do not clear out, they will be arrested. You can see how many are gathered here. And now the police now trying to work with the organizers, trying to come to some resolution as to there may be people in the crowd that do want to be arrested to make a statement. Others may want to leave and avoid that. But again, they're trying to get this to end peacefully here on this side. You can see all of the officers that are lined up here. They have their gas masks on because they knew what had happened earlier with that tear gas. They were prepared for that when that was fired. And then I'm going to show you one other thing as we pan all the way, if we go that way. Split down Colorado here, or split down Ocean, I should say, just past Colorado. That is where another group is. It appears that they split the original group of protesters into two when that tear gas went off. So there's another contingency down there that is getting the same warning that this has now been declared an unlawful assembly and that they must clear out or be arrested. So we're waiting to see what's happening. I want to point out one other thing, because this is only, I find this very interesting. Only in Southern California can you have major protests going on, and you can still have people here enjoying their leisurely brunch, watching everything that is happening, watching this protest, and just taking it all in. So as this continues on Ocean right here, I mean, it seems right only in Southern California, only in LA would you see that. But again, we can see people starting to leave. So it appears at least they're starting to clear out a little bit. They're still working with the main group of organizers or protests here trying to get something, but it looks like they might be listening, or at least they might be clearing off to the side. Maybe they're telling them to clear out of the street and just go off onto the side here along Ocean, stay in that greenway area, that open space. So it appears that's what they're doing at this point. I do not see anyone under arrest as they're still working to kind of end the tension here, but it seems like things have calmed down a little bit. I know the tension does not seem to be as high, at least on this side of the protest. I'm not sure what's going on the other end yet, but this side, as you can see, they've all gathered now along the green space here along Ocean. So hopefully that is a good sign that this is going to be resolved peacefully, no more trouble. Other officers, though, are deeper in Santa Monica there, that 3rd Street Promenade, all the other businesses dealing with all the looting that they had going on earlier. So trying to take care of that aspect. So there are there's law enforcement throughout Santa Monica here in the downtown area trying to take care of all these protests, all of the looters, everything going on. But that's the very latest here live in Santa Monica. Leanne Suter, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
That was a classic look, Leanne. What a great point. That couple that's sitting at the table. Hey, there's no greater drama than what's happening in real life right now. And this is Hollywood you're talking about. And the entertainment business is everything. And this is fascinating what's happening. We also popped up at that time. Let's see what's going on here. Let's check back with Scott. Scott, what's the running?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. You know, the police go to the left a little bit, open up. They decided to move forward on Ocean. and move the crowd out. Now, I think Leanne had mentioned they've given them warning that they're going to be arrested if they don't leave. And right now what they're doing is just taking a line of police officers down Ocean. You can see the tear gas is out once again. Open up and pan to the right just a little bit, and then you can see to the right, and then you can see the crowd really dispersing down Ocean and getting away from the activity. And then by controlling that intersection and forcing everyone out this way, it stops them, it's possible, but it'd be difficult to go around and get back towards the shops in the downtown Santa Monica area on 3rd Street and Broadway where we saw that looting. But you do see that officers have formed a line and they're slowly moving forward, and it looks like they really are trying to get everyone to leave. I want to show you one other thing. It was very interesting. Open up and go back to the left. That's where Leanne was, and right in here, well, you see everybody's moved to the side. But moments ago, this crowd was peaceful, but they were right up to the officers, talking to the officers about leaving the street, getting off the street. And you could tell there was someone like a mediator in between the crowd and the police, but it was a good exchange. Everybody seemed to be okay with the exchange, and then they slowly moved off the street onto this park area in this walkway here above the bluff in Santa Monica. I think that's what they had hoped would happen if you go back to the intersection where we were with that group. But that group was insistent on staying. It gave them the order to leave the street. They didn't do it, so they moved in with force. They had some tear gas, and it looks like for the most part that crowd has left.
Yeah, it really looks like they quickly got out of there. I think that explosion of gas, I think that actually came from one of the protesters, maybe some sort of smoke bomb or something. But it doesn't look like there's much of a crowd anymore, David.
No, that definitely did its job to disperse the crowd. They want them out of there, and as the curfew approaches, they want to get Santa Monica to settle down, and they're largely accomplishing that goal. And keep in mind, as we reported a little while ago, the exit ramps off of the 10 freeway and PCH are shut down. You can't get into Santa Monica right now. So if they can get these people out, they're fairly confident that other people will not be able to get in, and they could restore peace to this one community, which has seen its share of problems this afternoon. And if you're just joining us, we saw some rather startling and tragic images of looting that's been going on in the Santa Monica Promenade. Peaceful protesting in one part of Santa Monica, looting in another. And we want to point it out that we believe that these are two entirely different groups of people, and that it's not the protesters that are doing the looting.
That's right. We've seen a very peaceful group of protesters there from the ground, from Leanne Suter's camera, and from up above. And those splintered off individuals, we really think that they're just organized crime coming in to take advantage of this situation. What happens to them will be seen in the coming weeks and months, but our Hal Kempfer, security expert, says there are so many different ways that if police decide to, take action and go after some of these people who are looting, there are a lot of different ways to track them. Security cameras being one of them, and again, we're seeing businesses put out their own security footage to try and find some of these people who have taken their merchandise. And this comes on the weekend that LA County was able to reopen their businesses and their restaurants after months of being shut down during the pandemic. A lot of these small businesses, not just here, but in other parts of Los Angeles that were broken into and destroyed, they've lost revenue over the last few months just because they couldn't be open due to the pandemic, and then now this. What
also hurts them is the curfew.
Yes.
So the curfew is forcing them to shut down. And also the fact that people are now fearful to go out into our streets is going to shut down business as well. So they're getting hit through a variety of reasons when it comes to the unrest that we're seeing throughout Southern California. And it's a real tragedy because they need the business, and we understand that.
Yeah, definitely.
So as we continue to watch this situation, we want to let you know that we're also watching other communities as well, because we believe that there's going to be a lot more than what's going on in Santa Monica. We did see a protest in Huntington Beach just a little while ago. That was shut down and shut down fairly quickly, and it has quieted down in Huntington Beach. But also, we are concerned about other communities as well.
That's right. I actually I'm looking at video right now from downtown Los Angeles, and we're going to try and get this cleared and confirmed, but of an LAPD officer hitting a protester in the street with his car.
We'll examine that situation.
Yes,
Let's
absolutely.
get back to Leanne Suter, who's watching something going down in Santa Monica. Leanne?
Yeah, it appears they're attempting to do the same thing on this side of the protest, but it doesn't appear it's working quite as well. They don't have one of those mediators that we have seen yet so far trying to work with the crowd. Instead, they just pushed back this side. You can see all of them gathered there, some up there on the platform by the park here in Santa Monica, right off of Ocean. You guys had mentioned the freeway. I have to say, when we were coming in, every exit into Santa Monica had been shut down by the CHP. And at one point, we saw one of the exits, we saw that people were actually doing a U-turn on the freeway and going up the off-ramp, trying to get into Santa Monica. I couldn't tell. It appeared some of the carloads that we saw were protesters that were trying to get here because they had some signs with them. But I don't know how many in that. But I mean, it was a complete backlog of vehicles that were exiting the freeway on the on-ramp to the I-10 freeway. So they literally were going the wrong way and driving up the on-ramp. So that was interesting to see. Again, as you guys had said, that's an effort by the police, by Santa Monica PD, to try to stop the flow of traffic into the city here. One other thing, we're right here by the pier, and you can see this had been shut down anyway because of the COVID-19 pandemic. You weren't allowed onto the pier because of that. They already had it blocked off, but you can see extra precautions here as they wanted to keep everyone out. Another line of officers here as they are clearing this area down in Santa Monica, up there at Maine and Colorado. So it appears they're just slowly kind of dispersing the crowd, trying to get them out. We see on the end where we were standing, that was kind of the north end up by Broadway. And it appears most of the protesters have moved over to the grass area, to the open space area, and are remaining there. And I'm seeing quite a few that appear to are starting to leave. So as I said, the clock is ticking down to that 4 o'clock curfew. So it's going to be interesting to see what the PD ends up doing with that, if they're going to really force everyone out or what they're going to do at this point. But so far, peaceful. Off and on. As I said, we've seen them fire some of those flashbangs. We've heard about them firing the tear gas into the crowd. But at this moment, at a standstill, just waiting to see what their next move will be. I can see that the protesters remain there as well. It doesn't appear this side is going to be moving anytime soon. So it looks like it is a standoff here at this end in Santa Monica. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, we'll check back in with you in just a bit. We want to toss to Scott now because there are people on the overpass and...
right there.
Oh, okay. We're going to move down this way, but we saw some people on the overpass who were kind of hanging over, which is absolutely something you don't want to see. Rocks and objects could be thrown. Scott?
Yeah, we can go back to that. This is 4th Street here. We had just noticed there's another group here, and now what we're seeing is 4 or 5 different groupings of people walking. That's the Lincoln overcrossing from the 10 freeway, holding up their signs, waving at people. Up on the side there of the railing, which probably isn't too safe to do. But
he's got a child on his shoulders.
Yeah, boy. I mean, a chain link fence is pretty high, but you can tell that can be a pretty serious situation there. I want to open up out of this shot and then just sort of give you some perspective. Going north, they could go around and get back into the promenade area. Most of this area to the south has been shut down by police. You can tell if we keep coming down, we'll be back at that intersection at Colorado and Ocean. That's Colorado right there, runs along the promenade. And there's the intersection where the police have moved forward. They started their line. They've moved in an armored vehicle. Whether they're going to continue forward, we had some information they might do that. They're just going to try and get everyone to disperse. They're certainly doing it slowly. There's like a little more than 15 minutes, I think, before the order goes into effect that you're not allowed out on the streets. So it's interesting that there are 4 or 5 different groupings now of protesters that are being peaceful. We can go into the area once again, like on Broadway and 4th, if you want to try that, Tad, because I still, moments ago when I looked out the window, saw groups running around, like right in there. That's 3rd in Broadway, right under the helicopter. And you could still see individuals running around trying to grab stuff. And the police have moved slowly forward into intersections to try and stop it, but they're not moving in and taking anybody into custody at this point. So they still have a very large area they have to try and contain and get evacuated, it certainly isn't going to happen by 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Are you hearing anything about a city bank being broken into or seeing any activity that looks like the looting that we saw earlier?
Well, it looks like a Capital One right there. I'm not certain, Capital One Bank possibly. I'm not sure where the Citibank is, and we haven't got that information from the desk.
Okay.
So it would be interesting. I'm pretty sure the banks are closed, so I don't know that you'd get away with anything by breaking into a bank besides just vandalizing it on a Sunday afternoon. But we didn't get that information. But every moment that goes by, there's a little more police presence. They are definitely slowly moving in, pushing right there. One thing that's worth note, you see the patrol car, that's 3rd Street in Broadway. And if you've ever been to Santa Monica, if you tilt up, the major stores, and major is depending on how you look at that, but some of the higher end stores and some of the nicest area in Santa Monica is that street, 3rd Street. Well, right from the get-go, the police decided nobody's going to get on 3rd. So they did set up a line, did not allow the protesters on 3rd Street and access to all those little stores in there. Some of the other streets, Broadway and Colorado, they did allow the protesters to get on, and now it's just moving in and trying to get them out. I look out my window, it looks like PCH southbound is being shut down at one point, so they're probably even going to try and shut down that access as well.
That street light's really moving there. Scott, if you go to your right and you push in on that intersection right there, for some reason it kind of defies logic. Why is that street light moving so much? Is there some people climbing on it?
Oh, there must be somebody actually pushing on the pole, I would think, unless we're having an earthquake.
Somebody's climbed on top of it.
Oh, there is somebody up there. Okay.
Oh, there it is.
They're just blocking their face so that maybe we can't see them.
Yeah, well, they just want people to notice their sign.
Okay.
It's hard to say.
I just want to make sure.
And look at the destruction right behind that. The glass shattered everywhere.
Oh, they're boarding up the buildings over there.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that, Veronica and David, from other angles of store owners getting in here. You see that window's been broken open. I don't know what kind of business that is, but that's been looted. A lot of store owners already out in their pickup trucks with a load of lumber and plywood, and they're already trying to make sure that they get in here and they get their windows shored up just in case they can't control the situation into the evening. Open up a little. I want to see where the fire unit is headed. I'm not certain if his lights were on and if he's headed to something. We did see one unit pull their hoses out and go into a structure, and now we see more officers coming to this intersection. Looks like LA County Sheriff's deputies there assisting, and slowly but surely this 4 o'clock hour is approaching, and more units are moving in. Now, I'm not certain if they are supporting the fire truck, because we saw that a lot last night. If there was a call, say a fire call, and they needed city fire to move in, the police cars would come in and escort them in. Go to the top of your screen. I'm not certain if there's something going on up there, or if they're just evacuating from the other area that they had responded to. But you could tell, we go to these corners and we still see people running from some of the shops, and the looting is still going on, although it's not quite as rampant as it was earlier.
Okay, Scott, we are hearing also that the LA County Sheriff is going to be enacting possibly a 6 p.m. curfew today.
In LA County?
In LA County.
So that's even earlier than the city curfew at 8 p.m. if that takes place.
So
that's all of the county?
The entire county is what we are hearing.
We'll try to get further confirmation on that, but that would be an important bit of information to get out there. It sounds like a lot of leaders of these communities are getting more and more worried about what could potentially happen and trying to shut things down sooner than later. LA City, the mayor reconfirmed at his press conference today that he's going to keep the curfew in place, which was from 8 p.m. until 5:30 a.m.
Yep.
But then if the sheriff wants to enact an earlier curfew, that would be 2 hours earlier, 6 p.m. We'll keep an eye on that. Beverly Hills, as we had just heard, They shut their business community down at 1 p.m. today. The city itself, citywide, is at 4 p.m., much like Santa Monica, which is just 10 minutes away from its curfew citywide of 4 p.m. So we're fast approaching that.
What are they shooting down there? Let's slide a little bit so you can look down the street.
You can still see the boxes littered on the street from the looting from the various shoe stores. And then Scott is searching for what might be happening here. Maybe this is staging, but perhaps it's something else. So he's trying to figure that out as we see a number of fire engines kind of moving into this one area. Scott?
Yeah, we noticed the police presence more than anything, and they're escorting the fire department in. I'm not certain exactly why. This doesn't appear like the same area they responded to earlier where they thought they might have had a fire, but it does look like a process. So, you know, you see something like this, you don't know if it's an emergency aid call. I think we had one on 3rd and Fairfax that really made the LAPD move in yesterday afternoon, but we are seeing more of LA County Sheriff and LAPD assisting Santa Monica and move into some of these areas. I think they're hoping just their presence alone will stop some of this. But, you know, you have officers on both sides here sort of trying to contain this area. I'm not certain if it's just so they can get the fire department through and they're headed to something. It's very difficult to try and determine that, but that definitely could be the case. Fortunately, we don't see any smoke out here. We did have that one call. We thought there could have been a small fire, but that didn't turn out to be much. And that is fortunate because you look at the way everything's placed here so tightly together in Santa Monica. If there's a fire, access will be an issue. And there's the first sign of, oh, that's a sheriff vehicle. At first I thought that was a National Guard because of the color, but it turns out it's an SCB, the Special Enforcement Bureau vehicle from the Sheriff's Department.
Scott, we have an update now when it comes to COVID testing. MLK Medical Campus that has been testing people, they've already shut down through a great deal of concern over the unrest. So the MLK testing site is shut down. LA County is now telling the other testing sites out there to assess yourself on whether or not it's safe to reopen. So we want to put that out there because we know there are a number of people who are hoping to get tested and hoping to go to some of these sites. And just make sure to call ahead or try to gather as much information as you can on the testing site that you want to go to make sure that they're going to be open because they may not be. And also, with all these restrictions and curfews going into place, things are going to be in flux, but we're going to see a lot of the city and the county shutting down in the coming hours to minutes. All right, so we continue to watch the situation here, both on the ground and in the air in Santa Monica. And to give you some idea of what we have been seeing, it began as a peaceful protest about midday here in Santa Monica, where we saw, I wouldn't call it a large crowd, a decent amount of people, of 100 people or so, protesting peacefully. But then in a separate part of Santa Monica, the looting began. And we literally saw with our own eyes and our own cameras, and we could eventually show you some of this video of people basically busting into what we seem to be largely shoe stores, Veronica, and then running out with handfuls of shoes and merchandise, and it seems to be a concerted group effort of what was going on.
There were getaway cars, multiple getaway cars that we saw from the air. You know, viewers watched alongside with us. There was even a Mercedes that appeared to have Florida plates, and we could see the merchandise just stacked in the back of that Mercedes as people rushed from the stores into the getaway cars and, you know, took off. Some of them were communicating with each other, going from car to car, and then we saw people with huge garbage bags, dumping the shoe boxes and then throwing the shoes inside so that they could run off easily. So this was all planned. These people know what they're doing.
They brought the trash bags with them. They brought the big backpacks with them. They had a system in place. And eventually, and we saw this as well, multiple vehicles coordinated together, sharing information on where to go and how to go. Okay, running again. Let's go back to Scott Reif. Scott, is there a purpose for this?
Well, it's hard to say. That's more looting, it looks like. It's just an area that the areas for them to loot are becoming smaller and smaller because of the presence of the police. But we are seeing people follow that individual there with a bag. I don't know if they're headed back to another place. It was just broken into. That's going to be 3rd Street, and as I mentioned, they never let these folks up and down 3rd, but we are still seeing groups, most of them with backpacks, running from area to area more than likely they're getting word that a store was broken into and maybe you can steal something here. But I want to come back to 4th Street and show you there's a lot of fire activity. I guess they're really concerned. They're getting some calls, tilt up 4th Street. I think it was up that street, if I'm not mistaken. And you're going to see right in here, they have some more lines out. And that always concerns us when they charge a line. You don't always see the smoke when there is a fire, but you can see the lines right there on the sidewalk from that truck going into a business. We don't see any smoke, but there's an awful lot of fire activity. And the shot we showed you a moment ago was the police department opening up the way so the fire department could get in.
Okay. Hey, Scott, we're going to shift gears right now. We're going to keep your shot up. We want to direct your attention to downtown Los Angeles. A couple of things are going on right now. This is our other helicopter, and this is a really dramatic sight on your right-hand side. That's City Hall, and look at the presence of the National Guard. And this is very much in line with what we heard from the police chief and the mayor today, and that is they want to stage the National Guard in areas that they can stand still and be protected, not necessarily to do law enforcement, but to just protect primary facilities. City Hall clearly is one of them, and this is one of the first sites that we're seeing where the National Guard has been spread out to do some structure protection. Let's go to Chris Christie. I don't know if Chris can hear us. Chris, are you there?
David, I've got you.
Okay, great.
I couldn't say it better myself. As a visual, the optics of this are one of the most dramatic shots I have seen in some time. I'm sorry, JJ, stand by. You've got the LAPD at the top of the City Hall steps, and you've got a whole line of National Guard now protecting City Hall, taking a very a firm posture. Again, this is a deterrent. We'll go ahead and widen out. You can see City Hall lined with Humvees at the bottom there, right along Spring Street, and it is just a striking sight to see. Now, what we don't see is any crowds in this particular area. There was an incident a short time ago near Pershing Square. There was a report of upwards of 400 to 500 protesters near Pershing Square, and possibly contact between a police vehicle and some of those protesters. It does appear that they scattered, and they are now continuing their march in the downtown area. And as we came over Pershing Square, we caught a sight of the National Guard staging right here on the steps of City Hall, something that I think we'll remember for a long time, because it's something I have never seen. You know, it's just a visual of Los Angeles and America in 2020, and it's just an incredible sight.
It is a very loud statement on the condition, the situation that our country is in right now, because this site doesn't just speak for Los Angeles, but it speaks for what cities across America are enduring during this very troubling time. As of this morning, 25 different cities had curfews in place. I would bet that that number is doubling tonight, as there is more and more concern of the safety of our communities throughout this country. And it has less to do with the peaceful protests that are going on. It has more to do with the violence that is erupting from other factors. And nevertheless, community leaders are very concerned, and that says it all right there, where our City Hall is now being protected by the National Guard.
And excuse me if you mentioned this, but the LA Metro has also shut down, Pershing Square Station area. And so things are really kind of shutting down in the downtown area, little communities and little pockets of protesters, but they're not all converging together, which is what we saw last night. The convergence of so many people in the Fairfax district, I think, really was the ultimate reason why there was so much chaos and destruction. And today it's groups in different cities, and they seem to be surrounded by officers and the National Guard. Okay,
look at your time right now. It is 3:59. We're 1 minute away of 4 o'clock, and a city curfew is going into effect in Santa Monica at this hour until tomorrow morning at 5:30. Police are now breaking up the crowds of protesters using tear gas and advancing in formation. There have been incidents of looting. Access from the 10 freeway and PCH has also been shut down. In Huntington Beach, another protest, police have declared an unlawful assembly and moved in to break up the crowds.
In the Fairfax district, cleanup is underway after scores of businesses were damaged and looted when protests turned violent there yesterday. Nearly 400 people were arrested in the last 48 hours. More than 900 people have been arrested in LA. The National Guard now mobilizing in the Los Angeles area ahead of a second citywide curfew that goes in effect tonight at 8 p.m. through tomorrow morning at 5:30 a.m.
All right, so there's a lot going on today. New developments throughout today, and we anticipate this day will continue to evolve. Let's go to Leanne Suter, who's watching this situation from Santa Monica right now. Leanne?
Yeah, David and Veronica, the standoff continuing right here on Ocean Boulevard. You can see behind me here, the SWAT line here remains in place, skirmish line here of police ready to make a move, but they have not done so for some time. For about half an hour now, they've been in place here. You can see all of the protesters on the other side, a pretty sizable crowd there. We are starting to hear and see a few more officers. I see patrol cars starting to move into place. So I'm not sure if they were waiting for that 4 o'clock deadline before they decide to make their move here. We have not seen any kind of negotiation going on between police and any of the protesters here, unlike what we saw on the other side of this group here. They ended up coming back. I'll have Bill spin around here and I'll show you. This is the other side of the protest we're talking about, looking kind of to the north. That is down by Ocean and Broadway, and you can see they are sitting. I can see them, some of them sitting on the street there, sitting on the ground. Now they were for the short time, had ended up going up onto the green space, the kind of walkway there along Ocean. They have now moved back into about half of the street, covering about half of the Ocean Boulevard here. And some of them sitting, some of them standing, and I heard chanting a short time ago. So I don't know if they're still continuing to try to do negotiations on that end. That is where we saw what appeared to be a representative or someone serving as a mediator for the protesters there, talking with SWAT officials, trying to get them to give up. Here on this side, you can see a much bigger distance between the police and the protesters, much bigger space, and we have not seen any of the officials here try to approach them with any kind of negotiations or try to get them to clear out. You can see that the officers remain ready. They have their non-lethal rounds, they have their handcuffs, their plastic ties ready to arrest anyone that they encounter. So this again has been declared an unlawful assembly. More than half an hour ago, they warned them that they needed to clear out or they would be arrested. Now, we have not seen anyone yet be placed under arrest or taken into custody, but that is what they have been warned. At this point, it just remains a standoff here at this intersection. Police kind of shutting down the whole area around here, waiting to see what's going to happen. I'm not sure. I get the sense that so are the protesters. I get the sense that they aren't sure what is going on either, as they just wait out the clock here. But now 4 o'clock, officially the curfew is in place, 4:03. So yeah, they are at this point technically violating the curfew here in Santa Monica. So waiting to see what is going to happen with police. I was trying to get some answer kind of from the officers here, some sense of maybe what they were planning to do, but haven't been able to get anything from them yet. They're kind of keeping it close to the vest, not talking about what their plans are just yet. But at some point, we expect them to make a move, just don't know what that may be. But we will be here keeping a very close eye on it, of course, to see what happens and see if these protesters do end up clearing out of the area. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Leanne, a couple questions for you. The first one is, have you seen the National
Yes.
Guard? And the second one is, what's the mood like there?
We have not seen any National Guard members here at all in Santa Monica. We have seen a lot of other police departments, a lot of other law enforcement. We saw the Sheriff's Department. We know that Culver City is here helping, LAPD, of course, all here to assist Santa Monica PD. As for the mood, I would say when we first approached the crowd, tensions were high. That was shortly after they had fired that tear gas, and that really raised the tension of the crowd here, and you could really feel that anxiety. They really got agitated with that, and everyone in the crowd was really angry that had happened, because they said that it happened for no reason. They said they were being peaceful when that was fired into the crowd. Since then, it seems like it's calmed down a little bit, but as you can see behind me, I mean, they still remain there. I mean, they are being peaceful. I haven't heard much chanting from this side of the group. I have not seen them throw any bottles or rocks or anything of that kind from this side. So it remains peaceful, but yeah, I mean, I would still say, let's say tension is still there, because I think the two sides don't know what is going to happen. And that, of course, creates the tension in and of itself, making it a very fluid situation.
The video you're seeing on the right-hand side that happened just a few minutes ago, you see the police move in, trying to clear this intersection. Then you see the crowd running. You see some explosions there. It looks like some sort of a smoke bomb or smoke device. We believe that those devices were thrown actually by the crowd, especially the red one there, and then there was one right after that that could have been an M80. But the crowd definitely moved because of that police movement. It does raise the tension on the situation, but it also is successful from a law enforcement standpoint because it cleared that intersection that they wanted to get cleared out. And you could see the crowd then moves over about a block or so, and then they reestablish themselves. That basically takes us to where we are right now, where you see on your left-hand side the live picture that Leanne has, where she's behind the police line, but you can see members of the crowd basically sitting there, and it's like both sides are waiting for something to happen. It must be pointed out, as Leanne said, it's 4:05 right now, so we're 5 minutes after curfew. These people are now in violation of the law. The interesting thing is, what is law enforcement going to do about it?
Absolutely.
David, I was going to throw in something real quick just to add that you were right, that those canisters with the color that you saw, police confirmed they were thrown by the protesters. They were not used by police. That was something that had been thrown in from the crowd towards the police. So that is one thing we did see thrown, but we have not seen any rocks or bottles, those kind of things. I did hear an explosion. I wasn't sure if that was an M80. I can tell you yesterday, we saw so many M80s being thrown at police and just into the general crowd area, thrown into the intersections. We saw fireworks going on all the time yesterday, so it wouldn't surprise me if some in the crowd may have M80s today as well. But they have thrown several things, that those powder explosives, not sure what they were, but you were right. They threw them at police officers and then ran back, and that is kind of what has now created this distance between the two groups. So the tension remains there, both sides waiting to see what exactly is going to happen.
All right, thank you, Leanne. We'll check back in with you. We hope things remain peaceful there. We want to bring our viewers some breaking news that Supervisor Janice Hahn just tweeting now, a county-wide curfew will be in place starting at 6 p.m. and lasting through 6 a.m. Residents should remain in their homes and only go out to seek medical care or go to an essential job. That is huge news. An entire county will be under curfew starting at 6. Essentially, if you live in this area, you have 2 hours to get home, and otherwise you could be arrested because you would be breaking curfew.
So we're going to continue to examine that situation. A lot of eyeballs right now in LA City and LA County, but also we want to direct your attention as well to Orange County, where there are protests underway. Tony Cabrera joins us right now from home to tell us what he's been able to find out. Tony?
David, Veronica, I've been keeping an eye on all the events happening across Orange County, but we want to talk about Huntington Beach specifically right now, as police have been working for some time at PCH and Main Street after they declared an unlawful assembly. And what's different about this protest, though, is that it seems that counter-protesters have showed up. So let's take a look at video from earlier today when hundreds of people were on the streets not too far from the pier there. Police say there aren't just two specific groups, though. They just say that tensions are high, and they've seen people who have been verbally arguing with each other. If you look on social media, though, you're able to see more insight as people question why protesters were in Santa Ana yesterday, where it's diverse, and instead they showed up to, they should go to conservative areas like Huntington Beach, they said. In preparation for the protests, businesses in Huntington Beach were boarded up, and at some point, the protests, they were peaceful, but then they turned tense with the arguing that was happening, hence police declaring an unlawful assembly. But people on Twitter questioned why this protest was shut down when the ones a couple of weeks ago weren't. I guess the difference you can say is that this protest had the counter-protesters showing up, the arguing going back and forth. The tension there was the reason why police say they had to shut this one down and declare it an unlawful assembly. Now, PCH is closed from Golden West to Beach Boulevard as police continue to try to disperse the people there. It has calmed down significantly since this video was shot, but people were arrested. We're not sure exactly how many. Police are talking about what their plan will be for the rest of the day. I've been in touch with the mayor and the police department about possibly a curfew, so we'll keep you posted on all of that. Live in Orange County, Tony Cabrera, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Thank you for the update, Tony. I want to direct your attention back to Santa Monica, where this is how quickly things move. It was just peaceful. Now it is. Let's go to Leanne Suter on the ground. That's her camera. Leanne?
Yeah, David, I just stepped out to the side. We just had the group throw a couple of large rocks at police here, and then they opened fire with the non-lethal. You can hear a couple going off here. They also fired a couple of smoke bombs here to kind of break up the crowd. See, can you see that? They're just throwing large projectiles now at the police on the front line. I just saw one officer take one kind of to her arm, to her chest there. Yeah, now they've started throwing things. That's going to change. This is going to change the dynamic of how things are going to work. There's an apple. I just saw somebody throw an apple. So yeah, this is going to turn quickly. You can hear the LAPD helicopter moving in. Oh, they're running now. You can see the crowd starting to back up even more. The police are not moving their line. They have not changed, but they are firing more of the non-lethal rounds towards the crowd, and especially firing off those smoke grenades. Baton rounds, thank you. So yeah, it's hard for me to see what's happening with the protesters on the other side because of that smoke. But yeah, let me show you. I'm gonna show the.
Where's Scott Reif and all of this?
I'm gonna come in here. I'll show you guys. I'm sorry, God, I was gonna show you guys this. This is an example of what they are throwing at the crowd. Rocks. I mean, these are pretty sizable rocks and certainly can cause some damage. As we know, an LAPD officer yesterday ended up with a fractured skull because a protester threw a brick hitting him in the head. So this is what they're facing here. What were you asking, David? Go ahead.
Well, a couple of questions. When we hear those blasts, are that from those less than lethals shooting into the crowd? Is that what we're hearing?
Yeah, you're hearing less than lethals going off. So it depends what they're using. So the rubber bullets, they tend to aim at the ground. They are not aimed directly at protesters. They aim them at the ground and they bounce up. The smoke bombs that they do, that's just a diversion. But then there are pepper rounds that they will fire directly at the crowd. And I've not been able kind of to decipher which bang is what, but they have all of those things at their disposal, as well as beanbag rounds. But I've not seen many beanbag rounds being fired here, but I have seen some of the pepper balls that they use, as well as the rubber bullets.
All right, and yeah, if you are hit with those, it is extremely painful, even if it's ricocheting off the ground. They're shooting them into the crowd just to deter them and get them to turn and go away. They want to clear the streets, but this is also the moment when the curfew hits where there are those last few remaining protesters. Sometimes it's something else, but they want to make a statement. They want this confrontation to happen. The vast majority, though.
See, they're running now, yeah.
That's a good example right there.
Yeah, just right.
Yeah, so he's shooting from up above. You can see him firing the less lethal rounds into the crowd from up there, and that you can see how far they can go.
You were holding these last night. They're almost like hockey pucks, right?
They aren't quite that big, but they look like really large. I would describe as a chestnut, a little larger than a very large chestnut, and they are solid rubber. I have had them in my pocket this morning still. I wish I had one to show you. And they really, if you do get hit with one of those, that is extremely painful. So that's another kind of yeah, they're very loud.
Is that like an M80 that we just saw blast?
Distraction. Yeah.
Who's that coming from?
M80 that they're throwing this way.
The protesters are throwing those big blasts.
That's coming from the protesters.
Right.
Yes. They are the ones throwing the M80s and the fireworks towards police, yes.
Okay, and then this...
anything with the sparklers and that kind of thing you see, those are the fireworks being thrown by protesters towards police, towards the line here.
Okay, so things have definitely escalated in Santa Monica. We anticipated that as soon as we saw that there was going to be a curfew at 4 o'clock. We knew that there will be some confrontations, as there have been throughout the last few days. This is the part where some of the more energetic protesters want to make a statement. They want a confrontation with police. And we've even stated this earlier today, and sometimes it's a badge of honor to get arrested protesting and making your point. And so this is the confrontation that a minority of people want with PD. They want a confrontation. And it's happening in Santa Monica right now, and it's starting to happen in other communities around Southern California.
Yeah, just like yesterday. Those fireworks, those M80s, you know, that could blow someone's hand off. And we've seen the protesters using them. I mean, I heard them all throughout the evening last night in downtown Los Angeles, just hearing them go off. And it's a tactic that's being used to fire at those officers in retaliation to possibly the tear gas or being forced to move back here. But you can see, looks like the protesters.
David, I wanted to
go for it. Yes.
Oh, I was just going to jump in real quick. I just wanted to say I just spoke to Santa Monica PD. They said that they do know that the National Guard has been deployed to Santa Monica. They have been requested to come here. They do not know if they are in town yet, but I do know that they have been requested, and they should be on their way if they are not already here. So I'm not sure if we will see them arriving here at this location, but they are headed in this direction.
Okay, that's good information, Leanne. Thank you for that, because we were curious, and if we were to speculate how they're going to use the National Guard, it may be to put them in places like the 3rd Street Promenade, where we already saw looted and damaged. If they can clear the people out of that, that would be the perfect place to put the National Guard, just to make sure that they have a presence there and they can continue to protect structures, but not necessarily deal directly with crowds. The big question is, will they ever have to deal with some of these crowds that we're seeing, or will the police departments and sheriff's departments be the ones to handle that? That will be interesting. And as Hal Kempfer had pointed out earlier today, police departments, sheriff's departments, they are more trained and more prepared to handle these kinds of uprisings, and then the National Guard is better prepared to protect property.
David, you know, looking down further, I'm not sure, Leanne, if we can zoom in a little bit again to some of the protesters to the left of the screen there, but I saw some people look at you. They've got street barricades.
Running.
Whoa, now
Let's
they're
go back to
running.
Leanne. She could see. Leanne, your camera's pushed way in. There's a group of people really running now.
Yeah, that's because the police department fired some more non-lethal, less lethal rounds in that direction. Apparently did not like what was happening in that vicinity. Oh, they threw something again, I'm told. So yeah, it appears that every time the protesters throw something towards police, a return of those less lethal rounds occurs. And so it's kind of a back and forth volley between them with what they're throwing. So yeah, I see the officer firing. Every once in a while you'll see him firing.
And it's interesting to see that,
and that's what gets them to run.
They're using the barricades and a street sign.
Street sign.
A guy got a street sign, and he's using that to protect himself as they fire. There it is, right there.
Yeah, I see that guy in the middle there with the do not turn sign. Yeah, he's trying to protect themselves as they try to inch closer. But then as soon as the officers fire, I see him getting ready again. I see, yep, here coming a couple more rounds. There they go. They duck every time that the officer fires.
Oh boy.
At this point, we have to remember this is an unlawful assembly. The curfew is already in place. So technically everybody here now is breaking the law.
I'm going to jump in for 1 second. If you can see the gentleman in the middle, the sign says wage love, I believe, on the back.
Right.
So it appears that he's going to serve or attempt to serve as a mediator. He was escorted over by one of the SWAT members, and they said, we are going to talk to them. So there's some fireworks
we
going
saw
on in
him
the
walk
crowd.
by your
So,
camera while you were behind
Yes.
the police line, and then we saw that gesture that he made to the police line. It looked like he was trying to tell them, I'm going to talk to them now, and that's what's happening. So there's some communication going on right here.
Yes.
Well, that's
so
a positive
it seems that he's
sign.
going to try to serve as mediator. Yes, so hopefully that is a good sign. Gets them to hopefully move on, surrender. I'm not serving. He's attempting to be some kind of mediator here, trying to see what we can work out with the protesters that remain.
It's really hope that this just, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Nope, I was just going to say, I just see the officer in the SWAT vehicle. He has the best vantage point. He's up high. He is continuing to fire, and they're throwing a bunch of small fireworks I can hear going off in the crowd. That's why people are also running over there. So again, the police here continue to fire less lethal rounds towards them, again, trying to get them to break up. They, as you can see, they move up a little bit, or they back up a little bit, but then, give them a couple of minutes and they move forward again. They surge forward once again. So the police, as if you've seen this entire time, they have not moved their line. that has remained steady. They have not moved an inch yet. So I don't know if they plan on advancing forward at some point, or they're just going to hold steady here and see if they can just ultimately wait out the crowd.
All right, Leanne, stand by.
We're going to keep your picture hot. We're going to watch this as it unfolds, but we're also going to bring in a Skype interview. Protesters, they've historically taken over freeways, but not many people know why.
So joining us live via Skype is Pastor Q. Jean-Marie, I hope I say that right, please correct me if not, from the Road Church. Pastor, thank you so much for joining us because you provide some really fascinating information and history here. So you got a lot of attention for a tweet explaining to a reporter that the freeway represents or what it represents. Could you tell us all about that?
Well, when we take the freeways, we know that the freeways represent redlining, right? It's what created segregated communities between the suburbs and what we call the ghetto or the hood. And so we know that during the 60s and 40s, black folks couldn't live in certain communities, so they built freeways to give access to white folks who wanted to move into the suburbs. We call that redlining because they would actually make land covenants between white residents, and they were forbidden by the FHA to actually sell houses to black folks. So that's why you have communities like Bel Air, and you have many communities in Los Angeles were segregated communities based on redlining and white flight. And that created conditions in the black community that you're seeing actually manifest today as you're seeing the people on the street standing off with police.
It's a very symbolic gesture here that you're explaining. And, the initial demonstrators, they marched to the freeways peacefully, they blocked traffic, but as we've seen in the last 24 hours, it seems that their messages are getting lost in all of this violence. What are your thoughts on why this keeps happening?
Well, I would start with 2012. The violence that was inflicted on Trayvon Martin, right? I can go back to Emmett Till, but I'm not going to do that. The violence that was inflicted on Trayvon Martin, the violence that was inflicted on Sandra Bland, the violence that was inflicted on Waukesha Wilson. You saw the violence that was inflicted on George Floyd, right? Just recently, we've seen violence and violence and violence on black bodies. And so for black people, many black people, the violence that's occurring now pales compared to the lives of their loved ones that have been lost, right? And we're seeing that this has continued, and we know that it has a long history. Black folks have traumatic experiences with law enforcement because law enforcement actually derived out of slave catching mobs. And we saw that same type of mentality with Ahmaud Arbery, right, when he was attacked by a family, a mob of individuals who feel like they have the license to do whatever they want to black lives. I want to say this. Dr. King said, oppressed people cannot remain oppressed forever. The yearning for freedom eventually manifests itself. And that's what you're seeing today. So when we're seeing the violence, we're seeing the violence of our system. We glorify violence. We're always bragging about the Second Amendment. We're always funding police more than we fund any other resources and social infrastructure in our community. We fund the military more than we fund anything, right? 54% of LAPD's budget, 54% of our city's budget right now is going towards LAPD. And we've been fighting for that in the midst of a pandemic where we don't have housing. We are still going to give LAPD 54% of the budget, and we're going to cut all social services, right? So this is the militarism. This is what we want. This is what our society wants. This is what our society pays for. This is what our society believes is public safety.
Pastor, your church serves downtown LA, Skid Row. It's called the Church Without Walls, or the Street Church. So tell us about your mission.
Well, I've been pastoring at the streets of Skid Row for the past 13 years. In August, it'll be 14 years. We're called the Church Without Walls, in one of the forgotten and unseen Black communities in Los Angeles. Yes, Skid Row is predominantly Black. 65% of the folks in Skid Row are Black folks. And we're the microcosm of every issue that we're dealing with in our city. We know that COVID-19 affected the Black community more than everyone else. We know that 40% of the homeless population in Los Angeles is Black, and we're only 9% of the population. We know that. Sorry about that. My phone started ringing. And we know that all the ills of our society, COVID-19 proved to us that all the ills of our society affects Black people predominantly at a higher rate than everybody else. What you're seeing on the streets, though, is not just Black people protesting. We know that in 1967, there were 163 uprisings. We don't call them riots, uprising in the nation because of police brutality. So when people see violence, they forget about the Black life that caused that violence. George Floyd was the spark that is actually that caused folks to come out. Yesterday, we led a march. We were the ones who led the march. We were expecting 3,000 people. Some say there were 20,000 people. Some say there were 10,000 people. I'm not sure how many people were out there, but what we saw yesterday is a totally different picture. In 1967, the crowd were mostly Black folks, but now you're seeing people of all different ethnicities on the streets right now, because now they're using the spark of George Floyd to say, hey, we got dreamers out here who are being murdered by this system, right? We have people, immigrants out here who have been murdered by the system. A 73-year-old man was killed in ICE custody. He committed suicide in ICE custody, right? We had 1.3 million people, working people who are at risk at being homeless before COVID-19 happened. We had 60,000 people who are houseless in the city of in the county of Los Angeles. That's the violence. That's more violent than any violence that I'm seeing right now.
Pastor Q. Jean-Marie from the Row Church, we appreciate your time and your insight. We hope to hear from you again as this continues. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
We know this is a complicated issue, and we want to give you, the viewer, a chance to make your voice heard. So head to ABC7.com to tell us why you protest if you so choose. Upload a video or a picture, write us a paragraph, and we want to share some of your responses on the air and online to make sure that these voices and your voices are heard and the message gets across as to why all of this is happening.
It's important to make sure that we let as many people be heard as possible in these really difficult and trying times. So we hope you participate in that opportunity. In the meantime, we continue to watch the unrest going on in Santa Monica. That's our ground camera there watching the situation. But also, we want to turn our attention to other communities like Beverly Hills that saw a great deal of damage and looting from last night. And Amy Powell has been watching this community. Their curfew is now in place. And what's going on, Amy?
Well, David, it appears from what we can see that most people are obeying the curfew. You see behind me a few people walking down the streets here, people coming out to take pictures. Some of them not aware, perhaps, that the curfew has started. Others just kind of curious to see what they can do. In fact, we actually had to tell a couple of people that there was a curfew in effect. But take a look over here. Because this is Rodeo Drive. We're standing across the street from the famous Tiffany's on the corner and all those expensive high-end shops. What's eerie here is to see that all these shops are being boarded up. The walkways, the windows, the expensive storefronts. And that is all because, as we know, last night, protesters and people who wanted to cause some problems surged into this area. They broke into at least one of the high-end clothing stores here, looted it. A number of windows were broken on shops and businesses. Graffiti was left on walls. So the community here is doing its best to prevent that from happening again. Now we're looking up and down Wilshire. Again, as far as we can see on Rodeo, all the shop windows, the doorways have been boarded up. The city of Beverly Hills, the mayor here is saying he's not going to tolerate looting and vandalism in the city. We know this entire business district, this was shut down at 1 p.m. The streets all surrounding the business district have been barricaded. We drove around there. Police have roadblocks up. And again, now the entire city is under this curfew order. People are disappearing on from the streets here again. Most of the activity here from workers who are trying to make sure everything is boarded up. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Amy. The National Guard is now on guard at City Hall in downtown as a citywide curfew is set to begin at 6 p.m. and it will last until 6 a.m. It was set to commence at 8 p.m., but the LA County Sheriff's Department, well, he moved that up, that timetable due to the unrest that we are seeing in Santa Monica. There was a peaceful protest there. It began in earnest until the looting began, and then groups began smashing windows in a shoe store, emptying the entire store into their cars. And with police occupied, the vandals walked around without fear of arrest. At 4 p.m., a 4 p.m. curfew, rather, is now underway for Santa Monica. Beverly Hills imposed 2 of its curfews on its own. The first one began at 1 p.m. for the city's business district, and it extends through 5:30 a.m. A curfew for the rest of the city began at 4 p.m.
Well, dramatic changes have taken place just in the last few minutes in Santa Monica. Take a look at this. We want to go to Chris Christie overhead, Air 7 HD, where the protesters are setting up what is some sort of a fort. Chris, what's going on?
David, this is a very tense standoff that is developing here right at the foot of the Santa Monica Pier. There is a strong line of Santa Monica police officers that are basically in a standoff with these protesters right here who are stealing doors from a construction site to form a blockade right there where PCH meets Ocean. So this is right in front of Lobster Restaurant at the foot of the Santa Monica Pier, and the Santa Monica Police Department is now firing rubber bullets at these protesters. We've seen a couple of them take direct hits. You can see the large crowd of protesters directly behind that barricade. And then if you take a look at that, I think is it an apartment building? I think it's a residential building, but I'm not exactly sure. On the right-hand side there, you can see the first floor is boarded up. It is an apartment building. And just a minute ago, a fire extinguisher was being sprayed from an upper floor window from that second floor. Somebody is in that building spraying a fire extinguisher. Then the fire extinguisher came flying out the window. So somebody inside that building is participating in this pandemonium. But pandemonium it is down there, as shots are currently being fired intermittently at these protesters and at these people who are forming this blockade. So what is, again, turning into a very tense standoff here at the foot of the Santa Monica Pier.
Chris, it looks as if a protester is telling them, get back, because there were a couple that defected and they were moving their blockade a little bit, but then somebody appears to kind of be taking the lead and saying, okay, stop. We are going to do this together. It seems like it's a little bit more organized now than it was earlier.
Not at all. This is not organized at all. There's somebody trying to take the lead. But this group right here behind, I'm talking about the group, that first line of protesters who are the ones that just formed that barricade. They're using construction barricades, and they're using stolen equipment and stolen doors, plywood from that construction site, which is right next to here. They have now formed a solid barricade and are, I mean, you're talking about a crowd of, I would say, at least 100 people, if not more, that are right there at the intersection. And again, just down the block, if we go ahead and pull out just a little bit, you can see the stance that the Santa Monica Police Department is taking here. They are taking this as aggressive action as they were trying to build that blockade. Those shots were being fired at those protesters who are forming that blockade, if you will.
Well, we do know that there's some sort of mediator in that crowd. We've been seeing him around trying to keep peace between the protesters and the police. And Leanne Suter, she's on the ground. And we want to hear your perspective, Leanne, because you've been watching this for the last couple hours, and it appears that this is kind of quickly evolving. What's your take?
Yeah, this is changing dramatically. You can definitely see how the crowd is feeling emboldened. They're building that huge barricade. You can see live over my shoulder that Chris was talking about. You can see them putting up all that plywood, all those doors, and they're trying to double it up here. And you can see a lot of these protesters that are literally walking out, kind of taunting the police to shoot them with these non-lethal rounds. There is a gentleman that was in the middle of that group, one we saw earlier. He's in a white t-shirt. that said, I believe more love was the back of it. And he has been trying to get the group to calm down and to he'd serve as mediator between the protesters and the police. But so far, it doesn't appear that he's succeeded. This group definitely appearing to be growing in their confidence, I would say. I want to see if you can see one other thing. Oh, now we can get a good shot of it. Can you see this, the canister there, the red canister? I was trying to say that they had used, Chris was talking about that they'd taken it from that fire extinguisher. They'd taken it from the building, that apartment complex, and they'd sprayed it towards the police. They then threw it through the crowd. I just saw, we watched this huge fire extinguisher go flying through the crowd, landing in the street there. So this has taken a serious turn. So far, police have not changed their tactic. They remain here in the line, the skirmish line right here, and have not moved at all. But you can see those protesters really kind of building in strength and their confidence in trying to take on the police, it seems. One of the concerns for authorities is that they have a large group up on the high ground, as they call it. They're kind of up on that overlook. That is a big safety concern for police here. That is one of the reasons why they are not taking immediate action, because that puts them really at great risk, because they have those protesters kind of up above with a different vantage point. So that has put them at risk. The other concern the police were telling me is that there is another street that goes down kind of under the pier here, and that has not been shut off yet. And that gives protesters another route and another way to come in. I do know that more crews are headed in. I was told that more reinforcements are on the way. So I suspect this situation is probably going to take a turn shortly once we see more police and more crews arriving here. I'm not sure when that's going to happen, but I was told that more reinforcements are headed this way. But watching them build this barricade has completely changed the dynamic and changed kind of their stance, the protester stance. You can tell that they feel like they are gaining some strength in this, and kind of really standing up to the police more. So this standoff, I would say the tension here definitely escalating as this continues right here on Ocean Boulevard in Santa Monica.
Yeah, you could feel the tension just through your images from the ground. I was going to bring in Chris Christie into this conversation as well. So, Chris, you're watching from overhead. It does seem like that crowd is large now and getting more and more unified. The police have lost ground to this crowd since you got there. They've moved forward. What is backing up the police right now until those law enforcement reserves get there? Who's supporting that police line that we're seeing?
Well, that's a great question. To be honest with you, I only see that group of Santa Monica police officers. That skirmish line right there is really all that I see. You're talking about a couple of dozen officers, and that's basically about it. Behind them, I don't see a whole lot of backup. This has been a concern of mine all day when you consider the Santa Monica Police Department compared to the resources of the LAPD. There's a gap there. I'm sure that they have plans to bring in other reinforcements and perhaps at some point, like we've been talking about, even the National Guard if it's necessary. But in this case here, this is a standoff. They are taunting these police officers. They have lost a little ground. You see some folks coming in front of the barricade. It does look like there's a mediator trying to keep them behind the barricade, but this is all an unlawful assembly at this point, and everybody here nobody here is really acting orderly. They are not exceptionally violent, but they are clearly aggressive and taunting these police officers.
It's interesting that we...
Here comes another round of gas. Another round of gas shot right at the barricade that's landing just a few feet in front there, and that's going to agitate that crowd once again as they continue to move back. That is going to definitely spread in their direction. The wind is kind of blowing towards that building. The wind is blowing the smoke towards the building, and some of that gas will start to reach that crowd there in just a second. Sure enough, there you see the crowd dispersing, the barricade falling, and the crowd starting to move back past the pier here.
Well, that'll hit you like a brick wall, that tear gas, as we saw. Carlos, yesterday, you just get even a bit of a whiff of it, and you can't open your eyes, you can hardly breathe. Yeah, look at that barricade that they had, that makeshift barricade that they had created is completely down, and we imagine they'll just continue to fire off these canisters until they can get everybody to go away.
The interesting thing is we were watching that person who was the mediator mediator that Leanne had pointed out. He was there. He was the one that was doing a fairly successful job of getting people out from away from being in front of this barrier and getting them to get further back, which they were starting to do. But of course, when it comes to the police standpoint, the crowd was still too close. It's too large, so they fired the tear gas. But Chris, there are some folks that are still behind that barrier refusing to leave.
They're standing their ground, but they're also, some of them are fleeing to the park right next to, if we widen that just a little bit, there's a big park right to the left there. All of this, I should mention, is happening directly above the 10 freeway. This is the entrance to the McClure Tunnel right underneath where those Santa Monica police officers are standing. You can see that freeway traffic that would put you onto PCH there at the bottom of your screen. I'm curious what CHP is doing about that, especially considering the fact that that curfew is now in place here in Santa Monica. I see way too much traffic in this entire area, to be quite honest with you, considering there's a curfew. But all of this, this entire standoff is taking place right above the freeway, just to give you an idea of where we are. Some of the crowd has scattered into that park. That's Tonga Park at the intersection of basically PCH and Ocean Avenue.
Yeah, and Chris, I mean, in theory, the entire county should be at home and not out of their homes until in about an hour and 20 minutes. Of course, we know that Santa Monica, they put their curfew in at 4 p.m., but in just an hour and a half or so, the entire county will be under lockdown and shut down.
All right, we have with us.
Yeah, and worth noting, I was just going to say that crowd is basically coming right back to that blockade. That tear gas has basically evaporated, and now the crowd forming once again, standing their ground right there at the intersection.
All right, we are being joined now by Supervisor Janice Hahn on the phone, and thank you so much for joining us. Can you give us some clarification on what's happening with this curfew, its purpose, its goal?
We just announced that we will now have a county-wide curfew starting at 6 p.m. going to 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, which will cover the entire county of Los Angeles, all 88 cities and unincorporated area.
That's quite a remarkable statement there, Supervisor. Do you remember the last time this happened? And are they able to go out to walk their dogs? Can they go, I don't know, get food to eat?
To be honest with you, I don't remember. And I lived through the Watts riots, and I lived through the 92 uprising, and I don't remember a countywide curfew. We did this at the request of our sheriff's department. We know many cities were beginning to institute their own curfews. Santa Monica was doing one at 4. Los Angeles was doing one at 8. And I believe we decided to do a county-wide one to just align everybody and make it easier for all the police departments in different cities, as well as our county sheriffs, to basically clear our streets so that we don't see this violence and this public property destruction happening again tonight like we watched last night on TV.
Speaking of first time ever, when is the last time you've seen the National Guard have to be brought in to protect City Hall?
Right. Again, I know in 1965 there was some criticism that the National Guard weren't brought in soon enough. So, and I know I watched the National Guard, guarding some of those businesses last night that had been broken into and looted. This is so tragic on so many levels. Number one, it really feels like we're distracted from what this whole country should be outraged about, and that was the unlawful killing of George Floyd on camera. We should all remain vigilant to protesting that, but these looters and these agitators have distracted us. And the other thing that just breaks my heart is this was the weekend that, we were sort of coming out again. We were opening our retail businesses, our restaurants were starting to take reservations again for inside dining. People were starting to feel just a little bit like normal was happening, and we were throwing a lifeline to these businesses who were drowning because of the pandemic. This could not have come at a worse time. So now to shut down everybody again and tell everybody to go back home is unbelievable. I just can't believe it's happening.
Sir, we appreciate your time. We're going to cut now to our Leanne Suter on the ground in Santa Monica. Leanne.
Yeah, so they are making a move now. You can see they're inching forward. I'm going to have you guys watch here. They're moving the line up. We can see that all the officers on the front of the line have on their gas masks as they've been firing, or throwing, I should say, more of those hand gas grenades in that direction. They certainly have been targeting the crowd more with a lot of these non-lethal, less lethal means, trying to get them to back up. You can see that the barricades have been knocked down, so that whole wall that they had built with the plywood and those doors, that has been knocked down, and now they are trying to move in. So that makes me think that they must have their reinforcements in place in the other locations here to try to prevent the crowd from surging down underneath, let's say down onto PCH. Oh, somebody just throwing out. So somebody's inside this abandoned building. So that's an area of concern. That's where they were getting the plywood, I can see now. This abandoned building.
Oh,
and somebody's in there throwing a glass bottle there. Yeah. They're up in the second-story window there. They got into that building. And now it appears there is smoke.
They're shooting at them.
Oh, God. Okay, yeah, they're shooting at that window.
It's one of those
and I want to say that's non-lethal, I should say. They're firing. Yeah, pepper guns. They're shooting non-lethal at that open window, trying to get them.
Yeah, and let's hopefully we can get some images from the aerial perspective as well as you take us through this, so that people can see the scope, Leanne. There we go. Yeah, it's
yeah, so you can see what we're talking about. And look, you can see these rocks. This is what has been thrown at these officers standing on the very front. I mean, these are large rocks, as you just saw a moment ago. Several bottles, glass bottles, were thrown at police towards the front lines. So again, you can see the crowd backed up even more, except for a handful that remain right in front there. But the barricades, for the most part, have been knocked down. I'm unclear if they've gone into that building yet to try to clear out who may have been in there. They are definitely holding the line here, so I hear more units coming in, so I suspect their reinforcements may be coming in shortly.
Yeah, this crowd
Here goes
really
another tear gas one. Yeah.
Why don't we bring in
they just threw another tear gas toward the crowd.
So while this is going on, the crowd definitely has moved, and I don't know if they've thinned out or they just spread out further down the street. Chris Christie has probably the best view of it. Chris, what's your perception of it? Uh-oh. I think that's
yeah, David, they've taken a large step back. They have dispersed a little bit. They're much more spread out. They've moved down an entire block south now compared to where they were earlier. The tear gas was fired, and that was enough to break down that blockade that they had formed with that makeshift barricade, those doors and plywood that they had set up, now laying flat, and the bulk of the protesters have moved about a block south and much more scattered compared to just a few minutes ago. It will be interesting to see if law enforcement advances on them. By the way, that contingent of officers near the bottom of your screen is indeed a combination of Santa Monica police officers, LA County Sheriff, and I'm told some LAPD officers assisting in this situation as well. But still, I only make out a couple of dozen of them in this shot right here. So they've got a Bearcat near the bottom of your screen.
They're about to move
They're prepared
again. I'm going to throw this in, Chris. You can. Yeah. I'm just going to throw in, Chris. They're about to move again as you watch this. Continue. They're about to make their move. Oh, we're holding. Sorry.
Yeah. So they actually.
We're throwing more tear gas. Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, it does look like they're preparing to creep up on them. I was just going to say, you know, Santa Monica's jurisdiction continues for about an additional mile south on Ocean Avenue. It will be, and then once you get past the intersection where they are now, you go south of the Santa Monica Pier, and much of that is residential, especially along Ocean, which you know, continues all the way down to Venice. A couple of blocks in would put you on Main Street, which is a whole other set of shopping and retail here in Santa Monica as it continues on southward. So we'll see if the crowd stays on Ocean. If they continue south, all of this is going to remain in Santa Monica's jurisdiction, and I would imagine they're going to want to prevent them from entering private property. There's, again, a lot of residential apartment buildings and condominiums due south of where all of this is taking place.
As Leanne moves forward with the line, it's interesting to see the smoke and those canisters being thrown. They were thrown by law enforcement, and protesters are coming in and throwing them back at the officers. And you can also see the smoke kind of dissipating away from everyone because the wind is just moving it. So it appears that maybe that's not working. So many different ways that they're trying to get these people to move. But it does look like that they're moving.
It's been effective in moving the crowd. I think the big question, Chris, is where is the crowd going to go? Because we've seen them move throughout the afternoon, and then they reunify and set up another line. And is this a cat and mouse game that we're going to see continuing, as you said, through Santa Monica as it goes into other residential and other commercial areas? And is this something that's going to be an ongoing problem for Santa Monica?
Well, that's my concern. This is a little bit different than the tactic that was being used yesterday by LAPD near the Grove, where they were kind of boxing them in between intersections and doing their best to try and separate the masses and dividing the large groups to prevent them from merging. Of course, the more people you have, the more that mob mentality kind of takes over. And so what's happening now is that large group is continuing south. The Santa Monica Police Department is slowly advancing southward. They're trying to let that tear gas dissipate, and I imagine they're going to continue south. The problem is there's no law enforcement on the south side that's in a position to kind of box them in or take any other further action. So in essence, you have that group of officers near the bottom of the screen that can continue to kind of move the crowd further south. And as you mentioned, that then puts them in a much more residential area if they stay on Ocean, or if they come in another block from the Ocean, that would put them on 2nd Street, or 2nd Avenue, which puts them in, which turns into Main Street. And then that's a whole nother deal. You can see they're starting to make that turn. If you widen out a little bit, there's already some protesters that have made their way to the other side of the park, and that's what it looks like. It looks like they're actually heading towards 2nd, which will eventually, if they continue south and make a right, that's going to put them on Main Street, which is really would be a terrible situation as well.
They're just kind of moving around, it's really interesting to see. And we've also been seeing this since the protest started around noon, and they were, peacefully moving throughout Santa Monica, practicing civil disobedience, kneeling in the middle of intersections. But now it's reached a point where we're past the curfew, and the protest has to be over. It has to end at some point.
As Congresswoman Bass said, protest, she agrees with it and supports it, but protest up until the curfew. When the curfew hits, go home. And so there can be a distinguishment between sending a message and breaking the law. Mm-hmm. And she doesn't want people to break the law. And sometimes when you do break the law, depending on what you're doing and how you're doing it, it takes away from the overall message of the protest. So we are seeing some movement. I imagine Leanne is probably on the move too with police. So we're getting away from that one area
crossing the street there,
Santa Monica, and still hearing. Yeah, that's Leanne. Is Leanne still with us?
Yep, I am still with you guys. We're just moving forward.
And they're continuing to fire into that building.
The police. Yeah, there is still someone inside that building. Just a second ago, I saw someone throwing golf balls out at officers here. So it appears there is still someone in there trying to hide. But now they are past the line. So now, see, they're spreading out into the park here. And again, so they've dispersed the crowd pretty well here on the roadway, but you can see the interesting thing is that there's all these cars now that are exiting off of that roadway there. So they're just coming right into the heart of the problem.
Oh, man.
I'm not sure how many are aware of it or not, but they're definitely they're driving right into the line of potential fire. I want to show you guys a couple of things, if I can do this, Bill. So here's what these look like. So the big black one that you're seeing, those are the rubber bullets that they fired. This is another non-lethal one that they fired, these little round red ones. Both. And this one is the one, these are the pepper balls.
Yeah.
So inside this is the pepper spray. So when it hits, it explodes, the pepper comes out. And these are the rubber bullets that they are firing. And if you get hit with those, I mean, it can cause serious damage. It certainly does hurt. Yeah, it's absolutely painful. So they've been firing a lot, and they've been firing so much tear gas, I have to say, that we have not been downwind of any of it. We have not been near it, but I can tell you, just moving through the street here, this is where they were firing it. You still get a pretty good whiff of it because it really hangs around, really kind of sticks to the ground and in the air here. So you can really smell that pepper spray in the area. And I have seen a number of the officers here who have really suffered because they didn't have masks on. I saw a bunch of them wiping their eyes, and their eyes were really watering because they had taken a big face full of that gas. So they have definitely cleared out the protesters from the street here. They're over there cornering some people in the park, trying to clear that area. There's another M80 that somebody's throwing at police at this point. So I'm seeing them going into, you aren't going to see this, but I just describe it for you. That empty building, that apartment building, they have officers now going inside to search the entire building to make sure it's clear that no one is in there. So I'm watching. Oh, there you go. You can see them going on the side of the building with their weapons drawn. This time they're going to go in to make sure, try to find the person that was in there. As I said, they were throwing out golf balls just a moment ago, so someone is in there.
Yeah, somebody's
so they're
going to have
definitely
to.
going to go try to find them.
Yeah, they're having to cover their flank with that guy in that building. They might as well just go and take care of the problem and try to pull him out and get that out of the way. We saw a shot of Matt Gutman with ABC News in the park that has been trying to cover the story from his perspective. Chris Christie overhead watching the movement of the crowd, and look how they've spread out quite a bit. Chris, what are you seeing?
Yeah, they're making I would say, a troubling turn here. We saw a large volume of protesters running through the park that's adjacent to where all of that exchange was taking place. Some protesters taking cover in the trees at the park, but a large volume of them have now made their way down Olympic Circle, and they're now turning south on Main Street. They're turning south on Main Street. If that movement continues, that's going to put them down a whole line. Of course, anybody familiar with this part of Santa Monica is all retail and shopping, and you just don't want to see that mesh. Otherwise, I can just imagine a replay of what we saw yesterday and earlier this morning. And you can see that's what it looks. That's the direction they're going in, towards Main Street. We'll see how they decide to approach them and close in on them. Right now, I can see LAPD's helicopter circling around them. We'll go ahead and widen out. You'll be able to see the helicopter as the protesters advance southbound on Main Street.
All right, as we continue to watch this situation in Santa Monica, very fluid. We have multiple cameras in the area. As we watch the progression of this protest that has turned from peaceful to less than, and Leanne is behind the police line watching how they're taking care of this, and Chris Christie overhead trying to figure out where the crowd is going, because they don't seem to be giving up. They just seem to be constantly moving. This is one of many areas throughout Southern California that we are continuing to watch and have some concern about. Let me let you know this, that in Santa Monica alone, there are multiple agencies that are there. So the police line that you see with Leanne, granted, they look thin, but they have support in other parts of the city. We've seen the Sheriff's Department, the LAPD, and we're also getting confirmation that the National Guard is, if not in the community yet, heading to this community. So you're going to see a large law enforcement presence in Santa Monica. The picture on your right, what are we seeing on the left right there? Let me get some clarification. This is some video of the looting on the left-hand side. We saw a great deal. Oh, this is live. Okay. We're seeing the looting continue also in, there you go. There's a locator, Lincoln Boulevard and Santa Monica Boulevard. So the looting continues in Santa Monica, which is another big problem. Scott, you're watching this. Explain what we're seeing.
Yeah, David, we just got back from refueling, and the looting had just moved further north up towards Lincoln and Santa Monica Boulevard. Denise, I think that's how you pronounce that, a motorcycle gear, jackets, things of that nature, completely gutted. We had a dozen people or so run inside just moments ago, take out the merchandise. They actually knew the helicopters overhead, so they had taken their license plate off of their vehicle before they drove away, but I don't think there's going to be much, if anything, left inside that store. And I want to give you an idea. If we pan to the right here a little bit and show you, I'm not certain what street this is, but it gives you an idea. Continue to the right. slowly but surely they're trying to shut this area down. And right there, I believe, as we push in, right in the center of your screen, you can see they've shut down a portion of Arizona just off of Ocean, and that's where they're trying to really make that line. But as they moved in more and more officers, the looters just slowly came further north, up towards now as far as Lincoln. So all of these stores in this area are at risk of being looting, and from time to time we look in these spots, we just see still that continuing, although we don't see quite, it's not quite as rampant as it was earlier. We don't see quite as many people. The curfew probably affecting that, and then also the presence of the police. You could tell there's much more of a presence now in this area than we saw even 45 minutes ago. But things certainly have escalated. I had heard, and you probably went over that, I can't hear what Chris says when he reports, that shots may have been fired at an officer at this intersection, Santa Monica Boulevard in Lincoln. And boy, once it gets to that point, things are just about ready to erupt. And I think that's really where we're at right now with the police and with everyone else, these individuals who are out here that refuse to leave.
It's incredible. So we're going to go over everything, Scott. If you could hang tight right now. We want to say hello to our viewers as we approach 5 o'clock right here in Eyewitness News. Hello, everybody. I'm David Ono.
And I'm Colleen Sullivan. A city curfew now in effect in Santa Monica since 4 p.m. Police are working to evacuate the crowds of protesters declaring an unlawful assembly. Protesters are throwing rocks, firecrackers, and other objects while police respond with non-lethal rubber bullets and pepper balls and smoke bombs. Earlier, we saw incidents of looting at stores. Access to the 10 freeway and PCH has been shut down. And police are also trying to disperse the crowds in Huntington Beach after a protest broke out there. Counter-protesters, they showed up as well, raising the tensions. Access from PCH has been shut down. And in downtown LA, the National Guard has taken position at City Hall. Hundreds of troops are mobilizing throughout the city following the violence and destruction that broke out yesterday in the Fairfax district. About 400 people were arrested, nearly 900 since Friday. A Los Angeles citywide curfew going into effect at 6 p.m. It will be in place until 6 a.m. tomorrow.
All right, so we have a lot going on. It's been a long day already here in Santa Monica, and we have been watching. This is another live picture. I do believe this might be Scott Reif. Scott? Oh, no, it's Chris Christie now. Chris, what are you seeing?
Hey there, David. Yeah, the Santa Monica courthouse now coming under attack here. A lot of debris, heavy objects shattering the front doors of the courthouse there, and spray paint on the windows. You can see the large group has kind of split into two. One group is traveling south on Main Street. The other group has just closed in on the courthouse, and now they're backing off a little bit. Just some exterior damage to the front steps of the courthouse and the front door, which has now been shattered, as you saw just about 30 seconds ago. So a little bit of violence there, but they have not penetrated the entrance. They have stepped away and appear to be reuniting with the rest of the group as they advance southbound on Main Street here. So a lot of agitators here, really, just destroying public property and doing anything but protesting at this point.
All right, well, you keep an eye on it because this is such a fluid situation. Chris, we go away from you for a few seconds and something happens. I want to tell our viewers right now, we have 2 helicopters up over this dynamic situation going on in Santa Monica right now, where you see that picture. That is Chris Christie. We see people bent on destroying the Santa Monica courthouse. Scott Reif just moments ago was showing you the looting that continues in some of the storefront areas of Santa Monica. Leanne Suter is on the ground as well. She is following the path of the police department as they are trying to push a crowd that has been constantly on the move. So we're weighing all of this as well as what's been happening in other parts of Southern California when it comes to protests. It's been a very busy day today. We'll want to go back now to Scott Reif, who was just watching some looters. And what do you have now, Scott?
Well, Philip, we did watch them come in and just take care of a complete store, everything they took out of it. And what's happened is, more than anything, is the looters have moved further and further north, all the way up to Lincoln. Then you saw Chris over there with activity right south of the 10 freeway. Most of it has been on the north side. As we continue down Broadway here, Broadway and 7th, and we get to Broadway and Lincoln, that's really close to that area where we had all that looting. I think right down on the bottom of your screen. Maybe in here, it looks like, I'm not certain what store this is. It's a grocery store of some type, but it looks like looters have been running in there. getting what they can, and then running back out. So this is just extremely widespread now. The police has moved in along Ocean, about that area just north of Ocean, on most of the majors, and they're slowly but surely moving these people out further north. But when that happens, they're just going to more of these stores and continuing what they were doing. But as we open up a little bit and give you this shot, you can tell it looks like this store is going to be decimated, and you can tell folks are still frantic to get what they can, hop in their cars and drive away. And it wouldn't surprise me from what we've seen today that these are the same people that were doing it earlier a little bit further south in some of those areas. They're driving somewhere else, they're taking the merchandise out, and they're getting right back. Or they'll call somebody, and as they come out of the store, this grocery store, they probably know maybe somebody who's in that van. They hop in the vehicle, they take the goods with them, and then they come back. So it continues to grow. It continues to expand further and further into the outskirts of Santa Monica. Instead of when we focused on it earlier, it was right there off of Ocean. So the civil unrest here is getting obviously out of control, but it's also expanding into a larger and larger area, which is going to be more difficult for police to contain. And as I look out the window, I do not see any of the National Guard here, but you can tell this Vons is being looted, and there's not going to be much left. This is ongoing, and I don't see any police really moving into this location right here. So really at this point, the police are at the mercy of how many resources they have and trying to figure out exactly where the best place for those resources may be.
All right, yeah, there are priorities, and police need to be most concerned about the large group of protesters. But there you see more and more people showing up to that Vons and the pharmacy and looting that facility. And as we speculated, and there's a car coming in quickly, as we speculated, some of this looting, these people who are doing it, they may have a busy day today just looking for one target after another. So we'll watch that situation.
David.
Yeah, okay.
I think there's a pharmacy in this Vons.
Right.
Open up a little bit. Did it say pharmacy? And, you know, you start to think about that, and then you start to think there's gates in there that will really control the pharmacy. Did it say pharmacy on the left, Chad?
It did say pharmacy in that area where that one guy, there it is, right there.
Yeah, and I think if anything, that would be an area they'd want to concentrate on and try and protect. But once they're inside that Vons, if they can get through the metal gate that partitions off the pharmacy portion, you know, you're talking about a lot of medications, a lot of drugs that could be accessible to some of these people. And look at that, you know, as fast as you can get in and get some of the merchandise, you run out, you try and get away, and pretty much it's what I saw in 1992. I saw a pickup truck, I mentioned it earlier, come in 4 times to a Circuit City, fill up the back of the truck, come back 4 more times, and just get as much goods as they could, because there's just not enough resources to contain and protect all of these areas. And this seems to be growing especially in the area, but it's growing in depth as far as the size of the businesses they're looting, what they're getting to. You start to think about a pharmacy that starts to really be concerning.
Yeah, and it is, it's a sad thing because it does take away from the whole point.
Oh boy, hold on a second. Coming to my 12 o'clock, this is what I talked about earlier. I was really concerned about this. This is going to be a real big issue. Come to 12 o'clock with a camera, push into the smoke. If this is a fire, and it doesn't look like a smoke grenade, this is going to be an issue.
That's a fire.
And what happens is if a building like this catches on fire, access is an issue in Santa Monica. You just don't have a lot of access. You got a lot of high rises, and once a fire takes off, you got all these cars on the street. You got pedestrians out. You got the police that have to try and focus their attention to get the fire department in, and this can take off quickly. It can expand to other buildings. This could really be an issue. I know when we saw the fire department respond initially, and in Chad, if you could tell me that intersection, my sky map is down, 4th and Santa Monica Boulevard. Originally, when they responded, I thought, oh my goodness, if there's a fire, we're really going to be in trouble. Now, it's hard to tell, David, I don't know if you could tell, if we're looking at a car that is on fire next to the structure, that would be better than the structure, but certainly would have the potential to spread to that structure, and that would really be a problem.
It's clearly coming through the trees, but it could be either or. Is this not, Scott, directed at you, is this not the same place where we saw the fire department respond to earlier today, about an hour or 2 ago?
I don't believe it's the exact same place. They came around this corner.
Scott. It looks like it's coming out of the window of the building. It looks like the second floor, or if this building has an attic, it looks like that is on fire.
and you could see the people running out of the building next to it.
Oh, looters.
And,
oh, goodness.
and the looters just trying to get out right there. I can't tell what that business is. A jewelry store, possibly.
Jewelry.
Yeah, we talked about that a little earlier. The jewelry stores are a little more difficult to get into. They're usually really boarded up well, but as people started to watch this, more and more of them may have responded with whatever they needed to break in. And now you're talking about valuables when you think about the merchandise that they can get out of a jewelry store, just what that might be worth. I can't quite tell if it's in the structure, but it appears that it may be. And if that is the case, open up out of this shot a moment. I just want to give folks...
I think it's the building. I think it's coming out of the building. Oh, it's just such black smoke.
Let's look at the access issues real quick, Chad, by opening up. I mean, you've got pedestrians running. Yeah, you've got all these cars on the street, and you've got no police in sight, and they're going to have to escort in the fire department.
Okay, this is could be a catastrophic situation, because now the concern is not one storefront or one building, but all the buildings that are attached within range of this fire, and it could be a quick burn as it rolls through. Look how tight everything is.
Access.
And, okay, there's a red vehicle there to your left-hand side, Scott. So some authority is there watching the situation. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, the fire department just rolled in. That hook and ladder is going to be obviously precious right now, because once he gets up, he can get some water on that. But if the fire does expand to the point where firefighters can't get inside and they have to take a defensive stance, and if that roof collapses, then this thing is just going to erupt. It will just take off. And, after what we saw, I think it was 2 weeks ago, with the firefighters who got trapped on the roof coming down the ladder, they're not all that anxious to jump up on the roof. They don't know what's inside this building. More than likely, in a situation like this, they don't have to worry about anything that's extremely flammable. They know what these businesses are, but that's a two-story at least structure right there, if not three, and it'll all be about the entrance team. If they can get inside and put this out, they're going to be able to contain it. If they can't, and it erupts to the point where they can't get inside, then we're going to have a fire that burns for a long time.
Well, and keep in mind, so we're watching this fire, and this is like one of those situations where anywhere you point the camera, Scott, there's something going on. We see, what is this? This is about
look at that. Tilt up a little bit.
3 or 4 blocks.
Coming out of the vents.
Coming out of the vents at the top. That's a bad sign,
That's
Scott.
in the attic.
Yeah, and this is right down the street from the Vons that is being looted right now. And keep in mind, in the other direction of Santa Monica is where the protest is going on, and police are trying to deal with that right now. So there are multiple fronts here in this city that is dealing with potential catastrophe.
Yeah, and this fire here, once you saw that smoke come out of the attic portion, if we go and look at the structure as a whole, you got black, almost very dark, maybe black smoke coming out through those vents. That more than likely means that it's spread to the attic, or it's gotten inside the vents, the air conditioning vents, whatever the case may be. If we start to see more of that, then this could be a firefight that they have to fight from the outside. And, you look at this and for certain, you would think, I guess, that it's arson. There's no other reason this would start up. But hopefully the entrance team can put it out. If not, it's going to be a long battle. And I tell you what really gets scary, like back in '92, is there were dozens of fires that were set all at the same time, and the whole city looked like a black cloud. At this point, there's only one structure, and we hope we don't see others, but everyone here, all the authorities are really going to have their hands full.
It is, when you're talking about seeing LA on fire 28 years ago.
Good sign
Mark
there.
Brown joining me now. It is one of those images that anybody who witnessed the news then, you just saw so many fires just lighting up the night sky. And let's just hope that it really was frightening. It's very concerning. And seeing this fire set, we saw it at 5:07. We don't know how it started, but like you said, obviously arson investigators will be out on this to try to figure out the exact cause. And then to see people going in this building to still try to get more property out of that building that clearly wasn't theirs. But
now we're seeing a little bit of encouragement here by the fact that we're seeing white smoke. But you can't really get too excited about it, because in a lot of cases, we've covered these fires. One moment it looks like it's really going to lay down, and then it takes off. But if we open up a little wider, we're seeing a lot more white smoke than we did that black smoke that was coming out. But, it can change quickly, as I mentioned. So hopefully we'll see them knock this down from the inside, and it won't really take off and get in that attic and consume that entire building. Because if it does, it could spread to others, and then that would really be significant, really be difficult to attack and put out because of the access issues here in Santa Monica.
Yeah, Scott, it looks bad, but hopefully since the firefighters are there, they may be able to get a handle on this fairly quickly. That's the hope anyway. We have our Leanne Suter elsewhere in Santa Monica, not far away from there. She can give us an update from her position. Leanne?
Yeah, Mark, the police line here on Ocean has inched up a little bit more. We are now here at the corner here of where Ocean kind of curves around. You can see they've really cleared out the street, so that is good. The protesters have really moved out. There's a small contingency, I would say, on either side of the roadway here on Ocean, but that big barricade they had made, this is what they were made of. I'm going to show you right here. These are doors they had taken out. Oh my gosh, these are really heavy doors that they had taken out of an abandoned building nearby, and that's what they had set up as a barricade in the middle of the street. Police have now cleared that out of the roadway. They have lined up here with their helmets on. As you can see, most of the officers in the front line here are with Santa Monica PD. This is their jurisdiction, of course, and so they have lined up here. One thing I wanted to show you guys, they are ready for arrest, and this is what they use. They use these zip ties, just to give you an idea of what this is. So how it works is you end up, they put the hands through, then they're able to quickly zip tie them shut, and that's their handcuffs. And then it's also easy for them once they have to take them off just to clip them off. But this is a very quick, easy way that they end up arresting most of the folks that are out here. So if they ended up being taken into custody, this is what they will face. But you can see this roadway pretty empty right now. The officers are here and right here at PCH. And yeah, I mean, you just see a handful of people. I also see some folks in an apartment complex off to the side, just standing over there, just watching, kind of watching the show as it's unfolding here, and just seeing what happens. But a handful of protesters also just sitting on the edge of the curb. So for the most part, they've all left here. It's sounding like many of them ended up going around down Olympic and around the other part of the Santa Monica here where there may be other issues going on. I just don't see a huge contingency of protesters here. I did see police end up going around up onto the higher ground here onto this platform to make sure that that was cleared. So they really have done a good job of clearing this area, but where all those protesters went, I am not certain, but I'm sure that they are still in town somewhere at this point, or at least that's what it's sounding like based on all the other issues that we are seeing in other parts of Santa Monica. But that's the latest right here on Ocean. This section stable for right now, but of course these authorities right here, the police right here, will not be leaving this line. The skirmish line will remain in place until they lock the city down. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
It does seem, though, Leanne, you're reporting that the crowd seems to have diminished a little bit. It's thinned out.
Yeah, it's diminished a lot, Mark. I have to tell you, I mean, you really don't see anybody. I mean, you look out, there's just a handful of folks on the sides, on the sidewalk, sitting on the curb, but I do not see a large crowd whatsoever, and they really have cleared everybody out. So they've gone somewhere. I just don't know where, but they certainly are not here in this location. I look down Ocean in the other direction, and that is completely clear as well, Mark. So there are pretty much no protesters left here, but they are somewhere else here in Santa Monica. I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, let's go to Scott Reif now in Air 7 HD. Is that a police car on fire there?
Mark, I believe it is an unmarked patrol car. It's so hard to tell because it's on fire, but it's crazy. There are people running up to it trying to get a photo of themselves with this vehicle on fire. I don't know if this is a civic center or it's right next to the high school. It's at Main and Pico. At this point, it is just the vehicle, but as you can tell, it could spread to the structure. The fire we were looking at just a little bit ago on Santa Monica Boulevard and 4th, it looks like they were getting a handle on that. That can change pretty quickly, but that's good news as far as that structure fire was concerned. But the real risk here and the real concern is that more and more of this happens. More people start these arson fires. They spread to structures, and then they just don't have enough equipment to get into these areas to put these things out before they really spread. I mean, resources become very, very thin, and then you have to protect the firefighters when you're dealing with a crowd that maybe has already taken a shot at patrol officers. So in situations like this, it's getting very dicey, it's getting frightening. We hope that this starts to calm down, but it looks like the trend right now is that things are getting heated. We're seeing fires start, we're seeing cars on fire, buildings on fire, and a complete grocery store, Vaughn's and a pharmacy, looted, and it looks like that was going to be gutted in no time with looters. And then now you see this vehicle on fire next to what we believe is a civic center, and I believe that is a motor officer pulling in there. I can't quite tell. No, it's just a motorcycle. So it's tough. It's a tough situation to try and contain, and right now, for the most part, it's fully out of control.
Wow, it certainly is. It does look like it's out of control, Chris and Scott. And of course, we know that resources are being diverted into so many places. We are going to switch cities. We're going to move from Santa Monica to Long Beach, where there's a crowd that is gathered to get there. Let's go to Air 7 HD and Chris Christie, who's overhead with the details. Chris?
Okay, well, we've lost audio with Chris Christie, but what you're looking at there is a very large crowd of demonstrators over in Long Beach.
Mark, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now, Chris. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yep, we're just pulling up on the scene of this one. Looking at downtown Long Beach at the intersection of Ocean Boulevard and Pine Avenue, a crowd of several hundred now gathered in the intersection here. There is not a large police presence, at least visible in this shot or in the extremities of this intersection, but you can see they have gathered very peacefully and are protesting at the intersection. They are blocking traffic, which has come to a halt here and is definitely disrupted, but it does appear to be a peaceful protest. However, we are now under a curfew, so I guess by nature this is an unlawful assembly. We will see how law enforcement prepares to manage the situation. Obviously, you don't want to see protesters in any capacity coming into close proximity with drivers and motorists. Tempers can flare and miscalculations are often made. We've just seen it too many times. So this is a situation that is developing right now here in Long Beach, again, the intersection of Ocean Boulevard and Pine Avenue.
Yeah, where are the police right now? Are the police nearby? Are they forming a skirmish line anywhere nearby?
No, they aren't. We don't have it in our shot. We haven't been able to find them. They might be on the, they might be monitoring this. Obviously, they're monitoring this, but they aren't visible. They aren't making themselves visible. Perhaps they are giving this crowd a chance to breathe and do as they please, exercising restraint, exercising patience, and deciding to not agitate them with an overwhelming presence. But I got to be honest. As I look around, I don't see any cruisers in the vicinity.
All right.
They are monitoring from up above. The helicopter is up. Long Beach helicopter is up, but that's about it.
Okay, so they are keeping an eye on it, and police are hanging back. Let's get to some new video that came in from downtown Los Angeles from a high-rise near Pershing Square. Video here. Watch as a police vehicle runs into a protester and then goes careening out of the intersection, a two-point turn at rapid speed there. You saw two people hit. First, it accelerates rapidly forward, hits two people there as it was going forward. Then as it backed up, it nearly hit some more people, and the officer took off. So the question is, why was he going into that group of people? What made him feel that was him or her, the officer, feel that that was necessary? And why were people compelled to throw objects at that cruiser? There was a lot going on in that, and that's pretty shocking video, though.
It is shocking. We have so many images right now. I'm trying to take a closer look at it because we're just sort of all looking at some of these images for the first time.
There was zero need to do that. People are literally standing in front of you. Why accelerate? Why accelerate forward into them when you didn't have to?
And then accelerate backwards
and going
reverse
backwards
so quickly.
Yeah.
I know tensions are high, but yeah, that's
oh my God.
Yeah, that's video that's very disturbing. And then backing up without any regard for who's behind you, and you can see people because you obviously had those cameras behind you.
That's an officer who's going to have to do some explaining, and
have to answer that.
I think if you or I were to do that, there would be a charge.
Oh,
there would be a criminal charge.
There's
correct?
no doubt about it.
Because you've got if you see a bunch of people in front of you, is there a reason then to continue forward?
Charge?
If you have a place to go to get away, You don't have to turn down that street.
No.
And
absolutely not. No,
I'm
very
confused as to why he
the
felt compelled to accelerate
cruiser
forward.
Is stopped. It's not like he was in the process, or she was in the process of turning. They're stopped.
Yeah, they were stopped. They were sitting there.
Anyway, all right. Well, we are going to be moving on to Redlands. A loud but peaceful Black Lives Matter protest. Demonstrators held a sit-in while others marched through the streets. They chanted slogans, including "No justice, no peace," "I can't breathe," some of the last words spoken by George Floyd as he was restrained by officers in Minnesota. Organizers say they coordinated with Redlands police, and the chief expressed his support for their right to protest.
We came together because we felt like Black Lives Matter is honestly just as simple as that, and we really wanted to put actions behind our words that we keep saying, and like be there and be the voices for the people who have lost their voices. We're just fighting for the simple equality that all of us should share.
And these protesters say this is not just the beginning, and they want the momentum to keep on going.
All right, Tony Cabrera has been reporting for us in Orange County. He has a wrap-up of what is going on in Orange County as well. Tony?
Mark, Colleen, there are a number of protests happening across OC, but one we want to specify right now is Santa Ana, because it seems there are 3 groups of protesters that are around the streets in that area. So let's get to video that's just coming into our newsroom right now as protesters move through the streets peacefully protesting as they shouted "No justice, no peace," and "Black Lives Matter." It seems there are hundreds of them taking over the streets, but peacefully, we want to remind you, because last night, people are on edge and thinking about that, because the concern is that if and when this might turn violent as it did last night, what will happen? It was at Bristol and McFadden that we're seeing people were setting off fireworks, throwing rocks, bottles, other things at police. There was damage done to a number of businesses that were looted last night, with 5 people being arrested. 450 officers and deputies came from across Orange County to help Santa Ana officers. 1 deputy was injured. We're told he was treated and released. And now we look at tonight's protests that are planned at about 8 p.m. with the curfew set at 10 p.m. ending at 5 a.m. tomorrow. And we did see on Twitter that randomly a guy tried to convince the group of protesters that we saw earlier in the video and told them, hey, let's try to get this to escalate. But the person on Twitter wrote that people said, no, we're not down with that. And they said, hey, they chanted, "Keep the peace, keep the peace." So that was encouraging to see that there was somebody that was trying to escalate things, but it didn't go to that point. We were talking earlier about Huntington Beach, where it was declared an unlawful assembly, and so that one has been shut down. It's calmed down there. There is a calm protest in Irvine, a calm one in San Clemente so far that we're seeing across social media. For now, we're reporting live from home. Tony Cabrera, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Tony, thank you very much for that report. Well, we are going to go back to Santa Monica and Air 7 HD and Scott Reif. Scott, we're not over the fire now. We're over this crowd gathering.
Yeah, now the 2 fires look pretty good. The car fire next to the Civic Center appears to be out, and the structure fire at Santa Monica Boulevard and 4th appears to be out. But they raided this Chase Bank. I'm not certain what they could have gotten, but there were a group, several dozen, that ran into this area. You see all the cars are stopped. There's several stores that were ransacked as well. And moments ago, we saw a big group come to this area, and that's why we focused in on this spot. But I want to show you, as we tilt up with the camera, there's a large group starting to form and march down. Let me give you the street here. I think it's going to be right there in your screen, Chad, as you tilt in. There you go. You can see several hundred people, and they're coming southbound on, let's see if I can get that street, 6th and coming towards Wilshire right now. So this is a group that has sort of popped up all of a sudden, coming southbound towards that area of downtown Santa Monica that they've really been trying to contain and to stop. So once the police really takes a look at what they have here, we're probably going to have another skirmish line and try and stop them from continuing down towards this area they're really trying to cordon off. And it just exploded into so many different areas. It's become so hard to contain. There's all these little spots where we have people looting and groups gathering that it's becoming extremely difficult, if not impossible, for the police to stay ahead of this thing.
All right. All right. We were trying to deal with some things in here. So this is a peaceful so far, this march at least appears peaceful. It's striking to see, Colleen, how others had split off from the peaceful march and just decided to do their own thing and conduct the lawlessness, and then the peaceful march continued. We are, of course, continuing our ongoing coverage of the widespread protests and unrest through Southern California tonight. You can catch a special edition of World News Tonight, anchored by David Muir, on our D2 channel 7.2. And on these channels on your screen, on Cox at 796-1133, Frontier 467, Google Fiber 70, Mediacom 520, and Spectrum 1246.
Yes, now we are live over downtown Los Angeles as we continue to monitor all the situations. We're going to restart at 5:30. I'm Colleen Sullivan along with Mark Brown. The National Guard is on guard at City Hall in downtown as a citywide curfew is set to begin at the top of the hour. Hundreds of troops are mobilizing throughout the city following the violence and destruction that broke out yesterday in the Fairfax district. The curfew will be in place until 6 a.m. and police are working to evacuate the crowds of protesters in Santa Monica with their curfew beginning at 4 p.m. Protesters, they were seen throwing rocks, firecrackers, and other objects. Police responded with non-lethal rubber bullets, pepper balls, and smoke bombs. There continues to be looting in stores, though, and several fires have now been set in and around Santa Monica. Police are also trying to disperse the crowds on Huntington Beach after a protest broke out there. Counter-protesters also showed up as well, raising the tensions. Access from PCH has also been shut down.
Let's go to Scott Reif now. He's been over Santa Monica for much of the afternoon, watching this all unfold, both the peaceful protest and the elements, the criminal activity that has also been going on. Scott, what can you show us right now?
Well, we have a group of people coming down Wilshire, pretty much north of where we saw all the looting. And although they appear to be peaceful at this point in time, you know, the word has gone out. There is a curfew. You have to leave. The helicopter overhead from LAPD has a loudspeaker telling everyone to disperse. So it's an unlawful demonstration at this point, even though this crowd appears to be peaceful. And it's hard to say where they're headed. It looks like they're turning down 7th Street, actually onto Lincoln. And basically they're coming down right down into that hot spot that we had earlier, right at Lincoln and Broadway, where we had all that looting by the Chase Bank. So there's so many little areas that are breaking out right now, this being the largest actual group that I see. What we had on Ocean, basically earlier, the group of the largest protesters we saw earlier this afternoon, they've been pushed out with tear gas and with officers forming a line. This has been a group that sort of formed on the north side of Santa Monica and now is coming south onto Lincoln, headed back towards the 10 freeway, if you will, and back towards Broadway where we had all that looting going on. So we'll keep an eye on this group. We hope they're going to be peaceful. But what we have seen is anytime the police tries to stop them or tell them to leave, that a lot of things do break out. A lot of looting starts to happen. And everyone here in this group has been told to leave already. They've just sort of come around the back way, and they're trying to get back into the same area.
Well, we are awaiting a press conference from the chief of police of the city of Santa Monica. Her name is Cynthia Reynaud, and we are expecting word from her at any moment. She's at the podium, we believe. But in the meantime, we're going to have to see what she has to say about what they're going to do about these roving bands of people who've been looting stores. And what are they going to do with regard to traffic control or maintaining some sort of control over the folks who are now sitting down blocking an intersection?
Well, we do know that curfew went into effect in Santa Monica at 4 p.m. So a lot of people have been dispersing. We saw Leanne Suter. She was right there where there was a very large crowd that had taken like center stage, and they have been dispersing. So we are over downtown LA on your right-hand side of your screen. We can go to Chris Christie, and he can give us an update of what he's seeing right there. Chris?
Colleen, a dramatic shot here at LA City Hall. Several hundred have now gathered directly in front of the steps at City Hall. They are peaceful protesters respecting the barricade that has been set up by the National Guard. You can see several lines of LAPD officers behind them, the National Guard soldiers backing them up. As I look up Spring Street, there's also a whole line of Humvees that are keeping them south of the intersection here. So you can see the Humvees off to the left side of your screen, several hundred protesters peacefully holding up signs along Spring Street and making their voices heard, respecting the space, giving LAPD that room
I'm the
to
interim
work.
city manager for the city of Santa Monica.
All right.
Today is a devastating day for our city.
City manager.
An unlawful assembly has been declared, and we have had a curfew in place. At this point, our priority is to protect the safety of the members of the public. We are telling everyone to go home. Tomorrow, we start our recovery. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Chief of Police, Cynthia Renaud.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for a few minutes. I just wanted to reiterate that the City of Santa Monica and the Santa Monica Police Department is here to support peaceful protests, but will not stand for civil unrest and criminal behavior. The Santa Monica Police Department, in coordination with our area law enforcement partners, are actively working in the city. There is a curfew in place. We are asking you to go home, and those who don't, we will begin notifying and making arrests for the curfew violation. Our intent here and our primary goal is to keep everyone safe.
Hello, I'm Deputy Chief Judah Mitchell, and on behalf of the Santa Monica Fire Department, we have resources deployed throughout the city with the #1 goal to protect life and property. As this is a dynamic situation, and we'd like to remind everybody to please follow the 4 p.m. curfew. And lastly, if you remember, do not overburden the 911 system. Only call for life-threatening emergencies.
Buenas tardes. Yo voy a hacer esta entrevista en español para la gente español. Yo quiero desearles a la comunidad de Santa Mónica, de Los Ángeles, a todos afectados de estas acciones de mucha gente, que estamos sentidos con ustedes. Por favor, que protesten en paz. Ahorita tenemos la ciudad, las autopistas cerradas para que no vengan a Santa Mónica. Por favor, les digo que ustedes pueden estar haciendo lo que están haciendo, pero lo hagan en paz. Por favor, quédense en su casa. El jefe de bomberos, Judah Mitchell, ha dicho que no queremos que estén marcando 911 en caso de emergencia de vida. Nomás en eso para que no dañamos el sistema. Queremos que estén en su casa. La toca de queda comienza a las 4 p.m. y queremos que todos estén en su casa en ese tiempo. Que estén todos bien, que estén seguros de la ciudad de Santa Mónica. Gracias.
Okay, not sure who's speaking next. These are very brief statements by both. Okay, and they're heading out. Very brief statements by the chief of police, the assistant fire chief, and another person who spoke in Spanish, basically echoing the same sentiments, but not much said there. We didn't know what they're doing about the mayor. The chief just said, "Go home."
Go home. That's all. That is telling everyone to go home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they obviously are taking everything seriously. You are looking at live images right there on your left-hand side.
Left side is Santa Monica, right is Long Beach.
That's what I was. Yeah, so we do know there is a protest. It looks like it so far was peaceful, but you can certainly see law enforcement sort of standing their position, and I'm not exactly sure what this location in Long Beach is, but they're probably trying to save businesses as well.
It was Pine Avenue and Ocean, where Chris Christie was over a little while ago. And on the left is where Scott Reif is and has been for much of the day. We didn't hear much from the City of Santa Monica police and fire departments, except go home and don't overburden the 911 system. But you can see here an emergency that unfolded a little while ago now has garnered a pretty robust response from the fire department and the police department in the city of Long Beach. Scott Reif, this is that building that was on fire a little bit ago?
It is. The good news is the fire has been knocked down by firefighters here. You can tell how much resources have to be extended, though, to protect the firefighters. You've got a couple armored vehicles in there. You've got a dozen or so patrol units. You've got a line of officers there. There's something else that I'm looking at out the window, and I think, Chad, if you would come out of your picture and go to the right, we may have another group of people that police are trying to move out. Just come down that street a little bit further and push in right there in the center of your screen. It's hard when you're looking out the window to know exactly what you're looking at until you push in with the camera. But you can see a line of police officers trying to hold the protesters back from coming any further south. And that's basically what we're seeing in the city of Santa Monica. It's a slow, methodical push to try and shut down all the streets. It's at Broadway and 4th right here. And slowly but surely, they're trying to get all these protesters to leave. Right now, this appears to be fairly peaceful. But as the officers start to move forward and tell them and make them leave, that's when you see these altercations. So good news that fire is out, but it really did show you the kind of resources they really need to extend in order to be able to get the fire crews in there and put the fire out. So it can be extremely difficult.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Scott. We saw that fire just kind of start taking off, and it took quite some time before we saw the first fire engines arrive on the scene. And it very dangerous. And the scary part about that fire was when we saw the fire, the smoke billowing out of the windows, we still saw people running inside the building to
fire in the street.
possibly take. Well,
this has been a fairly common tactic in the middle of an intersection. People will set a fire. You know, and then try to, I guess, I don't know what the point of that is, but, you know, you wonder with some of the folks who are doing this, what their aim is, whether this is connected with the people who are trying to maybe sow dissension and so, you know, make it easier to loot. You know, when you divert resources into one area, you can loot in another area. That could be, you know, if there's a strategic reason for this, that maybe that's what's behind it. Otherwise, I don't see much of a point to setting a fire in the middle of an intersection. Well, I don't see much of a point to setting fires anywhere, let's be clear. But as we watch this, go ahead.
Yeah, it wouldn't be strategic, but it's working. You know what I mean? If they're probably, boy, look at that individual almost drove right over the fire, and there, of course, somebody's trying to get a shot of them jumping over it. It's probably not, and that's a good sign right there of the fire department coming in so quickly after the call of a fire at this intersection. But it may not be strategic, but the fact that they're doing this in other intersections really makes it difficult for firefighters to, you know, coordinate their efforts when you have more than one fire. And, you know, because that's not a threat, it looks like the fire department is just going to roll through. They may not have felt comfortable stopping with the activity they saw in that intersection without a police escort.
And, you know, one thing that I noticed towards the end of the evening, Scott, last night, when things were happening in, you know, in the Fairfax district in Los Angeles, as the crowds were dispersed and the curfew was taking hold, and there were still bands of people doing what we saw today in Santa Monica, going in cars and going and stopping and looting a place, getting back in their cars and going elsewhere, the LAPD began pulling those cars over. They began blocking off streets. One of the last things before we went off the air, they had blocked off 3 cars, pulled 4 guys out of them, hooked them up, took them to jail, and we're starting to go after these bands of looters. And I'm wondering if you have seen any evidence of that, whether they're pulling over cars, whether they're trying to stop the people who have been going through and looting in Santa Monica.
You know, I really haven't, Mark. We haven't seen much evidence of that. We haven't seen a lot of people actually arrested or taken into custody. And I think they're really concerned about the amount of officers they have and the size of the crowd, and the fact that here in Santa Monica, there's so many little alleyways and little areas that go through some of these buildings and these apartments. They don't like the fact that the crowd might come up behind them. They had that issue yesterday over there by CBS where the police department had to just vacate the area as protesters were pushing dumpsters towards the officers, throwing rocks and cans, and they had to actually almost run to get away. And then when they started to break into the CBS studio lot, that's where their command post was, and they had enough officers to contain it. But no, I really haven't seen that yet here. I think we'll start to see that, but it takes a lot of resources to do that, and there's a lot of concern for the safety of the officers as well. And I think this is a real tipping point right here as we look at more officers come in. We look at what I believe is Sheriff SEB, one of their Special Enforcement Bureau's armored vehicles pulling in behind the officers. Those more than likely are LAPD officers that are assisting, and those are LA County Sheriff's deputies you see with their back to us. But this crowd is not following their orders to disband, and they're sending in more officers. And what really seems to aggravate everything is when the crowd starts to fight with the officers. And then you get to that tipping point. The officers don't want to fight with the crowd, but if someone starts to engage them, what do? And that just seems to arouse the crowd more. That's sort of what we saw last night. But as far as them moving in and arresting people in vehicles, I haven't seen that yet, but I kind of have a feeling we may soon.
Yeah, it is jarring video when we're seeing these businesses in that coordinated effort to
watch them move in.
Loot stores, but
yeah.
it is refreshing to see when people do get their comeuppance on that. These poor businesses are suffering so much since they've been closed for so long. And the other thing that, because we've all been sort of in our homes staying, the stay-at-home orders, it's unusual to see so many people out, and there's zero social distancing at all. Nobody's
Are those officers running?
Practicing that.
Right. A public health official in another jurisdiction said you can expect to see an increase in coronavirus cases, in COVID-19 cases after these protests that we have been seeing, because although a lot of people are wearing masks, a lot of people aren't, and there's very little, if any, social distancing being observed. I mean, it's just not, we're not seeing that here. We haven't really seen it anywhere. So it's just a situation where it is likely that at least that will be one unfortunate result of what we're seeing here, and we won't know about it or know the results really for a couple of weeks, which, as we know, is the incubation period for COVID-19. Just kind of that added level of difficulty on top of this whole thing, and arguably some of the tension and some of the anger that we've been feeling may have been exacerbated by the fact that people have been locked up in their homes for so long.
Oh, I'm sure. I keep thinking of all of our health officials looking at these images, and they may not be seeing the images of what we're seeing. They see so many people so close to each other, and I'm sure we've done so much work to try to stay safe. So we can only hope that it's not going to be a big spike, but I guess, again, we will find out in the next couple of weeks what this weekend has brought for COVID-19 cases, since there is so much more testing available.
Right. And Scott, are you seeing, does it look like more police are showing up and the crowd's moving? Is that what we're seeing here?
Absolutely. They decided here at 4th and Broadway, they're continuing away from the shoreline to try and move the crowd further to the north and then shut down the street so no one can come further south. Moments ago, we saw this row of officers here just run to this alleyway. But it gives you an idea what they're concerned about. When they set up a skirmish line like this, they don't want access behind them. So they had to make sure there were several protesters, individuals on bicycles. They don't want them to come in behind the police. But it appears what they're doing is slowly moving on Broadway to the north and then trying to shut down every street behind them so that they can slowly try and push this crowd out of the heart of downtown Santa Monica, where the stores are, if you will. But you can also see only a block away from 3 dozen police officers is a fire and is looting. And they just don't have enough officers to move in and start making arrests right now because, it takes several officers to arrest someone who resists. And right now, we haven't seen the presence here, at least I haven't, of the National Guard. And you can tell they're still, there they go. They're running. I'm not sure if they shot some tear gas or if they had to actually shoot some non-lethal. Push in right there. The officers moving around that individual. Their guns are drawn. We did have a situation, I believe, where it was reported that shots were fired at officers. So that makes the officers pretty tense, that they're trying to move this crowd out, but you can tell they're getting a lot of resistance here. This is right at 4th and Broadway.
And keep in mind, everybody that you're looking at there that's got their hands up is subject to arrest just for being in violation of the curfew.
Yeah, absolutely, but I don't think there are going to be too many. If there are arrests, we did see last night where they would come from both sides of the street. They'd slowly narrow down in the crowd, and then they would take them into custody. I don't see that they have the resources right here to do that right now, because if you open up out of this shot and we go to the right, you're going to see there's just a lot more protesters, looters, a lot of individuals there, and they're not shutting this street down. They're only sort of pushing the crowd to the north. So it's going to be real difficult at this point for the police department to start making arrests here, at least at this time.
And still at this point, yeah, it's like they're trying to push them because they're giving them a place to go, giving them a place to basically escape to, right? I mean, it's not like they've got them boxed in, right? As you're reporting, they can go elsewhere, and that's what police would prefer to do. Is just get everybody out of there. They don't want to have to arrest every single person there. That's a lot of diversion of manpower. It's a lot of paperwork. It's a lot of resources that would be devoted just to that, which the department doesn't want to do. Now, are these, I'm looking at the uniforms here of the folks who've just shown up. Is that sheriff's deputies there? Are those highway patrol officers? Who are those folks in the khaki?
I believe what you're looking at is LA County Sheriff's deputies making that line right there in the gray, and then LAPD officers behind them, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I haven't seen the presence of the National Guard. It seems like a situation. I realize, that's really a tricky thing to do, to deploy them out into the city. It seems like they'd be most effective to just shut down streets that have already been cleared by the police so nobody comes in behind them. But I haven't seen any of that. But I believe those are LA County Sheriff's deputies and LAPD officers.
I see. Okay, so it's a mutual aid situation here in the city of Santa Monica. I haven't done a search yet to find out how many officers there are in Santa Monica, but there can't be nearly enough to deal with a protest of this size and the amount of lawlessness that we have seen just this afternoon. So they are going to need help. They are going to need mutual aid. Excuse me. And so they're showing up. And now that when what we saw last night is that when they're not involved in crowd control, then they can start doing enforcement and catching up to the people who are doing the looting. But until they can really contain and do the crowd control things that they're charged with doing right now, they can't do any of that. So we're going to continue on occasion to see those images of looting and people setting fires. That fire is still burning there in the middle of the intersection, and that is just something that we have been seeing. A couple buildings have been torched in Santa Monica.
Cars.
Right.
Cars, and so yes, they're definitely. There's quite a few people who are absolutely not adhering to the curfew. It's almost 2 hours in effect right there. But always good to have your fire extinguisher there, and hopefully, I don't know.
People of goodwill showing up to do something about it.
I believe so. That don't appear to be firefighters or police officers. So there's some in the crowd that are saying, hey, let's stop this and put that out. One interesting thing I was thinking about what would happen today compared to yesterday, and thinking about, well, Sunday might be a little calmer. Sunday is a little more of a day that isn't, people aren't out quite as late because they're going to work on Monday. But it doesn't seem that that may be the case. And one of the reasons maybe is that, that unemployment rate with the pandemic is so high. It's not at 3%. It's probably, by the time they compute it, over 10%. And that's a lot of people that, aren't having to wake up tomorrow morning and go to work. And that could make a Sunday, just as volatile as a Saturday night.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. We're going to check in now via Skype. We have Maria Salinas, the president and CEO of the LA Chamber of Commerce. And thank you for joining us, Ms. Salinas. One of the things
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. One of the things that we've been talking about for the last 24 hours or so is that, we were just reopening. We were just getting there. And now businesses are having to close. Some of them are being looted. Some of them are being damaged. And the reopening has been pushed back for a lot of folks.
It's so unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation. At the LA Area Chamber of Commerce, we've been working with businesses, many small businesses, mom and pop businesses, many of the ones that you're seeing on the scenes here in the screen, to help them not only keep their doors open, but to hang on, to provide them with relief and resources that during this crisis, to make sure that they were available to open their doors. So the last couple of days, understanding that guidelines were out and that they had the ability to open their doors, and now to see this type of vandalism and violence, it's really hurtful, not only to those business owners, but to the employees that were looking forward to going back to work. And long term, it's the impact to our economy. So we're very upset to see this scene before us.
It is heartbreaking to see these images and to think about livelihoods are still at stake because so many of us have not gone out to restaurants. And again, like you said, the employees need to get their paychecks back again as well. Have you been hearing from the business owners about what are we going to do? There were so many protocols put into place for them to be able to reopen. And I can't imagine this setback.
This is a setback, and it's so disturbing. I've been on the phone all weekend long. We are talking to our businesses, not only our members, but our other Chamber of Commerce and business organizations that are really rolling up their sleeves and trying to make sure that we can provide some kind of support. I've been in touch with the mayor's office, been working with our elected officials, just to ensure that we can find some sort of backstop for this type of destruction that we're seeing here. Business owners are going to need help, and that's if they can remain open. Many of them who were, for example, restaurants that were hanging on with curbside service, if they're destroyed, if they're seeing their property damaged, now they won't even be able to do that. And the impact is to those jobs that we really want to protect and that we need for our community, for our economy to grow.
As I don't know if you have access to a television right now. I hope you're looking at what we're seeing.
I can see the images.
Yeah, on the right is Long Beach, looting there. On the left is Santa Monica, where there is also looting. A Vons in Santa Monica, and we don't know what the business is here in Long Beach, but we've been seeing that all afternoon. As someone who is an advocate for business owners, large and small, how does this make you feel personally to see this?
Well, personally, obviously, it's very disturbing. But let me just say, first and foremost, the Los Angeles area Chamber of Commerce supports the right for peaceful protest. And this tragic death of Mr. George Floyd just shows the injustices that we face. But let's not confuse vandalism with peaceful demonstrations for systematic change.
Okay,
these are disturbing images.
We're going to have to interrupt you there. We have a camera down there in Long Beach. We're not sure what the business is that was being looted, but the police showed up. They've got tear gas, less than lethal weapons. A bunch. You see all the
there was a
just
rush of people flying out of this store, banging into the law enforcement. It really, the law enforcement, they were taken by surprise by everybody just dashing out, dashing around. I didn't see one person taken into custody.
No, but now at least they've got the store cleared, and they're standing guard outside the. There might be some. There's people inside still, and like they're trying to bust out through the boarded up, through the boards. Is that what that is?
I think that's exactly what it is. They're trying to get out, and those.
Look at that! Look at that! This is bizarre.
It's unreal. Look at those glass, those windows. People
They're trying to escape.
They're trying to escape. They might be taking.
Look at that!
Look at this.
This is insane. I cannot believe what I'm looking at. I don't know if there are officers inside the store trying to apprehend people, but there are officers that stood there outside the store as people fled. These are folks trying to flee. Look at that, still grabbing it. You know, now 50 feet away, not even from that, this guy that just grabbed up all those clothes, there's where these officers are. They're not arresting anybody at this point. And who are these people standing in between the looters and the police?
Now everyone's trying to take the plywood off.
Wow.
Those were
I've never seen that before.
Images.
Never seen that before.
Hearing that noise, at first you thought it was the non-lethal bullets at first, until you could tell it's knocking. Unreal.
Wow. I am just absolutely amazed at what I'm seeing. We saw, again, we were in the middle of an interview. We got Santa Monica police showing up to this store that had been boarded up, but it was being looted. They walked up to the entrance. A bunch of people fled out of the store. I'm sorry, Long Beach, excuse me. This is Long Beach, where a bunch of people just fled right out of the store, right past those officers. They didn't apprehend any of them, but they did basically stop more people from coming in. They stood guard in a ring outside that entrance, but clearly there were people still inside, and those people busted through the boarded up windows and glass, climbed over it, and fled. Some of them throwing the stuff that they had stolen
on the ground and then collecting it
and taking off.
Right. We don't know what this business is. Again, we obviously.
Yeah, if our cameraman can hear us, it's Urban Outfitters.
Oh, wow.
Urban Outfitters. Urban Outfitters got looted in the Fairfax district yesterday. So it's interesting that they seem to be going after the same sorts of stores. Well, this is the second Urban Outfitters in 24 hours that I know of.
It's the crime of opportunity. It's so big. Such a big store, has so much inside.
Unbelievable. Well, it continues, and at least we're seeing a police presence there, and there's an effort being made to stop the looting, if not to arrest the looters. But at least if somebody was planning to loot and then set a fire, they put a stop to that. And it's just an astounding thing to watch. Oh, it was a Cavalli designer suit warehouse that the people were in here that had been boarded up. We're going to transfer now. I've got David Ono just coming in.
Thank you, Mark. And Colleen, I'm joined by Veronica Miracle as we continue to make this transition, and it's an incredible site that you guys did an amazing job with, and it says so much about what our communities, multiple communities, are having to deal with in this crisis. So all day long we had been seeing looting going on in Santa Monica, and there we go.
Look at this! Look at that!
These
They're
are
just
live
so
images
brazen, so
from
brazen.
the ground. And Veronica, this is exactly what we saw happening in Santa Monica, but now it's happening in Long Beach.
Right, and again, it's always this small group of people who are really ruining it for everyone else and all of the other protesters practicing civil disobedience here. I am just stunned, though, at how brazen they were on live TV in front of the cops.
Well, it is interesting, though, because what we didn't see in Santa Monica was a police presence where the looting was happening. They were simply going in, taking what they want, and unmolested, unaccosted by the police. They simply ran by them and got out of the area. We didn't see a single attempt to stop them from looting in Santa Monica because, quite frankly, the police had so many things going on in that community. They had priorities, and stopping looters was not one of the priorities, quite clearly. We watched that happen for quite some time there in multiple places in Santa Monica. Now we see Long Beach, where we just saw that scene where suddenly a stack of Long Beach police officers go into a storefront, and then you see the panic from the looters. We didn't see any arrests, Veronica.
No arrests.
But we did at least see a police presence, and that presence alone at least forced the looters out of that store and left whatever merchandise that was left in it.
I think, that was so startling to see them busting through the window and climbing over that plywood. Just remarkable sights here. We want to bring you the update on the latest that's happening in our area. So there's a delicate situation in Santa Monica where those protests continue despite a city curfew that went into effect at 4 p.m. As police try to clear the streets and prepare to make arrests, looting continues. At least one fire broke out inside a store as vandals ran out. Now, a Los Angeles County-wide curfew is now in effect at this hour, and it's going to be in place until 6 a.m. tomorrow. So if you're outside right now, you are breaking the law. In downtown LA, the National Guard has taken position at City Hall. A large group of protesters has gathered there, so far very peaceful. Protesters are also gathered in Long Beach in violation of the curfew that we were just showing you. They're blocking traffic, and there is looting now underway, as you just saw.
Right, so it's an incredible scene. Leanne Suter now, she joins us from the ground in Santa Monica. Leanne has been watching a lot of back and forth between protesters and police. What's the situation like right now?
David and Veronica, we've moved in past 3rd Street Promenade. I want to give you a look at some of the damage from that looting. Also, I'll give you a live look in a second of a skirmish line that is very active right now. But take a look over my shoulder here. I think you guys watched this live from the helicopter. This is the Van store at the corner of 4th and Broadway. You can see that the looters actually just propped the doors open and just went in and grabbed anything that they could find. The street out here is littered with boxes of all of the shoes that were left behind by all of the looters that ran inside grabbing whatever they could. Over here you can see that there's a jewelry store. They completely smashed out the window, lifted up the metal gate that is supposed to protect that. Every one of the counters I can see inside, all of the cases shattered. If there was anything in there, it is gone. There is not much left inside there, a lot of glass. You can see where they used even bicycles, it appeared, smashing through there to try to get inside. But this is what we're talking about down the road here. And this is at Broadway. Remains a very active scene right here. This is where SWAT is in a standoff right now at 5th and Broadway with the protesters on this side. So they've cleared out a large section of the inner area of Santa Monica, I would say around Broadway, Colorado, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. That has all been cleared. They kind of keep pushing them to the east here, and you can see that we're in a standoff with folks right now. I see a lot of the protesters that have kind of climbed up on some of this construction scaffolding, the wooden barriers there around that construction area. I can see a lot of them gathered up there, and the SWAT team is in place here. Now this is the Sheriff's Department helping out Santa Monica here. You can see them getting set up. And a couple of moments ago, I heard them, it sounded like they were using some non-lethal measures. In the middle of the street, that is where they had tried to set that fire. Looks like straw or debris or something that they set on fire. You see it's been doused. I see a bunch of water bottles in there. Here's something else I see. If you can see this, Bill, in the front, it appears that these might have been 2 of the things thrown by the crowds. I know they have been doing that with a couple of things where they've thrown fire extinguishers to them. Yeah, so I see they're going to push this crowd back. I'm going to move us up to the middle of the street because I want to give you a shot down 5th. Turn to the left there, Bill. There's got another skirmish line going down 5th. That would be, I believe, at 5th and Colorado is where that one is. And I just heard them flashbang or something go off down on that end as they're trying to push the folks out of on that side of this protest. But again, you can see them just literally in a face-off, face-to-face with police as they are pushing them back ever so slowly.
Leanne, we
just
have
forcing them back. Go ahead, Veronica.
Yeah, we have your picture up in Santa Monica.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, we have your picture up in Santa Monica as those law enforcement officers move closer to the protests, and then on the other side of our screen we have Long Beach where Urban Outfitters was being looted, and there's still people going in and out, not at this exact moment, but we've been watching. The police seem to just walk away from that.
The police have left. Now, this is how quickly things change. So just minutes ago, you saw a police presence there as the store was being looted. Those police have left. As the police left, the looters came back and immediately started going back into the store and taking things from that store. There they are on the corner, but it's been figured out that their goal is not to make any arrests right now. So what we want to show you, as Leanne continues to show you this situation on your left-hand side, we want to show you what happened 5 minutes ago in Long Beach. Just as a store was being broken into and being looted, Long Beach police suddenly showed up and there was bedlam for a quick moment. Can we roll that video? Watch this closely. So there are looters inside the store. This is going to be on your right-hand side. On your left, keep in mind, that's live. Quickly watch. Here comes a police stack. They're going to quickly go to that front door. Inside that building, looters are inside there taking merchandise. Watch the reaction and the desperation to get out.
Just pushing through.
And that was just the beginning of the story. Right. Mm-hmm. That's the front door. So they're running from that area.
We have my live picture. You see, that's what I have, them facing off just...
And from what we understand, they did show up they did chase looters out, and there was this desperate attempt around the other side of the building to literally get out through the upper level windows, which they were able to do. Veronica, we saw them shatter windows and take down boards in order to get out of that building.
Yeah, they were desperate to get out, and they threw some clothing out. But it sounds like things are picking up where you are, Leanne.
I'm sorry, we are right in here. As you can see them there. You can hear the crowd chanting here, and they're just ever so forcefully pushing this line of protesters back. It's hard to tell kind of how big the crowd is, but it appears we've got about 100 people or more that are here as they're trying to push them back. I see some, some minor skirmishes. I can see them kind of really, the protesters pushing back against the officers, but so far it is relatively peaceful. The protesters just simply backing up. I've only seen a couple of, I saw some eggs thrown at one point, but other than that, I haven't seen anything else thrown from the protesters. I haven't seen, since we've arrived, the police using any of the non-lethal rounds. I see that they have them on their bodies. Several officers have them, but no one is using. The officers in the very front, the sheriff, it's a combination of police and sheriff's department. They have their batons out. They're just gently pushing them all back. Oh, here comes a glass bottle. Somebody just threw a bottle. Here comes another one. So yeah, now they're throwing stuff. So this is when it turns. So now you can see the crowd starting to run. So that's the problem. When they start throwing things, that's when things really take a turn for the worse, because that's when you'll start to see police. But so far, they aren't doing any action. They aren't taking any action against these protesters. I don't know how far back they're going to push them. But again, it just appears that's the goal. Just ever so slowly inching them away from downtown Santa Monica here. But you're coming into residential areas, and you can see there are people like up on the top of these apartment buildings just watching what's happening, seeing what's going to happen next. But I haven't seen, again, any major problems here. You can see most of the protesters have their hands up as they are backing away from the officers as they ever so slowly push them back. But I just don't know how far this will continue, or at what point they will stop, or if the crowd will disperse, or this is going to be a standoff that's going to continue for some time. I hear the police saying that they're going to hold the line right here for now as they try to determine what their next step will be. But this is just a standoff between the two sides. So we've seen that repeatedly throughout Santa Monica here. Earlier today, we saw it on Ocean, where a very large group of protesters ended up facing off with police, and that ended up lasting a couple of hours before they finally cleared out. I can see SWAT vehicles moving in behind us, but I don't know if that means they're going to take any action coming in or not. But bringing in some more reinforcements. So again, it's when the bottles and the rocks start being thrown, that's when things turn. So I see more sheriff's deputies coming in right now. So we'll see what happens here as they change it. Wait, so I'm going to keep him out of the road. So yeah, that's what we're looking at least here in Santa Monica at this point on this section. We have not seen, in the times that we're walking around, I haven't seen any active looting. Water bottles. All right, we're staying over. One came close there.
Yeah. Leanne.
Yeah.
Leanne, this started at noon as a peaceful protest. Do you see the same group of protesters here now, or is it a different group of people? Has it changed?
It's hard to tell if this is the same group. It's hard for me to say if these are the same faces I saw. I don't see any of the ones that we saw in the front of the line that really were making their presence known down at Ocean. But I'm going to guess it's a large, I would guess it's some of the same. Here come some of the motor officers coming in right now. Now you really see the crowd starting to disperse as they watch. So I see them throwing, there's eggs. I see more eggs. They've been throwing eggs and water bottles, really. Come and stay up with him. And so yeah, I can't say this is the same crowd, but I will tell you that the entire time we were down on Ocean, we saw a steady stream of folks walking into Santa Monica. We saw cars coming in off of every roadway we could see. And in fact, right now, we had to make a quick stop at our truck to get a new battery to keep our camera going. And when we stopped there was maybe 20 people that walked by us that were headed into Santa Monica because they wanted to come join these protests. And they knew that there was a curfew in place, but that didn't matter to them. They said they were still coming anyway, and that they couldn't be stopped. But so people are still continuing to come into Santa Monica despite the very large police presence and the fact that they're attempting to clear everyone out. I see a lot of the protesters now running. So that's one thing we have noticed in following along with this, is that they end up, something will happen in the crowd, then the crowd will run to another location to try to cause any kind of disturbance or see if there are cops on that, wherever they're headed. So they really kind of keep shifting this from location to location all throughout the city. So it's making it really hard for authorities to keep up and try to keep track of all of these protesters as they move from location to location.
Leanne, did you say you have a battery issue? Do you need to reload your battery? If so, we can redirect right now because we have a couple of things going on. Okay, so
you can, if you guys have other things you want to show, go ahead.
We're going to do that right now. We want to redirect to Long Beach, where you can see what looks like another group of looters going into a storefront. This appears to be a mall of some sort. Scott Reif is over at Air 7 HD. Scott?
Yeah, David, it's a large mall right in the heart of Long Beach, right off Shoreline, and basically between Shoreline and Ocean. And this mall right now is being ransacked. That Gap was completely gutted, it looked like. The Hot Topic, you have looters going in, and what looks like happening here is there's little to no police presence. So we just pulled up on scene. We left Santa Monica. We're now in downtown Long Beach, right off the shoreline. But if we open up out of this shot, you're sort of seeing it with me. We just pulled up moments ago, and we don't see police presence here at all. So if this started as a protest and a march, we didn't really see that. This looks like this was just a bunch of people who swarmed into this area and started going through this entire shopping center. If you tilt up, it looks like right in there, somebody is already trying to board up the windows to try and keep them out of some of the stores that are inside. Of course, there's a lot of stores that the front door is to the outside. There's a lot of apartments in this same area, so we give you a little bit of a wide shot. But what's interesting about what we're seeing, I mean, we saw this in Long Beach, in Santa Monica. We're in Long Beach. What's different here is there is little to no police presence right now. There's no one stopping them. I don't see any line of officers trying to push anybody out. And right now, I think these stores in this area are just basically at the mercy of these looters. There's a cop car there, and it looks like maybe even an armored vehicle moving in. So there we start to see the police coming into the shopping center. But right now, a lot of looting going on here in Long Beach, similar to what we saw in Santa Monica, what we saw just moments ago when we were overhead.
This is an area, this mall is called the Pike Outlets. There you see the sign over there to your right-hand side, the Pike Outlets. So there's a number of fairly large stores that are in that area. And if these looters have been there for quite a while, then they've had access to a lot of merchandise right now, because you can see this is a sizable facility. Long Beach police have shown up to this place, but there's a couple of fronts here that we've been watching in Long Beach. And keep in mind, this is the same area that just moments ago we showed you that video of people who were looting one store suddenly panicking and getting out of it because the police have showed up. There's also a line there, a police line with the protesters. So that's also going on in Long Beach as well. We'll eventually split screen that because we have a ground photographer that is covering that as well.
You'll see the officers.
Veronica, as we saw,
if you open up out of the shot,
this is earlier video.
That is
on your right-hand side. When it eventually rolls, you're going to see what we have been talking about, and that is you'll see Long Beach police eventually show up. This on your right-hand side is going to be the front door of a store. The police are showing up now, and you'll see them get to the front of that store. And Veronica, you and I were watching with their mouths open when this was happening.
It's just so shocking. This is an Urban Outfitters. They were inside, and then look at just they're so frantic to get out, and then there are people stuck inside still after this as we continue to watch this video play out. They tried to break through the windows and successfully do so above the boarded up.
Right, bear with us as this video plays out on your right-hand side, and keep in mind we are watching what's live on the left-hand side too. As the police have shown up there on the left-hand side, there are protesters there with their hands up and with their signs showing. We can't assume that they are looters, but there are looters. There you go. Those are looters.
There it is. Yep. There they go. They smashed through that top window.
Back to the video. That is an incredible sight there. This happened just minutes ago in that same. Is it an Urban Outlets?
Urban Outfitters, yep.
Outfitters.
You got it, yep. And then you'll see them with the pile of clothing, throw it out the window.
This is since the police are at the front door, they're trying to find a way out through the side by smashing the windows and going over those boards, and even being so brazen as to continue to take the merchandise with them.
And the police are just right there. And then you see that woman.
There.
There's the police. And then you see a woman blocking these, it's so different when you are blocking protesters who are peacefully gathering and trying to create space in between officers and protesters. This is different.
Yeah.
This is criminal behavior. This is a crime.
So on the left-hand side, it continues. So those are looters leaving the express store with hands full of merchandise. Police are there, but from the video you see on your right and the live pictures on the left, you could clearly see, now they're both live, you could clearly see the police are under instructions not to stop looters, they're under instructions to control the protests.
Yes, absolutely. It's really hands-off when it comes to the stores. And I think that it's, as we've been talking with business owners, seeing their cries and their distress, they want a heavier hand. They don't want people going into their stores. But the police also have to counterbalance that with the protesters expressing their First Amendment rights.
They consider that to be the bigger picture, and that is what's going to happen with these large groups of people that are protesting. So, again, live pictures now on both sides. One on the ground in Long Beach. This is where a large area of protesters are. One in the air, that's where Scott Rife is, over this outlet mall called the Pike Outlets, where we're watching looting occurring. If we bring Scott back into this, he's been watching this. So this express store is losing a lot of merchandise in front of your very eyes, Scott.
Yeah, complete lawlessness. I mean, mayhem here in Long Beach. That store probably been gutted by now. We've seen several dozen people run out with merchandise. This is sort of the entrance to this whole outlet right there, and you do see some Long Beach police officers trying to stop people from getting to some of the other stores, but they're not. They don't have the resources to come forward and shut this down and try and take these people that are busting into these stores into arrest or arrest them. I want to come out of the shot and just show you there are several stores, though. There was a Hot Topic store. That one was being looted. You see a group on the left, that's Shoreline. But if we push back into the Hot Topic right there, you can see several stores here on this side of the mall. They've been broken into. Most of the merchandise has probably been taken out. And then I want to open up and show you a group of protesters. I can't tell by looking out my window. If you open up and tilt up just a little bit, Chad, and then you tilt to the right, you do see some Long Beach police coming in. But it's quite a way. To the right, you're going to see a large group of people come down a little bit and then continue to pan to the right, if you would. It's about 2 blocks up, maybe 3. You're going to see it coming, I believe, on the right side of your screen. Here in just a moment, you're going to see a group of people there. And it appears that that portion of the protest and a skirmish line with the Long Beach police appears to be peaceful as far as them breaking into the stores. But, we just arrived here. Look at the, what is that, a Carvery store on the top of your screen, and on the bottom of your screen you could tell the store owners were prepared. They have the plywood up to stop looters from getting in. So we are seeing basically the same thing we saw earlier this afternoon in Santa Monica, now here in Long Beach. And if there's anything that sort of resembles, it's not nearly what we saw in '92, but if there's anything that starts to resemble it a little bit, it's the scope of how far apart some of the looting has become, and the rioting, if you will, because in that area we had problems in the San Fernando Valley, Long Beach, South LA, East LA. It was everywhere. But now to see this spread down into Long Beach, we have the same problems in Santa Monica. Certainly resources are going to get very, very thin. We have not seen the National Guard out yet, but I think we may soon if this continues.
I think you're absolutely right. We want to let our viewers know, is this is still our live pictures?
They're both live pictures now.
Live pictures on the ground.
Both in Long Beach, but in separate parts of Long Beach.
Right. And
there's a lot of running there, Scott. What is that running from?
I'm not certain. I'm not certain if the police decided to try and move people out. We've seen people run on occasion to get away from police or to maybe get into a store that someone just recently broke into. So it always gets our attention when all of a sudden a large group starts to run. I can't explain why that happened. Possibly some shots were fired, some rubber bullets from the police. I don't know that for sure. I don't see any tear gas. Maybe the police made an announcement. We're going to start making arrests. It's hard to say what actually caused those individuals to start running like that, but certainly when we see that, we know that something substantial is happening. And certainly there are several areas like this. Say that again, please. This is Pine and Broadway. This is the corner of Pine and Broadway, basically in what is really a very nice area of Long Beach. They've really been making Long Beach nicer over the years. They've really restored it compared to what we had here 10 years ago. But certainly we saw that group take off running, and I can't really explain why. Tilt to the right, go one block to the right. There's another group of people. If you look, see we have another group of people here. So this is turning out to be a bit of a tipping point right here in this downtown area, because it looks like officers do not want this crowd to join up with the other crowd and for the officers that are here to be surrounded. That's a concern. We saw that a little bit last night. And, things can get tough if the crowd will not move away. The police are not going to let them converge on each other and then have a large crowd on both sides of the officers.
Wow. There's a lot going on in Long Beach, Veronica. So, again, we want to reiterate, these are both live pictures, completely separate areas of Long Beach, but two different areas, two different fronts where the protests are going on as well as looting is going on, because we've seen them from both our cameras.
We absolutely have. And the photographer, Ryan Todd, on the ground there, he's right next to the store that was boarded up where people were coming out of. I've been calling it an Urban Outfitters. It's actually just it's a store called Outfitters.
There it is. He hears you.
Yep.
He just showed the sign. Outfitters is the name of this store.
And you can see it looks like they sell some clothing. We saw some clothing coming out of there, but very much ransacked. Someone tweeted at me, said it is a small business.
Oh, that's a shame. And that's been our biggest concern. And that's what we saw a lot last night when we saw the looting happening in the Fairfax area. And many of those businesses that were looted were family-owned businesses, small businesses at that were losing so much of their livelihood.
Absolutely. After months of being shut down due to the pandemic, this is just
new developments now. We want to go to Santa Monica, where we're understanding that there have been some damage to police cruisers. I hope I'm not jumping the gun on this one. Let's go to Chris Christie in ABC7, who is now over Santa Monica trying to assess the damage. Chris?
Maybe he's not ready.
Oh, he may not be.
Yeah.
He may not be ready. But these are live pictures from Santa Monica. Let's take a closer look as we push in, and that definitely seems like there was a fire of some sort, a vehicle fire. And look, it might have even spread to that.
Test 1, 2.
You there, Chris?
Dave, yeah, David, I've got you.
Okay.
So that is an unmarked vehicle, other than the marking on the roof there, that apparently was torched a short time ago. This is right next to the Santa Monica courthouse. Apparently, unfortunately, Santa Monica Fire Department able to get this fire out, not before that fire destroyed. Looks like 2 law enforcement vehicles right next to the courthouse. Fortunately, that appears to have been resolved, guys.
Yeah, we do want to let our viewers know that we've just learned the westbound 10 at Bundy has been shut down. So a lot of traffic disturbances, but it's not like anybody should be out anyway, because LA County is currently under curfew.
Right. So
yeah, we just saw that as we were coming this way. They actually have a Caltrans construction truck with a large amount of barricades, literally shutting down the entire freeway right there at the Bundy interchange. So as you approach the city limits of Santa Monica, the 10 freeway comes to a halt. There's very, very few cars on the eastbound side as well, but I do think that people are starting to take the curfew a little bit more seriously, at least on the west side, because between downtown and Santa Monica, the 10 freeway is virtually empty. There's a few cars that are discovering the closure at Bundy, and they're being forced to exit off at Bundy. But beyond that, there is very, very little traffic, fortunately, on the 10 freeway.
Yeah, and throughout the day, Chris, we have been seeing them make their attempts to shut down access to the Santa Monica area through the 10 freeway and Pacific Coast Highway. They first shut down the exit ramps, but they kept the freeway open. Now they're completely shutting down the freeway. So it's a really dynamic attempt to keep folks from getting into that area. And keep in mind that curfew was put into place in Santa Monica at 4 o'clock this afternoon, so it's well after that. And there's a great shot that Chris is showing us right now of the 10 freeway, and it is virtually empty. Just a few cars, as he said, going in the eastbound direction. Westbound is shut down.
This is a weekend when we were expecting traffic to pick up because LA County businesses were reopening.
Yeah.
And this is the total opposite of what so many people expected to happen.
Right. And so to update you now, there are two hot spots, if you will, that we're watching closely.
Oh, look at Long Beach there.
Yeah, Long Beach, there's some running there. That is a live picture from Scott's helicopter, and the other on the left, that is a 10 freeway that, as we've been saying, has been shut down, so people cannot get access into Santa Monica. If we could hold these shots, I want to bring back Scott Reif right now. Another group of people running, Scott. I know I just asked you this exact same question a little while back. Do you know why they're running?
I believe they're running from the police, to be honest with you. Now, it's interesting. I want to show you what my assessment is of what happened here on Pine. I want to open up out of this shot. There's a group on both the north and south side of Pine in about a one-block area, and basically they pinned in the police. I think Long Beach police came down Pine, and they ran into this crowd, and then a crowd formed behind them. Moments ago when we saw those individuals running, it's hard to tell. You know, we're isolated from in the helicopter as far as what actually happens down there, as far as the sounds and things of that nature. But it wouldn't surprise me if some of the officers were trying to move forward and they may have shot some rubber bullets at someone who tried to approach them, and then at that point we saw people try to run and get away, but they slowly came back. So this is really a challenging situation as we open up out of this shot and show you what's happening here in Long Beach. This incident right here is chaotic. It is very dangerous. You have police surrounded on Pine Street right here in between Broadway and 3rd Street. Push in to the top of your screen, and once you get folks starting to move closer and closer to the police and they're not obeying the officers' commands to disband, to leave, that's when tensions really start to get hot. So there are two hot spots here in Long Beach. The one we're showing you right now, and then of course, David, I forget the name of the outlet mall that you mentioned a little bit earlier, but that is being ransacked at the moment. And there is a line of officers, Long Beach police officers and the SWAT team moving in, trying to control that. But we have two very tense situations, one on the surface street and one at the mall. It is chaotic. There's no sense of control on these streets here in Long Beach, none whatsoever. It is going to be a long, long night, I'm afraid.
That's so disheartening to hear, especially with the National Guard moving in, Scott. Now, we want to bring our viewers up to date as we continue our live breaking news coverage here on ABC7. We have a very dynamic situation unfolding with several protests against police violence going on in Southern California. So some have now declared unlawful assemblies. Looting is now occurring in Long Beach, as we've been showing you this past hour. Curfews are in place in many communities, including all of LA County. That curfew went in at 6 o'clock tonight, and it runs until 6 in the morning. In Santa Monica, we have seen both peaceful protests along with the looting of many businesses and some fires. Police have been trying to disperse the demonstrators for about 3 hours now. Meanwhile, in downtown Los Angeles, the National Guard has taken a protective stance on the steps of City Hall, and it's quite a scene out there as well. So we have, I would say, about 3 major protests that are happening in our community.
Right. So you've been, the last few seconds, we've been showing you video, and this is the video that we have been witnessing throughout the afternoon. This is Santa Monica. This is that Vons grocery store where we saw a number of people running with merchandise, and then just seconds later we saw this, a fire that was burning right down the street in a jewelry store that was also being looted. There are various scenes from out Santa Monica, and then there's that video, that dynamic video of the National Guard protecting our Los Angeles courthouse. So City Hall, excuse me. So these are sobering scenes that show the state of what we are in right now and this crisis that we are dealing with throughout not just Southern California, throughout the entire country. And we've been covering our neighborhoods, but these are scenes that are playing out in cities across America.
It really is. Every single major city, more than 25 cities across the country, seeing so much violence, distress. You know, it's really a convergence of so many different things, socio-political issues. There are, what are you saying, David?
Well, I think it's interesting because Christy and Air 7 and Santa Monica through the 10 freeway showed us a line of police cars rolling down the freeway, and we're curious to see where they were going. Chris, you've been following them, right? Is that them? I'm sorry, Chris Christie?
Sorry, David. David, are you talking to me?
Yeah, that line of cars that you followed down the 10 freeway into Santa Monica, is that them that we're over right now?
No, this is a separate group of Santa Monica and LAPD, actually LA County Sheriff deputies that are crawling down 6th Street. We just saw this a minute ago as we were covering that car fire, and I'm trying to see what they are doing here. It looks like they formed a bit of a skirmish line, and it does look like there are some stragglers from that large group that's been hanging out in Santa Monica. The group possibly that was over on Ocean at one point now appears to be moving southbound on 6th Street. So they're moving southbound on 6th Street, and this particular group on scooters and on foot is certainly outnumbered. It's one of the few times during the course of all of this that I've seen any of these groups completely outnumbered by law enforcement. They are injecting a large amount of law enforcement presence into these various streets. There's been reports, multiple reports throughout the day, but have picked up in the last hour or so of somebody starting fires along Wilshire and at other locations in Santa Monica, such as the car fire that we just showed you. And so they are definitely starting to cover more ground here. Again, with the help of the LA County Sheriff's Department, the Santa Monica Police Department is coordinating all of this, and they are covering a lot more ground, almost in a grid fashion, across the city of Santa Monica, specifically between Lincoln and the beach.
Chris, I'm really just fascinated by the posture of these officers because it seems very relaxed and calm. This doesn't seem confrontational in any way. You know, looks like they are kind of talking to some of the protesters, but moving them along very nicely. Very different.
It's calm. This is peaceful. Now, what's happening down there is unlawful. They should not be on the street right now. This is an unlawful assembly, and so they certainly have the right to begin making arrests if that order is given. If that order is given, they will be completely within their right to begin arresting these folks. They should not be out right now. Right. They're not even carrying signs. They're really kind of hanging out in the street. They're on scooters, they're on foot, they're on bicycles, some of them, but you can see the overwhelming show of force that is being presented to this particular group here. This same scene, or similar scenes like it, as I look across the city between the 3rd Street Promenade and where we're looking right here, you're starting to see more collections of law enforcement vehicles getting ready for what hopefully will be a peaceful night here in Santa Monica, but they're at least getting ready to show this force.
Chris, are you seeing any smoke? Because Santa Monica Fire just tweeted.
Hang on, stand by.
Okay.
Stand by.
If you see, are you seeing smoke? There is a structure fire that Santa Monica Fire just tweeted at the 700 block of Broadway. Is that near you? Are you seeing any smoke?
700 Broadway, that's going to be over towards Lincoln. We are very close by there. We can swing the camera over here in just a second. In fact, I believe it is right below us. This is going to be Lincoln right here, Brian. If you look, this is the, this I think is the Vaughn. So if you look a little bit steep, let's see how we'll circle around and we'll be able to spot that. If there is a fire, we should be able to see it here. A little left pedal turn. and we should have a visual if indeed there's anything burning. I do see an LAPD helicopter circling the area. I don't see any smoke.
Okay.
Don't see any smoke, but I do see a very large mess. Actually, there's looters at Bay City's Italian Deli running through the right across. Hold on a second. That's actually down the block. Okay, the front of the Vons. There's actually there's looters running through there, and there's a couple of fire trucks in front of the Vons. I don't see any smoke. You can see some people running through the parking lot across the street from Vons. I don't know what business this is here, but if you widen out just a little bit, there are a couple of fire trucks at the Vons over to the left. If you just pan over to the left and tilt up just a little bit, you'll see that Vons widen out a little bit, and that's the parking lot. Right there, we'll push in, and you can see the fire trucks have just arrived at Vons, and they do have a LA County Sheriff's escort with them. That is in line with what we've been seeing over the course of the last 24 hours. All of our local fire crews have been escorted by law enforcement. This is a quite peculiar visual here, as they actually have a SWAT team vehicle or a Special Enforcement Bureau vehicle arriving on scene here, and actually a number of units kind of surrounding this Vons here. So I wonder if there might be some concern of additional people inside the Vons. But you're watching this with us here. Look at that. Look at I don't know what that Charger was up to. Just
being provocative,
just driving by
probably
through the intersection here.
I wonder if this Bearcat is there to help protect the fire department in case there are looters still inside, and maybe they got a call
That's what I'm thinking.
of potential arson going on inside the building, and they need to keep the firefighters safe, provide some protection, clear the building out if there is, in fact, a fire going on inside. As you said, the good news is there's no smoke coming out, but clearly something is going on, and that's the same Vons that we've been watching, and we just showed you video of it being looted just a few minutes ago. So it is a front that has had a lot of problems this afternoon there in Santa Monica, and as we continue to scour through the area, you're seeing a lot of activity.
These appear to be folks who are these people are certainly up to no good. That's going to be. We'll go ahead and see what business that is on the right side there, Brian. Well, it's a Converse. No, it's a motorcycle gear. It's a motorcycle shop. Looters in and out of the shops right along Lincoln Boulevard. And if we widen out, you can see this is a large crowd of looters that are going store to store down Lincoln Boulevard south of Broadway and hitting up any easy target that they could find.
In both cases. So you're seeing that occur both in Long Beach and Santa Monica. To the left, that is that Pike Outlet Mall in Santa Monica, where also a Bearcat is set up there. There is now some police protection, a police presence. Let's bring in Scott Reif as he's watching this scene. It looks like they're finally locking this place down, Scott.
They are, this outlet mall here in Long Beach, right in the heart of downtown, right off the shoreline. They are locking that down. They moved in with Long Beach. They have their own SWAT team. They moved out most of the looters that were hitting some of the stores, but when we push in, you can tell a lot of the windows are broken. A lot of merchandise was gotten to and stolen here, but the police department has finally really taken control of this area where the shopping center is. If we look at that street and you tilt up with your camera a little bit, there's only one more street they really have to get shut down, and that's that street you see right there. But the entrance into the shopping center, this outlet store, for the most part, they have shut it down, and I don't see a lot of people trying to break into it any longer. That is good news. Now, from here, I think we can go back to that instance on Pine, though, because that's very interesting, because the police are surrounded on both sides. And another interesting thing that I've seen is, we've seen about 4 pharmacies that have been broken into. There was a location that officers had to respond to just moments ago, and it was a pharmacy that was looted. They got what they wanted and they left. I think Pine might be right down in the center of your screen, if I'm not mistaken, to the right a little bit. And we're trying to find where the officers had set up. Keep going to the right, one more block. And I believe that's where it was. We had a hard time locating it, but there we go. The situation here is that with Pine shut down and a crowd on both sides of the officers, we've seen them run from time to time, but it's a real concern, I believe, for the Long Beach Police Department, because if we open up out of the shot and come towards us, you're going to see all the patrol cars and you're going to see they're sort of surrounded on 3rd Street and on Broadway, and they're trying to get this crowd to disperse, but they're resisting. They're not doing it. The shopping center, that was a real hot spot when we first arrived on scene. That's calmed down. They do seem to have control of that, but this situation here still seems pretty volatile.
All right, Scott, keep your eyes open on that one as we continue to watch your live pictures with this, as well as Chris Christie in Santa Monica. We want to bring in a very important interview right now via Skype. Anger, frustration, it's growing around the country and over the death of George Floyd.
Yeah, absolutely. Joining us now is Michael Lawson, the president and CEO of the Los Angeles Urban League. We appreciate you joining us on the air. We know you've had to wait as we cover all of what's happening, and so we appreciate your time, but we'd love to know your perspective on what's happening here. What are your thoughts today?
The country is grieving. When you look at what happened to George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, these are examples of things that happen without being noticed. The interesting thing is that these were witnessed. And we are grieving over that, and we're grieving over the lack of response until you have something like this. Now, the fact is that most of the people out there who are protesting are not looting. And there are two separate groups. And we do not condone the looters at all. They are having, the impact that they are having is a negative impact on what we are trying to do, what we need to do to move this country forward. They are not, no one condones this activity. Not for 1 minute.
We have been
the vast majority of the protesters out there are doing it peacefully, angrily, but peacefully.
Yes, and we have been trying to distinguish the two, that looters are looters and protesters are protesters. There's one with a good goal and there's one with a bad goal. But with that said, how do you get it across to people who watch images, hear the rhetoric out there? How do you get across to them that these are different entities with different goals?
It's clear. You can't look at the killings that we're talking about and understand these are the killings that we know. These are the killings that we have evidence to prove. Multiply that by 10, and that's what happens in our communities. There's frustration out there. So we have been, and for years have been fighting over these issues, trying to change the way that law enforcement interacts with our communities.
Can we talk?
And we have been doing that peacefully. And there are factors out there that are taking advantage of what is happening. We give no support to that whatsoever. And we're doing whatever we can to eliminate that element.
Let's talk about next steps. Do you have any suggestions, recommendations, a road map of where we move from here? What can we tell people?
Well, when you say where we move from here, with respect to what issue?
Well,
when our focus is primarily on the issue of law enforcement and the fact that they act like an occupying force within our communities.
Definitely, and that's an issue that absolutely needs to be discussed and tackled. But when we look at the destruction that's happening in the communities, granted, we understand that the protesters are completely separate from the crimes that are occurring alongside it. But how do we get people to have hope, move forward, have conversations, still get their voices heard and protest and make significant change without burning down our homes and our communities?
The vast majority of the protesters out there are doing just that. And you look at the diversity of those protesters, the message is getting out. These looters, they are an aberration. They are not part of what we are trying to address. There's frustration there, but there's also a lack of training. You didn't see this in the 60s. And the nonviolent movement that was going on in the 60s. And you saw horrific responses from the law enforcement against people who were peacefully protesting Jim Crow laws. People like James Lawson, Reverend James Lawson, who is in this city, is one of the icons of that nonviolent movement. We spent hours and days and months training people on how not to respond to the violence that was meted upon us. We need to re-engage some of that, but understand that what you saw in the nonviolence movement was us being beaten, fire hosed, dogs coming after us, and we did not respond. Now, there needs to be some additional understanding of what the long-term impact will be of this. This looting will not help to advance what we are trying to do. It will not. And for that reason, we declare that is not part of what our movement is about. And we will continue to work with that. But understand, they are learning this from what America does. They look to the violence that is meted upon us on an everyday basis, and they're returning the same. It is not just us who have to say, stop, don't do this. We have to see law enforcement also understand that there's another way to engage our communities.
Well put. Michael Austin, President and CEO of the Los Angeles Urban League, we thank you so much for your insight and for joining us today. We hope we can talk to you again very soon.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We'll take a look now at this startling video just into our newsroom from Minneapolis. We're going to roll it for you. A semi-truck barreling down the highway right towards a massive crowd of protesters. Those enraged protesters stormed that semi. After it came to a stop, they attacked the driver. That driver eventually taken to a local hospital and then was arrested. Investigators believe that truck was on the freeway shortly before police put up roadblocks to shut down the freeway, but it's unclear what the driver's motive was when he was speeding towards those demonstrators. It doesn't appear that anyone in the crowd was injured, incredibly.
Which is a minor miracle at that, with a gigantic vehicle moving at that kind of speed with all those people on the freeway, but nobody got hurt except for the driver. We'll try to get to the bottom of that and bring you more information. In the meantime, we want to bring you back to some video that we shot in Santa Monica, some sound from a protester that was quite dynamic. So listen to this.
It's not about the riots. It's about what caused it. It's about the fact that an innocent man was killed senselessly. And quite frankly, the fact that all the attention's being put on this and rather what caused this is exactly what the problem is.
It's about the fact that if Jamal kills John, Jamal goes to jail. Police officer Bob kills John. Police officer Bob gets off with a 2-week suspension. It's not right. We've had enough of it. It's not just the George Floyd situation. It's the A. Tatiana. It's the Breonna Taylors. It's the Tamir Rices of the world. We get no respect. Black bodies have no value in this community. People don't understand. They don't think of black people as actual people, because when you think of somebody else as a human being, there's an overflow of empathy that you have for somebody. It's not just white people. America as a whole embodies how police officers think we should be treated. And it's a problem, and it needs to stop. We have had enough. We are out here dying.
Absolutely. There may be a small percentage that are taking advantage, but guess what? There's also a small percentage of police officers that take advantage of us every single day, kill us every single day, and don't get anything but a slap on the wrist. Yep. And it's just not gonna happen anymore. Change is coming one way or another.
I'm not here to loot. I'm not here to steal a damn thing. I don't need nothing from nobody. What I do need, however, is to make sure my daughter is safe when she going to school. What I do need to know is young brothers like this right here ain't gonna get their lives taken from them for a misdemeanor crime. I don't care if George had to forge the fake money. He did not deserve to die. This man does not have the right to be jury, judge, and prosecutor. It doesn't work that way.
So incredibly passionate. And it's incredible to hear that emotion. That is the reason why protesters are out. His message, they are truly embodying the purpose of this weekend.
That's the dialogue that needs to be taking place right now. And during this protest, during this weekend of protest, or this week of protest, it's that kind of talk to promote better understanding. Unfortunately, we're dealing with almost two different stories today. We're dealing with these protesters and the message that they want to send, but we're also dealing with the fact that private businesses, family businesses are being broken into and stolen from by entirely different factions. So in some respects, we're sitting here covering two separate stories. The link, of course, is one faction, the looters, are taking advantage of the protests and using that, as Hal Kempfer put it, camouflage to do their crimes.
Absolutely. They're using them as a cloak, and not just here in Los Angeles. It's all over the country. Tony Cabrera joins us now. There's been some protests down in Orange County. And Tony, what are you seeing down south? Maybe?
Hang on there. We're trying to get Tony Cabrera right now, who's been covering the situation in Orange County, as you continue to look at different images. And while we wait for Tony to join us, we will tell you, though, that there he is.
Am I here?
Yeah, you there, Tony? Yeah, what is the latest in Orange
David,
County?
Veronica. You know, it's been a different story here in Orange County so far. You know, we haven't seen the looting yet. We haven't seen any violence. In Huntington Beach, though, we did see some clashes between counter-protesters with the Black Lives Matter protesters. So it was very tense there at certain moments with arguments, but it never really got physical so far from what we're hearing. So peaceful protests so far across Orange County, including one at City Hall in Irvine. We have video of that from earlier. It's from Harvard and Alton, where an organized effort was planned starting at 2 o'clock this afternoon. A couple hundred people showed up taking a stand for George Floyd and fighting against police brutality. Although it's been peaceful, we're hearing a number of businesses are closing early today as a precaution. Now, we want to show you video that we took from Huntington Beach, as I mentioned, where police are still trying to disperse about 50 people, but it has calmed down significantly compared to earlier when this video was taken. Police say about 500 protesters were out. That included groups of counter-protesters, as I mentioned. Once they arrived, tensions escalated and people started verbally arguing with each other. And once police felt it was not peaceful anymore, they declared an unlawful assembly. And I'm told arrests were made, not sure exactly how many just yet. But I asked Huntington Beach officials, will there be a curfew tonight? They said not yet. But so the only curfew in Orange County so far is in Santa Ana. That one starts at 10 o'clock tonight. And another nighttime protest is planned in Santa Ana, as we saw last night. That's where it did get violent. That's where we did see people throwing things and looting. So that is going to be the concern tonight. Will it shift from peaceful to violent? For now, we're live in Orange County. Tony Cabrera, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Tony, thank you for that report. And so Veronica and I have been sitting with this story since early today.
Yep, since noon.
We watched this protest begin in Santa Monica, and it was a very peaceful protest. As it marched down the street, it escalated, and then we started to see protests develop in other communities. That's a picture, a live picture from our Grand camera in Long Beach, and that has turned out to be a community that is seeing almost a carbon copy of what Santa Monica has endured throughout the day, and that is a peaceful protest begins, and then it escalates, and then looters show up and hit the storefronts, and then you have a multi-front situation going on in this one city.
That's right. And, you know, police officers and everybody there on the ground, they want the protesters to be able to say what they want, to be able to express their First Amendment rights there. But again, it's those looters that are really stealing the spotlight, and it's truly unfortunate. We saw looters with cars, multiple getaway cars, teams of people, huge shopping bags, garbage bags. You have to imagine that they're planning their locations. I'm assuming that they see, you know, the protests scheduled in different communities, and they just hit city to city to city. And that's the really sad part about this. But the live pictures here in Long Beach showing these officers standing off with protesters, but very peacefully. You know, it doesn't seem like this crowd is agitated at all, and it doesn't seem like the police is really on high alert at this moment.
Yeah, that's encouraging to see that even though they're not disbanding, but they're simply standing there, holding their signs and making their statement. They are separate from the looters that we saw in other parts of the city. But this protest right now on the left-hand side, that is encouraging to see. On the right-hand side, that's video from earlier in Santa Monica when things really got heated and the police then were trying to move the crowd down the road and disperse of them. It got a little bit tense there, and that you see that red smoke, that was actually thrown from members inside the protesters or the crowd, although it was almost a back and forth. We saw the police throwing tear gas, firing rubber bullets, pepper bullets, etc. And so that was quite tense as well. The situation has not subsided yet in Santa Monica, but it's gotten a little bit more calm than what it was this afternoon. So we're continuing to watch that closely. Our concern in Long Beach, though, is what's going to happen to this crowd as the sun continues to go down. I think Chris Christie has rejoined us right now, and Chris is over this crowd in Long Beach. What do you see, Chris?
So we're back over Long Beach, David. This is going to be the intersection of Pine and with Pine and 3rd. This is Pine and 3rd. There are two very large groups at the intersection here. First one at the intersection of Pine and 3rd. They are nose to nose with Long Beach police. This is a peaceful crowd, many of them holding up signs. There is some interaction, some conversation going on with some of the officers, but it does appear to be pretty peaceful. Large amount of officers and a pretty large crowd. Let's go ahead and widen out here. I would estimate about a couple of hundred people at this intersection at a very minimum. Up to Pine and, actually that's Pine and Broadway. Over to Pine and 3rd, though, there's a separate crowd. We'll go ahead and tilt up the block there. Up Pine Avenue, you can see another very large crowd. Also pretty peaceful and also surrounded, or at least there's a skirmish line on the south side. That's Pine and 3rd. You see the skirmish line. It's a little more dispersed crowd, but a large gathering. Again, very peaceful, as we watched earlier. A lot of signs and a lot of walking around. Some people sitting in the intersection, but a mostly peaceful protest between 3rd and Broadway along Pine.
I think this is where our photographer Ryan Todd is stationed. So we've been, watching this and noticing how calm it feels. And you can see from up above, it's the same scenario. You know, everybody's pretty spaced out and just not necessarily standing off. What is that noise?
Yeah. What is that noise?
There's you might be, if you have a ground feed, that might be the drone. There's a drone down there. Somebody's flying a drone around the protest.
I was going to say, it did sound like a drone, and maybe it is coming from our ground camera. I'm sorry.
That would be my guess. So we've got two large groups here, and I guess the good news would be that they do appear to be acting very peacefully, although this is all an unlawful assembly at this point.
All right, Chris, hang on one second. I want to welcome our audience from KDOC TV. It is now 7 o'clock, so we're on ABC7, KBC, KDOC as well as all of our streaming platforms. We want to thank you for joining us right now at 7 o'clock. I'm David Ono, along with Veronica Miracle, as we have been covering the unrest, the protests that have been going on throughout Southern California. And I want to establish the scene for you here. We are watching this particular protest that has picked up some steam here in Long Beach, but this particular part of the protest is quite peaceful, which we're encouraged to see. But to let you know, though, it has had its moments, and there are also looters that have arrived as well and created their own chaos nearby. We're going to show you some of that video in just a second, but we want to establish to our new audience where we are and what we're looking at. Veronica, it's been a busy day, and this is a scene that we've seen repeated throughout Southern California.
That's right. We started at noon, and we were over Santa Monica, where we followed the very peaceful protest. It started off with about a few hundred people. They were marching around the city, practicing civil disobedience, kneeling at intersections, stopping cars, but never being violent. But it's when looters, so criminals coming into the city, taking advantage of the situation, going off in little pockets and causing the chaos. That's when the disruption really began in Santa Monica. And then in Long Beach, which is what you're looking at right now from the air and from the ground, we saw significant looting at the Pike outlets. So many stores just ransacked, and very, very troubling situation.
Right. Okay, so We have Chris Christie up in Air 7. He's watching it from the air. And on the right-hand side, that's our ground camera in Santa Monica. But we also want to bring you to downtown Los Angeles, where Rob McMillan is joining us right now to give us his perspective on what's happening in downtown. And I believe you're right in front of the City Hall. Is that correct, Rob?
That's correct. Right in front of LA City Hall, and a rather peaceful protest out here right now. Hundreds of people gathered in front of City Hall. And what's remarkable about this scene is, as we've been watching all day long, the National Guard is now on scene. And you can see the National Guard lined up on the steps in front of City Hall. In front of them, what looks like officers with LAPD. And then farther down, there are barricades. There are people gathered behind the barricades. You can see hundreds of people here. And again, a fairly peaceful crowd at this point. Every now and then they'll start chanting things. We've only been on scene here for a few minutes, so it's tough to tell exactly what they're saying, but they have signs that say, "I can't breathe," "No justice, no peace." And again, at this point, a very, very peaceful crowd. If you pan to the north, I want to show you that the National Guard isn't just up there. They're also on the street. If you look up toward Temple, you can see the National Guard vehicles that are, they were blocking the middle of the road. Just within the past couple of minutes, they've moved off to the side, but you can see the National Guard is on scene here. Quite the scene in downtown Los Angeles to see the National Guard here to protect some of the important city assets, City Hall among them. If you go back towards City Hall, Lawrence, my photographer, you can see the scene here again, very quiet, very peaceful, orderly at this point. No looting, obviously, at this location, at least not at this point. You see a lot of people here, obviously protesting some of what we've seen across the country. Very poignant. I saw one guy walk up just with a shirt that said "End Racism," and a lot of people just have very stoic looks on their faces every now and then, and we're starting to hear that, some of the chanting. "I can't breathe." That's the chant now. "I can't breathe." But again, a peaceful protest here in front of LA City Hall, where the National Guard is here in front of LA City Hall, right in front of them, the LA City Police Department. And again, just very peaceful at this point here in downtown Los Angeles. Back to you.
It's just such a powerful image to see this with the National Guard and officers standing there protecting City Hall, and then those protesters chanting, "I can't breathe."
That's a photograph that we're going to see for quite some time, and it may go down in history as we remember that moment where City Hall had to be protected by the National Guard in this moment of unrest. So that is Rob McMillan reporting live from City Hall, downtown LA. And we're happy to report, though, that we haven't seen any unrest in downtown LA today, which is very good news. On the right-hand side, Chris Christie has been watching the situation in Long Beach. We don't know if this is something in particular that's going on, but let's check in with him. Chris?
Yeah, David, we just watched somebody in that large crowd that we showed you here along Pine. It was a very peaceful, and still is, fairly peaceful. However, that person right there with his head covered up, I can't tell, it's like a white T-shirt, long sleeve T-shirt actually, and he's now, you can see the black stripes. He is carrying something that's shooting fireworks into the air towards police. And that was enough to agitate police here, and we've seen a number of protesters approach him to get him to stop, because other than, you see, they're starting to scatter. Let's go ahead and widen out and show
Chris,
the,
so sorry.
more fireworks.
Oh, there he goes.
He's shooting more fireworks in there.
We've got to go to a press conference.
There's a fight.
Oh,
we've got a fight. We've got a fight.
Terry O'Day. That spelling is TERRYO''DAY. Terry.
Thank you. I want to start out by saying thank you for tuning in to our press conference tonight. The city of Santa Monica is really a city of with two stories tonight. On the one hand, we are a city that stands up against intolerance and hate, that has a resident and business community that has long stood against intolerance and hate and has been deeply hurt by what we have seen in Minneapolis, We understand the emotions that we are all experiencing throughout our community, and we want to send a message of unity and love throughout our community. We welcomed peaceful protesters into this town this morning, and they, by and large, were very peaceful. The second story that's happening in the city is a story of looting and crime, and that is a story that is now going to end. We understand that this peaceful protest was not part of the looting that has been occurring. The protest is now over. Our curfew is in place, and it is time for everyone to go home and to stay home. If you are watching this broadcast and you know someone who is on the streets in this county, in this city, you need to reach them and tell them to get home, because we are now getting to a point where we need to provide safety throughout this community, and we are doing that. We are committed to providing timely information to you throughout this evening. If you have any emergency that you need addressed that is a threat to your personal health or safety, you may use 911. Please refrain from using 911 for any other reasons. What is happening on the streets now is not in the hands of the protesters, but it is in the hands of all of us if we go home and stay home. We want you to do that. We want you to send that message to your loved ones. And we want you to take this seriously. That is the job that everyone in this county can do for each other. That is how we can support our neighbors at this time. Take it seriously. Thank you.
I would now like to welcome up our Chief of Police, Cynthia Renaud. That is CYNTHIARENAUD. Chief.
Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to take a quick second and apologize for the earlier press conference that we put out that might have seemed a little bit short. There's actually nobody here but us and a camera person, so it is difficult to have a press conference when there's no one here to ask questions, and I think it made our press conference look short. So along with what we're dealing with, we do still have COVID-19, and so there are no reporters here. Currently in the city of Santa Monica, we're working to bring about and restore peace and end the criminal activity. We are being aided and assisted by our fellow law enforcement agencies in Los Angeles County, to whom we are extremely grateful for their dedication, their energy, and their commitment to our community. We are making arrests as we speak. The 4 p.m. curfew is in place. We have additional squads rolling in. If you all have been watching the news, you will know that Santa Monica is not alone in the county in this problem today. Resources have been deployed, and all of the LA County agencies are sharing to try and help each other. There have certainly been issues in other cities that have now been have gotten some control, and so even more resources are coming to the city of Santa Monica. So as I said, we're currently making arrests. We have no officers injured. At this moment in time, I don't know of any of the criminal activity of any of those suspects being injured. That is information that it will take me a little bit of time to compile as we work through this. But again, my message from the Santa Monica Police Department and really from all the LA County law enforcement agencies is to obey the curfew orders that are in place in our city and in yours. Please stay safe, and we will get through this. Thank you very much.
I'd now like to welcome up our Deputy Chief of the Santa Monica Fire Department. That is Judah Mitchell. That's JUDAHMITCHELL. Thank you, Judah.
Thank you. And once again, I'd like to remind the community that Santa Monica Fire Department goal with this dynamic event is to protect life and property in the community. Please, as everyone's mentioned, follow the curfew. We're working with PD and our other area agencies, fire departments here helping us. We're deployed throughout the city. We've had 9 fires to date. We don't have any active fires burning at this time. Please refrain from Please refrain from dialing 911 unless it's a life-threatening emergency. We do not want to overburden the 911 system. So go home, stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief. With that, I just want to remind the public about the ways that they can stay informed at this time. Please sign up for Santa Monica emergency alerts at santamonica.gov/alerts. We also encourage you to follow us on Twitter. That's Santa Monica City. And you can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. That is City of Santa Monica. We're committed to providing timely information. We are going to have another update on the 9 o'clock hour here. But with that, we will take a couple of questions. Do we have any questions? Matt Hall with the Santa Monica Daily Press. I'm going to let the police chief step up.
Matt, I don't know if the National Guard is here right now, but they are on their way. I don't have that count right now, and the arrests are ongoing as we speak. It's both. You know, Matt, actually, I shouldn't speak to that specifically. I don't know. I saw all the arrests taking place myself as I was coming here to the station to answer this. So it looked to me as if it was mostly for criminal activity, because that's what we're focusing on.
Yes, there are 9 fires. So there were 4 structure fires, 4 car fires, and then 1 was a dumpster. I do. They were throughout the city.
You've been listening to a live press
different
conference from the police department in Santa Monica. We'll give you a debrief on that in just a second, but we want to take you back down to Long Beach, where there's been a bevy of activity. Let's go to Chris Christie, who's been watching it all on Air 7. Chris?
David, how quickly it can go from peaceful to much more aggressive. This crowd is turning much more animated and getting very testy with these officers. Still showing lots of restraint on the part of Long Beach Police Department. Again, this is the intersection of Pine and Broadway, but this crowd is getting much more aggressive. There are several people in this crowd armed with Roman candles and shooting fireworks in the direction of law enforcement, and there's been a couple of scuffles breaking out with him in the crowd. So you see what was a largely peaceful crowd still trying to, it's a group that's divided between peaceful protesters and other agitators who are trying to get into those officers' face and trying to start something. Now again, those officers showing lots of restraint, but when they have fireworks being shot in their direction with a Roman candle or some pushing and shoving starts, that's when you see the animation pick up. At one point, a girl used her sign to get in one of those officers' faces. He basically just ripped the sign out of her hand and eliminated that. So you can see things getting pretty testy here. We're going to keep an eye on it for you. Again, a couple of hundred people at the intersection of Pine and Broadway here in Long Beach.
And, you know, just a couple of minutes ago, about 5 minutes ago, we saw this man. Almost, it looked like he was just trying to fight people, and it looked like somebody who we've been seeing try to incite violence. I don't know if you recall that.
Fireworks as well. He was shooting fireworks at the police, but then he seemed intent on brawling with somebody. Did you see that?
Yeah, some folks tried to stop him. Somebody tried talking to him. A few more protesters approached him. That's him right there in the Dodgers shirt. You can see the Roman candle in his hand.
The white long sleeve shirt with a hood on.
The white long sleeve Dodgers shirt. That's him.
And then he has this device that shoots fireworks. It's like a long skinny tube. I think he has it tucked in his pants. But he does. I've been watching your camera, and every now and then when somebody goes up to him to try to stop him from doing something, he swings at him aggressively.
He did. He actually pointed. He pointed the Roman candle at one of the other protesters as if he was going to shoot it at one of the protesters.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and he seems intent on violence, even though right now he's having a good time with his buddies, and he seems to enjoy the attention he's getting. but
and he's certainly getting the attention. Every time he fires it, he gets the attention of those police officers, and that's when things start getting aggressive. He's instigating a confrontation between the peaceful protesters and the Long Beach Police Department.
Yeah, a couple of times we saw him really take really big swings at different people who come up and say something to him and tell him to put that away. I don't think he's hit anybody yet, but he's a dangerous character. I guess we'll put it at that. But he's one of many things that's going on right now as you continue to watch the situation. This is, again, happening in Long Beach.
Yeah, now this is over, well, this is the same group, I'm sorry. This is one of two groups that have gathered here. By the way, take a look at Pine. This is just lined with patrol vehicles. You can see one of our live trucks on that block there, and we certainly hope, see, this is one of the things that we've been seeing, that we saw yesterday that actually ended up causing lots of damage to the patrol cars in Los Angeles, very close to the vicinity of this group of protesters. Again, two groups, one on the south side, that's going to be Pine and Broadway. This is a more scattered group at Pine and 3rd, one block north. They appear to be very peaceful. In fact, look at the space that they're giving the police. You can see they're respecting the space. They're holding up their signs. They're chanting. They're making their point. Long Beach Police forming two separate skirmish lines to keep them away from the other crowd. Again, one of the big goals when they have these big groups or multiple groups is to prevent them from merging. Because as it merges, it gets more heated and the threat increases. So you try and keep those large groups separate. You let them exercise their free speech. But this crowd here appears dramatically more tame, I guess you would say, than the other group. We'll go ahead and tilt down below. Again, that's one block south at Pine Avenue and Broadway.
All right, so Chris has continued to scour the situation in Long Beach. As you could see, things turn on a dime here, so we're going to watch this closely, but we didn't have the opportunity, Veronica and I, to kind of debrief you on what's happening in Santa Monica with that press conference that we just got. So they did confirm that there were 9 fires in their community today. 4 of them were building fires, 4 were car fires, and 1 was a dumpster fire. We're happy to report that no officers were injured in today's situation, but they are making arrests tonight when it comes to the protesters that are still on the street. They didn't give us a number, but it is underway right now. There you see video, this is from Santa Monica, of the looting that has been taking place. They acknowledged that during the press conference as well, and they did confirm and reiterated the fact that they do understand that these looters are not protesters. They're certainly using the protest as an opportunity to get away with this merchandise, but they are not protesters, and they did clarify that and distinguish that in the press conference. That was good to hear from them. Okay. Go ahead, Veronica.
Yeah, we're hearing that possibly the CVS there in Long Beach may have been set on fire. We see a few fire trucks out there. Chris, are you hearing anything?
We've got a fire in Long Beach. You're looking at Long Beach Boulevard and 6th Street. We'll go ahead and tilt down a little bit. We saw some thick black smoke coming from the front of the CVS, which obviously has been looted, and somebody has set the place ablaze. It does look like they may be getting ready to enter, but the fire department has just arrived here. The smoke is dissipating a little bit, but if you look very closely there is still smoke coming from the front door underneath the plywood. This is a CVS that's already been boarded up, again, at Long Beach Boulevard and 6th Street. A new fire here in Long Beach.
All right, Chris, we're going to have you keep watching this. We know this situation is so complicated, and we want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to make your voice heard. So head to ABC7.com. Tell us why you protest. Upload a video or a photo or a picture. Write us a paragraph. We hope to share some of your responses on the air and online as we continue to distinguish and separate the protests and the violence that is happening here.
All right, we want to take it now to downtown Los Angeles. Of course, we're staying on top of these other issues, but downtown LA, Rob McMillan has been watching and standing with protests that so far has been peaceful right in front of City Hall. Rob?
Yes, and it continues to be peaceful at this point, but the crowd just moved from the front of City Hall to protest toward the National Guard. We were speaking with 4 or 5 people about what brought them out here and why they were out here and what is on their mind, what is on their heart right now. And I asked all of them, what do you think of the National Guard being here? And several of them said they don't need to be here. They're just here for a show of force. They feel threatened by us. They're here to threaten us. There appears to be a lot of anger toward the National Guard here as well. Although I did speak with one gentleman who lives here in downtown Los Angeles, and he says, you know, they're just here to do a job like the rest of us. So you can see this crowd of several hundred people. Sorry for some of what you see on the signs, but that's an admonition we feel like we've been giving for the past several days. Pretty peaceful protest at this point. No justice, no peace is what they're chanting right now. I did speak with one lady who brought her 5-year-old daughter here. And I said, well, what are you going to do if this thing gets violent? She says, we're going to leave, but I wanted my daughter here to see what we're fighting for. Back to you.
All right, Rob, we are going to come back to you in downtown Los Angeles. Meanwhile, we're going to head over to Leanne Suter in Santa Monica, who is with our sheriff, Alex Villanueva. Leanne.
Yeah, that's right, Veronica. Joining me now is Sheriff Alex Villanueva here for LA County Sheriff Department. He has just come into the command post here at Santa Monica. Sheriff, I know you've just entered the scene here. Talk to me about what your sense is of what you are seeing happening here in Santa Monica and now across the county.
Well, we've seen the images that have been broadcast across the media in different areas. Last night it was in the Fairfax, West Hollywood, Beverly Hills. Now today, Santa Monica, we have Long Beach, we have concerns in the Citadel and Commerce. So they're widespread throughout the region. So we're definitely working mutual aid. We're making sure we're providing that backup to all of the independent cities, and we're here helping out Santa Monica. We've been here for hours now. And it's kind of a pause now. We're going to regroup and retool our approach to make sure we corral what's left, because there's no lawful protesters left anymore. Everybody is here just trying to do damage.
And how do you deal with these protests? They are starting out peaceful. They are then taking a turn. How do you guys address that?
Well, the peaceful ones, they tend to remain peaceful. But what's embedded within them are people that are, right now, they're just acting like terrorists, you know, trying to instill fear and just damage property and loot. And we're going to separate them. We're going to start arresting them en masse, and that's what we're going to do with the rest of the night.
And how do you guys deal with this countywide now stay at home, you know, this countywide curfew? Will you be arresting people on that, and are you kind of cracking down on that now that we're under that?
Well, it's a tool, because anyone who's on the street right now, they're violating the curfew. You're already guilty of a misdemeanor crime. So that allows us to literally arrest people on the spot, and we're going to start filling up our buses until people start realizing we're serious.
And what do you do in terms of kind of prevent this going forward? We've seen this kind of escalating, unfortunately, not every night getting worse and worse. What can you do to try to slow this progress or stop this altogether?
Well, we're getting better, and you know, a lot of working between the different organizations. There's a lot of things that we have to work through and iron out all the kinks. But now once we have it, it becomes more seamless, the operation, and the help that goes to the resources from city to city throughout the county is easier to dispatch around, so we can start anticipating, and we'll be there in far greater numbers than people expect.
What's your message to those that are coming out that are going specifically to loot these stores to cause damage?
Simple, we're coming for you.
Hard to watch these images when you see that there are just so many businesses that have been hit. I know they're trying to make their voices heard. They say this is part of it.
No, I don't buy that for a minute. The people that want to make their voices heard did so peacefully, respecting the First Amendment rights and the property rights of other people. But all those businesses are being damaged. Those are livelihoods are being damaged. Those are businesses that are not going to take off again. Those are employees that are going to be out of a job. I mean, coming out of the pandemic trying to get a job, and then to lose it behind someone's lawlessness, that's just inappropriate.
And for those that say that, playing devil's advocate on this side, they say that that's what they have to do. They have to turn to violence in order to have their voices heard. No. That is the only way people will pay attention.
I don't buy that for a minute. If you look at what happened on MLK's day, he never resorted to violence. And look at the amount of change that happened through the civil rights movement. They did not resort to violence at all. They were subjected to violence, I mean, left and right, but God bless them. They soldiered through, they made positive change, they got involved in the political process, they got the right people in office, and those are the things we can do today to affect change.
And real quick, about you guys helping out to help. You guys are a joint effort helping all these other departments, maybe smaller ones that maybe not have the personnel. How key is that when you're dealing with situations like this?
I think that it was said best by the Beverly Hills, the city manager and the chief of police. They're grateful for our presence here last night, where we turned the tide and we prevented their city from being looted, and we'll continue doing that.
Obviously, it takes a team. I'm assuming you guys have to work together in order to tackle some of these challenges.
Yes, we're working closely with the LAPD and with all the independent chiefs of police throughout LA County, and we're also have help now coming from Santa Barbara County, Ventura County, so it's a big group effort.
And the curfew, it is in place for tonight. Do you expect this is something we might see continuing into the next coming days?
We're going to evaluate day by day, and for sure tonight, most likely it's going to happen again tomorrow night, and we'll see what happens after that.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Alex Villanueva out here in the scene here in Santa Monica, coming out to check in on his crews that have been out here helping Santa Monica all day as they work on dealing with the protesters and now the looters that had taken over here in Santa Monica. Again, we're at the command post, not much happening here, where we can head outside out into the city here to see what it looks like kind of on the skirmish lines. But that's the latest with the sheriff here in Santa Monica. Leanne Suter, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Leanne, for that insight. And we want to bring you up to date as we continue our live breaking news coverage on Eyewitness News. We have a very sobering situation unfolding with several protests against police violence and also looting in parts of Southern California. Two very different stories that we've been monitoring. Santa Monica and Long Beach are two of the most impacted communities seeing civil unrest right now. Curfews are in place in many communities, including one for all of LA County, and that goes until 6 in the morning, so you cannot be outside right now. After things started peacefully earlier in the day, police have been trying to disperse protesters in Santa Monica for about 4 hours. Arrests are happening there. Meanwhile, police and the National Guard are outside LA City Hall, where hundreds of protesters have peacefully gathered there. So far, it remains to be peaceful. We haven't seen any incidents in downtown this evening.
Right. Looting, though, does continue, this time in Long Beach. We have been watching it for the last couple of hours. Chris Christie overhead in Air 7 HD has been watching this Pike Center outlet mall. And we have been watching your signal there, Chris. We've seen the looting continues.
It continues in large numbers, David. I'm still in a little bit of shock, to be quite honest, from what I just saw. We're going to show you that tape in just a second. The good news here, though, is that Long Beach police have just arrived to begin making their presence known. There are probably still some more in there, but they just came out in huge numbers when they got word that the police were pulling up. We'll go ahead and play that video for you that we just shot in the last minute or so, maybe 2 minutes ago. A large number of looters running out of the mall, some through the door, some climbing out of windows, and basically carrying as much as they can, stuffing their minivans and SUVs with as much merchandise as possible, and they are literally running along Shoreline Drive, some of them literally running right through traffic. It was a very dramatic scene. It took my breath away, and now you can see for the first time here, we now see some degree of law enforcement beginning to arrive here. There are a number of officers right there. We'll go ahead and widen out a little bit and tilt down, and you'll be able to see the other group that has come out, and I think they're looking for more looters. But needless to say, just a senseless and heartbreaking situation here for the business owners inside this mall, guys.
That's incredible video.
It's so upsetting.
To see all those people running out of that facility with merchandise in their hands, and then there's a few stragglers still there. But in all of that, Chris, you said you saw no arrests taking place, right? So they just want to have a presence there.
They basically ran right by the police. I mean, the police have their guns kind of drawn, but they're not really aiming them. They're not making any attempt. They're just kind of chasing them away with the batons and making their presence known. But they kind of they flee so quickly. Once they get any hint of law enforcement, they scatter all over the place. They run in different directions. They head for their vehicles. Some of them may have been in this group here near the bottom of the screen, but they have their cars literally parked along Shoreline Drive. There's getaway drivers waiting for them to come out of the mall. They load the cars up, and then they go for it. It's just an incredible sight. Really left me speechless for a second.
This is all planned. This is all organized, and this is separate from the protest. Maybe they're carrying signs, but I just don't want people to confuse these these people with anybody who was close to the protest.
Yeah, and the sign may just be camouflage to what the real intentions are.
Yeah.
So as we continue to watch this situation here with Chris Christie in Long Beach, he's scouring around looking for various problems. There we go. That's where the police line is. So this is where the protest is taking place, which still seems to be underway, although each time we go to it, it's slightly smaller. Less people now than there were a couple of hours ago, but it's underway. It continues to go on. And Chris, have you noticed any big changes so far?
Yeah, we're cruising back over there. You can see things have calmed down. It kind of ebbs and flows. You have a majority of peaceful protesters who are here standing their ground, refusing to vacate the intersection. This is an unlawful assembly, but most of the crowd is peaceful. They're holding up signs, they're chanting, and they're making their voices heard. Within the group, in this group in particular, there are agitators that are trying to provoke confrontation. One of them we showed you a little bit ago using a Roman candle to light fireworks and shoot the fireworks in the direction of law enforcement. That gets everybody's attention. It raises everybody's blood pressure, and you start to see a lot of commotion. Once in a while, you'll see some of the protesters actually getting trampled. It has a stampede effect. When you scare everybody with fireworks, there's a stampede effect, especially when the officers get animated, and then you have people getting hurt. In fact, at one point, we actually saw somebody on the ground for quite a while. But then it kind of calms down, and it looks peaceful once again. So there's peaks and valleys to this type of a protest. And right now, it looks like things have calmed down at Pine and Broadway here in Long Beach.
Yeah, there seems to be a woman there who's just so angry and animated, but the officers are showing extreme restraint. And for the most part, everybody else seems to be, not engaging with this woman. So you're right when you say there are random agitators throughout, really looking to rile things up.
Restraint is a word,
and
too.
This is one of two groups, by the way. This is still the larger of two groups. That's Broadway and Pine. As we move up towards 3rd Street, you'll see that other group has really dispersed. Some of them have gone up a little bit further up the road there. And in fact, they seem to be walking away, actually. That other group, it was a smaller group. Granted, it was about 100 people, but they appear to be walking away, maybe deciding that, they're having enough for the day. You see somebody tagging the building. There are some definite vandals who are roaming the streets of Long Beach right now and tagging anything that they can find. But a majority of them appear to be walking away. Keep going up, though. That larger group is still a couple of blocks up. Long Beach police have kind of held their own at Broadway and 3rd, but a bulk of the group, in fact, keep going up, tilt up a little bit more, Brian. You'll see a big group. That's them right there. They've actually made their way up to 6th. But again, peaceful. There are vandals within, but the mostly peaceful group is walking with their signs now up Pine. And you can see they are in the midst of traffic. Traffic is not shut down, although that curfew is certainly still in effect.
Okay, so we're going to continue to watch that situation. So those are the two different areas where there's protests underway in Long Beach, and it'll be interesting to see where this group ends up. But right about 6 o'clock, Veronica, correct? Right about 6 o'clock is when we were in Long Beach. Our ground camera captured the looting going on in a store called Outfitters. We want to show that video to you again. Now, we've captured a lot of looting today from Air 7, this from the ground, but what makes this piece of video different and why we want to show it to you is to show you the looters' reaction when the law enforcement shows up to the front door of this store. Again, the store is called Outfitters. You'll see law enforcement show up there. We thought that they were there to actually start arresting people who were looting, and you see the reaction of the looters as they desperately try to get away. The bottom line to this is, yes, their presence, the police presence, was notable, and the people who were looting inside tried to get out, and the ones who couldn't go out the front door desperately try to get out in another way. And you're going to see that in just a second. But you'll notice that a single arrest was made right there in that front door, Veronica, and I'll let you in on it. No arrests were made, period, when it comes to looting.
Yeah, they really just kind of were there to make sure that people knew they were there. And then there were people who were stuck inside that outfitter store, breaking through the windows and climbing down the plywood so that they could get out and escape because those officers were still guarding the front entrance. And yet those officers were right there watching these guys throw piles of clothing out onto the street, continue to escape. And I know that the photographer is going to pan over here in just a minute, and you can see the officers just watching as these people emerge from the store right there.
There's that shot. So we've been watching this repeatedly. We think it's a fascinating shot. We have not received any information yet that looters have been arrested tonight or today at all, but we'll stay on top of that. In the meantime, we want to say this. We want to take a moment to check in with our Inglewood community journalist, Ashley Mackey.
And she spoke to members of her community to get reaction on what's unfolding and how everyone is feeling in the aftermath of George Floyd's death.
There's a lot of emotion right now across the country. As the Inglewood community journalist, I reached out on social media to have people send me their perspective and to give people an opportunity to speak. The overall emotions were feelings of anger, sadness, helplessness, and hopelessness. But some people from my community also offered solutions they think might help in the future. Here's what they're saying.
Yeah, I would say anger. That's where I am now. I'm angry. But I would say I am channeling this anger in healthy ways. And it's time for us to activate. It's time for us to increase our advocacy. It's time to infiltrate political systems and so forth.
Children and adults alike should take this event associated with the death of Mr. Floyd and channel their anger into becoming more empowered, learning to become difference makers in the community, putting our anger for good use so that we make a lasting difference and that we can become builders instead of just onlookers.
I think Inglewood going forward should invest time and commitment to building the relationship between the police officers and the community. If it's barbecues, if it's police athletic leagues, if it's block parties, whatever they can do to increase a humanizing presence with the citizens of Inglewood.
Again, these are just a few voices from my community, but as the situation continues to unfold, I encourage people to continue to reach out to share their voice.
All right, Ashley Mackey, and we really appreciate getting those messages, and we do want people to speak out. We want to hear what they have to say. In the meantime, as you continue to watch these images from Air 7, as we watch the protesters on the move again, this is on the streets of Long Beach. We also want to take you to downtown Los Angeles, where Rob McMillan is standing with members of the National Guard in quite a sight in front of City Hall. Rob?
That's right. For most of the afternoon, the crowd was in front of the steps of City Hall, but about 20 minutes ago, they moved about 200 feet up the road here, where they're really dishing out some agitation toward the National Guard. Like I said last report, there's a lot of anger here toward the overall police presence at this protest, and not the least bit toward the National Guard. Every 30, 45 seconds, the crowd will break into a new chant. We first heard "No justice, no peace." They were then chanting George Floyd, then "Take a knee." And a couple of people here specifically just really angry at the whole thing, and they're taking out some of this anger on some of these stone-faced members of the National Guard. Some of them are, and I don't want to make this seem like it's...
media. Excuse me.
Sorry about that. Don't want to make this sound, like everyone is doing this, but there's a lot of people here who are really pushing some of these National Guardsmen to the limit, yelling in their faces. Someone was blowing cigarette smoke in one of their faces, and just a lot of anger here. We spoke with a few people who And I should say that this entire protest does appear peaceful, although we are seeing a lot of anger here right now. And this is what we've seen right now. The crowd is turning in the other direction, and they're starting to head across the street toward the park. I don't know if that means something is going on over there, but we saw this same thing about 20, 30 minutes ago when the whole crowd migrated from the steps of City Hall over to the National Guard, and now they've turned around and they're heading back the other way, probably toward the park over there. Back to you for now.
To see them mobilize so quickly when it appears at times like there is no organization, and then other times they, just move en masse and they get out of there. So
our concern, though, is what's going to happen as the sun continues to go down in downtown Los Angeles. I said it a little while ago, and maybe I jinxed it, but downtown LA has been peaceful all day long, and my concern is it does seem like the tensions are growing where Rob McMillan is, and especially with the National Guard there. I'm not sure how they'll react if things get worse in that community, or maybe the police will have to move in and do something about that.
With the sun going down, pretty much all bets are off. Yeah. That's when we've seen the most damage, Friday night and Saturday night, and it just gets out of control there.
All right. We're watching a situation going on in Long Beach right now as well. It looks like the protesters are entering into a major intersection in that community. So let's go to Chris Christie in Air 7 HD, who's been watching them march. Chris?
Yeah, they've continued their march. They actually made a turn onto Long Beach Boulevard. This is a largely peaceful group. They've scattered as they've marched. There's some people walking faster than others, but for the most part, a peaceful gathering, an unlawful assembly in light of the curfew. So it's not, it's an illegal march. However, here they come at another intersection where they're going to come to a pause here and begin interacting with traffic, or at least blocking traffic. Long Beach police with one cruiser down there. Looks like he's fleeing them, but the bulk of the action is still happening over at Pine and Broadway, where there is still basically a standoff between a large skirmish line of officers and several hundred protesters. Now, this particular protest is a little bit smaller. This group, I should say, is a little bit smaller. You can see them interacting with some of the drivers. One of the things we've seen periodically is some of the drivers getting out and showing their support for the protesters. So these drivers who may or may not be intentionally looking for action or trying to take pictures, yeah, she's one of the protesters. She's actually got a sign in her hand here. So you've got some people who have been part of this protest all day long, but you have other people who are trying to join in on the action by literally driving over here and trying to partake. Now they're making another southbound turn, I believe, onto 8th Street, and that'll put them back in the vicinity eventually. Actually, they were on 8th. They're going on to Long Beach Boulevard. That'll put them, again, going southbound. Eventually, they will be, looks like somebody, see, there's looters within. There's looters within. What store is that? Is that another pharmacy?
I think
sure
it's
enough.
CV. Oh, no.
It's a pharmacy for
pharmacy,
sure.
And you saw that. There was literally looters within the group. A largely peaceful group of protesters with vandals and looters within. Some people carrying spray paint, others just looking for destruction, others looking to steal whatever merchandise they can get their hands on. You could tell this group of businesses apparently has already been looted because the doors are already shattered and they're able to move in freely with impunity.
So it looks like there's a couple of guys kind of watching guard here at the front, the guy in the polo shirt, and then, some of his buddies went inside. Looks like he's going in now. And it's so clear when we see it from above how these people are completely separate from the protesters.
It's a Walgreens, community Walgreens, and that says 10+ pharmacy. It may be cleaned out already. Look at the front of this.
This entire shopping complex.
The whole shopping little plaza.
You'll notice they're not coming out with a whole lot of merchandise. This may have been cleaned out a while ago, but these are people looking for opportunity, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, is that a smoke shop there? Yep, going into a smoke shop. So
it's interesting, though, that you pointed out, Chris. It shows you how quickly things can turn. You think it's a peaceful crowd with one intention, and that is to be heard and to be seen, and to protest the situation with George Floyd. But reality is then we see people splinter off from that crowd and begin the looting. And so, yeah, they intermix, and it makes the story so complex because intentions are different from person to person.
Intentions are completely different. You know, the bad actors of these looters, they're drowning out the powerful message of the peaceful protesters. And that's what's the most disappointing for everyone involved here, including us as we watch all of this unfold.
Well, another area that has been hard hit by looters is Santa Monica. Leanne Suter now has been covering the situation there with protesters and looters. Leanne, what's the latest?
David and Veronica, we are here in front of Bubar's Jewelers, and you can see some of the damage by the doorway here. This is one of the businesses targeted. Joining me live is Bill Bubar. Bill, you are a longtime business owner here in Santa Monica, 75 years. Tell me what happened.
Well, I was here about 1 o'clock, and there were swarming people. They started at vans. They were looting, and for the next 2 to 3 hours, they were moving all over 4th Street, Broadway, Santa Monica Boulevard, and basically it was a mob out of control. They were driving in the middle of the street. They jumped out of cars. Literally what happened at my store is that there was a whole group that came over, and one person came with a baseball bat, smashed this door, and then they all proceeded to try to push the gate in. They could not push the gate in. That's what saved my business. After they left, a young woman came who I did not know and parked with her bicycle in front of the door and stayed 2 hours. While all of this commotion, she stood here, and literally I think they left it alone because she was standing in front of the door. She was really the hero.
Wow.
And then this nice gentleman and Greg and a few of the other people in the building that I've known a long time, everybody was very supportive. I mean, we didn't get involved. We didn't try to say, don't do it. I mean, you know, we basically...
It was us just standing in front.
Yeah, I mean, because they didn't bother the people, but they were after breaking and destroying and looting.
And if they had gotten in there, Bill, that is your livelihood, what would have happened?
Well, they would have certainly smashed all the cases, all the collectibles, all the mirrors. They probably would have went upstairs where my jewelry repair shop is. They could have destroyed all the equipment. Literally, the jewelry's in the safe. They probably could not have gotten in the safe, but they could have done a lot of damage.
What do you make of what you saw today here in Santa Monica?
You know, I used to work for the school district years ago, and I must tell you that I think what's happened is that people are venting their anger. I think it's not just because of the Black Lives or what happened in Minneapolis. I think it's years and years of anger and feeling disenfranchised and marginalized, and they're overtly acting. There's no quality guidance for these folks, and it's beyond surprising that our country has deteriorated like this. It's beyond surprising that we have lost a lot of control, a lot of discipline, and there's no value for life or property.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate it. I want to talk to Stephen. Stephen, tell me your last name again.
Pelosi.
Stephen, you are out here. You live up above. When did you realize things were starting to take a turn?
I was actually spending the day at the beach, and I saw a helicopter circling, and then I basically realized that they were, probably like right above the apartment building. I rushed home. There were already crowds of people, so it was impossible to enter through here. I actually entered through the back alley. And I saw the commotion outside. I saw Bill down here. It was a really scary scene. I started hearing the looting. They were breaking glass. They broke this glass, and then we basically stood outside all day in front of the building because, they're starting fires. They're looting. They're doing stuff that's like, it's just absolutely crazy. So what I'm afraid of is them starting a fire on something that they think is a retail store, but then meanwhile there's people upstairs, right? So they all thought that this was a store as well. So we basically stood in front and attempted to block any more mischief and entrance.
Bill talked about a Good Samaritan, a woman on a bike. Did it appear she might have been a protester?
No. She actually was just taking a bike ride, and she stopped here because she saw the situation. She has a bit more of a like a sensitive touch than me, so it was great that she was out here.
Got it. And you said she really was the one you think that stopped these protesters, putting herself and the bike between them.
I think so. There was a lot of commotion. There was a lot of people not really thinking about the regard of anyone's well-being. I saw everything. It was a really scary sight.
Obviously, never been through something like that before.
No.
What was going through your mind?
No, it's at that point, it's essentially survival, right? They were starting fires across the street. They were hurling things, throwing things, and then looting. So, just a terrible situation.
And I know you were very fond of Bill here, the jewelry store, keeping an eye out here. You were concerned that if they had gotten in there, what might have happened.
Oh, right. Well, that, and also too, he's out here by himself. I've seen other shop owners taken advantage of. So I think it was good that a number of the residents came down to help him.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Bill saying got a lot of. I see police now lining up here, getting ready for whatever they're going to do, moving in. Bill, how are you feeling tonight? Your stuff is safe in there. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling very, very fortunate that I was spared. A lot of the local businesses that I know, there's a couple of stores that I know that were very badly damaged. They're friends of mine. And Santa Monica is a wonderful community. We have so many wonderful people that live and work in the city. And it's just, it's beyond words what's happened, that really the quality of our life has deteriorated a lot. And I'm just hoping that there can be some order going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You got it. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate it. Nice to meet you. Yeah, so this is just one of them right next door. I see. I'm going to take a walk over here while we're live quick because Stephen was telling me about this. This is Crossroads, which resells clothes and whatnot, and you can see what has happened inside this store. He said that's what they really were after, were any items. They wanted clothes, shoes, and you can see they've completely smashed out the front door of this business here, and you can see they've literally grabbed anything they could on these front racks, bringing out as many things. You can see the mess, all the clothes laying on the ground and whatnot here. And he said that the neighbors here saying they really wanted to grab merchandise. As we've seen in so many of these locations, they go after shoes or clothing. Jewelry has been one of the top spots that they try to hit. So a lot of damage here in Santa Monica. We're seeing so many business here damaged. Again, the push continuing to clear out all of those leftover protesters, those leftover crowds that are still roaming here through Santa Monica. Live in Santa Monica, Leanne Suter, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Fantastic interviews, Leanne. Loved both of them, and they said so much. In the meantime, while that interview was going on, these images from Long Beach are live. This is a community Walgreens that has been overrun by looters. Chris Christie has been watching it in Air 7. Chris.
David, there's got to be close to 100 in all. They're driving up in dozens of cars arriving here. They just see cops on the way. They hear the sirens. Look at them running. They're getting in their vehicles. We've got 100% mask compliance in this crowd. They're all masked up, and they are running out with as much merchandise as they could get their hands on. They've raided the Walgreens, they've raided the clothing store right next door, and they've raided the smoke shop. David and Veronica, you watch these pictures, and you can't help but wonder as this continues. This is now night 3 of pictures just like this.
Look at that guy.
At what point, these people are moving through our cities with impunity. We've seen this now in Santa Monica today. We've seen it in Long Beach. We've seen it downtown. At what point are business owners going to begin taking matters into their own hands like they did in '92? You have to wonder if there's a concern about that amongst law enforcement. Because we know that the concentration obviously has been on the crowd.
There must be police officers nearby because they've just suddenly dropped their merchandise, and they're nonchalantly walking away.
And they'll just blend right back into the protesters.
There they go. Yep, the police pulled in. They dropped everything, and they're acting nonchalant and just walking away.
It should be said that before police got here, we've been watching that scene play out for about the last 10 minutes.
We were watching it live during Leanne's interview. We were watching those images.
The entire interview.
Yeah, that is incredible.
But it does bring back images of the '92 riots and others where, images of K-Town, where you started seeing the frustration amongst these business owners, especially these mom and pops. These are their livelihoods, and it's just a tragic thing to watch.
We have iconic video of that in '92 where the Korean shop owners protected their property with guns, and literally we were in the middle of a shootout at one point, a frightening situation, a violent situation. You're right, we haven't seen that during this, but with haphazard looters out there stealing your merchandise, you wonder if shop owners now are thinking, I'm going to arm myself and I'm going to be prepared for the next time.
There are some small business owners out there who are also black and brown, and they're immigrants, they're people of color. They own their small businesses. They are suffering too. They're in pain too. They're
barely getting by with what they have.
Yeah.
And to lose their merchandise and to lose their building, it sends the family in a tailspin that could go for generations.
Absolutely. It will be, it's yet to be seen if some of these businesses are unable to reopen, because this is truly the nail in the coffin after a couple of months of lost revenue due to
Could
the
very
pandemic.
well be. By the way, we're approaching 8 o'clock here. It's 7:57 right now. I want to give you a couple of programming notes. We are continuing our ongoing coverage of the widespread protests and unrest through Southern California tonight. So we're going to say goodbye to our viewers on KDOC, and on ABC7, we will continue our coverage of the protests. So we're giving you a couple of minutes to figure this out here if you're watching us from KDOC. If you're on ABC7, we're going to continue the coverage there of the protests. And you could watch ABC7 Celebrity Family Feud on Localish Network. That will be channel 7.2. Channel 7.2, our Localish network. And on these channels on your screen, on Cox at 796-1133. Frontier is 467. Google Fiber is 70. Mediacom is 520. And Spectrum is 1246. Of course, if you're watching us from ABC7.com and our ABC7 Los Angeles app, we'll continue on with our coverage. But we know our folks on KDOC TV have been watching us. We really thank you for watching us. And please join us on ABC7 as we continue our coverage. Chris Christie, as we make a transition here, Chris, quickly, I want to throw it back to you to give us an update on what's going on out there.
Well, the police have pulled up on the south side of the shopping plaza, but looters still maintain a presence on the west side, although they're starting to empty out. Just in the last couple seconds, we have a couple of fire trucks that have arrived here, and I'm not sure if they've received a call or if there's a fire here. Let's go ahead and push in there. In fact, let's come around, Mitch, and see if there's something going on in that block, because the fire department is now arriving right next to that little shopping center where we watched all of that looting taking place, and now a fire department response just about 100 or 200 feet away. Not clear what's going on there, but one thing I will say, in fact, additional fire engines coming in here as well. In fact, one of the larger fire department responses I've seen here today. So we'll see. They might be going to a different call. They appear to be going to a different call. And once again, like the other crews, they're all being escorted by police officers. So as our fire departments respond to these various calls, these various 911 calls, they're forced to be escorted by law enforcement. This fire crew appears to be responding to the back of the shopping center that we just saw getting looted, completely ransacked. There's a Walgreens pharmacy, a clothing store, all of it
Chris,
now empty. Yeah,
Chris,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, it's Colleen. I hate to interrupt you, but Colleen Sullivan with Mark Brown, and we again want to say a big thank you to our viewers on KDOC TV as we transition to ABC7 for more live coverage as well. And again, welcome to our coverage on ABC7 as well. We are continuing to follow this breaking news developments throughout the last few days, and Chris Christie is live over Long Beach right there with more on the looting and the violence that's happening in that community. Chris.
Yeah, the looting is continuing with impunity, although when police do arrive, you see them scatter, they run, they get back in their cars. They are not getting here on foot. They're driving into any vicinity where they know there's a large protest. You got to remember, we're just about 10 blocks away from where hundreds of people are gathered and trying to protest peacefully, but that is preoccupying the resources, in this case, of the Long Beach Police Department. The looters know that, and they're coming in from other areas. They're driving here. They're bringing their SUVs and vans and packing up as much stolen merchandise as they can possibly get their hands on. The situation here has calmed down quite a bit, but it's just been a discouraging sight to watch for the last half hour.
So what it sounds like is happening is less violence, more looting, right? I mean, is that an oversimplification where people at this point who are not involved in the protests per se are concerning themselves with just grabbing and stealing?
It's an overwhelming amount of looting as well as quite a bit of vandalism. You still see within the crowds, you're seeing a lot of vandals with spray paint, tagging cars and tagging buildings. But the fright when you see these businesses being ransacked one after another is something that at least when I see it from 1,500 feet up, and you see it going on for minutes and hours over the course of the last 3 days, it just doesn't seem sustainable.
You're absolutely right about that, Chris. As we've been watching these images, it is incredible to see. It's sort of the scouting taking place with like a coordinated looking to see what businesses can be targeted, what windows can be broken, and how much stuff people can take. But what was we saw a moment ago, several people coming out of a shop with boxes of merchandise. And then when they saw authorities kind of pull up, they all kind of dropped them down very carefully, and then they tried to walk away nonchalantly. But I haven't seen a lot of police arresting or taking anyone in custody who they've been catching looting.
No, but the order has gone out. Or request, I suppose, from the Santa Monica police, at least there, to the LAPD, because LAPD has gone into Santa Monica on a mutual aid sort of assistance, that go ahead, start arresting people. They're asking for that assistance in Santa Monica. I don't know if a similar discussion is taking place right now in the city of Long Beach. We're not seeing it. We are seeing, in fact, instead, police officers going and doing what they can to secure buildings, scaring the looters away, moving them on. But moving them on just means they're moving to another place to loot. And that is kind of what we've been seeing and what Chris Christie has been seeing as he goes from one place to the next.
Yeah, and
go ahead and punch that in. 2388 Long Beach Boulevard. Reports of looting, JJ?
All right, we'll kill his mic for right now. He's heading to a different location. Leanne Suter is live for us now. Leanne, where are you?
Mark and Colleen, I'm in Santa Monica. We are on 4th Street, right near Santa Monica Boulevard. I'm showing you some of the damage. Both sides of the street hit hard. This is the Pottery Barn. You can see what I'm talking about. They smashed through the windows here, ran inside there, grabbing whatever they can. Inside the business here in Pottery Barn, the door remains open. Across the street are workers already trying to board up all the damage. Out front here, I want to show you, look at this. There's pillows. They've got boxes of everything out here. Anything they could grab, they did. And you can see the workers across the street. They are boarding up all of the smashed doors, all of the smashed windows on the businesses across the way. But the store that really got hit hard is down in this direction. I'll have Bill walk down here. You can see it. This REI, we were talking to one of the witnesses, one of the neighbors just down the street, and they said that they literally just filled the store, grabbing anything they could. At one point he said he saw some of the thieves going in with the backpacks, filling the backpacks with anything they could grab inside the store and then running out. And it smells like there might have been a fire. I see it's really smoky in there, so I'm not sure if at some point somebody attempted to set a fire inside, but this store has been destroyed. Well, there was a fire. I can tell from in here because you can see that the sprinklers, and you can smell it, they obviously tried to set a fire inside here. The sprinklers are all inside, had been on. You can see how much water is on the floor inside the store. This store completely gutted. I would say there's a good 2 inches of water covering the entire floor of the store, of the REI here. Almost every window has been cracked or shattered in every way. Trying to see around the front. You can just see, again, all of the boxes, everything that they were trying to steal thrown out front.
Oh.
So yeah, there's just so much destruction. Yeah, you just see so much damage to all these stores. Again, these are big corporations. Yes, they have insurance. Yes, they can take care of that. But again, talking to Bill Bubars just a few moments ago, the owner of that jewelry store, and you know, it's his business, it's his livelihood, 75 years. And you know, front of his store was damaged. Luckily, they didn't get inside so that they weren't able to take any of his jewelry or any of his things in there that he had for sale. But there is a lot of damage here in Santa Monica. We are, I'm looking around now here at 4th and Santa Monica, and I can see business after business that has had their windows shattered, and they've been hit hard by all these suspects. You can see all the police in this area here that remain. There are police literally scattered throughout all of Santa Monica as they continue to try to go after these roaming groups that we've seen. There are still several crowds, several roaming groups of agitators is what you'd have to call them at this point, because they've just been looking to try to cause trouble, to try to find places also that they could potentially target any other stores. So there have been authorities moving without the city. Here's the fire department coming in after they came in here to put out the fire that had been started inside REI. So they're clearing this area out. So I can see them, yep, there we go, down the road. I think we'll head that way. I'll see what we can find down here. But you can see down there, there's an active skirmish line going on. Again, they get these groups, they continue to move, the police follow along, trying to corner them, trying to get them into an area where they can start arresting them all. We spoke to the sheriff about an hour ago, and he said that's really what they're trying to do, trying to corral all of the folks that are still out and about in the city here, trying to get them to where they can arrest them. So that's what they're attempting to do, but they certainly have a long way to go. But as I said, you can see down here, they have an active skirmish line facing off in a face-off with those that remain out here tonight in Santa Monica. That is the latest here. We'll go down towards that area, see what we can find, and bring you the latest once we get closer to that skirmish line, see what's going on between protesters and police here. Live in Santa Monica, Leanne Suter, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Leanne, thank you very much for that live report. Of course, you know, night falls, tensions escalate. You don't, as we've seen the last few evenings where things can get very volatile. You're looking at live images right now in Long Beach, I believe, and that's where we've seen so much looting. And as we were talking about vandalism, and now is that fireworks right there?
Going off.
Yes, it's disheartening to see, but again, we haven't seen a lot of people getting hurt, where it just. Of course, we don't know, but a lot of businesses are certainly suffering. But anyway, we're watching this, and we're seeing, you know, in Santa Monica, we saw earlier several fires set, and then Leanne's just talking about that REI that was absolutely gutted, and you heard the fire alarm going inside that building. You saw the sprinklers had to put the fire out, but. The fire department, the police departments, the sheriff's department, National Guard, very busy evening.
Very busy, and it's going to be a long night. It's going to be another long night, Colleen, without question. Keep in mind, pretty much the entire county of Los Angeles now is under curfew at 8 o'clock. As of 8 o'clock, pretty much essentially every city in this jurisdiction is closed down. Anybody who's out on the street right now is subject to arrest, or at least subject to being at least questioned and or pulled over by police, as officers have discussed, as the chief discussed earlier. They have, with the help of that curfew, they now have probable cause to pull over anybody that they have suspicion of might be involved in the looting or the destruction of property. And that gives them a tool. It also helps to kind of, frankly, to weed out the lawful from the lawless. If you are out right now, you are in violation, and you're, you know, what Karen Bass said earlier. If you're protesting, protest until the curfew and go home, and then get back at it again tomorrow if that is your inclination and your wish. But don't stay out after curfew. Let the police go after the lawbreakers who are trying to co-opt this, who are trying to take advantage of this, and that's what the hope is among law enforcement. You're looking at earlier pictures from LA City Hall. Downtown, there are National Guard troops helping to guard Los Angeles City Hall. To my knowledge, and I'm almost positive, the last time National Guard troops were deployed in a civil unrest sort of a situation was in Los Angeles, was in 1992. And some 28 years ago, of course, during the Rodney King riot and civil unrest that occurred then. And they are back, and they have their weapons, and they are facing off with protesters right now in front of City Hall. And they're supposed to be in a support role. They're not supposed to be, ideally at least, directly facing off with demonstrators, because they're not police officers, they are troops. They're military people.
It is very intimidating, though, when you see the National Guard standing to protect City Hall. And obviously other levels have been protecting City Hall, too. You see the police department there, as well as they put up the metal gating around it. Speaking of the steps of City Hall today, Eyewitness News Inland Empire Bureau Chief Rob McMillan was with protesters who found themselves in a standoff with the National Guard.
Right in front of LA City Hall, and a rather peaceful protest out here right now. Hundreds of people gathered in front of City Hall. And what's remarkable about this scene is, as we've been watching all day long, the National Guard is now on scene. And you can see the National Guard lined up on the steps in front of City Hall. In front of them, what looks like officers with LAPD, and then farther down there are barricades. There are people gathered behind the barricades. You can see hundreds of people here, and again, a fairly peaceful crowd at this point. Every now and then they'll start chanting things. We've only been on scene here for a few minutes, so it's tough to tell exactly what they're saying, but they have signs that say, "I can't breathe," "No justice, no peace," and again, at this point, a very, very peaceful crowd. If you pan to the north, I want to show you that the National Guard isn't just up there. They're also on the street. If you look up toward Temple, you can see the National Guard vehicles that are, they were blocking the middle of the road. Just within the past couple of minutes, they've moved off to the side, but you can see the National Guard is on scene here. Quite the scene in downtown Los Angeles to see the National Guard here to protect some of the important city assets, City Hall among them. If you go back towards City Hall, Lawrence, my photographer, you can see the scene here again, very quiet, very peaceful, orderly at this point. No looting, obviously, at this location, at least not at this point. You see a lot of people here, obviously protesting some of what we've seen across the country. Very poignant. I saw one guy walk up just with a shirt that said "End Racism," and a lot of people just have very stoic looks on their faces every now and then, and we're starting to hear that, some of the chanting. "I can't breathe." That's the chant now, "I can't breathe." But again, a peaceful protest here in front of LA City Hall, where the National Guard is here in front of LA City Hall, right in front of them, the LA City Police Department. And again, just very peaceful at this point here in downtown Los Angeles. Back to you.
Hoping, of course, that it stays that way. This is a video earlier. A lot of viewers sharing their video of the mayhem erupting this afternoon in Santa Monica. This video sent in of people attacking an Amazon delivery truck and looting it. This was in Santa Monica. A group of people attacking that truck, grabbing the contents. We don't know what became of the driver of that truck, if he or she is okay. But the truck, as you can see, being looted and everything inside taken away. There's a lot of looting in Santa Monica, and here's more of it. We were watching this earlier today.
We were watching this, and it is just, I mean, people are going in, finding an opportunity, and just taking as much stuff as they can. And when they come out, sometimes we saw earlier with, you know, in Long Beach earlier, but looters actually running into law enforcement who are right at the door.
Right.
So it's, I mean, look at these. Their arms are full of merchandise, and we said it earlier. Some of these, the looting, it's a little more high tech, or you know, today, because they're going to different cars that are waiting. They're scouting out places that look like it's a good opportunity to get merchandise, and they certainly are. They're going in very quickly, coming out. I mean, we even see the grocery store and the Vons, and I think we saw Walgreens. People are They're certainly taking so much stuff, and you can see right there's a car there, and just packing it up and then taking off and going on to their next stop. So
people have no connection at all with the protest, and who could forget this scene, that Outfitters store. This was in Long Beach, where protesters, or not protesters, looters were going in, stealing stuff. All of a sudden, here come the police, and they come flooding out of that store. This is what you were alluding to earlier.
Yes.
They come flooding out of the store. These officers standing there, they didn't arrest any of them, but they just basically kind of shooed them away. Look at that.
I mean,
and
that was
they're all running past them. They're not stopping them. They're not detaining them, but they are at least chasing them away. But that wasn't where it ended. You've got officers there. So that's not what was unbeknownst to them, is that not everybody was out of that store. And so they stood there, a phalanx of officers, outside, forming a kind of a semicircle around the opening, facing outward, keeping anybody else from coming in, not knowing that there were people still inside the store. You and I watched this unfold live.
And we couldn't figure out what the noise was.
Right, and here it was.
This was the noise, and I thought at first we thought it was gunshots, and then rubber bullets, and then we saw everyone trying to break out. But you saw the plywood and you'll see someone, if we end up staying on this, throwing a ton of merchandise out the window, and then ton of merchandise, and then picking up the merchandise and running away. I mean.
And keep in mind, there are police officers about 30 feet from where these people are jumping out of the window, about 30 feet away.
And then they break the plywood, which is what we end up seeing.
Yeah.
They've obviously. They're trying to, I mean, law enforcement, their hands are tied on this sort of situation. There's just so much of it going on that they're trying to at least keep the community protected. Inventory is
Inventory can be replaced, but it is still infuriating to watch. And this woman here, who is acting as a shield, aiding and abetting the looters, basically helping them out, standing there with her arms up as if to shield the looters from police. It's just an odd thing.
It is. And now let's look at, we're going to take you to Redlands. This was this area today. Loud but peaceful Black Lives Matter protest. Demonstrators, they held a sit-in while others marched through the streets. They chanted slogans including "No justice, no peace," and "I can't breathe." Some of the last words spoken by George Floyd as he was restrained by officers in Minnesota. Organizers are saying they coordinated with Redlands police and that the chief expressed his support for their right to protest.
We came together because we felt like Black Lives Matter is honestly just as simple as that, and we really wanted to put actions behind our words that we keep saying, and be there and be the voices for the people who have lost their voices. We're just fighting for the simple equality that all of us should share.
And the protesters say this is just the beginning and that they want the momentum to keep going.
Tommy Tunson is a former police chief in Arvin, California, and director of public safety training at Bakersfield College. He is the author of a policing model called transformative policing. And I think if ever there was a time for policing to be transformed, that would be a great time. Mr. Tunson, joining us via Skype. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
All right. So there's so much to unpack here. If you want to first talk about the type of policing that led to the death of George Floyd and has led to the deaths of so many other unarmed African Americans.
You know, it's a shame that we have come this far in progress in America and we still have the same old nemesis that we had when I was a child. This is my fourth one. 1965 in Los Angeles, Watts. Rodney King in 92, Ferguson with Michael Brown, and now this with George Floyd. This is just, it's unconscionable, and we have got to do better and do different in policing.
Well, let's talk about that. What do you think needs to change?
The transformational policing model that I put together discusses the very root and heart of why there's so much police distrust. It was very, very hard for me, despite 30 years in law enforcement, to watch what happened to him. But that was just unconscionable. It literally brought tears to my eyes to watch that, because I've arrested a lot of people and never treated anybody like that. and I've seen it before, and it was just unconscionable. My transformational policing model goes to the root of distrust in American history, and we dissect it, go through it with law enforcement and community members to show how important it is to simply understand the frustration that is felt by African Americans, because it's been decades. It didn't just happen last Monday. It's been decades. It's been brewing. And I have tried, and others like me have tried to make sure that we do something to educate our colleagues in law enforcement and our community members to understand that we are one people. This is one America, and we've got to show that we care.
One of the things that people who speak out about this and who speak out frankly in favor of the police officers in these and other instances say is that if you comply, you don't have to worry about this. But I haven't found that to be the case, and a lot of people have not found that to be the case. And I'm talking about Breonna Taylor in Louisville, Kentucky. Arguably, you know, there's video. There doesn't seem to be any video yet showing George Floyd resisting. So compliance doesn't seem to work. And what are we supposed to do?
I understand, and I think the law enforcement agencies need to have much better, closer, more genuine education into the feelings of how people feel when they're contacted by law enforcement. There's that conversation that my mother had with me, that most African American parents have with their kids. That needs to be talked to and shown to both sides of the fence, the officers and to the community members, because it's an important conversation. And the only way we're going to get through this is to have joint community collaboration and training together, and we air things out. They should know. There's still hurt feelings from segregation. There's still hurt feelings from the integration. There's still hurt feelings for what happened even as far back as the Emancipation Proclamation. And these are the things that should be talked about so that police officers understand how communities of color feel. And communities of color should understand the roles and responsibility of the criminal justice system and law enforcement.
You're absolutely right on so much of that. It's something that it's so sad to think, though, that parents, African American parents, have to sit down with their children and have a different conversation about what they need to do if they encounter law enforcement. It's heartbreaking, but you're gonna, we have a whole new generation who are watching what's taking place. We certainly are talking to our children about why are they seeing these images on TV. You have to explain the George Floyd situation, and something that you don't really want to have a conversation about, but this is a conversation that happens all the time within the African American community. And I don't know how kids feel safe when they're walking down the street, and they are being very good as well. It's scary.
It's a difficult conversation. As an Army veteran, it's very difficult for me to go serve my country overseas, come back home, and then have the N-word leveled upon me by others. And it's just real difficult to have to live with and do that when you serve your country and you come back to this. We're getting a little better, but the education needs to kick up substantially. Police academies need to talk about, just as important as a homicide investigative course, is the cultural diversity training that needs to go on to law enforcement agencies nationwide. And more hours need to be spent dissecting, analyzing, and breaking down the cultural differences in America today.
I think if there was just an issue of, or the process of treating everyone the same, if that's the cry we keep hearing, that is what we keep hearing from young people who are out on the street today and who we've been talking to, treat black kids the same way as you treat white kids. Treat a black suspect the same way as you treat a white suspect, as you treat a Hispanic suspect, an Asian suspect. Everybody, don't come down on this guy's neck when you wouldn't do it against this guy. And I think that has been something that's I don't know if that's sensitivity training or not. That just seems to be fairly basic. Treat everyone the same.
It's sensitivity training. I mean, you got to understand American history. we didn't get here today because everybody has been treated, as the Constitution said, freedom and justice for all and equal opportunity to everybody. That hasn't been the way that American history has gone. That's why you have this. Of course, ideally, everybody should be treated the same, but that hasn't happened in my lifetime. I truly hope that it happens in my grandkids' lifetime, because I just had this talk with my grandson about how he should behave, and he lives in Atlanta, and my granddaughter, who lives out in Riverside County. I just had this talk with them how to behave and how to conduct themselves, and both asked me, why should we have to behave different if we're an American citizen? And I said, history is slow to change.
People are upset about. That's what people are upset about. Why should I have to go to take all these extra steps just to protect myself and to have the same, courtesies or whatever rights as anyone else? And people, I think people are tired of that.
I will tell you what has happened today and this past week. We need to take notice. All parents need to take notice. We are experiencing a generational change. The generation today, how they feel, how they think, how they believe is different than the generation 20 years ago or 40 years ago. And we need to understand they don't understand the history. They want to be treated as though they are the same as anyone else. That's a generational train, and law enforcement is just now starting to understand the generational changes that are very, very important to the livelihood, success, and safety of our communities that we serve.
And by the way, Tommy, when you're seeing the way law enforcement is handling the current situation, much different each time any sort of these riots happen, you see something different, the shift in how law enforcement is handling it. How do you feel they're handling it now?
I feel good to see that the officer, for committing a crime that if anybody else would have been committed, they would have been arrested, brought forthwith to answer. I commend the police chief in Minneapolis for taking immediate and swift actions. I hope action is taken on the other 3 officers who stood by, because I have been in situations as a police officer that I have actually pulled officers away from hurting anybody unnecessarily. So I applaud law enforcement. Several of my former chief colleagues have also stated how important and how proud they are of the swift action, but it's not going to take care of the family of Mr. Floyd, which was, even for me, after 30 years, was very difficult to watch. And I feel the pain of his family.
All right, Tommy Tunson, we thank you very much. Transformative policing, thank you very much for your input tonight.
Thank you both. My pleasure. And be safe to everybody out there. This is still America.
Yeah,
absolutely. All right. Thank you. All right. Well, now we're going to go to Leanne Suter. She is live in Santa Monica, where she's been there all day. And you're with an interview as well, Leanne.
Yes, I have with me now Santa Monica Police Chief Cynthia Renaud. Chief, talk to me about what you have seen today here in Santa Monica.
Well, what I've seen, unfortunately, is a peaceful protest get taken over by violent criminals who had an intention to loot and commit criminal acts, and in doing so really overshadow the purpose of this peaceful protest, which is about the life of Mr. Floyd.
And we have seen a lot of damage here in kind of downtown area. Do you know how kind of widespread and kind of what you're seeing and how much you're seeing?
Yes, the damage is mostly contained to our downtown area, and that's what we're working on now. As you can tell, this is a rich opportunity for that type of activity. We are moving east to the city. We have substantial assets in the city now with mutual aid fully deployed. The National Guard is on scene in the city of Santa Monica and will be with us through the remainder of this. We have made hundreds of arrests for both looting and criminal activity, and we will continue that until our city is 100% secured.
The city initiated that curfew, that 4 p.m. curfew. Did it help in trying to bring this under control, and kind of what are you guys dealing with tonight in terms of the curfew?
I think the curfew is important. I think it's a message to all of our residents about the importance for them to stay safe inside their homes. And it is also a legal ability to try and control the criminal activity. So we have seen people who are reacting to the curfew. They know that there's a curfew in place, so we've made arrests for that as well.
And tonight, you still say you still have some groups out there that you are trying to kind of clear the area. What's the game plan for tonight, and kind of how do you guys do that?
So we do have some groups still in the city of Santa Monica. They're actively being addressed by the mutual aid and all of our partner law enforcement agencies. And the plan is that we're going to arrest them.
You saw what unfolded yesterday in LA. You knew you had a protest coming here. I'm going to assume you were hoping things would remain peaceful. How are you feeling about what you actually saw happen?
Right, and hope is not a strategy, and so we certainly had plans in place. We had a majority of our department called in to work today, but even with that, even a city that's 8 square miles away, Santa Monica is not nearly the size of Los Angeles. There is so much real estate and so many stores, and it is difficult to control even with a full police force, and I think we saw that in Los Angeles last night. The one thing I can say is that the cooperation between the law enforcement agencies here in Los Angeles County has been spectacular. Along with all of the agencies that deployed their resources to me today, Hawthorne, Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, Beverly Hills, Culver City. Chief Mike Moore has been here helping, and Sheriff Villanueva I just spoke with, who is here with his assets. So this is a county-wide effort. Not one city is going to leave another city alone in Los Angeles, and we will get this under control.
What do you say to those looters, to those that were out to cause trouble? What do you want them to know?
Well, I don't know that I need to let them know much of anything. They know what they're doing is illegal, and it will be prosecuted.
Chief, as you go forward, how do you prevent this again? And are there concerns that this could happen tomorrow or the day after?
So we'll certainly be leaving our assets here to secure the streets that we have already secured. So we'll work to move forward and make sure that this doesn't happen again, certainly. Unfortunately, we saw this in 1992. I was hired in 1991. So unfortunately, these types of civil unrests are not new to Los Angeles County from 1966 to 1992 to now. And what we need to do is continue to work on not only our training, our deployment strategies, our leadership about the community connection and the expectation of our officers to partner in protecting the community we serve and be joined with them in that endeavor. We need to continue to do that, and we need to continue to plan and stay ready for these types of civil unrests.
And you talked about the National Guard coming in. Can you tell me in simple plans what the plan is? I know they can't do your job per se, what the police department does. What can and can't they do?
So what they can do is they can secure areas that we have already cleared, and then we can take our police officers out of that area and have them move to where they can make more arrests.
Thank you so much, Chief. I appreciate your time. She's going to be, I know, going to be out here all night.
Yes.
It's going to be a long night.
Several days.
Thank you very much, Chief. Chief with Santa Monica PD, Chief Renaud, talking about what they are dealing with here in the city as the effort continues to clear all of the streets. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, if the chief is still there was one question I wanted to ask her.
One question they wanted to ask there. Yep. Go ahead, Mark.
What we were able to see from the air was those caravans of cars going through carrying looters. What are they doing tactically, specifically to address that and try to stop those caravans?
They were able to watch a lot from Air 7. They saw caravans of cars coming in, carrying specifically looters coming in like that. What have you guys been able to do to address that kind of specific issue?
So I forgot to mention the help from the California Highway Patrol. So we closed the freeway exits coming into Santa Monica, and we attempted to place police cars at the main border entries into the city. We saw the same thing. Once again, in an open society with so many entry points into the city, but we worked on securing the main entry points to try and stop some of that traffic.
It really was a tough fight, I know, for you guys, because we saw them moving so quickly from spot to spot, so it's very difficult to kind of nail them all down.
Yeah, and I can't thank enough my brave men and women of the Santa Monica Police Department who are out there putting it on the line to protect property and to protect life. And again, my great gratitude and thanks to our Los Angeles County law enforcement partners and our partners from Ventura County and beyond.
Really was a key effort. Thank you very much, Chief. I know you have to run. She is wanted for many of the other things going on in the city. Thank you very much for that. As you said, the effort continuing tonight here in Santa Monica to really clear the streets. It really has become a very deserted ghost town, at least in the area that we're standing. But as you heard her say, they still have an issue on the east part of the city. That's where they are really trying to clear it up, trying to wrap up all of those final protesters and the final crowds that remain here in Santa Monica. Live in Santa Monica, Leanne Suter, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Leanne, thank you very much for that live report. Great insight from the chief of police there in Santa Monica. Well, we have been seeing so much looting today. Our Veronica Miracle, she is live in our Content Command Center with more on this. Veronica?
Well, Colleen, when we started at noon, the protest in Santa Monica was very peaceful. There were a couple hundred people marching through the streets, but then it quickly devolved when there were some agitators that came in. Take a look at the video here, and we're just going to show you all of the different scenes that we saw play out over the last couple of hours, starting at noon all the way until right now. So what you're taking a look at is kind of the start of that looting that we saw. Some people going in and smashing the windows to a shoe store, and we saw this man in particular with the yellow gloves really show us that it was such an organized crime situation here. You know, they had garbage bags, their masks covering their faces, this man here with just loads of merchandise in his arms. And in fact, that black car there, we'll come back to that in a little bit, but that's a getaway car, one of many that we saw positioned throughout Santa Monica. I want to be very clear. These guys are completely separate from the protesters. They use the protest in order to cloak themselves to not get caught, because we have seen so many of these protesters, or these looters rather, go into stores and get away with so much merchandise. You see another guy there with shoe boxes, and then this here is a row of cars, actually. All of these cars are working together. They're all getaway cars. They're stuffing stuff into the trunk. They're coordinating with each other. They were talking amongst each other, and it really shows just the coordination and this organized crime here, completely separate from the protests. See, there's another man there completely just covering up and taking those boxes. We saw also a lot of people take shoes out of the shoe boxes, ditch the boxes, so there's just boxes littered everywhere in some.
All right. We were just talking with Veronica Miracle. We'll check back in with her, but we are going to move and we're going to go to Orange County. We're going to talk with Tony Cabrera. You're talking about protests that are happening there, Tony.
Colleen, that's right. There have been a number of protests across Orange County today. For the most part, we can report they have been peaceful in the different cities. There was some tension in Huntington Beach, but we'll get to that in a bit because curfews have been announced. The one that we've been talking about all day has been Santa Ana, starting at 10 p.m. And there they had the biggest set of protests today with 3 different groups peacefully walking the streets. We have video that we found on Twitter that shows the people just walking throughout the streets. They shouted no justice, no peace, as well as Black Lives Matter. We heard of a few people who did throw bottles and rocks, but for the most part, we're told it was peaceful throughout Santa Ana. There is concern, though, over tonight, though, because of what happened last night when looters took over streets, throwing rocks and bottles, setting off fireworks, and tearing through businesses. So we're keeping a close eye on that situation. But over in Huntington Beach, where we saw that tension I referred to earlier, we have video from above ABC7 showing the most tension with counter-protesters showing up, police telling us they had to declare an unlawful assembly when tensions escalated, and they saw people having verbal arguments there. Arrests were made and a curfew was eventually announced in Huntington Beach. That curfew is in effect right now. It started at 8 o'clock, as well as the curfew in Costa Mesa that started at 8 o'clock. So a number of cities started to add that curfew on after we knew about Santa Ana's earlier today. And we do have a press release from District Attorney Todd Spitzer, who is talking about these protests, saying peaceful protests are encouraged. Looting, rioting will be prosecuted here in Orange County. So keeping a close eye on the situation from city to city. Live in Orange County, Tony Cabrera, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Tony, thank you very much. The situation in Orange County and protests continuing there. Now, several marchers in Santa Monica approached one of our news crews this afternoon, and they had a message they wanted to share. They say the media is focusing too much on the agitators and the looters, and because of that, the message of the marchers seeking justice and peace is getting lost.
I'm not here to loot. I'm not here to steal a damn thing. I don't need nothing from nobody. What I do need, however, is to make sure my daughter is safe when she going to school. What I do need to know is young brothers like this right here ain't gonna get their lives taken from them for a misdemeanor crime.
The fact that small businesses are being affected, and they are, and that looting is wrong. And those people are actually holding back the message that we're all trying to get out. But that's exactly why the media needs to do a better job of actually portraying the right images and making sure that the rest of the community, that the rest of the state, the rest of the country doesn't feel like it's just violent criminals out here doing crime, because that's not what we're out here doing.
Absolutely.
There may be a small percentage that are taking advantage, but guess what? There's also a small percentage of police officers that take advantage of us every single day, kill us every single day, and don't get anything but a slap on the wrist. Yep. And it's just not gonna happen anymore.
It's about the fact that if Jamal kills John, Jamal goes to jail. Police officer Bob kills John. Police officer Bob gets off with a 2-week suspension. It's not right. We've had enough of it. It's not just the George Floyd situation. It's the A. Tatiana. It's the Breonna Taylors. It's the Tamir Rices of the world. We get no respect. Black bodies have no value in this community. People don't understand. They don't think of black people as actual people, because when you think of somebody else as a human being, there's an overflow of empathy that you have for somebody. It's not just white people. America as a whole embodies how police officers think we should be treated. And it's a problem, and it needs to stop. We have had enough. We are out here dying. You got blacks killing blacks, whites killing blacks, and cops killing blacks. This shit it's a wrap. We done with this. This time is over. It needs to stop now.
So many people feeling that, So many people out, and there are so many people who are peacefully protesting that they believe that there needs to be some oversight. This needs to stop. This story needs to end. But they are doing it peacefully. And of course, we do see a lot of the criminal activity that's happening, and we do have to report on both.
Yeah, and their indictment of the media is a fair one, I think. And the idea that we're spending so much time focusing on what's happening criminally while not addressing or losing sight of the reason so many people are out in the streets in the first place. And this is a struggle that I've been dealing with over this last week, frankly, to make sure that justice is done to the injustice of what sparked all of this in the first place. And that was the death of George Floyd at the hands of that Minneapolis police officer, and the fact that it took several days for him to be indicted and charged, whereas if you and I had done that, if I had put my knee on your neck, Colleen, I'd be under the jail right now.
Yes.
That's a saying we have. So that's what we're dealing with, and we're looking at that. We have to cover that story, and we have to cover this as a criminal justice matter, as an issue of breaking news, and we're walking that tightrope every day. And I'm walking it as an African-American man every day, and as a father of 2 kids, who has to have. We had a discussion with our 8-year-old daughter this morning about what's going on and what's happening. So it's a tough story to cover. We're going to try to, having been here in 1992, when LA erupted after the Rodney King verdict, we are covering this story a lot differently than we covered it in 1992. There were some things that were involved in our coverage back then that I had a real problem with. I cannot say the same thus far here, but we are looking at it, and we're trying to do the best job that we can, mindful of the criticisms that are leveled at the news media, and rightly so.
Rightly so. Again, majority of the people out here today, out for the last several days, are trying to say this has to stop. This was not okay. What we saw, you're talking about everybody's looking at that video of George Floyd, the knee to the back of the knee to his neck. It was so traumatizing to watch that. I don't know anybody who has not said it. You can't watch it more than once. I know we have seen it several times. I cannot watch it. I'd have to turn away. It is so hard to watch that image. So you see people coming out, and they do want to make their voices heard. Obviously, we have to cover the criminal aspect of what happens as well.
And we have to just make the distinction. And we're doing the best job that we can of making sure that people understand that what appears to be happening is that there were folks who had planned to cause problems and planned to A, steal, and B, vandalize. And they might not be the same groups of people. There are people with who knows what motivation who've decided they want to vandalize and cause havoc and break things and burn things. You got other people who wanted to, to steal stuff. And in the middle are those who just want an end to police violence.
They want that message.
People of color. Yeah.
Absolutely. Which, again, they have a message, and we are listening to that message. Of course, it does get there's a very a large shadow is cast upon them because of the criminal aspect of this and the fires. And of course, when it becomes the sun goes down, we do see things escalate. It is obviously worrying for everyone, and we do have to report it all.
And people are getting hurt. Police officers are getting hurt. 5 LAPD officers have been injured. One of them has a fractured skull. There are officers doing their best to prevent damage to property and injuries to civilians. And they are having things thrown at them. They're having fireworks fired at them. And some of them are getting injured. And so that is a part of this story as well. So there's a lot here that we are dealing with and trying to convey to you as part of the story of Los Angeles, greater Los Angeles County, and this nation and this crisis that we find ourselves in.
No doubt about it. I know we have reporters that are out in the field. I know, I believe we could probably go to Amy Powell live in downtown Los Angeles. Amy, how are things looking from your vantage point?
Colleen, we've had some interesting developments down here because there are a number of protesters who were down here this evening, about 300 people, I'd say, and they were confronting National Guardsmen who were gathered here around City Hall and on the steps of City Hall. Now, at one point, had gone to the gates and really confronted the officers, and then they started marching down the street. And apparently, at some point, something happened where now you see all these people being walked along the street by LAPD officers. These people are all being taken into custody. Now, we don't know exactly what happened when they left the steps of City Hall, but we did see some of the protesters getting angry, chanting, getting in the faces of the guardsmen. I don't know exactly what happened, but you can see they've got several people there. I've seen them taking at least 20, 30 people, walking them down the street at this point. Again, they're being escorted there by LAPD officers, but you can see all the National Guardsmen in the street here. As you know, they've been deployed here to assist the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department. There's something between around 500 or more National Guardsmen who were sent here by Governor Gavin Newsom after he declared a state of emergency. So once again, the gathering here earlier this evening was tense because many of those demonstrators were yelling and chanting, but they had remained peaceful, although they were going right up to the barricade that is here at the steps of City Hall. And then later they started walking down the streets, and I believe something must have happened as they were marching through the streets here that obviously has led to what is now turned into arrests. So we'll keep an eye on things, and we'll bring you more information if we find out any more about what happened out here. Reporting live in downtown Los Angeles, Amy Powell, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Amy, we know that there's a curfew underway right now. Are you seeing? Do you feel like you're seeing less and less people out on the street, or I know that you're seeing a large group of people being arrested, but are you seeing the people going home or leaving?
Well, I think there are less people here than when we first arrived here a couple of hours ago, I'd say, Colleen. In fact, when we first got down here, it actually wasn't as busy as it might normally have been, except for that very large group of protesters who were here outside the steps of City Hall. As I look around now, the park area right here in front of City Hall across from the LAPD is nearly empty. Earlier we'd seen quite a few more people here in the park, and then of course at that point the National Guardsmen were standing here lining the sidewalks, just again maintaining safety, not interacting with the people until of course those protesters came up to them. So I think people are perhaps starting to honor the curfew here in downtown, at least in this area right now. Of course, we are very close to the LAPD headquarters. We're not seeing a lot of people on the streets.
All right, Amy Powell, thank you. Worth noting that these National Guard troops are supposed to be there in support of police because these are military people. They are not police officers, and they are not trained in policing. And so they want to have people who are trained in actual policing, doing the policing. Congresswoman Karen Bass of Los Angeles pleading with people not to destroy our communities, not to destroy our neighborhoods. She says, though, that she understands why people are out in the streets today. She says she believes the fact that the officers involved with George Floyd's death were not immediately arrested and charged. That's what triggered the anger that we're seeing right now.
I think that had they arrested all four of them in the beginning, that people would have had some level of hope. The fact that they arrested him for third-degree murder and then still haven't arrested the other men. And then there's also the issue of the autopsy. So, and this happens all the time. So now the family has to pay for an independent autopsy. How on earth are you going to say that he didn't die from strangulation? So some people are saying that maybe he had some underlying health issues, which I think is a buzzword now because that's the same reason that's used for the extreme disproportionate death rate in COVID. Well, he had some underlying issue. I don't care if he had a heart attack. You cannot tell me that having a knee on your neck for almost 9 minutes was not a contributing factor. I believe the reason why he was killed was because he was essentially choked to death by having that, or strangled by having that knee on his neck. But even if it was some other condition, you cannot tell me it wasn't a contributing factor. And any other person that contributed to the death of somebody in the commission of a crime, is charged with murder.
That's from Representative Karen Bass, her discussion of what the autopsy has so far revealed, but the family may have to do another one, as she's pointing out. George Floyd killed it was only a week ago. It hasn't even been a week. It was a week ago Monday that he was killed by that Minneapolis police officer who's now charged with third-degree murder.
Yes, she had a very in-depth conversation with David Ono and Veronica Miracle. And it was a very powerful interview. And, she was talking about, the George Floyd video, saying, she cried her eyes out. She said you can't watch it. And to hear her talking about it, saying, I've seen so much of this. And we spoke with the other gentleman moments ago saying the same thing. It's hard. They're hard images. But she, Representative Bass had said, protest, almost please protest. This needs to be protested. But once the curfews, once you hit up against that curfew, then go back, go home. Try to keep your message just on point of this. And so we obviously see a lot of people did go home, but certainly there are quite a few who are still out and intent to do unrest.
Yeah, there are people still out, and we're going to cover whatever it is they do. Some have chosen to continue making their statement after the curfew, and others are bent on lawlessness. But the vast majority of the people that we've been covering throughout the day, as we've been hearing from them. They've been talking to us. They've been telling us why they're there. Have been out there, of course, not only for George Floyd. I mean, there's a litany. The list, and there is a long list of African Americans and others who have been unjustly killed, have their lives ended prematurely and unnecessarily by police officers across this country. And the fact that there is a long list is also why people are upset. George Floyd, it's very vivid, it's very obvious, it's very poignant, it is shocking, but the list is a lengthy one. And it's just people are tired. And that's what we're seeing, is that people are just very tired.
They are. And, Mark, I think you and I were talking about it the other day. So much of this is coming to light because of cell phone video. Mm-hmm. We have these videos now. We see what's going on.
Right.
This has been going on a long time. It's just most of our eyes are being opened to it.
And thinking about Ahmaud Arbery, the young man who was murdered in Georgia, who was jogging through a neighborhood. When we talk about video, it was caught on video by somebody who may have been complicit, who's accused of being complicit in the crime. The investigators had the video for 2 months. Investigators had it, DAs had it, 2 different DAs had it. Nothing was done. Nothing was done until the video was made public. It wasn't the video itself that caused the case to be referred to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and then the people were arrested 48 hours later. It was the fact that the public had seen the video that caused that action to take place, and that is what people are upset about. That is what so many people are upset about, is just have equal justice shouldn't be something that people have to demonstrate for.
That you don't have to have that evidence to show.
So that's what's going on, and so you see people out in the street, you see people genuinely angry. Who do we have next?
Leanne.
All right, let's go to Leanne Suter. She's been in Santa Monica all day watching things unfold there. She has seen demonstrations, she has seen looting, she has seen fires. What are you seeing right now?
Mark and Colleen, we're here in the corner with Bloomingdale's. I was going to show you some of the damage and show you the fact that police are now in there going through the store. I can see one of them inside now, but you can see all the damage, the alarms going off, all of the stuff that they grabbed. There are still what appear to be a couple of looters inside, either inside Bloomingdale's here, which is connected to the 2nd Street place here, the mall, or they're actually inside the mall. We've seen a couple of people running inside here and then through the mall, it appears. So now police are going in and trying to sweep through the area, trying to find out who is actually still inside the building. Most of the protesters have left, but we have seen a handful of looters that still remain on the scene here. I'm not sure if you can make out from the other side, if we can show you. It's just interesting to see how the police are kind of going through these stores looking for anyone that may be still either hiding inside or still trying to steal some of the property here in Santa Monica. Again, they are continuing the push throughout the city to try to clear out everyone from the streets. We heard from the chief just a short time ago. She said they have been enforcing the curfew rule. She says hundreds of people have been arrested here in Santa Monica for looting and for trying to, here come the police coming out now. You can see them, the officers come and try to clear through. So obviously they've checked this store. They're continuing to look for looters that remain inside there. But again, the chief saying they have arrested hundreds of people here because of the looting and because of the curfew issue. It really has calmed down considerably. The streets are very clear, but I can tell you we have seen quite a few handfuls here and there, sporadic groups of 4 or 5 folks that are still out here and still kind of running from police, still trying to make their way through the city. You can see a skirmish line remains in place right here on Colorado at 4th, and they have been here all day. They are not leaving. They will be out here all night to make sure that no one else can enter down this area, and keeping as many people as they can from out from the city center area, this downtown area here of Santa Monica. Normally this intersection would be packed with cars and with people. This is the metro stop. This is a very popular place. This is where so many people, how they get into Santa Monica, this is where they come in, get off of the subway, and then come into the downtown area, head into 3rd Street Promenade and to the mall right here. Very popular area, as you can see, pretty empty. There's a handful of cars out here, but really no other people except for all of the police that we are seeing throughout the city, again, as they try to lock down this area and lock down on a crackdown on all of those folks that still remain here in the city. As I said, I'm going to show you, if you can, here in a second, Bill. Let me pan you over here. You can see, this is what I'm talking about. We just see handfuls of people like this that are still just roaming around despite the curfew. They're out and about. And police are saying that they have to go, but they are finding, some of them are photographers, we see a couple, but other ones are just kind of out and about. Another contingency off in the distance of police as they again move their positions throughout the city. They'll literally go from one block to the other trying to clear it. A short time ago, we saw the sheriff's department, who's been out here as well all day, helping Santa Monica PD, and they have been clearing the streets. Literally, they are forming a line with their SWAT unit and sweeping every block, trying to clear people out. But the challenge has been that those small groups, they just kind of move from one location to the other. So it's certainly going to be a very long night out here in Santa Monica. Major problems seem to have been taken care of, seem to have died down, but there are still issues that they have to address. And as the chief said a short time ago, they will be out here all night ensuring that the city remains safe. Live in Santa Monica, Leanne Suter, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Leanne, thank you very much. Well, we have more video coming in of looting, this time in San Bernardino. Veronica Miracle is live with more on this part of the story. Veronica?
Well, Colleen, we have been, as you said, and as Leanne said, watching the looting from city to city to city, and the latest is in the Inland Empire. Let's take a look at that video. Pretty startling there. You can see the flames being lit up there in a dumpster right next to a strip mall. This is at 9th and Waterman, coming in from Inland News there, and you can see these looters breaking into what appears to be a pharmacy. There are several businesses in that strip mall, but they were just in front of police, as police really had to stand by and watch, we believe, in this area as they take hammers, whatever they can find there, and smash the gates down. And then in just a short time, you're going to see these looters take out what appears to also be a safe. And as you know, if this is in fact a pharmacy, there are probably opioids, other drugs in that safe, if not money. And you can imagine what these folks are going after here. Again, separate from the protest, this is just chaos that has devolved in our communities all around Southern California here. So we've been tracking this here. We haven't heard of any arrests coming from the Inland Empire, but as Leanne said, hundreds of arrests today in Santa Monica. And over the last 48 hours, the LAPD says they have arrested over 900 people for various charges, including looting. Back to you guys.
Okay, well, the police are doing what they can. They're arresting people when they can, but as you can see, there are a lot of places they need to be, and they just can't be everywhere. You know, they're looting these opioids that are, they're not, as she pointed out, it's not money, but it's opioids or whatever that the pharmacy would keep in a safe like that. It's just as good as money for people who are intent on selling that stuff. I learned something about these sneakers yesterday, that Top Flight what was it? One store on La Brea that was looted yesterday, and like people are stealing shoes out of there, and there's a whole market where they're for this kind of high-end sneakers that are worth thousands of dollars.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so it seems as though people know what to hit and where to go. They're hitting jewelry stores. They're hitting pharmacies. It really is striking what we're seeing. It seems more surgical than what I've seen in the past.
Well, yes, I think it is very much targeted. But then every now and then you see people just running with flowers in their hand. You're just thinking, you took flowers. So I feel like just anything one can get their hands on, they're just going to take. It's just no rhyme or reason to some just taking merchandise. But I just feel for the store owners and the businesses where they have already been taken down by the pandemic and not being able to sell their items and having to do these deep sales, and now just to see their inventory just wiped out. And not only just their inventory, their stores, the damage that's been caused to their stores. And we're just starting to reopen. Restaurants were reopening, hair salons and barbershops. That's just Friday.
Yeah, Mayor Garcetti, that's what he said yesterday, is that LA was just starting to reopen. This was supposed to have been a reopening weekend, and it's not. Everything is closed, and we're having to close down, and we'll have to stay that way. I mean, who's to say if tomorrow is going to be the same as today? We'll have to see what impact the National Guard will have on this whole process.
All right, well, we continue to cover the ongoing coverage of the widespread protests and unrest through Southern California tonight. You can watch ABC's Match Game on the Local-ish network, channel 7.2, and on these channels on your screen on Cox at 796, 1133, Frontier 467, Google Fiber 70, Mediacom 520, and Spectrum 1246.
And in Santa Monica, of course, those roving bands of people have been looting throughout the day. It was interesting to hear from the chief of police a little while ago how many arrests that they've made. There are only 233 sworn officers in the Santa Monica Police Department. But according to the chief, they've made hundreds of arrests in partnership with other police agencies that have come in to help. They have done some things to try to deal with those roving bands of cars that are carrying looters from place to place, saying that they shut down the off-ramps.
Shut down the off-ramp. She said the CHP has been helping them to close out all the entry points as much as they could into Santa Monica to try to stop this from happening.
Mayor Eric Garcetti speaking out to the people of LA a few minutes ago on Twitter.
Today, we saw peaceful protests across the Southland and throughout this nation. We also saw images of looting and violence that are nothing to do with our protest. Criminals are wrong to think that they can hijack this message, undermine this movement, and divide us. They will not. So to those who
All
are
right,
hurting,
we are listening to Mayor Garcetti. We will get back to him in a moment, but now there is a live press conference happening right now in Santa Monica. Let's listen.
Bands of looters targeted our city. And we're a city of 95,000 residents on the edge of a county with a population of 10 million residents. I'm proud to say that we had no loss of life and no serious injuries in our city. The property damage, however, and theft is unlike anything we have ever seen or experienced in Santa Monica. Now, we've received the support of every one of our neighboring cities and from the CHP and from the National Guard, and safety and order are returning to our city. I want to personally thank those neighboring cities and communities that stepped up to support us, and our first responders here who are caring for this community as they do every day. To our Santa Monica community, I want to say that we are here for you. We are restoring this community to be the one that you know and love, and we will continue to do this and return it to the compassionate and just city that respects everyone and all of our residents and businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day. I would now like to welcome up our police chief, Cynthia Renaud, for an update from our Santa Monica Police Department.
Good evening, everyone. Again, I apologize, a little awkward, empty room here. So I'll do my best to deliver some information and answer what I think your questions are. So we did have National Guard response and arrival shortly before 8 p.m., and that has been a dramatic impact here in the city. They are securing the areas that we have already secured and taken care of, which is allowing us to move our officers and our mutual aid assets into the remaining parts of the city and take care of some smaller crowds that are gathering there. We're working our way through this problem. As I said, we've made hundreds of arrests for both curfew and for criminal activity. Our curfew is in place. Please stay home, stay safe. And for those of you that are in Santa Monica, please know that the curfew is in place, and if you do not leave, then you will be arrested. We'll continue to work this problem, as I said, and also begin immediately to render aid and support to our businesses, and especially our businesses in the downtown area. We have assets in place. We will secure the downtown area and continue that into the evening and the next several days. Thank you all very much for your participation in this, your commitment to watching. I received several well wishes via text from community members and thanks for the job that our officers and other officers are doing there. I appreciate that. Thank you for the contact. We are in this together. We will heal together and we will recover together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief. We will now turn to the Santa Monica Fire Department. Deputy Chief Judah Mitchell has the update.
Good evening. Thank you. The Santa Monica Fire Department's #1 priority is still life and safety. We don't have any active fires burning at this time. Please, as I mentioned earlier, follow the city's curfew and get off the streets, go home, and be safe. We're working with PD from multiple cities, fire departments from multiple cities, LAFD, Santa Monica PD, LA PD and Culver City have been there, Beverly Hills as well. Please refrain from calling 911. It will overburden the system. Since noon today, Santa Monica Emergency.
All right, let's go to Long Beach. The mayor of Long Beach is speaking right now about the unrest there. Let's listen in. Oh, okay. Well, we're awaiting for sound. When we get the sound hooked up there, we'll certainly hear from him. We have had reporters in Long Beach, and Air7 has been over that city for much of the afternoon. And we'll go back to Long Beach in a second.
We appreciate your support and kind thoughts. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief. I want to remind everyone, information is critical right now. Please do sign up for Santa Monica emergency alerts. You can do that by going to www.santamonica.gov/newsletter. /alerts. You can also get our community newsletter at santamonica.gov/newsletter. Of course, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram are great ways to get immediate information from the city at City of Santa Monica. We ask you to do that. And with that, we will conclude our press conference, and we really thank our media partners, CBS, for being here with us.
Long Beach to the press conference.
I declared an emergency, and we have also instituted an emergency curfew as of 8 p.m. tonight, and that is currently in effect all the way through 5 a.m. in the morning. We will reevaluate that curfew and extend it if needed. While the city supports peaceful assembly and free speech, we cannot tolerate destruction of property, looting, or violence. For the safety of everyone in the community, including our first responders, business owners, protesters, and residents, we've enacted this curfew to keep everyone safe. This is an extraordinary time in our city. Let me take a moment just to say, I know you are all frustrated. We are all frustrated. We are angry and heartbroken over the tragic death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. But we urge everybody in the city and the entire region to abide by the curfew and to remain calm. We do know, as the mayor mentioned, that most people who assembled in Long Beach today did so peacefully and were airing their grievances in their First Amendment right, and we thank you for that. So while our Long Beach community is known for its willingness to support each other, especially during this challenging times, we challenge you to do exactly that. We've been through very tough times in the past. We will get through this one as well. Let's work together and make Long Beach safer for everyone. And so we have all of our emergency systems deployed. We have everyone out there working. City crews are together, working as hard as we possibly can, but it is an incredibly tough situation. I'd like to bring up our police chief, Robert Luna, to talk through what is going on out there and the process as well for asking for assistance, which we have been doing since earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. City Manager. Today's a sad day here in our city. To see what's occurring around us, it is heartbreaking. But I want to tell everybody that lives in the city that we have an extensive amount of police officers out in our community, and we are bouncing around from call to call. We're trying to handle as much as we possibly can. Deploying officers, like I said earlier, all over the city, but specifically in our downtown area. Please know that as we as a police department saw a lot of the civil unrest around the country, we as a police department started to prepare. We wanted to make sure that our training, our equipment, that our staffing was going to be up for whatever came our way. We were standing ready. In the last couple of days, as a matter of fact, yesterday, we augmented our staffing. We had more staffing in. We actually sent several dozen officers to the city of Los Angeles to assist them because Long Beach wasn't impacted. But tonight, we were impacted. Typically on a Sunday, we have our normal staffing. And because we had a scheduled protest at our police station tonight, we actually quadrupled the number of officers in the city, specifically around the downtown area. As the mayor stated earlier, we had several thousand protesters that showed up to the front of the police station and then marched around the downtown area. As they marched, they were joined by hundreds and then eventually became thousands of other people. Within that hour, our officers, our command staff that was running this event, made a decision to contact the Emergency Operations Bureau from LA County Sheriffs, and we immediately asked for mutual aid. What that basically means is that we summons police officers from around the county, the region, and the state. Immediately, we were sent several dozen officers to us, and right away we ended up asking for more officers. Eventually, we had what we call multiple platoons. I'm not going to get into specific numbers, but several hundred additional officers to augment the hundreds of Long Beach officers we had here. As the protests grew, and they grew violent, unfortunately, we continue to make requests for resources. Once the county said the resources were expended, that's when the National Guard was requested. That request went in here in the last hour, and we were advised that the National Guard is en route to Long Beach to assist the Long Beach Police Department and all the other officers who are currently assisting us. And as I talk about these other officers, these are officers that are coming from different communities, so I really want to reach out and say thank you for helping our city. You've really helped us a lot. I know we're seeing some very disturbing images on TV, and to be honest with you, I hope they disturb you. They're very much disturbing us. We've gotten inquiries from the media, how could you let this looting occur? It's irritating to watch people go into stores and basically break into them and steal the items. Yes, steal. They're not theirs. There's no reason to do this. And this is what's sad. When we planned for this protest today, we planned for a large group of protesters to come here and express their First Amendment rights and express their anger in a positive way with the loss of life with George Floyd. I've written about this earlier. I'm upset about it. And here's the sad part. Every police officer at the Long Beach Police Department that I've spoken to is also very upset about the way that George Floyd died. And we're out here trying to facilitate a peaceful protest. And I'm going to say about 80% of the people are doing the right thing. Blocking the streets, signs, yelling, that's okay. What's not okay is you had individuals who came into the group and started to vandalize vehicles, throw items at police officers, and they're the ones who started breaking away, went down into our Pike area and started to break windows and start looting stores. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not the way you make a point. How does that, how do we celebrate the life of George Floyd or even talk about his tragic death when you have people committing crimes? That's not what we're going to tolerate. And as the evening goes on, we are going to get control of our streets. People are going to go to jail. We're going to enforce this curfew that'll go on until this event is over. And we will bring peace back to Long Beach. I promise you that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my partner, the fire chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager. I just wanted to take a moment to let you know exactly what we're doing in the fire department. We've received a number of questions about how we prepare for something like this. And first and foremost, I can tell you that the tragic incident that occurred in Minneapolis many days ago has affected us all adversely, and has it affected our city, obviously, and it's still going on around us. What I want to portray to you is the pride that I have in the men and women of the Long Beach Fire Department and the police department and everybody that's here that's responding to the city's needs. They are coming here of their own volition. They haven't hesitated, they haven't faltered, and regardless of what's going on around them, they are responding and they're here for you. As soon as the incident occurred in Minneapolis, we start to make our observations and try to become aware of exactly what's going on. And I can tell you, I've been in close discussions with the police chief, the city manager, and getting prepared for just this type of situation. We've had our command staffs together. We've been working very collaboratively together throughout the procedure. And in fact, we are over at headquarters right now working together as we speak. Along the same lines with Chief Luna, I can tell you that mutual aid has come to our assistance again today. Unfortunately for us, we have wildfires that occur each and every year throughout the year, and so we are well versed in using mutual aid. At a certain point this evening, we began to get overwhelmed with the amount of incidents that we had coming in. We reached out to the region. They sent us a strike team from LA County. That strike team is still working with us downtown. They'll be with us here tonight until the situation alleviates itself and they can respond back into their own district. But for now, extremely thankful not only to the LA County Fire Department, but to everybody else that has reached out to us to offer their assistance. I can't tell you how proud I am of everyone in the community, all the residents, all the visitors that are coming here to the city, and how they're responding to this and the resiliency. I know that we will get through this. I've been here for 34 years, and I've seen quite a bit in that career, and I've seen the resilience of the residents of the city of Long Beach, and I know that we will rebound. Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And again, I want to thank the incredible men and women of both the Long Beach Fire Department and the Long Beach Police Department who are doing a great job out there under very difficult circumstances. Before we close, I just want to say two other things. The first is just know that the entire city leadership, our community leadership is working on this issue, and understanding and knowing that our city is going to recover from this. But right now we are ensuring the safety of everyone. And so we need your help. Every member of the Long Beach City Council, our community leaders, our faith group, we're imploring and asking you tonight to please stay home. And for all those that are looting and that are causing destruction in our city, you are not welcome in our community. You are not welcome in Long Beach. Long Beach is a diverse, strong, and beautiful place with good people who have always strived for justice and to make our community better. And so I want to concur and agree with what the chief said. We will get control of the situation. The police department, our partners in the police department, and the National Guard, and our partners at the state are all working together to ensure the safety of our city. And so with that, we will go ahead and take some questions from the press. But to everyone else watching tonight from Long Beach, hang tight, and we are going to work to make sure that we get this resolved and stay safe. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first question is from Jeremiah from the Long Beach Post. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Hi, Chief Luna and Mayor Garcia. Do you have a sense yet of the scope of the damage and injuries? How many places have been looted? How many police officers or protesters or looters have been injured or arrested? And Chief Luna, one thing specifically you said you were prepared for a large protest. But why wasn't there the expectation that this would turn into exactly what we saw tonight with looting, especially after what we saw in LA?
So I'll start. So we're obviously assessing the damage right now. I think what you're seeing from the images on TV, what you're seeing certainly on social media is significant damage to a lot of really great mom and pop, many mostly minority-owned businesses across our city. That assessment will continue. And of course, where the determination of the arrests and what's happening, we'll be able to have a much bigger picture, I think, probably by tomorrow. Right now, we're just trying to tamp down what is happening right now. And I will add, and the chief can add to this, but absolutely the city was preparing for a worst case scenario. We've been preparing for that for days. But what we were hoping for was a peaceful protest. And that's something that, in my opinion, turned very violent, unfortunately, from a lot of folks that are not part of our community. Chief.
Yeah, to answer the first question in regards to the number of locations that have been impacted, on the drive here, I know there's been at least 7 or 8 different locations that had been looted. I know that the first reports of looting happened down in the Pike area, and our officers responded there. The media was covering some of that. Sometimes you get the anger from people saying, "Where are the police?" We were everywhere, but it takes time to get there. When we got there, we gained control of that situation pretty rapidly. But one of the challenges we face is that once you come into an area, you can't give it up. So we're leaving people, and that's where the additional officers come into play. I know right before coming in here, I did another media interview, and I was away from all the television sets, and I was being asked about a Ross store that was being looted, a clothing store, and I know we had officers en route at that time. We'll assess that. The mayor talked about it, whether it's later tonight, early tomorrow. We're in response mode right now. When we start recovering from that, we'll be able to make those counts. The direction for me through our command post is to make as many arrests as we can. That has been very difficult to do at the early stage because we've been getting so many different calls and the officers running around from location to location. So I don't have an exact number of what we have yet. I didn't expect them to be too high, those numbers, early on, but as this night wears on and we start enforcing the curfew and get even more resources than when we have, those numbers, I assure you, will go up. And the mayor said it earlier, if you're coming to this city to involve yourself in either looting or committing crimes or hurting people, we're going to come after you. We're going to put you in jail, and we're going to get you prosecuted. We will not accept this in this city. That's very important. And Jeremiah, I think the other question you asked is, if we're expecting a protest, why weren't we more prepared? We deployed 4 to 5 more times the number of officers that we normally do on a Sunday. We brought in hundreds of officers, and yeah, we're gonna debrief this at the end and figure out, should we have brought thousands in? I gotta tell you, maybe that's the case, but the expectation was that people were going to protest peacefully. We didn't expect, we knew we're always going to get agitators. We didn't expect this number of, but now we're going to start dealing with it, and we're getting those resources that we need. I think I answered all the questions there.
Yes, thank you very much, Chief. The next question is from Eric from the Press Telegram. Go ahead, Eric.
Hi, my question is, can you say if the people who were arrested, I know you're still sorting out specifics as to, exactly how many, but were many of those people residents not from Long Beach? Were they from outside of Long Beach, as far as you can tell? I remember you mentioned that these people, these looters, are not welcome in our city. So just wondering if that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we know already that many of these folks, we don't have all the numbers exactly yet, but we know from just intelligence and from assessment situation that many of these folks are not from our community, and they are coming from other places. And in fact, many of them go from protest to protest, and so we are aware of that and is being assessed. And I think tomorrow, once we get past the emergency of the moment, we will have more information about exactly who's been arrested and where exactly people are from. Next question.
Thank you, Mayor. The next questions we have are from Jim Rodriguez over at CBS 2, and I think we've covered this, but they're asking specifically about, does the city have any statistics? And as we're seeing throughout other areas that have a large number of arrested protesters, what are we doing here in Long Beach? Are we doing anything specifically relating to that?
Well, I think specifically what we're doing is all hands on deck. I mean, we have the entire police department, everyone mobilized, all of our partner agencies mobilized, the National Guard that's on the way, and more importantly, I think, we have a community that is strong, resilient, and out there helping each other. And I've seen that today, and I hope that will continue in the days ahead as we recover and get through this. The other question was, as it relates to arrests and data, we're going to have that tomorrow. I think we don't have data immediately to share about what arrests are being made, but I'm sure the chief will share that tomorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. And the last question from Julie from ABC, is the National Guard coming to Long Beach?
Yes, on the way. And I've chatted with the governor twice already today, and his staff has been great. So I want to thank the state for their support. I want to thank all the other partner agencies for their support as well. Thank you. Stay safe, Long Beach.
All right, you've been listening to the Long Beach press conference. You were listening to the mayor there, Robert Garcia, the last person to start talking. But this city has really, they are obviously talking about some of the failures, but they are looking right now at trying to figure out how to keep their city safe. They are getting lots of resources, thanking all their mutual aid. And we're also, our Air 7 HD is live over. You're seeing that in Long Beach.
Yeah,
but
somebody's getting arrested there in Long Beach, which is what they've been talking about.
They said they're going to be making arrests, and they expect to make many more arrests tonight if they have to. Let's go to Leanne Suter. She's live in Santa Monica. Leanne.
Oh, we just heard them talk about it in Long Beach, that they're going to be calling the National Guard out to help them in that city. It has already happened here in Santa Monica. Live look behind me here. You can see National Guard members already lined up here in front of City Hall. The crews, the soldiers just getting ready to move in here into the city. This is something we haven't seen. I think the mayor was talking about it yesterday when they said that he had called in the National Guard, that we haven't seen this since 1992 here in the city. As we turn over here to the left, you can see more of the soldiers here that are ready to go. They're waiting to be placed. They have their shields up. They are ready to go. Now, they do not have the power to arrest anywhere within the state here. And we were speaking to the Santa Monica police chief a short time ago, and she said that is not what they're going to be used for here in Santa Monica. They're going to be placed in front of the areas that they want to try to keep clear. I know that they will be positioned in front of the pier. They're going to be positioned in front of City Hall. Here will be one of the locations. You can see that there are two soldiers here positioned right out front. You can see them right here. One is positioned here, another one farther down the block. Armed National Guards members that are positioned in the city here. So something you have not seen for a very long time here in Southern California, at least on active duty now, being used to help keep the calm and keep the peace throughout the area. As I said, they will be positioned in all kinds of locations. They're trying to strategically place them at locations to try to keep the areas clear. And they will be out here all night throughout the day tomorrow for some time. You heard Long Beach, though, just saying they will soon be bringing them to their city as well. So they're just getting the members here, the soldiers here, ready to move out throughout the city. So just a very unusual sight to see, something we haven't seen. But armed military members now in place, getting ready to move throughout Santa Monica here. And we'll see where they end up. But if you are in this area at any time from now on through the night into tomorrow, you are going to see them out here in the community doing their part to try to keep everything calm. That is the latest here in Santa Monica. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Leanne, thank you. So if you're keeping score at home, National Guard troops in the city of Los Angeles, in city of Santa Monica, and on their way to the city of Long Beach. And you're looking live here from Air 7 HD at an arrest that's going on in Long Beach. Authorities there very adamant and very energized about the fact that they intend to arrest as many people as they can, both for curfew and for any law-breaking violations in terms of property crimes or crimes against people. Chris Christie over the scene here in Air 7 HD. Chris.
Mark, yeah, this is evidence of that. This is a series of arrests taking place outside of a CVS that we brought you earlier this evening, where looters actually set fire to the CVS at Long Beach Boulevard and East 6th Street here in Long Beach. You can see several Long Beach police units taking 3 people into custody, and they will be processed and dealt with. As you can see, they are taking them into custody as we speak. We were not here when the looting was taking place, but they did manage to get here expeditiously and managed to actually get them coming out and take them in. It's a very challenging thing. You have to feel for all of these officers who have to race to these scenes when they get those calls, just like the mayor and the chief were explaining. So in this case, a good job by these officers getting here very quickly and able to at least catch a few of these looters. Of course, there's a lot more where they came from, and it's going to be a very busy night here in Long Beach. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, it is going to be a very long evening. We've been listening to the chief of police's in Santa Monica and in Long Beach talking about it being a long night. They've obviously, again, they have a lot of mutual aid coming in from many other law enforcement agencies. Everybody's coming together. And, you know, you don't always see all the police departments kind of working together as one, but they are working together. It seems like to see the far-reaching, I think even Ventura County was mentioned tonight in Santa Monica. So they want to get a hold of these cities, and they want to get them secure.
They do. And what you've got, unfortunately now, and I say unfortunately as someone who's grew up in this city, that we have military troops once again on the streets of Los Angeles. National Guard troops with rifles, armed, on the streets of Los Angeles, Santa Monica, and Long Beach. Mayor Eric Garcetti spoke out to the people of Los Angeles a few minutes ago on Twitter. We had to interrupt that a few minutes ago. Let's listen to what the mayor had to say.
Today, we saw peaceful protests across the Southland and throughout this nation. We also saw images of looting and violence that are nothing to do with our protest. Criminals are wrong to think that they can hijack this message, undermine this movement, and divide us. They will not. So to those who are hurting, we hear you. And to those who are acting criminally by smashing windows and looting, we see what you are doing and we will arrest you. Angelenos have it in our hearts to look out for one another. We've seen heroes stand in front of stores refusing to let them be looted. We've seen communities come together to clean sidewalks in front of damaged buildings, businesses that were to reopen this weekend and provide jobs for people who haven't had a paycheck, folks who have cleared graffiti off of synagogues, who want to reclaim their neighborhoods. We've seen people peacefully protest and refuse to let a pure message of nonviolence become co-opted by those who think that violence is the answer. It is never the answer. And we've seen people follow the lead of a great hero, John Lewis, who called on this nation this weekend to be constructive, not destructive, to follow the footsteps of Dr. King, to bend the arc of history towards justice, to march peacefully and powerfully for freedom and equality, and to meet hate with hope. You see, we are a great city, and we are at our greatest when we are a good city. We can be a great country, and we are our greatest when we're a good country. And we have the capacity, each one of us, to be great people, but only when we are good people. As we wrestle with the demons of racism and brutality, as we see violence around us, we must find our better angels. And I know that we will. So please, stay safe and observe the curfew. Please go home and stay there. And may strength and love for one another guide us. As always, Los Angeles.
All right, you were just listening to Mayor Eric Garcetti speaking to all of us moments ago. We're going to go to Veronica Miracle. She's live in our Content Command Center with video from one of our sister stations in the Bay Area of looters brawling over stolen merchandise. It was all caught on camera. Veronica?
That's exactly right, Colleen. This video takes place in Walnut Creek, and we're bringing it to you to show you that it's not just here that we're seeing looting. This is all over our state and, frankly, all over the country. Let's take a look at that video there of these looters here in Walnut Creek, and they're just fighting over clothing that one or more of them have stolen, and then you can see them just going at it really in this free-for-all and then taking off. One person there getting into a getaway car, as we have seen throughout Santa Monica and Long Beach, and there they go, another group stuffing as much as they can into the trunk of that car so they can take off after looting that store successfully. You've heard from our leaders that they will be coming to find these people. You have to imagine, though, these are hundreds of people, hours upon hours of video, but you see a clear shot of the license plate of this car right here. So I imagine in Walnut Creek they will be taking note of that. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah.
Well, one thief stealing from another thief, watching them all as they steal and then head off. What we've seen this go around is that people are leaving or heading into neighborhoods in cars and going about in these roving bands and ransacking stores, and they've been pretty successful at it throughout the day. But as night has fallen and as the streets have calmed down, I really think, Colleen, that these curfews seem to be working because they're freeing up police. Now that they're not doing crowd control nearly as much as they had to do earlier in the day, they're freed up now to patrol and look for the people who've been causing all the mayhem.
I agree with you. We're looking at live images from Air7 HD, and you can see a calmness over the area because the streets are empty. The streets have been empty for so long because of COVID-19. Of course, you're looking at earlier video from today in San Bernardino, where this one was very disturbing. They were stealing from a drugstore and pulling out a safe. But anyway, looking on the left-hand side of the live images, you do see a calmness, but anyone's guess if it's going to stay. I like the chief of police. We were saying it. The chief of police in Santa Monica. Hope's not a strategy. So you got to hope that it's going to stay calm and peaceful and kind of slow down. And
plan so that things stay that way. You take advantage of these calm moments to station your officers in various places, to take advantage of the fact that the National Guard is there. One of the things that the police chief talked about was that once they would go in and seize an area and get the looters out, they had to leave some officers behind to keep the people from running back in.
Right.
It's like a tide. You've got to build the dam. And so in so doing, it spreads the officers thinner and thinner and thinner throughout the city to the point where they weren't able to do as much policing and stopping people as they would have liked to and as was required by the situation. But now you've got things calming down somewhat, and additional aid from not only from other agencies within the county, but again from the National Guard. A word about the National Guard, about what they're not police officers, of course, they are troops there, and you saw clips in their weapons. They're carrying automatic weapons. There are bullets in those clips. If past is prologue, they certainly were in 1992, and one assumes they are now. The typical procedure when they're called out in this sort of a situation for civil unrest is that the rifles that they carry are modified so that they can't go full automatic. These, of course, are military weapons that are used in a military context, and they can fire them like a machine gun, rapid fire. They're the only folks who can have that in the United States, really. And so those weapons are modified so they can't go full auto, and that they're, of course, to be held in behind police or to support police. In 1992, similar situation. They were deployed. I think it was day 3 of the riot. They were on the streets of Los Angeles, and during the time that they were here, they were involved in 4 incidents, 3 of which involved gunfire. A total of about 20. They actually counted the number of rounds that were fired. There were 20 rounds fired. 1 person was killed, another person was shot. Both people that drove at them and tried to engage them, and 1 person was firing at them. So there are bullets in their weapons. This is not just for show. But they are required to, of course, practice restraint. They're not supposed to be, they can't arrest people, and they are there in support of the police.
Absolutely. Well, I think because so many people know what they are capable of doing and what they can do, I think that's why they're so imposing. And when you see them walking around in their formation and just standing there and not saying anything, but all they do is need to have their presence is intimidating enough. And I know when I was driving into work today, I saw it looked like a convoy of these trucks going, and I was surprised because the freeways were empty, and you see them, on the move. So, again, they are there. We see them. They are imposing, and I do think that. It seems like it was a wise decision to bring them in, because it seems like when they come in, things start to kind of die down.
Yeah, that is what has happened in the past, and the assumption is that's what's going to happen this time. And I guess tomorrow will kind of let us know if any demonstrations are planned for tomorrow, if any of these agitators are around and going to try to start trouble. and taken advantage of the peaceful demonstrations, we will see what effect, if any, the National Guard's presence here will have. If they're freeing up police officers, sworn officers, to do the police work that needs to be done to counter these agitators and these vandals, then they will have accomplished their mission. But frankly, and this is my estimation, if one of these troops has to engage somebody and has to get and shots are fired, that to me means it's a degradation of the situation. We don't want troops on our American streets. We don't. That's something that you don't see, that you shouldn't see in America. And here they are.
But not deployed often,
right?
Which is sort of reassuring.
Yeah.
And again, which is why it's alarming to see them when they are deployed in our communities. We do take notice, and obviously law enforcement needs them. And just seeing them protecting City Hall in downtown LA, and now taking to the streets in Santa Monica and en route, or if they haven't arrived already, in Long Beach. Mm-hmm. These are the communities that have been hit really hard by in the last few days, the looting, the criminal activities, the vandalism. So then let's just hope these curfews, because it was surprising yesterday when we heard the curfew being called. I remember thinking, wow, we have a curfew underway. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's getting real. All right, so what we're looking at here from Air 7 HD over downtown. Let's see, who's that? I've got to put my glasses on and take a good look at the
LAPD.
Okay, these are LAPD, and behind them, or among them, are some people who have been arrested. That's yeah. All right, so they are marching some folks who have been arrested for either curfew violation or some other act of lawlessness here. So arrests are being made.
This is on North Los Angeles and East Temple Streets. Mm-hmm. So, and they're walking down Temple. Thank you, Michael.
LAPD has made upwards of 900 arrests as of earlier this evening. That was what we were told by somebody from another agency, actually. We know in the city of Santa Monica, they say they've made hundreds of arrests. They didn't say how many hundreds, but hundreds of people have been arrested. So are they actually, let's see where they're walking them. All right. This is right. Of course, Temple Street, Hall of Justice. Temple and North LA Street. Right. Okay. So they're walking them into jail. And so there's
an image.
Something that we're going to watch and take whatever message from this that you think it implies. But yeah, there's some people being taken to jail here. They're joining the 900 plus others who have been arrested. We know that there were field bookings for a lot of those folks, people who were arrested last night. We were what was described to us as a field booking, where they would go to, I guess, a command post. They would be fingerprinted, cited, given a summons when to appear, and then released, but over a lengthy period of time. It wasn't an immediate, quick thing. We don't know whether this will be similar to that, but some people are being arrested and taken to jail by LA police.
Well, I think that this is going to be something we're going to be seeing more of this evening. Mm-hmm. 900 arrests earlier was the last figure. It'll be very interesting to see how many arrests are made this evening. But we know that Long Beach said they are not messing around. They're absolutely going to be making more arrests. And we see it. We see that police are still they are out in force. This has probably been a very long few days for law enforcement as well.
It has, and a long and a dangerous period for law enforcement. We know of at least 5 LA police officers who've been injured, one of whom suffered a skull fracture. We don't know about other agencies and other departments, what sort of injuries they have suffered. We're not clear yet on what the injuries have been to either demonstrators or looters or any other civilians in this situation, or innocent bystanders. We don't have a tally of that yet. We don't have a tally as yet of the buildings that have been burned or the buildings that have been looted, but it is significant. And no direct tally of the number of police vehicles. They've been targeting police vehicles and setting them on fire, but each one of those is worth about $100,000.
Oh yeah, and vandalizing them. And we did hear earlier from the Santa Monica police chief saying that these people are going to be prosecuted. I mean, they I wonder how they're going to have to kind of go through, I'm sure, media footage to look at some of the license plates that have been used, because I do think they'll want to send a message. This is not the way to get your message out.
Yeah. Well, in 1992, after that uprising, after that riot that occurred after the Rodney King verdict, in the months after that, there were detectives whose sole job was to go through all the news media footage and go through and look at license plates, look at faces, look at people. I think that, I think that's a guy that I arrested for this, or this, we're going to look and see if we can find this guy. And they made a number of arrests in the months after that, using footage that had been broadcast over the air by the various television stations. And that was before HD.
And all the cameras everywhere.
Yep, we got HD now. We got cameras all over the place that are on the outskirts of every building. So every place it gets looted, they're going to be able to look through the video cameras that are there and try to find out, who was in there. And so people are going to get arrested that think they've gotten away with it. There are people sitting at home right now maybe on a pile of shoes that they stole from the Van store, for example, in Santa Monica, and think they got away with it. You may not have.
No, you're looking at City Hall right there. It's been protected. It's such a beautiful sight when you see it at night, all lit up.
Bathed in blue.
Yes, always. It's just so gorgeous. And then is that the National Guard?
National Guard vehicle passing in front of City Hall.
Were protecting it all day, standing there, sort of shoulder to shoulder, flanked, just protecting that building. It will be interesting when you're talking about the video. I think that's them.
That's
there,
them,
right there. Yeah. It will be interesting to see the video, because we have so much more video now than we've ever had before, and seeing the video from inside these stores and what it looks like to see them just being targeted. Wow. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
And it's stunning. Some people are dumb enough to record themselves doing this stuff. Well, you just marvel at, here I am. Hey, look, I'm stealing this. Or here, look at me set this fire. Watch me throw this thing at this cop, So people are going to indict themselves.
And they post it on social media.
Sure.
Oh,
so,
absolutely.
And there's going to be a real plethora, a gold mine of information and images available to investigators from every department in Southern California, who will be able to look at it and capture images of people, and they're going to go out and they're going to scoop them up. Maybe not now, maybe not today, but in the weeks and months to come, you can bet on it. Because, it needs to be discouraged, obviously. B, the situation demands it.
It's against the law. It really is. I mean, I just keep thinking about these poor people who have put so much into their
wow.
This I can't figure out
we've got another camera from another one of our helicopters over a scene, and it looks like this car is just flying. And I don't know if this is a pursuit or not.
But we did see it go through a red light.
It's a pursuit. This is a pursuit of all things on all nights. But look at the speeds. All right, let's see where we are, and let's find out where it is. Who is this?
Chris, are you in this helicopter?
Mark and Colleen, this guy is flying down Venice Boulevard. We looked out the corner of our eye. We were on our way to a report of a fire in Santa Monica, and then my fabulous crew up here spotted a whole bunch of black and whites in code 3 right behind this guy here. He's blowing through every red light, and they are slowing down. They've lost a little bit of ground on him, and I hope they can catch up. But this guy is fleeing from about 5 or 6 LAPD officers who are all heading in this direction. We are now, as he flies through here, we're getting closer to the beach, and he is going westbound straight down Venice Boulevard and not slowing down whatsoever. So regardless of how far back they are, he is continuing to push the pedal to the metal. Of course, we don't know exactly what the want would be here. Obviously, he's speeding. It looks like maybe a Dodge Charger. Maybe a Dodge Charger, I can't quite tell. But he is wrong side. Is he turning off? He's turning off, slow down, turning off into an alleyway, and he might be able to lose him. He might be able to lose him. That's a Challenger. That's a Challenger, and I think he's going to lose them. They've probably lost a visual by now. We've got him, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they don't have time to
deal with
chase
this
him all
maybe
over.
right
But
now.
now he's on Abbott Kinney Boulevard. He is on Abbott Kinney Boulevard and weaving his way now through the streets of Venice. Coming out, that's going to be, he's flying through this neighborhood. These streets behind Abbott Kinney are very, very short. They're tight hairpin turns, and they really zigzag. So you'll have to rely on SkyMap. Let's go ahead. Are we feeding out SkyMap? Okay. Let's go ahead and put a sky map up, and you'll get a better idea for where we are here. He is on Oxford now and turning onto Washington, making a right turn on Washington, going back towards the beach, and he's heading towards, he's right in the vicinity of Marina del Rey and, well, right on the border between Venice and Marina del Rey, heading westbound on Washington, picking up speed once again. The problem is, as I mentioned, at this point, there's really nobody behind him, just us. I mean, we're above it. I just don't see any way that they are going to spend their time trying to look for him. So what he decides to do here, we'll see. He just turned on to Via Marina. Via Marina is basically going to take him if he continues. Yeah, he just continues into the marina. He's in Marina del Rey. He just went past Admiralty, and once he gets past Admiralty, there's really no way out of Marina del Rey. You've got a bunch of finger neighborhoods making a right turn into the Marina 44 apartment complex, and that is going to put him, quite honestly, right in my neighborhood. So he is just went underground. He just went underground, and that's it for him. I mean, he's
you think he got away?
Gone. He's gone.
Wow. So yeah, there were no pursuing units, right? They kind of gave this up, or what?
That's the Marina 44 apartment complex, and he's now in an underground parking garage with basically no chance of getting caught.
Wow.
Yeah, and the streets were empty. Thank goodness, Chris, because he was driving at such a rapid speed and blowing through all of those red lights. So thank goodness the streets were empty. This one of those where you're hoping it wasn't any sort of violent crime that occurred, and it was, who knows why the person was fleeing police, but at least nobody was hurt.
Wow. Well.
Yeah, at least nobody was hurt. The chances were low considering the roads are pretty empty for obvious reasons, and he got away with whatever it was.
Yeah, he sure did, and just it's an indicator. You know, the police just cannot. They're overtaxed. This wound through two jurisdictions because Marina del Rey is a sheriff's area, isn't it?
It sure is. Yeah,
right,
he's now he's definitely in LA County Sheriff's territory.
Yeah, he started in
but there's
LA.
just no sign of those. Even as I look out towards Venice, they basically have they've let him go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's amazing.
That's amazing, but you know what? You always have to put the public safety.
Wait a minute. Wait just a second. LAPD now has their helicopter over here, and my fabulous pilot Mitch has just conveyed the information to LAPD. There you see LAPD's searchlight over the Shores apartment complex next door. If he goes right across the street, that'll give him the right apartment complex at least. Unfortunately, though, he is underground. I wonder if maybe they will go ahead and communicate this, at the very least, to the security and that neighboring apartment complex there. That would, and of course, that apartment complex probably has security cameras. So if they can convey the information to that apartment complex security, maybe that's not over. We'll stay on top of it for you. I'll continue to keep an eye. You can see the helicopter circling here. If they do decide to send ground units, we might be able to catch that. So we'll see how long that takes if they do indeed decide to go ahead and pursue it.
Wow. Well, the fact that they initiated the pursuit means they had a real somebody that they were looking at. Given everything that's going on right now,
it must have been something more than a minor infraction.
Right.
You're right about that, Mark.
Exactly. I would think it's not just a failure to yield, or well, maybe it was, but you know, they definitely wanted this guy for something important.
And this guy was trying to get away.
Boy, he was flying.
Flying.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, we have Air 7 flying, and if we find out more information, we will certainly go back to it. As we follow not only this, but the civil unrest that has been occurring. That's an LAPD helicopter right there, flying right now over Marina del Rey, where police officers, LAPD had been pursuing someone in a black Dodge Challenger.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are continuing our ongoing coverage of the widespread protests and unrest through Southern California tonight, and you can catch ABC's Match Game on the localish network channel 7.2. And on these channels on your screen, on Cox at 796, 1133, Frontier 467, Google Fiber 70, Mediacom 520, and Spectrum 1246.
And here are the latest headlines at 10 o'clock. An LA county-wide curfew is in effect running through 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Residents should remain at home and only go out for medical care or if it's essential for your job. A very powerful scene outside LA City Hall tonight. LAPD officers and the National Guard on the steps guarding City Hall from hundreds of protesters who appear to be peaceful.
We saw some more vandalism in Santa Monica and Long Beach today. The front of the Santa Monica courthouse was damaged by protesters as they threw rocks and other objects at the windows and doors. And more looting, dozens of people running into a Vons store and pharmacy in Santa Monica, grabbing what they could. And there was a fire at a nearby building, a total of 9 fires in that city. In Long Beach, incredible video that we saw live here, looters breaking out of a clothing store as police stood by and blocked the entrance, but didn't arrest anyone.
No, and now let's go to Leanne Suter. She is live. She's been live all day in Santa Monica. Leanne?
Colleen and Mark, we're just going to show you what's happening here in City Hall. It's a sight that I have never seen, and it certainly has been years since we have seen National Guards, active National Guards on duty here in Southern California. But this is what you're going to find tonight. You can see them, the soldiers positioned here in front of City Hall with their weapons on their chests there. There are several of them set up on the roadway in front of City Hall here. They've been positioned throughout Santa Monica here. I know that they put a couple in front of the pier. There are some around the mall, but it is certainly a very unusual sight to see the soldiers on duty here on the streets in Santa Monica. And this isn't the only city where they have been positioned here in Southern California. I know that we heard Long Beach talk about how they are asking for help from National Guard. Some have moved into place in Los Angeles as well. So they are here to help and assist is how authorities are describing it. They do not have the legal authority to make any arrests, but they certainly can help keep the peace and keep things clear is how the chief of police described it here in Santa Monica. She said that is how they are going to use their help in this area, allowing them to free up some of their officers from kind of standing watch, standing guard in front of some of the areas. They'll be able to move those officers out into the field and continue to do their job, trying to clear all of the crowds that continue to gather in the city and to continue doing their routine calls that they are still getting for regular service despite all of these protests. I did see that the chief tweeted that they had essentially 1,000 calls this afternoon. Normally on this time, especially on a Sunday, it would be 200 calls a day. So they had 1,000 911 calls today for help, many of them dealing with the protests and then the looters that ended up going through the city, smashing into so many of the businesses throughout Santa Monica here and causing so much extensive damage. And we know that they have crews still out there, police continuing to work tonight to try to clear the city of any of those stragglers that are still remain here in the area. They are going to be out all night, out in force, they say, to arrest anyone they find, not only looting or trying to steal any more property, but also breaking the curfew. Now here in Santa Monica, the curfew took effect at 4 p.m. It was the first to take effect in the county, and they started locking it down right away. The chief told us earlier today that they have made hundreds of arrests today due to the curfew violations, due to the looting. So they are definitely trying to get those that are causing any kind of problems. Again, this is what you're going to see if you're in Santa Monica. It's very unusual. We heard Mayor Eric Garcetti when he said that he was calling the National Guard out to help. When he said it the other day that they had asked for the help, that this hasn't happened since 1992. And there's another soldier sitting up at the very front of City Hall. This hasn't happened since 1992 during the riots when, again, the National Guard came out to help. So this is what we are seeing as we are dealing with more of the protests, more of the looting issues that we have been seeing in so many cities across Southern California. For now, things appear to be somewhat quiet. We still hear sirens going off, so I know that they are continuing their efforts here to round up folks that remain out here breaking those curfew rules. Live in Santa Monica,
Right,
Leanne Suter, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Okay,
Yeah, Mark.
Leanne, thank you very much. We are heading, where are we going? Are we going to Venice or Long Beach? We're going to Venice. Okay, Chris Christie is in Venice. We know that pursuit originated in Venice, so maybe this was where it started. Chris, what are you looking at?
No, unfortunately, this is unrelated, but it is indicative of another concerning fact here, in the sense that this is the first sign of looting that we have seen in Venice, south of Santa Monica. So all day long, we've been focused on the looting in Santa Monica and the mayhem that ensued. And by the way, we should reiterate, at this point of the evening, in Santa Monica, there is no more protesting. The protests are long gone. There are no stragglers. The streets are empty. The only thing that is happening right now is, scenes like this. And where we are right now is Main and Rose in the heart of Venice, where LAPD is now taking up shop right in front of the CVS, basically guarding a CVS that has already been looted. You can see the front windows have been completely destroyed. The front door has been completely destroyed. I believe I saw the first tweets about this about 45 minutes to an hour ago, so they've been able to make their way over here. What this does, though, is prevents what we've been seeing over the course of the last 48 hours, where a store, a big box store or a pharmacy or whatever gets looted, and once the entrance is gone, it becomes a center for looting for hours on end until the place is completely empty. So instead of allowing that to happen, LAPD, with heavily armed officers in riot gear, protecting this particular property, again, an iconic area just down the block from the Venice sign. So we're in the heart of Venice. Our first signs of looting here. We are hearing reports of Culver City seeing some isolated incidents as well. Culver City police reporting some looting on Jefferson. But I guess the moral of the story is this is not contained to Santa Monica. This is something that's playing out, again, in isolated incidents at this point in areas like Venice. Guys?
Absolutely, like Venice right there. Chris, thank you very much for that live report. Let's go back to Long Beach, where you can see a very active fire right there. I don't know if the firefighters are there fighting it, but we are taking a picture of Long Beach right now, and sort of trying to figure out exactly where
7th
this is
Street
happening.
and Solana Court in Long Beach. No, 7th and Pine, basically. 7th and Pine in the city of Long Beach. And that is, we're going to try to look this up and see what this building is that is on fire. The good news is there are firefighters there that are able to attack the fire, 7th and Pine Street. Let's see if we can find out about it.
Yes, and we were listening to the earlier press conference out of Long Beach, where the fire chief was talking about what they were doing to try to make sure that their city can stay safe. But again, at least the fire department is right there on the scene.
The men's suit outlet is what we're being told. The men's suit outlet. And are they? Yeah, they're there. They're dealing with it as best they can. But you can see some pretty significant damage and a lot of smoke pouring out of that place. In fact, you can see, when you can see flame on the roof, that means flame has breached the roof from below. And that's never a good sign.
Absolutely, Mark. And you know, that dark smoke, and we know what the men's warehouse is. There's a ton of suits and there's a lot of clothing, and there's probably a lot of items to burn inside there. But this is not helping matters in Long Beach for their resources. We know that the National Guard, I'm sure, has arrived. They're probably being positioned and try to figure out where they will be best utilized. And of course, firefighters, they're just busy. Between the first responders, and it kind of redirects their attention to from many things that they're probably trying to stop people from causing any problems in the city. Mm-hmm. But again, you see this very, very active fire. You see a ton of smoke pouring out of those windows, and thank goodness the fire department is on the scene trying to get a handle on it.
Yep, the men's suit outlet here on 7th and Pine Avenue in Long Beach. This is basically, I think this is downtown Long Beach. I'll have to look this up. I don't know Long Beach as well as I should. Yeah, they're doing their best in Long Beach, and officials there, as you mentioned, have come out this evening and been very energetic about their desire to arrest and put a stop to the people who are out causing mayhem. Excuse me. And so they're going to do their best to do that. But in the meantime, they've got to mop up after what those various people are doing. And again, it bears repeating that none of this would be going on, one thinks, if not for what happened in Minneapolis, a video that shocked the entire nation. And what is so telling is that you see and talk to law enforcement officers on and off the record of various stripes, various ranks, everybody who has seen the death of George Floyd, who wears a badge that I've ever spoken to or seen, talked to on the record or off, has said it is a miscarriage of justice. It was a terrible thing and a real stain on all police officers around the country. And they are all very unhappy about this. And people are up in arms about it, in particular African Americans, because this has happened so many times and keeps happening.
And it's happened so many times, and they have been coming out. Everyone has been coming together and protesting what happened to George Floyd on Monday. It has not even been a week since this happened in Minneapolis, where the police officer kneed him in the back of his neck for about 9 minutes. He was saying he could not breathe. So that has been sort of the chant from a lot of protesters about that can't breathe. Everything this week has been kind of in reflection of that horrendous video that was released on this last Monday. And so we've seen protesters, but then in the last few evenings, the protests have stayed peaceful, but then there's been this splinter groups of people looting and vandalizing, and setting things on fire.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate. And you keep an eye on social media and you see various things. And something that we even saw here earlier on live television in I think it was downtown, right near the steps of City Hall, where there was a guy wearing a hoodie, and he had Roman candles that he was trying, it's a firework that, shoots the stuff out, and he was firing them off in the direction of police. And he was in the crowd among the people who were protesting. And several of the protesters, demonstrators, tried to stop him. They converged on this guy. He got really violent with them, and he was yoked. This guy had a lot of muscle on him, and he was manhandling these people who were trying to stop him. And you could see him then talking with some other people who were all wearing kind of the same face covering, smaller guys, but they were all, one of them had a skateboard. You just wonder how much of this is organized in terms of the people who are really causing mayhem. How much of it is organized, who's behind it, and what is their purpose? What are they really trying to do? Because it just seems like such a nonsensical act, not to mention the immorality of it. It just doesn't make sense to do this and foment violence when none is called for.
No.
But you see it time and time again, and that's who police are going after tonight. Those are the ones who are violating the curfew, and that is, this element that has kind of taken advantage of a real crisis in the city and really in this nation.
Oh, without a doubt. And again, you're looking at live images of a big firefight taking place in Long Beach, and it was at the men's warehouse outlet.
No, men's suit outlet.
Men's suit outlet.
Yes.
Right. And
Long Beach.
In Long Beach. So we're seeing this. This has been, we just had the live press conference from Long Beach, and we know that they have so many resources now helping them. They have lots of mutual aid from other law enforcement agencies. I'm not sure if the other fire departments, if they have mutual aid on that front, but again, they're very busy tonight in Long Beach, and this is not helping matters.
No, it's not. This is a fire there. That was in, I believe, Long Beach. I'm sorry, San Bernardino. It is so hard, Colleen, to keep track.
No kidding, Mark.
When we're talking about all these different scenes all across Southern California, different cities that are all dealing with, in some way or another, the difficulties posed by this and by those people who are bent on causing harm. San Bernardino, where there was a fire set and looting that occurred. You see there, that is a pharmacy. There has been some targeting of pharmacies in the various cities where this has occurred. This is a strip mall there in Long Beach where you see people looting. And this is not you know, these are mom and pop stores here. This is not big corporations. These are mom and pop stores. These are folks who've been shut down for 2 months at least because of the coronavirus, because of COVID-19. Unable to open their businesses, only able to open for curbside business about a week and a half ago. And then finally, this just in the last couple of days, being told they could reopen and allow customers into their stores. And instead of reopening, they're dealing with this.
And dealing with, I mean, more loss.
Mm-hmm.
They to hear and to think about just not even just the owners who have all this merchandise, the employees who are so looking forward to getting their paychecks
Mm-hmm.
reinstated so they can go back to work and not be so stressed to make their monthly bills.
Right.
Again, this is definitely slowing down a lot of the recovery efforts.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know what tomorrow looks like for these businesses. We just said this weekend was the big reopening. The only thing not open right now, I think, are nail salons. Everything else
Right.
has reopened. So it was such an exciting thought to sort of feel like you were going to be able to breathe and go out and start doing what you
go have
took
dinner
someplace.
go have lunch.
Go just get out.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it's going to be telling, and it is going to be telling if there's a significant spike in coronavirus cases when more testing comes out in
Right.
the next couple weeks.
And also worth noting that the coronavirus testing sites, there were some 33 of them, I believe, and just in Los Angeles County, the public sites that were free, where you could just make an appointment and go and get a free coronavirus test, whether you had symptoms or not, whatever. And those were all closed today. And they may still be closed tomorrow because of this. It's not safe. It's just not safe. And they don't want too many people out on the roads right now. So that's setting that effort back. And you're right, there may be a spike in all these cities and all these places where this is going on. And that may be due to the, not only the unrest, but frankly, the demonstrations. People are not social distancing during the demonstrations. Not everybody's wearing a mask. Some people are, but a lot of people aren't. And so this could end up with more cases of coronavirus that could devastate more communities and more families.
You do remember when we were listening to the public health officials and just everyone sort of speculating what life is going to look like after this pandemic is sort of over,
Mm-hmm.
if it's going to be over. But we just assumed everyone's going to be standing 6 feet apart.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see what happens.
Yeah.
The protests happen. At the very beginning, it looked like people were spaced apart. And then it seems like everyone just got really close, and not everybody's wearing masks. They're certainly not, I'm sure, not carrying their hand sanitizer around the whole time. But it seems like a lot of people are not necessarily heeding the social distancing and trying to stay safer orders.
Yeah, they're putting themselves at risk and potentially their community as well. But people definitely showing up to protest and demonstrate because they feel that their lives are at risk because of what police have unfortunately done in so many communities across this country. The mayor of Long Beach, Robert Garcia, spoke a short time ago. Here's what he had to say.
Good evening, Long Beach. As we all know, earlier today, we had a few thousand protesters across our city protesting generally peacefully. They were marching up and down Ocean Boulevard, across Alamitos Beach, throughout the downtown, many with signs meeting this moment of anxiety, of injustice, and marching, of course, for George Floyd and the killing that happened that we're all in such pain over. But within a few hours, that peaceful protest turned into something much deadlier, much more violent, and much more dark. What is occurring right now in our city is both heartbreaking and should anger us. The violence, the looting, that is not justice, and that is not peaceful protest. What is happening goes against the values of one of the most diverse cities in our country. I love Long Beach. We love Long Beach. And those that are perpetrating against our city and causing crime and destruction should be ashamed of themselves. I want to let everybody know that we have here tonight, I've got our chief of police, our fire chief, and our city manager who are going to be giving some updates on what we're doing as we go into this evening tonight. We know that the curfew is in effect and people should be at home. You are safest at home, so please, please stay home. What I saw tonight and the type of vandalizing that was happening was unacceptable. I saw the Crest Market, a small mom and pop grocery store owned by two hardworking immigrants that came to this country, that put everything they had into their small bodega and market. I saw that being attacked tonight. Most of these businesses that you're seeing across the city are mom and pop small businesses. People need to focus on what's important, and it's keeping everyone safe tonight. I want to let everybody know that earlier today, we have been working all day, not just with other agencies, but as also the state, to ensure the safety of our community. I had a conversation earlier today with Governor Newsom. The National Guard has been deployed and they are on their way to the city of Long Beach. And we have gone through the process, which happened earlier, of asking for the Guard's support. The Guard, as you know, has a statewide mission, and it's not only in Long Beach where they are currently doing their work. We also not only have our entire Long Beach Police Department and our fire department out trying to take care of the city, but also have other agencies and other policing agencies here as well assisting us. And to all of them tonight, we say thank you, and please also stay safe.
All right, well, you've been listening to Mayor Garcia speaking in Long Beach. Let's now go to Chris Christie live over the scene of this big fire in Long Beach. Chris?
Yeah, it really is. Still raging pretty good. Some sign of flames on the roof already. And actually, they have been able to extend a ladder to the roof, although I don't see any firefighters up there just yet, although they may be, but I don't think they are. Look at all that smoke. It's really coming out pretty thick. And if you tilt down a little bit, you can see the inside of this building has already been gutted. This is the men's suit outlet. It's right next to a very large construction site. Let's go ahead and widen out and you'll be able to see how close that is. And you know, there's just so many flammable materials on construction sites like that. You really don't want to see it spread. They have fire apparatus out here. I think I'd expect to see a little more. In fact, sure enough, there are more rolling in. You'll see them on the top right-hand corner of your screen in just a second. As I look out, I got to mention, by the way, there are fireworks in Long Beach everywhere, and just tons of fireworks in every direction. But in any event, you can see they appear to be finally tackling this fire. It's still going pretty good. We'll keep an eye on it. But again, a fire at the men's suit outlet on 7th and Pine here in Long Beach, guys.
The fireworks, Chris, and that's been puzzling to me. Where are folks getting these, and why does that seem to be the tactic that so many people are employing? That's just odd.
It sure is, and I mean, your guess is as good as mine, but I was thinking about it last night, and you almost wonder if, I mean, maybe it's a peaceful form of protest in light of what we're seeing. I mean, obviously, fireworks aren't the safest thing in the world to play with, but if that's one way of releasing anger and showing unity, then it's certainly better than some of the other violence that we've been seeing.
You're absolutely right. Yes. Yeah. Well said on that, but it does scare you if they do ignite something, but
absolutely. I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to justify it. I was trying to rationalize it. As I mean, we've been flying for the last couple of days, and as each night goes on, we're seeing exponentially more fireworks each and every night.
Absolutely, Chris. I was actually agreeing with you in the sense when I drive home, I drive on the 110. I see a lot, just random evenings. It doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason. You just see random fireworks, and it's almost like a signal to talk to somebody on one side of the freeway to the other side. And I'm always, you know, I'll be on the 105, you know, going 105 west, and I'm still amazed by the fireworks, and I enjoy looking at them. And then I'm thinking, what? How do people have that? Yeah. How did you get? But anyway, yeah, we do see we have a lot of communities that set off fireworks all the time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think those sparks are caught. They're using a saw to try to saw through a door. I think those are firefighters right there.
Yeah, there's an iron gate. They're trying to
Right.
get through that iron gate, which means they're having a little bit of trouble accessing some part of the body of the fire. So it's going to give them a little bit of a challenge here. They do have plenty of personnel now on scene, and hopefully they will be able to get the upper hand on this one. I know it doesn't look very brilliant in terms of flame shooting through the roof, but the amount of black smoke still coming out of this building, they need to access that fire and access it quick before this does turn into a bigger situation. It's a large building, and I don't know, but I think there's more than just that men's outlet, that men's suit outlet. I think there may be some other businesses in this building. It's a large building. I could be wrong. There might just, it might not be, but I think there are other. Yeah, it certainly looks like there may be other businesses in this building. I think there are a number of storefronts in this building.
Yeah, and smoke is pouring out of the roof, which is never a good sign. And so we'll have to see if they can actually get a handle on it. And again, there's so many arson fires that have been set all around Southern California in various communities. We've seen it from downtown LA to the Fairfax area last night, and then now Long Beach and Santa Monica seem to be taking the brunt of it today. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? Are more demonstrations planned for tomorrow, and where are they going to be, and what are police bracing for?
Copy that. We're out. We're clear.
Yeah, absolutely. I was trying to see if there were more, what businesses might be adjacent to that building, and I couldn't really ascertain, other than there might be a temp agency that that hires out. But yes, you are looking at those live images right there of the firefight taking place in Long Beach, trying to at least get this. It's a very stubborn fire. So
it is, and they're dealing with, a lot of these fires have been stubborn and hard to deal with, but we do it. We watch them, and we hope that they can do well and deal with them. To the right, video from earlier this evening, that is Santa Monica, where you had different police agencies all joining Santa Monica PD. There was a big crowd of protesters during the day right outside the pier, at the foot of the pier, and also on Ocean. And those folks got moved around, moved away. And then once the curfew was established, the curfew in Santa Monica, I believe, was set for 6 p.m. tonight, right?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, right.
They were the first ones to have an early one.
They just clamped down on that city.
They really did. And I think they did a good job with it, because you still saw it was, had they given it a few extra hours, I don't know what would have happened with that.
The looting was rampant in Santa Monica. We were watching place after place being looted by bands of people, these groups of people in caravans, basically, driving around 2, 3, 4 cars at a time. A bunch of people would pile out, run into a store, grab a bunch of stuff, steal it, and then stuff it into the car and move on to the next thing. And so now what we are told is that the city of Santa Monica has closed off a lot of the access coming into the city, the off-ramps from the 10 freeway, a lot of the streets that are kind of the gateways to the city of Santa Monica are closed off, and that's an effort to try to seal off and stop the roving gangs of people from coming in and doing that.
No kidding. And I think the CHP has been heavily involved in making sure that the point of entries into Santa Monica are blocked. So, and again, they have the curfew in place. If you are not seeking medical help or an essential worker, you should not be on the streets. And they said they were going to make arrests for people breaking curfew, not just for criminal activity. So they're definitely taking it seriously. And as we've seen, as the night has come, we've seen Leanne Suter's live shots in Santa Monica reduced. Many people have actually heeded this call to go home.
These curfews do seem to help. They do seem to help. They helped last night before the National Guard was even here, at least in the city of Los Angeles. It really did kind of quell things, and it allowed officers to go out and start pursuing the people who were out doing wrong. But we'll have to see what the night holds as the night goes on. But it is encouraging that we're not hearing about big crowds of people causing problems. We're not hearing any more, at least from what we've been able to hear from our reporters out there, about more people doing this. So maybe things are quiet for the night.
Yeah, let's go to one of our reporters. Amy Powell, you're live in downtown LA. You've been face to face with the National Guard and the LAPD.
That's right, Colleen. And the presence of the National Guard, from what we can see, has definitely had an impact. Now, I should tell you, it's quiet here near City Hall where we are at this hour. You can see some of the guardsmen on the street. They are here, of course, to support the LAPD and sheriff's deputies. They're not law enforcement officials, but they're certainly here to help keep peace and safety on the streets. Now, we can hear sirens in the distance, so we know that there's still people running around here in the downtown area, possibly causing some problems. But right here in this area, it's very calm. And we want to tell you about the National Guard members who have been brought in here. Now, we want to show you earlier this evening, we saw a number of protesters approach some of those guardsmen, yelling at times and chanting, but remaining peaceful. And there was quite a large protest here at the steps of the state capitol, probably at least 300 people here. Now, Governor Gavin Newsom deployed about 1,000 Guard members after declaring a state of emergency. That was after all the violence, looting, and destruction on Saturday here in the LA area. More than 500 of those Guard members are here in the LA County area to help support the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department as they try to stop the violence and destruction and, again, all of that looting. And earlier we asked some of the people who were here joining that protest about how they felt about the presence of the Guard.
I don't think that's right. I feel like that's a threat to us. We protesting peacefully, so we don't need them. We're not doing nothing.
They're just trying to keep order, but we're trying to change the system, you know? So they're trying to do their duty, we're trying to do ours.
Back out here live, we're looking down the streets here near City Hall. We're looking towards the LAPD headquarters. Yesterday, there were a number of people gathered near LAPD headquarters at times, and then later in the evening, of course, people were running around the streets of downtown LA. You can see, at least right here in this area, a big difference tonight. We've got guardsmen on the corners over there, guardsmen here right next to City Hall. They seem to be making a difference. And once again, there is a curfew in effect, and earlier this evening also a number of people were arrested here for violating the curfew, so they definitely want people to take that seriously tonight. Reporting live in downtown Los Angeles, Amy Powell, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Amy, are they, so they're at City Hall, and are they also outside of police headquarters, the guardsmen?
Yes, there were several guards out there earlier. Now, as I look over there right now, I don't see as many of the guardsmen as I did earlier. I think perhaps some of them have deployed to another area of the city to offer support. I'm not sure, because there were several of them out there earlier. Right now, I'm not seeing as many of those guardsmen, so I think they are being sent to other areas, perhaps where, in the area where I'm hearing those sirens coming from, one of the areas that was a trouble spot last night, they may be over there right now, helping the police try to maintain order.
Okay, we will let you regroup and see if you can find out where these other folks have gone. We know what other cities they've gone to. All right, thanks, Amy Powell, reporting live in downtown. Now, a lot of protesters hitting the streets in Huntington Beach earlier today, and former mixed martial arts and UFC fighting chap Chuck Liddell was in the middle of it all, but this famous fighter was there to help keep the peace. Veronica Miracle has been keeping an eye on that, of course. Now, that's something new. This is, I was unaware of Chuck Liddell being involved in anything, but we're going to have to find out more about that, and we're going to try to turn that video around and get it to you. In the meantime, we are back over this situation in Long Beach.
Yeah, we're back over the situation in Long Beach at the Men's Suit Supply. This is on 7th and Pine. We're watching that firefight take place. Let's go back over to Veronica Miracle, live with more. Veronica?
Yeah, Colleen, we have been watching so many different incidents pop up, and we want to show you one from Huntington Beach. Now, you might recognize this person we're about to show you, Chuck Liddell. He is a former UFC fighter. He actually appeared on season 9 of Dancing with the Stars. He has a list of movies that he's been in. And what he did, he tells us, and this person here, is that he was breaking up fights. He was going into Huntington Beach, and you see here the escalation, the tension, the anger, and then also the de-escalation. He tells us that his intention was to go down and to talk to people who were defending their businesses, protesting peacefully, and just trying to keep the peace. He's in Huntington Beach currently because his house is being remodeled, he says. He's from Santa Barbara, so this is his community, and he just really wanted to talk to people who are feeling angry and also try and just keep the tempers from flaring. Take a listen to what he had to say.
It's good to see people defending their city, and it's just terrible. I mean, violence begets violence. Violence doesn't help anybody. We all know what happened was wrong. Everybody I know thinks it was wrong. It's hard to watch. But this does not help it. Destroying cities, destroying people, hurting people does not do any good for anybody. So, hey, protest all you want, just, do it peacefully.
Yeah, hopefully we can see more people like Chuck Liddell going out and just trying to keep the peace and keep people from acting out. Back to you guys.
All right, Veronica. Yes, absolutely. Everyone's trying to get their message out, and hopefully, for the most part, it has been a peaceful protest, and people have been getting their message out. But of course, on these evenings, we've been seeing tensions escalate. We're live over a fire. They've been battling this fire for quite some time, Mark, at the men's suit supply on 7th and Pine in Long Beach.
Yeah, and it's pretty stubborn, and it just kind of speaks to what's inside, men's suits, anybody's suits, all that cloth. It's going to go up and it's going to continue to burn. Now, one hopes that they've got some good insurance there and that they'll be able to reopen, but it does point out, every fire that comes out like this, every store that gets looted, that is potential jobs lost on top of what has been a very, very difficult time for all sorts of businesses across the country and in Southern California also. And so this is a difficult thing to deal with and to have to report to you. This place going up, along with so many other businesses that are being targeted by either vandals or looters or arsonists.
Well, and we know during the whole COVID-19 pandemic, many of these stores have been closed, and not only is their inventory piling up inside their stores, all of their orders from all over the world, those orders are not coming in. Vendors aren't being paid. You keep seeing the far-reaching aspects of just one industry, which would be just the retail industry. Just seeing the warehouses that are overseas that just have stockpiles of cotton that are not being produced, but they're not being paid by the retailers because the retailers aren't getting paid. So just seeing something like this, it just brings to mind that there is such a far-reaching aspect of just one little, area that's been so heavily impacted by the pandemic is the retail industry. And just to see, just looking at just this one building that's gone up in flames, all these jobs right there, they're not coming back to work for quite some time.
Right, and when you talk about retail in Santa Monica, a lot of retail businesses got really hammered today and looted. Some of them, there were attempts to set fires. And our Leanne Suter has been there covering that for much of the day, and she joins us now on what are now empty streets, it looks like, Leanne.
Yeah, Mark and Colleen, really empty here in Santa Monica. And you just said, Mark, a lot of damage here in this city. Across the street, you can see a Vons that we're looking at. You can see just from the parking lot alone what we're talking about. There is just all kinds of groceries and debris strewn all across the parking lot. We are told inside, completely trashed as the looters ran inside the grocery store. This Vons here taking out whatever they could, leaving so much of it behind there in the parking lot. Now, just across the street, a row of businesses. We're here at Broadway and Lincoln. And this one again, the looters just smashing the window, throwing off things inside of this. It appears to be a yoga studio, some kind of mind-body facility here, a kind of spa type. If we walk along the street here, you can see there are workers out now trying to clean up all of these businesses. There are count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here along the way that were damaged in this by all the looters. Again, everyone just kind of walking along as as the group just walked along the street, just smashing any window they could see and just throwing out. You can see that here. They went inside and just took all of your stuff. Is this your business? Can we talk to you quick? Were you here when this happened?
No.
How did you find out what had happened to your business?
He's our.
Yeah, I'm the manager for the building. Told them
Got it. So just when you came and saw this at first look, what did you think?
Well, I was here from early in the morning, and it was all quiet, and the Vaughn's parking was becoming a parking lot for them. So I asked Vaughn's to clear out all the parking. They did. That helped a lot. And all of a sudden, we saw, oh my goodness, there were like ants from everywhere. They just broke everything, went inside, took everything, and we tried to stop them. We put out a fire inside one of the stores. Thank God. Everything is great. Thank God.
Nobody was hurt in all this. How bad was the damage inside? I see Petite Spa here. How bad was that? Was pretty.
That's his spa. I think they took some of the equipment, I think.
Got it. And some of the other businesses here. I see some are really gutted.
They went into the nail salon and took paper towels. They took nail polish. They took just the stupidest things. But
how bad? If you had to guess, kind of managing this, how much damage do you think you're looking at?
Well, the smoke shop lost $500,000 of equipment, of merchandise. There were maybe 150 people in that store, and maybe 50 people outside.
Wow. So there was no way to stop that once they started looting inside.
No. We were out of the way and said, go for it, What can you do? But thank God everything's great.
Have you ever been through, witnesses something like this personally here?
Just the 94 riots, the 95 riots, right?
92.
92? No, I think.
Well, that was anyway,
okay.
You've seen it before in the city.
We've seen it before. And also the earthquake, 94 earthquake. It was almost the same kind of situation. But thank God everyone's fine. We always got to look at the best side of things. Everything is great.
No lives were damaged. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your help.
$500,000, as you heard him say, down at the smoke shop here, one of the areas. Again, just shattered glass everywhere, grabbing anything they can see inside the stores. I'm going to walk down here. The smoke shop is down the street a little bit here. See if we can walk down and show. Again, as he was saying, just every window that they have in this strip mall has been shattered. That's the nail salon that he was talking about. There's a hair salon. And the hair salon was just getting ready to open. They had just gotten the approval. So now they have to face have to rebuild everything here, put together all new glass inside, and have to get ready to try to open it after suffering with the closure they've had for so long with COVID. But let's head down here. Okay, see, they're boarding up the smoke shop here. This one, he said, got hit really hard with all of the looters heading inside here. I see it's a corner business, so they really got targeted. I see that they really stayed kind of on this street, and then they targeted the Vaughns. It doesn't appear, as I look down the street, I see other businesses. There's a whole nother section down the block here where there's more. They're boarding up other things that got hit. Is this yours?
Yes.
I heard that you got, would you be up for talking with us? I'm Leanne with Channel 7. Tell me, what's your name?
Henry Runch.
Henry, were you here when this happened?
Yes.
Describe for me the scene and how it unfolded.
It was horrific. Just like people just running everywhere, attacking the bank across the street. I think they pulled the vault out of the bank across the street. They just mobbed this whole intersection everywhere. It was just the police couldn't be everywhere at the same time.
And how did it happen for your store? They just started
being looted. There was nothing you could do. It was just, I'm inside the store just fighting for whatever, and it was just nothing you could do. They set the building on fire. I had to run over to the building next door and put the fire out. Otherwise, the whole building would have burned.
How terrifying was that for you, though?
It was frightening. Very frightening. It was just like mobs of people everywhere. They didn't care. No one cared about anything. It was sad.
And for you, your business, I hear you suffered a really big loss with what they took.
They took almost everything. It was just, this was the city's museum and gift shop. I educated so many children for like 25 years. We did so many stuff for educational programs, and now hopefully it doesn't come to an end.
What do you make of what happened today and the looters that took over the city?
I'm so sympathetic for George Floyd that got killed, and I want justice carried out in the proper way. But it's like so many people got the communities that everybody lives in. the community, the people that support the communities and the people, and they're there for the people 365 days a year. I didn't think it was fair. A lot of people, the local grocery stores, where's people going to eat? It's like people still need to eat. I mean, we're just recovering from a major whatever. We're just getting back on our feet, and now this. And I'm very sympathetic. I know a lot of people that were unemployed right now, and it's just going through a lot of hard times and all that. But it's like, hey, look, we're brothers and sisters. We're all one. We need to stand together for whatever's just. But this is not really just.
When you saw the crowds, how big do you think? How many people could you guess were kind of running through and targeted your store?
They were just coming from the freeway, just pouring into the intersection. They were everywhere, coming just like a traffic jam, coming from the east to the west, just jammed the whole intersection. People just getting out of their cars, running the vans, looting vans, everywhere. They broke into the pipe shop. They set that on fire, and same time they're pulling the vault out of Chase Bank, and it was crazy.
Yeah, not something you've ever seen before,
I've never, like something you would see like in a war movie like Vietnam or something, or in Iraq.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I'm sorry you guys are rebuilding. I see you have a lot of help trying to get everything put back together.
God bless, we have like angels, it's just like we need to pull together as a community, all one. It's like, hey, look we're all sympathetic for what happened. People don't deserve to die, but it's like a lot of people don't deserve to get hurt either.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Another one of the businesses that are owners here that are suffering now boarding up, getting ready. Oh, 1 second. And
you can take pictures inside if you want.
You can see inside if you want, Bill.
Wow. Well, Leanne Suter live in Santa Monica with 2 incredible interviews of businesses and
just everything's shattered inside.
Oh, there we go. I think we got it back. The plug got pulled, but
we're back. All right, they can see us.
Yeah, let's take a tour, Leanne.
Yeah, can you guys see in there?
Yes.
Yeah,
so tell me what all you have in there. I see you have so many crystals and whatnot.
Crystals, fossils, educational stuff. I've donated thousands of dollars to like educational programs, supported education for like 25 years for children. I teach children in here all the time, and now it's sad that hopefully we don't have to come to an end after 25 years.
Yeah. And what kind of, I see all these crystals. Is this something you sold a lot of? This is what you focused on?
40 years of gathering items from special things for educational purposes. And there's actually no museum in the world like this, really. It's a hands-on museum where people could come in here, hold crystals, and learn all about their body. And now it's sad to say something very special may come to an end.
Did it seem like they knew what they were going after, or they wanted anything?
They were just grabbing anything that looked valuable.
Got it.
And it's really sad to say. I don't know if my insurance is going to cover all this, and I just really hope that it doesn't come to an end. It breaks my heart. I did so much for the community.
And how long have you been here in this shop?
About 25 years.
Got it. That is a long time to be in the community.
Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate your time, and I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
that you guys are dealing with this. Again, another one of the businesses here. All along the street, you see everything that is just shattered glass, literally. I'm looking down the block, and it's just shattered glass everywhere. Here's the smoke shop that he was saying, oh, that's gutted. There's absolutely nothing inside there. I mean, every store shelf, as you can see in there against the wall, has been cleaned off. I mean, there's just nothing inside there. Oh yeah, they took it, and so I was trying to see. Yeah, you can just see. Look how much. I mean, literally, they took everything. There is nothing left on their shelves. There were cases full of product. They say I see several cases here. Those have all been destroyed, and nothing is in there. But in terms of product and what you could buy, that's all gone. They even went so far. I can see over here is opening up the cooler where they had drinks and stuff. Is smoke something inside the cooler. Everything is gone from that as well, shattering that glass. There's the drinks on the ground. Yeah, these so many businesses here in Santa Monica have been hit. I mean, it's really blocks and blocks and blocks of businesses that have been damaged, and so much property, so much of the product inside completely gone. I know they mentioned that the bank next door, they had broken into that one. I see the Chase Bank. So there is a lot of cleanup, a lot of repair that will be needed here in Santa Monica as folks. Well, there you can hear the glass as he's moving the glass on stuff. So yeah, a lot of damage, a lot of work to be done here in Santa Monica. Live in Santa Monica, Leanne Suter, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Leanne, thank you. One tragedy begets another. And we are seeing how you could see the pain in his eyes describing his business, how he was in there. He was inside while this was happening as people ran inside and started ransacking the place. And again, his life's work. He talked about 25 years worth of work that he had done in the community, educating kids and the like. And that's all gone now.
It's all gone. It's going to be a very, very long night ahead for so many businesses in Santa Monica and our surrounding communities and across the country. But just hearing his heartache, talking about how he was serving the community and children in Santa Monica. They just went inside there to learn about crystals, and crystals they have so many sort of attributes, and a lot of people really do seek them and try to learn about them. And he said it might be very hard for him to get his insurance company to understand how expensive it is to get these crystals and the hard work that is involved. 25 years of a business sourcing crystals. It is his life work. We wish him the absolute very best. We hope that he can continue to stay in business because it sounds just like such a wonderful community shop.
And it's one thing for us to see it, from 1,500 feet in Air 7 HD. It's infuriating to see from Air 7 HD, the video of people going in and looting and stealing and knowing that is somebody's livelihood. But then we got to meet the person. Got to meet the people whose livelihoods were stolen. And that is it's a tragedy. It's a terrible thing. And it is a sense of loss that it's really affecting us all. And it's terrible, and it makes you really want to see justice done in this case as well. We want to see justice in all elements of this.
You do.
And have the guilty punished, the innocent go free, and I don't know, I'm waxing a little corny here, frankly, but I'm tired.
Right. Really. I mean, I think everyone is. I think it's hard to see. You see all these people too tonight. They're just going to have they didn't deserve this. They didn't deserve to have their businesses just taken out from under them, and now they're going to be there. They've already been struggling, trying to probably make ends meet during the last couple months. And now to have this, I mean, add insult to injury big time.
And again, to stress, he's sympathetic to the cause, and most likely the people who did this had no idea about the cause. He knew George Floyd's name.
Right.
And I bet if you were to ask half the people who were ransacking his shop who George Floyd is, they might not be able to tell you.
Oh.
And that's, I have no factual basis for that. I'm just spouting off on this right now, but it is the point that I'm trying to make is that the looting and ransacking of this man's business was conducted by people who were bent on doing that and only that, it would seem to me. And the protesters who were there to make a point about police violence and police brutality were not doing this.
And he said they didn't have a care. They just went in looking just randomly, whatever they could get their hands on. Where he's looking at it, where each piece inside there was picked out by him for a specific reason that would go into this museum and shop. So we certainly wish him the very best.
Yeah. All right. What we've got here in Long Beach, on the left, we have a lot of police officers. It looks like Air 7 HD has moved to a different spot. And this looks like a place that has been looted, and I see a whole lot of police officers. Is Chris Christie available in Air 7 HD? Is that the one? No. All right. We have two helicopters up, one with Chris Christie in it, the other one obviously not. No. So, but that's, I want to find out more about what we're looking at there on 6th Street and Alamo Court in Long Beach. We know that the Long Beach Police Department has been freed up, at least for the most part, from the crowd control and the frantic activity that they've been having to deal with for much of the evening. And so now they're in a position where they can actually do some enforcement, and it appears they're doing that, and likely the same in other communities across the county, across the city. where police are now able to do some of the work that needs to be done in terms of catching the people who are committing all these acts.
And you know, earlier again, Long Beach says we want this to stop. We want people to go home, be done with this. They were sympathetic. It was sort of echoing the same thing as the business owner. They were appalled at seeing what happened to George Floyd.
Mm-hmm.
We hear Chris Christie. Chris, I'm not sure, you're over this fire over at the men's suit outlet. Looks like the firefighters are getting a good handle on it.
Yeah, they have made tremendous progress since we made a quick pit stop for some fuel, coming back to find that they have really done some great work here. Fortunately, they're probably going to be mopping up here for some time just because of the size of the building, and there's going to be hot spots. I'm not sure what exactly was burning besides fabric. It's a men's suit outlet, but you can see they have accessed the building. They've made pretty good progress, and just a little bit of smoke as this building continues to smolder. I would like to turn our attention to 2 blocks away. As we look out the window here in downtown Long Beach, there are several pursuits within my vicinity here. One's definitely a pursuit, but some of them they're just pulling over and people aren't stopping. These are most likely looters. We'll go ahead and widen out here. You can see the searchlight from, I think that's Long Beach PD's helicopter, who's assisting several groups of ground units, and they're pulling people over. Some of those people are stopping, some of those people are not stopping, and they are about to start making arrests. So let's go ahead and push in there as an example, right there on the top right-hand corner. Go up real quick. On the top right-hand corner, I know they've got that guy pulled over, and they are now checking out his okay, go back to the other ones. I'm sorry, go back to the other ones. There's a few different groups here, and they're basically what they're doing is finding suspicious vehicles or seeing people coming out of stores, and then getting enough officers and backup in place where they then begin making the arrests, and that's what we're seeing here. And you can see right here along 8th Street. That's what's happening. They're questioning people and looking for stolen merchandise. Reporting live from Air 7 HD, I'm Chris Christie, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Chris, I'm looking at social media. There's a lot of pursuits. There's people, there's different accounts that just cover pursuits, and they're all talking about how there's a lot of pursuits going on. And yeah, it makes sense. They're going after looters tonight, and some of them, as you point out, are pulling over, and some are not. And maybe that's what we were looking at when that pursuit went from the Venice area into Marina Del Rey, into that apartment complex. And LAPD was circling that with their helicopter when we had to move on to other stuff. So we don't know the disposition of that particular suspect.
I can report to you that they actually ended up catching that person in Marina Del Rey. They ended up finally, they were able to coordinate. I'm not sure if they were able to get the help of the security, but they definitely sent LAPD in there, and they took that person into custody.
Wow. All right. Well, they got somebody, and as we watch as our coverage continues throughout the evening, that does seem to be the focus now among police, is getting the looters, catching them, and getting, if possible, getting some of this merchandise back to where it belongs, if that's doable, but at the very least, getting people off the street who might be trying to cause problems tomorrow and in the days to come, because we can bet that the protests and the demonstrations will continue. But if they get enough of these perpetrators off the streets, that will allow for the peaceful expression of what has been being expressed here at various locations in Southern California.
Well, it's worth mentioning that if you are upset with the visuals that we've been showing you in terms of looting, the best thing you can do is stay home during this curfew, obey that curfew, and that will leave only the looters left on the road.
Yes, absolutely.
And allowing them to catch them.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, it is sort of interesting to see the focus being able to be switched to track them down if and it is some sort of justice there to these business owners who.
It just makes their job so much easier when there's basically nobody left on the road. They can really find these guys much quicker, and you can clearly tell, at least I can speak for Long Beach, just flying over here right now in the last couple of hours, They are being very, very aggressive. Something that, they definitely took a different tactic last night. You saw finally they were pulling cars over on Melrose last night and trying to do something similar up there, but a little bit of a different tactic down here. They are engaging in full-on pursuits, essentially, to get these guys off the road and get the stolen merchandise back into the right hands.
Right, and so we are watching that. We're going to cover as much of all of this as we can, keeping in mind, of course, what began this entire saga that we're dealing with, of course, and that is the death of George Floyd and the deaths of so many other African Americans, not just this month, but in the years past, all at the hands of police, and people basically rising up and saying they don't want to see this anymore. People calling for equal treatment and an end to this sort of activity. And the vast majority of police officers, again, that we have spoken with, have said, after viewing the video of George Floyd, it was definitely a terrible, terrible thing. Eyewitness News at 11 o'clock, getting underway right about now. It has been very difficult and wrenching 3 days here in Southern California and across the country as demonstrations against police violence and police brutality have started out peacefully and then taken a turn as opportunists have stepped in and caused problems. We have seen at least 1,000 people, I would guess, by now have been arrested, a number of buildings burned, a number of buildings looted, 5 Los Angeles police officers injured that we know of, one with a skull fracture.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been a trying last few days where a lot of people have been taking to the streets for peaceful protests, and then splinter groups kind of going out and scouting and canvassing areas in sort of caravans and breaking into these businesses and taking everything they possibly can. And again, we've talked about this, but it's added insult to injury, being that many of these businesses are just starting to be able to reopen this weekend. The restaurants were just starting to be able to be open, and now so many of these businesses have been targeted and everything inside taken, and their windows smashed. So now they just have to start over and really start in the negative.
Police agencies throughout Southern California being supplemented now by the California National Guard. We know that the city of Los Angeles, the city of Long Beach, city of Santa Monica, the top 3, we don't know if they're being deployed to other cities and other jurisdictions right now, but we do know about those. Some 1,000 National Guard troops have been brought into Southern California for that purpose. They are armed, they are in Humvees, and they are there to back up police, to supplement the police while they do the policing and the crowd control. We have seen looting in various jurisdictions today. We have seen demonstrations in various jurisdictions from Los Angeles to, the Inland Empire, all the way to the coast in various, all these different jurisdictions and locations. People have been voicing their concerns about police, the actions of police vis-a-vis African Americans. And now what we're seeing from Air 7 and other different our entities is police going through now and trying to find the looters that we have been watching all day. When we were watching these looters and police not apprehending them and wondering why, it's because they were overwhelmed. It's because they couldn't do it. And as we look, looks like they've got one.
Yeah, Chris Christie, you're overhead and you're monitoring the situation.
2.
Yeah, this is LA County Sheriff with another takedown here. This guy was actually in the process of jumping a fence, failed at that. They were able to get him and I think another person into custody here, but they are being very aggressive and really a comforting sight to see them actually able to make this much progress. And you can bet that the word is going to get out back to wherever these folks are coming from, that, you know what, the looting might be over. It might not be as successful as they thought it was going to be, at least as successful as they were last night. Law enforcement is definitely stepping up their tactics. They've got the resources at their disposal. We've got the National Guard on the way in here now. We saw them in Santa Monica. They are now spreading out, coming down to Long Beach, and the chances of getting away are decreasing rapidly from my vantage point, and hopefully we will see less of the chaotic looting that we've been seeing.
And by the way, as we watch these two people being arrested, they're not being roughed up, they're not being beaten, nobody's on their neck. This is how it's supposed to happen. This is how arrests are supposed to be made, and that's all anybody's really upset about, is make the arrest. You don't have to beat people or rough people up in order to do it. These officers following the law, following the Constitution, doing what is required to bring suspected criminals, and again, they are suspected, innocent until proven guilty, but bringing suspects into custody in a legal, rational way and going about their jobs in a professional manner. That's what's happening. That's what appears to be happening from our vantage point, 1,500 feet in the air, granted, but nobody's getting beaten, and that's the way it should be.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And you do see law enforcement out. They're definitely trying to take back their communities. And Chris, we were talking about things that have changed and things that these curfews that have been put in place. We've been talking about, a lot of things that we've been seeing. This is the second evening of these curfews. Leanne Suter, she's been live last 2 days in out and about in Santa Monica today, all day today. Leanne, we're seeing the streets sort of die down. We don't hear as many police sirens in your backdrop.
Yeah, no, that is good news. Definitely not as many sirens, certainly emptier streets, so that is good. Most of the folks have cleared out, but what we are seeing a lot of is damage. And let me just show you, this is outside of the Vons, and you can see all of the debris outside of the store, but inside, it is absolutely destroyed inside the grocery store here. Take a look, you can see that they targeted the liquor aisles here, smashing all of the bottles, grabbing whatever they can. You can see all of the kind of the tables, anything that might have had food on it. Looking down the aisles, just look at that. I mean, just everything ripped off of the aisles, water everywhere. All of these refrigerator cases have been cleared out of everything they have. And then as we take a step up here, I'm going to show you, move up here just a minute, Bill, and you can look down here and you can just see how much damage we're talking. This is just one store. This is the Vons here in Santa Monica at Lincoln and Broadway. And this is just one of numerous stores that have been destroyed in this area. A couple of minutes ago, we spoke to the owner of Wonders of the World. His store hit hard. He says he probably has $500,000 in damage, and you could just hear his heartbreak.
I'm inside the store just fighting for whatever, and it was just nothing you could do. They set the building on fire. I had to run over to the building next door and put the fire out, otherwise the whole building would have burned.
How terrifying was that for you, though?
It was frightening, very frightening. It was just like mobs of people everywhere. They didn't care. No one cared about anything. It was sad.
And for you, your business, I hear you suffered a really big loss with what they took.
They took almost everything. It was just, this was the city's museum and gift shop. I educated so many children for like 25 years. We did so many stuff for educational programs, and now hopefully it doesn't come to an end.
What do you make of what happened today and the looters that took over the city?
I'm so sympathetic for George Floyd that got killed, and I want justice carried out in the proper way. But it's like so many people got the communities that everybody lives in. The community, the people that support the communities and the people, and they're there for the people 365 days a year. I didn't think it was fair. A lot of people, the local grocery stores, where's people going to eat? It's like people still need to eat. I mean, we're just recovering from a major whatever. We're just getting back on our feet, and now this. And I'm very sympathetic. I know a lot of people that were unemployed right now, and it's just going through a lot of hard times and all that. But it's like, hey, look, we're brothers and sisters. We're all one. We need to stand together for whatever is just. But this is not really just.
So many businesses now here in Santa Monica focusing on cleaning up. One of the businesses that got hit across the street was a nail salon. Another one was a hair salon. They were preparing to open up, finally being shut down all these months because of COVID-19, getting ready to open their doors. Not going to happen. They now have so many repairs they have to do because of the damage done to all of those stores. I want to mention quickly that one of the other owners we spoke with said that the looters that targeted his store seemed to be an organized group. He said the first round would come come in, would smash the windows. They would take off. The second wave would come in, pull up with their cars. They would jump out, steal anything they could grab, everything in the store, jump back in the vehicles and take off. And another one. He said it just seemed to be carload after carload of all of the looters coming in. And in his opinion, he said it seemed to be some kind of organized fashion, organized group that appeared to be doing it. But what is very clear is that there is extensive damage throughout the city here. Live in Santa Monica, Leanne Suter, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Wow, very well coordinated. All right. Well, thank you very much, Leanne, for that live report. And protesters in downtown LA today coming face to face with LAPD and National Guard troops on the steps of City Hall. And Amy Powell is there live with more. Amy?
And Colleen, this is quite a difference from last night. When we were here last night, we heard the sound of sirens almost nonstop for hours. Tonight, the streets are fairly quiet at this hour. And take a look. We've got National Guard members here. You can see them next to some of their armored vehicles here. And they were brought in, of course, to help maintain the peace and some of the destructive behavior that was happening. And it appears their presence has made a difference. LAPD officers escort several people arrested for violating the citywide curfew. Soldiers from the National Guard standing nearby in support. Earlier in the evening, protesters confronted Guard members and police officers on the steps of City Hall. Yelling and chanting, but remaining peaceful during a rally.
Coming to these protests and being able to show that this is wrong, that there needs to be a change done. I feel like even if we're all just small parts, something will have to change eventually.
Governor Gavin Newsom sending hundreds of Guard members to Los Angeles County, declaring a state of emergency after Saturday's protests took a violent and destructive turn. The Guard's mission to maintain safety and peace on the streets.
LAPD officers or other sworn police officers don't have to guard a store or guard a storefront area directly. They can put National Guard personnel there.
Many protesters unhappy about the presence of the National Guard.
I don't think that's right. I feel like that's a threat to us. We protesting peacefully, so we don't need them. We're not doing nothing.
They're just trying to keep order, but we're trying to change the system, you know? So they're trying to do their duty, we're trying to do ours.
Again, the governor deployed about 1,000 National Guard members, several hundred of them here in LA County tonight. And right now, we don't know how long they'll be remaining here on duty. Reporting live in downtown Los Angeles, Amy Powell, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Amy, thank you. Let's go now to our Orange County reporter, Tony Cabrera. He's live with the latest on the protests that took place there. Tony.
Mark, we've been monitoring the protests throughout the day here in Orange County, and for the most part, they were peaceful. There were two hot spots where police say tensions rose and a couple of arrests were made. Those were in Huntington Beach and Santa Ana.
After a day of peaceful protests across Santa Ana, police declare an unlawful assembly at Flower and Santa Ana Boulevard near the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Police say people started throwing bottles and mortars, so they had to ask protesters to disperse, with 2 people arrested. Police, sheriff's deputies, and other agencies standing outside to protect their headquarters and the jail complex. It all comes after Saturday night at Bristol and McFadden, where people set off fireworks, threw rocks and bottles, and stormed through businesses. In Huntington Beach, tensions rose when counter-protesters arrived. Eventually, police say about 500 people were gathered around PCH and Main Street. When they started verbally arguing with each other, police say they declared an unlawful assembly. And in Irvine, it was peaceful as several hundred people gathered outside City Hall. Although the organized effort was calm, we hear a number of businesses closed early as a precaution.
We also hear the protest in San Clemente was mostly peaceful with no arrests made there, no injuries as well. Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer weighing in this evening, also saying that he encourages peaceful protests, but anyone who is looting or rioting, they will be prosecuted. Reporting live in Orange County, Tony Cabrera, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Tony, thank you. A frightening scene earlier today in downtown LA. You see that LAPD cruiser there driving into a crowd of people. This is in Pershing Square. You see the vehicle clearly hitting a protester. The patrol car then backs up and speeds off. You can see other protesters then going after the vehicle, trying to hit it. We don't know exactly why this happened. The LAPD has put out a tweet saying they are investigating this incident.
And some incredible images playing out in local communities across Southern California this afternoon and this evening. And sadly, much of it was lawlessness and looting.
Veronica Miracle, live now on our newsroom with some of the images captured in too many places earlier today. Veronica?
Mark and Colleen, it's really disheartening to see, but we have to show you all of this to show you all the destruction that's happening in the different communities from really criminals separate from the protesters. Let's start in Santa Monica. Now, the protest started at around noon, but then this chaos started shortly after, and people were just taking advantage of the situation as the police were engaged with the protesters. You saw just groups of people with getaway cars. This team right here, they were actually working together. All four of these cars seem to be in communication with each other. People from the cars were going back and forth, and we also saw people taking either their license plates off or they had coverings over them. So that was in Santa Monica there, just so much destruction and a lot of people just taking off with boxes and boxes of shoes. A lot of shoes being stolen today. Now let's head over to Long Beach. Now this was truly a startling scene. This is a store called Outfitters, and police had barricaded or gotten to the front door, and so looters, they started smashing the windows because they were trapped inside. As you can see, it was a boarded up shop, and right here you're going to see after this man gets out, clothing just being tossed over that plywood and protesters coming out continually as police stand by and watch. There was really not much that they could do. This camera is going to pan over to the left and you'll be able to see that. And let's head over to San Bernardino now. And San Bernardino, we saw some destruction as well in the Inland Empire. There's a dumpster on fire there, and it appears that these looters were at a strip mall and possibly getting into a pharmacy. There's a dentist next door, so we're trying to still figure out if they got into the pharmacy itself, but you can see the gates there smashing in, police standing by, watching on, and they were able to get inside that pharmacy. You can see here so many people just on top of each other, and then they pull out what appears to be a safe from this particular business. In a moment here, you'll see that once people start to climb in and out of these businesses. Yeah, there it is on the ground there, safe there. We don't know if there was money, possibly opioids, because this could have been a pharmacy, and they took off. And finally tonight, there was a brawl. Now this happened in the Bay Area in Walnut Creek. And here you see looters fighting over the items that they stole. People stealing items from other thieves. Quite incredible here. And then you see, again, a getaway car. So this organized crime that has obviously been planned. And then take a look at that car. They just shove as much clothing as they can into the trunk, in the front there as well. And then they will eventually take off. Now, we have heard that there have been hundreds of arrests in Santa Monica. We know that there were hundreds of arrests in Los Angeles. We'll bring you more of that information as soon as we get it. Back to you guys.
All right, Veronica Miracle, thank you. Several marchers in Santa Monica approached one of our news crews this afternoon, and they had a message they wanted to share.
They say too much media focuses on the agitators and the looters, and because of that, the message of most marchers, all those seeking justice and peace, is getting lost.
I'm not here to loot. I'm not here to steal a damn thing. I don't need nothing from nobody. What I do need, however, is to make sure my daughter is safe when she's going to school. What I do need to know is young brothers like this right here ain't gonna get their lives taken from them for a misdemeanor crime.
The fact that small businesses are being affected, and they are, and that looting is wrong. And those people are actually holding back the message that we're all trying to get out. But that's exactly why the media needs to do a better job of actually portraying the right images and making sure that the rest of the community, that the rest of the state, the rest of the country doesn't feel like it's just violent criminals out here doing crime, because that's not what we're out here doing.
Absolutely.
There may be a small percentage that are taking advantage, but guess what? There's also a small percentage of police officers that take advantage of us every single day, kill us every single day, and don't get anything but a slap on the wrist.
Yep.
And it's just not going to happen anymore.
It's about the fact that if Jamal kills John, Jamal goes to jail. Police officer Bob kills John, police officer Bob gets off with a 2-week suspension. It's not right. We've had enough of it. It's not just the George Floyd situation. It's the A. Tatiana, it's the Breonna Taylors, it's the Tamir Rices of the world. We get no respect. Black bodies have no value in this community. People don't understand. They don't think of black people as actual people, because when you think of somebody else as a human being, there's an overflow of empathy that you have for somebody. It's not just white people. America as a whole embodies how police officers think we should be treated. And it's a problem, and it needs to stop. We have had enough. We are out here dying. You got blacks killing blacks, whites killing blacks, and cops killing blacks. This shit it's a wrap. We done with this. This time is over. It needs to stop now.
We know this is a complicated issue. We want to give you a chance to make your voice heard. Head to abc7.com to tell us why you protest. Upload a video or a picture. Write us a paragraph. We hope to share some of your responses on the air and online.
And stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, well, welcome back. We're going to go back out live to Leanne Suter, live in Santa Monica with more. I know you've been getting really great interviews this evening, Leanne.
Yeah, we've been talking to a lot of business owners. The sounds of sirens now replaced by the sounds of cleanup. You can see them sweeping up all the damage and debris outside of these stores here on this stretch of Lincoln and Broadway here in Santa Monica, boarding up all the shattered windows, putting up plywood so that no one else can get back inside again. This stretch right here, this strip mall all along here, almost every business in here has been destroyed, damaged in some way by looters that have been coming through here. And this is what one of them that we're talking about. This is Aqua Hair Salon. Her front window here, the front door completely smashed, everything. And this is the owner, Martha. You were getting ready to open up. You had just gotten the approval. Tell me what happened today.
Well, I've been here all day. I was here in the morning with my housekeeper, and I left like at 3:30. And my Lily, she called me and told me that I was vandalized, and it's devastating because I was getting ready. I've been in this business, in this salon for almost 10 years and building my clientele. Everybody's calling me. They're just, they were looking, they're waiting for me to start working. I built a very nice community, so it's hard.
I know COVID has been very difficult. You have been shut down for so many months. You were really looking forward to being open.
It's almost 3 months.
What will this do to you now?
I don't know. I have to wait until they put the window, and it's a lot of expenses here. So I don't know.
This is, I can imagine, is pretty tough.
Yes,
it's pretty tough to take.
It's tough.
When you see the damage that has been done to so many businesses and what happened today, what are your thoughts?
Oh, it's sad. It's sad. I believe what they're protesting, but this is not right. It's bad.
Hard to lose so much of your business. Did you suffer much damage inside? I don't see too much inside. You lost, I see the glass and the doors and some other things. Did they take many things, items from inside?
Yeah, I see a few, the iPad, and I see a few products. And but this is a small salon, so it's not bad.
I know you are ready to reopen, hoping you'll be able to do this sooner than later, obviously.
Yes, hoping, yes, I'm hoping.
You got it. Thank you so much, Martha, for your time. I appreciate it. Aqua Salon, she's hoping to reopen once they do repair all the damage. She's been out here with a bunch of her friends and volunteers and helping them kind of clean up and get ready. The nail salon next door, this is another one. They really got hit hard, breaking inside here, trying to steal all the things. They even took the nail polish. That rack there was full of nail polish, I'm told, and you can see how much is gone. The folks broke in, and that's what they wanted to steal anything that they could find inside. These poor owners suffering so much. So many businesses here that have been damaged and gutted. We've seen several. The Vons had across the street has a lot of damage. I have to say, one of the ones we saw, that one of the worst ones was the REI store in downtown Santa Monica here. That store absolutely gutted inside. They tried to set it on fire. The sprinklers went off. We saw about 2 inches full of water throughout the store. So there are numerous businesses here in Santa Monica that have been damaged. I know officials now working on tallying the damage, the owners trying to get everything repaired, trying to figure out when they will finally be able to reopen. Live in Santa Monica, Leanne Suter, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Leanne, thank you very much. Thanks for bringing those interviews, and going to continue to cover this story. Our breaking news coverage will continue after this break. Some incredible images captured tonight by one of our helicopters as it was flying over downtown near City Hall and the Hall of Justice.
Dozens of people under arrest being marched toward jail. Eyewitness News reporter Veronica Miracle. She is live in the newsroom with the incredible images. Veronica?
Yeah, Mark and Colleen, you're about to take a look at the very meticulous process that authorities have to go through in order to get these people arrested. Take a look at the video that our ABC7 HD flew over and saw. Now, we understand that in Los Angeles, there have been over 900 arrests in the last 48 hours. That was as of this morning. 533 on Friday, 398 arrests on Saturday. Some of those charges include burglary, looting, failure to disperse, attempted murder, firing off a firearm. So that is what we saw in the last 48 hours. Now, today, we understand that Santa Monica, the chief of police was telling us they have made hundreds of arrests. So we imagine that tomorrow the tally is going to be much higher. We don't know what these people here that we caught on camera were being arrested for, but we can imagine that they will be a part of the tally when we hear more from law enforcement officials tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, Veronica, thank you very much. Yes, I'm sure that tally is going to go up and up and up. So thank you. Stay with us, though. We will be right back with more coverage.
Breaking news on this night when there have been protests regarding the police. There has been an officer-involved shooting involving an LAPD officer. Let's get more from Chris Christie in ABC7 HD. Chris?
Yeah, Mark, details are a little bit scant, but LAPD forced to use force and open fire on a suspect in the last half hour or so. LAPD, you can see, setting up a crime scene at North Wilton Place and Raleigh Street. This is 1 block south of Melrose here in Hollywood. So we're going to continue to follow this. What we don't see is a 10. So apparently somebody was transported, so unclear whether it's a fatal shooting or whether that person will survive. As we get more information on this, we'll bring it right to you. The details surrounding what led up to the shooting are still a mystery. Reporting live from Air 7 HD, I'm Chris Christie, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Chris, thank you. And stay with us. We do have more news straight ahead. Beverly Hills leaders have just extended 2 curfews on the city to protect it from the widespread looting and violence we have seen engulf other parts of LA County. A curfew in the city's business district began at 1 p.m. and stretches until 5:30 a.m. tomorrow morning and has now been renewed for tomorrow afternoon into Tuesday morning. The same goes for the citywide curfew, which begins at 4 p.m. and carries over to 5:30 a.m.
It's a war zone out here. People, are protesting the wrong way. They need to keep it peaceful. Stop costing ridiculous money for unnecessary reasons. I understand, the reason behind it, but, there's better ways to do it, to be understood and hear your voice.
Much more news to come. Eyewitness News Late Edition is next.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Here's the latest as we continue our live breaking news coverage here on Eyewitness News. Police and members of the National Guard are out in force tonight working to restore order to the streets of Santa Monica and Long Beach after a very long day of civil unrest.
And officers making hundreds of arrests for everything from looting to curfew violations. Agencies from neighboring cities and counties have showed up to help. We're also seeing arrests in downtown Los Angeles, where the National Guard stood by protecting City Hall today. And keep in mind, the LA countywide curfew is in effect until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Hundreds and hundreds of people under arrest tonight for breaking curfew and causing mayhem, many of them being taken to the Hall of Justice tonight to be processed.
And Eyewitness News reporter Amy Powell is live in downtown Los Angeles with new video of more people being hauled into jail. Amy.
Colleen and Mark, you can see all the activity going on behind me here in downtown Los Angeles. You see the garage door behind the street, and you see that emergency vehicle. You see a number of police vehicles. And if we look a little beyond, we can also see some of the people who have been just dropped off here. Now, the LAPD doing everything it can to keep the streets quiet and safe tonight. And they're also enforcing that curfew. Now, we want to show you some video we shot just a few minutes ago showing some of the people being brought in this evening, handcuffed and lined up back there. Now, we don't know if all of these people have been brought in for curfew violations or if they were perhaps involved in some activity here in the downtown area, some criminal activity, perhaps looting. We had a lot of that last night. We don't know, but again, a lot of people being arrested here tonight. Last night, around 400 people were arrested in downtown Los Angeles. It was just a chaotic scene last night here in the downtown area. Long after the curfew that was in place last night, hundreds of people roaming the streets, breaking into businesses, looting, causing other damage, tagging, and just making it a really difficult situation for everyone in the downtown area. A lot of destruction, a lot of cleanup for businesses here. So tonight, a different story. Again, we have the National Guard here supporting police officers. And once again, police are enforcing that curfew tonight that went into effect, and they're also cracking down on anyone caught doing anything illegal and causing any problems here in the downtown area. So that door keeps opening. We don't know how many people they've taken into custody, but it seems to be quite a few tonight. Reporting live in downtown Los Angeles, Amy Powell, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Amy, thank you. Well, a lot of protesters hitting the streets in Huntington Beach earlier today, and former mixed martial arts and UFC fighting champ Chuck Liddell was in the middle of it all.
But this famous fighter was there to help keep the peace. Veronica Miracle is live in the newsroom with more on this video. Veronica?
Well, Mark and Colleen, let's go right to it. You can see Chuck Liddell there. As you said, former UFC fighter. You might also recognize him from Dancing with the Stars Season 9 and a list of other movies that he's been in. He says he went out to Huntington Beach to try and just talk to people from acting out and being violent. You can see here that he kind of gets into a little bit of a confrontation. Clearly, he has the muscle in this situation, but is able to really kind of keep some reason here, speak with people who are angry, and try and reason with those who are out protesting in Huntington Beach, practicing their First Amendment rights. Here's what he had to say.
It's good to see people defending their city, and it's just terrible. I mean, violence begets violence. Violence doesn't help anybody. We all know what happened was wrong. Everybody I know thinks it was wrong. It's hard to watch. But this does not help it. Destroying cities, destroying people, hurting people does not do any good for anybody. So, hey, protest all you want, just, do it peacefully.
Yeah, we do know, we've heard some chatter of other celebrities kind of cloaking themselves and going out in these protests, taking part. We've been monitoring that and tracking that, and of course we'll bring it to you as soon as we have it. Back to you guys.
Okay. Thank you very much, Veronica. We'll have more news straight ahead.
All right, we continue to follow breaking news right now out of Santa Monica. Let's go to Air 7 HD and Chris Christie for the details here. Chris?
Colleen, while we have the light in the back of this SUV, we're in Santa Monica, 6th Street at Broadway, and while we look in the back of that compartment, that trunk there, you can see an AR-15. This vehicle is surrounded by police. Not sure if they've taken anybody into custody, but they have surrounded this vehicle, and they are now searching the vehicle. We saw them pop the rear hatch and open up a rifle case, and sure enough, an AR-15 and a magazine right there. So what is happening here is unclear, but a tremendous show of force here against Santa Monica police, and perhaps some assistance by the Sheriff's Department as well. But we're going to continue to follow this and bring you the latest as we get it. Guys, back to you.
Wow. Okay. Well, weapons out there. We're going to find out more about this if we can, and just keep it up out there. We're going to see. We're going to find out. All right. We have Jonathan Novak. We're able to actually get in some weather tonight, find out how things are shaping up. Jonathan, good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Yeah, I thought I'd show you some pretty pictures. Start with maybe take your mind off the chaos out there. We have a sunset from LAX. That was a beautiful one with some mid and high clouds streaming through. And then just a reminder from the sunrise this morning in downtown, which was another pretty one. The sun will rise again soon tomorrow. Start a new day, everybody. 75 was the high today in downtown, by the way. Smack dab on average. 59, well, pretty much average, right? 58 is where we should be. So very seasonable stuff. However, it's going to start warming up downtown tonight at 63 degrees. Temperatures are going to end up basically, again, pretty seasonable overnight. Now, the clouds out there in the morning will wake up to some low clouds, and you can see some cloud cover actually. The satellite picture's laid underneath the temperatures here on our map, and you can see some of those clouds now streaming through. Temperatures are in some places as a result a little bit warmer, like in Van Nuys, 67. But we got generally lower to mid 60s tonight. It's a coolish evening, light jacket inland, even at the coast too, 60 in Oxnard, pretty much what you would expect. But tomorrow, mostly cloudy skies will prevail, and that's going to mean for our forecast as we look at some rain chances in the mix for the next few days, in fact, for some areas of Southern California. And where those would be, generally speaking, in the mountains. I'm going to talk about the why here right now. So live Megadoppler 7000 HD is calm, but we had a few sprinkles even in some foothill locations and some of the mountains. Santa Barbara County, the last couple of afternoons, it was very, very light, just a sprinkle here and there. But high pressure right here off to our east, centered here, is still going to maintain some grip to our weather pattern over the next few days. And we'll have just enough of it that it's going to keep this low, which is developing now. And you can really see it on water vapor, this counterclockwise rotation. Water vapor shows you the moisture in the upper levels of the atmosphere. It's really good for picking that out. And you can see it starting to develop. It's going to cut off from the general flow of the atmosphere, which you can see in the future scan. It shows you the patterns in the atmosphere where they move through time, I should say. And to the southwest of us right here, that low is going to drift for a few days. But while it does that, high pressure will keep our temperatures up. So it'll be warm with cloud cover still in the mix for the next few days. Temperatures like these, 79 in downtown tomorrow, 86 in Lancaster, 84 in Ojai. But it will also provide, as we get a southerly flow into the area, for that sprinkle chance in the forecast the next afternoons in the mountains. But after that, when it finally lifts through, look at Friday, we get a chance of rain late Thursday through Friday, maybe even into early Saturday. It's a low-end chance. It would be very spotty, but it's in there. So temperatures go up, some cloud cover the next few days, 84, the warmest day on Wednesday. That's above average by almost 10 degrees. So pretty warm one the next few days. Then it cools down after that with that rain chance for the second half of the go. Valley's IE 86, but